Chapter 1 Martial Soul Awakening. Chapter 1 Martial Soul Awakening. Next. An indifferent voice sounded from the handsome young man in front of him. I saw him with sword eyebrows and star eyes, a white outfit, a black cloak behind his back, and a fist-sized soul character in the center of his chest. This is the standard attire for the personnel directly under Wahundian. At this time, an illusory wolf appeared behind it. Here uses the form of martial soul possession in comics. It is speechless to say that, in the novel, the possession of beast martial soul shows physical changes, and in the setting, there is such a thing as dragon martial soul and dragon transformation. The special secret skills of both are animal transformation, and there is no obvious difference. So this book is a general beast spirit possession and does not become the characteristics of a beast, but some changes in the hair and muscles, and the body is covered with a layer of beasts. Phantom. Unless it is a special situation like the awakening of the Catwoman in the original auction house, there are 6 black stones in front of him, which are obviously helping people awaken their martial soul. At this time, a child who looked 5 or 6 years old, with short black hair, and looked malnourished stepped forward and walked into the middle of the 6 stones. The young man who had just spoken out fired his soul power into the stone, activating the awakening circle. Suddenly, golden light points emerged from the black stone and poured into the boy's body. It seemed that the number was greater than the sum of the previous awakened people. Many. And the young man who held the awakening ceremony looked at the scene in front of him, with obvious excitement on his face. It seems that Tang San has awakened his twin martial arts spirits just like in the original work. At this time, the last child on the side who had not yet awakened his martial spirits thought secretly in his heart. I saw him with black broken hair, handsome face, big eyes shining like stars, and dressed in grey and white clothes. His name is Zhang Tianlin, a time traveler who reincarnated from the 6 paths of reincarnation through a formal way with a plug-in. An awakened past life memory around the age of 4. As for why it is a formal way, simply put it, the old-fashioned one died because of saving people, and was told in the underworld that he was a good person in 10 generations. Now there are no job vacancies in the immortal system. Therefore, the new policy allows people to travel to other worlds to become immortals. To ensure personal safety, they will be given some support and arranged to control the awakening of past life memories before the age of 8. Then Zhang Tianlin chose to come to DOULUO'S, but what he didn't expect was that he was the same age as Tang San. After all, he was told that the time of birth was not certain before coming here. In this regard, Zhang Tianlin can only say, great. After reading so many novels in the previous life, Tang San was the most hated protagonist. The harem doesn't need to be opened, but Tang San must torture it. Lan Yin Cao. A disappointed voice sounded. It was Su Yun Tao. Hearing Su Yun Tao's words, Zhang Tianlin looked at the sound, and saw a blue-silver grass that could be seen everywhere on the roadside on Tang San's outstretched right hand. And the trace of thunder on his left hand behind his back disappeared as he clenched his fist. Hey, next one. Su Yun Tao sighed in disappointment. Uncle, you haven't tested my spirit power yet. Tang San said hastily. Blue-silver grass is a standard useless martial soul. I have awakened so many martial souls, and I have never seen a blue-silver grass with innate soul power. It will be the same regardless of the odds. Su Yun Tao, help me test it, please uncle. Tang San insisted. Seeing Tang San's persistence in front of him, Su Yun Tao sighed helplessly, stretched out his hand and passed the crystal ball over. Tang San put his hand on the crystal ball, shook his body. The crystal ball emitted a burst of blue light, which became brighter and filled the entire sphere. Innate, full of soul power. Su Yun Tao's unbelievable voice sounded, and then he said with a face full of regret, unfortunately, it is the blue-silver grass of the waste martial soul. Heian shook his head and sighed. Uncle, what you said is wrong. At this time, Zhang Tianlin retorted. Su Yun Tao looked over after hearing the words, oh? What's wrong? Although I don't know much about this, I think the so-called waste martial soul should refer to a martial soul that cannot be cultivated because it cannot awaken innate soul power, right? And the reason why blue silver grass is called a useless martial soul is that most of this martial soul has no innate soul power, just like the first flower to awaken blue silver grass, the girl who awakened blue silver grass in the original book. This is the case. Speaking of this piece of Tianlin, he paused, and continued. Although Tang San is also an awakened blue silver grass, he is born with full soul power. Not only can he cultivate, but he can become a soul master as long as he attaches a soul ring. And Jack Grandpa usually tells stories. There used to be a soul sage in our village. His innate soul power was only level 5. Tang San was born full of soul power. Maybe he can become a titled DOULUO in the future. After hearing Zhang Tianlin's words, Su Yun Tao thought deeply. After thinking for a while, he said, "What you said makes sense." After looking at Zhang Tianlin, he smiled and said, "What a smart boy, I have a hunch that maybe you can awaken your soul power, and you will become a soul master in the future." Turning his head to Tang San, he said, "My little friend, I wonder if you would like to join the Spirit Hall? With your innate aptitude full of soul power, you will definitely be greatly cultivated." Hearing Su Yun Tao's invitation, Tang San hesitated after thinking for a while. "Sorry, I'm going back to discuss it with my father." "Well, if you are willing to join our Spirit Hall, then you can go to the Hall of Spirits in Notting City to find me." Because the name of Lan Yinko's abandoned martial soul is too popular among the people, Su Yun Tao didn't force it. He said calmly, "Now, it's your turn. You should be the only one left in your village today who hasn't awakened your martial soul," Su Yun Tao said to Zhang Tianlin. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin calmly stood in the awakening circle and waited. He knew exactly what martial spirit he would awaken, after all he had chosen it himself. As Su Yun Tao activated the awakening circle, the same countless golden light spots poured into Zhang Tianlin's body. After a while, a figure appeared behind him, and slowly became clear. As the figure became clear, it can be seen that this figure cannot be compared with Zhang Tianlin. Very similar, can only say exactly the same. And blue rays of light continuously shot out from the eyes of this figure. As this figure completely merged with Zhang Tianlin also opened his closed eyes. He looked up at Su Yun Tao. And Su Yun Tao looked at Zhang Tianlin's eyes looking at him, and said with a complicated expression, "The eyes of the main body soul, let's test your soul power," he said, and handed the crystal ball to Zhang Tianlin. As Zhang Tianlin put his hand on the crystal ball, the same situation as Tang San appeared. Innately full of soul power. Looking at the dazzling crystal ball in his hand, Su Yun Tao said depressingly, "Uncle, is this martial spirit very bad? Why do you look very unhappy?" Tang San, who was next to him, asked suddenly. Su Yun Tao glanced at Tang San and said, "The main body spirit is a very special kind of spirit, just like its name, it is a part of a person's body or even himself as a spirit. According to the information of our Spirit Hall, it is possible for this kind of martial soul to awaken any amount of innate soul power, and it is a kind of martial soul that can absolutely awaken soul power." After a pause, he continued to Zhang Tianlin, "When you awakened your martial soul just now, a figure that looked exactly like yourself appeared behind you, indicating that it was the original martial soul, and blue rays of light shot out from the eyes of the figure, indicating that it was the eyes that you awakened. The original martial soul, and the figure is fused with you. This is the special place of the original martial soul. That is, after the awakening of the martial soul, it merges with your own body, and it cannot be summoned in the future. Then uncle, such a special spirit must be very powerful. After all, Tianlin has also awakened the innate full spirit power." Tang Sanai continued to ask. Su Yun Tao shook his head and said, "On the contrary, this martial spirit is recognized as a waste martial spirit. Although you can add a soul ring at will, the soul skills produced are not a little worse than soul rings of the same level. It's as if my first spirit ring was only at the level of a 10-year spirit ring, even if the spirit skills he would add to the 100-year spirit ring in the future might not be as strong as my 10-year spirit ring. Hearing this, Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Uncle, I didn't expect you to understand and listen too much. I thought you didn't know my martial arts. I was thinking of asking the teachers at the academy when I went to the academy to study. After all, you are innately full of souls. The powerful blue-silver grass is called Wuhan. At this moment, Zhang Tianlin's teasing voice sounded. Humph, I know quite a lot about what it means. Ordinary blue-silver grass cannot cultivate without awakening innate soul power. This kind of view is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. I just haven't turned my head around. Those of us who are in charge of awakening martial souls know most of the martial souls on the mainland. In your body spirit, other forces may not know it, but our Wuhan temple definitely knows it. When Su Yuntao heard Zhang Tianlin's words, his face was obviously blushing, and he argued angrily. Zhang Tianlin glanced at him suspiciously. Why do you say that you guys definitely know each other in Wuhandian? Su Yuntao snorted, ignored him, turned around and put away the awakening stone on the ground, and packed up the package. Seeing Su Yuntao like this, Zhang Tianlin couldn't help being curious, and coquettishly said to him with a smile, Uncle, no, brother, just tell me. After speaking, he felt a chill and almost vomited. Su Yuntao glanced at him sideways and kept moving his hands. Seeing the fawning expression on his face, he said angrily, the current punishment elder of our Wuhan Hall, His Majesty Gui DOULUO. The one who awakens is the original martial soul. But unlike you who are just eyes, Mian Xia's martial spirit is his whole person. According to records, the soul skills of Lord Gaimei's first 2 soul rings are extremely low in strength. Later, I don't know why the martial soul mutated, not only the speed became very fast, but also increased the dark attribute, the strength of the martial soul was greatly enhanced, and the previous soul skills were also changed due to the mutation of the martial soul. For this reason, our Wuhan Palace has been studying it for a period of time. Apart from calling all these special martial souls the original martial soul, we have not made any major discoveries in other aspects. So that's it, haha. Zhang Tianlin said haha. I was thinking that there really seemed to be an introduction in the original work that said that when Gui Mei resurrected from the dead when he was young, his martial spirit became a ghost. The martial spirit was named Gui Mei, and his own name was also changed to Gui Mei. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the original martial soul. As soon as his thoughts changed, he thought of the main body martial soul itself. However, at this period, the second awakening of the main body martial soul has not been found. Normal practice, and the strength of the main body martial soul without the second awakening is indeed low. According to the subsequent awakening of the main body martial soul, after comparing the strength, the gold level awakening is equivalent to the god level martial spirit. Only 1 or 2 in each generation can awaken to this level, while the silver level awakening is equivalent to being stronger than ordinary high-level martial spirits and better than the top ones. Martial spirit, such as the blue electric tyrannosaur, is weaker. The awakening of the bronze level is almost a little bit higher than the strength of most martial arts. And in this era without the second awakening, it is indeed a useless martial soul. But how I know how to practice is enough. After all, the awakened gold level can be compared to the god level martial soul, so I chose the main body martial soul for 2 of the 3 martial souls. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 3 Lives Martial Soul. That's right, Zhang Tianlin has just awakened 3 martial souls, 2 of which are body martial souls. And they were all chosen before reincarnation in the previous life. One is the main body Wuhan Eyes. There is no doubt that it must be of the spiritual system. Zhang Tianlin plans to go to the control system. One is the main martial spirit himself, which is of the strong attack type. The last martial soul is the weapon martial soul, but this martial soul is quite special and cannot be attached with a soul ring. Instead, as one's strength increases, one can more fully exert its or their power. Moreover, when one becomes a god, this martial soul will it directly becomes my companion artifact. As for what level of artifact it is, a full set of infinite gems, super artifacts, and so on are all weak. Choose it to be your martial soul, although it will not endanger the user because you are too weak like in the movie because of too much energy, but it is also because of this that you can't exert much power when you are weak. However, some small operations can be performed, just like the current space gem. Although it cannot cross galaxies and cannot carry people, it can be easily moved within a few hundred meters. After all, he is only a level 10 newbie now. How about it, Master of Battle Soul? Is there any child in our village who can become a soul master this year? Old Jack's voice came from outside the house. Su Yun Tao, who was walking out of the door, heard Old Jack's question and replied, "Your village is very lucky this year. There are 2 children with innate soul power. By the way, if they are willing to join the Wuhan Hall, they can come to Notting City to fight. Find me in the Seoul Branch Hall." After saying that, he left towards the outside of the village. Old Jack looked at the children who came out from behind and asked, "Children, just now the Soul Master of Wuhan Temple said that some of you have awakened the innate full soul power. Who is it?" Hearing Old Jack's words, Zhang Tianlin hurriedly replied, "Grandpa Jack, it's me and Ziosin." Hearing Zhang Tianlin's reply, Old Jack's face was full of joy and he said, "It's great. There are children who can practice in the Holy Soul Village." After being excited for a while, Old Jack remembered what Su Yun Tao said just now, and said to Tang San and Zhang Tianlin, "Little San, Tianlin, that Master Su Yun Tao said just now that if you are willing to join the Wuhan Palace, you can go to Notting City find him. I wonder what you guys think." Hearing this, Tang San replied, "I want to go back and discuss it with Dad." Well. Old Jack turned his head to Zhang Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, what about you? If your parents know that you have awakened your innate full soul power, the spirit in heaven will be very pleased." "I don't know either, let's talk about it later." "That's it." Old Jack nodded when he heard the words, and said to Zhang Tianlin as if he suddenly remembered something, "Tianlin, there is only one place for our village worker student, although you are the only one left in your family now. But you parents also left a lot of money, and you know the situation of Ziosin's family. I want to give him this work-study student quota. I don't know what you think. Ask the village." Zhang Tianlin thought for a while and said to Old Jack, "Grandpa Jack, it's okay. No need to trouble you. I will go to the academy to study at my own expense. If nothing happens here, I will go back first." After saying hello, he went to himself run home. Run home and close the door. I closed my eyes and felt it carefully, and the physical feeling was 2 or 3 times stronger as a whole. This is the particularity of the body spirit, whichever part is awakened will be doubled. I'm going, this increase is a bit big. It's not as useless as the legends say? Could it be that I am a special body spirit? I didn't mention it when I was selected. Zhang Tianlin scratched his head and thought a little puzzled. Frowning and contemplating for a while, suddenly a flash of inspiration. By the way, if it is doubled according to my own body, excluding my situation, then it should be a normal phenomenon. After all, even if the quality of a normal child is doubled, it is not as good as it is the increase of ordinary beast spirits to soul masters. The increase in the most basic martial soul after being possessed is so different, let alone the effect of the soul skill after adding a soul ring. Even if it is the same soul skill, the damage caused by such a difference in basic quality will definitely be very different. As for myself, I practiced the golden light curse before awakening my martial soul, although the amount of my soul power stopped growing half a year ago due to the laws of the world. However, after all, the golden light mantra is a dual cultivation of life and life. Sex represents the inner Tao. To put it simply, the spiritual and spiritual aspects can still be continuously improved and strengthened. Life represents the external Tao, which is the material aspects such as body energy, vitality, etc. although it represents energy. The soul power cannot increase, but the physical quality and vitality are still increasing, and it feels faster. Perhaps this result is caused by the laws of the world. It shouldn't be a bad thing. End. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin's soul power circulated all over his body to activate his martial soul body. If you look carefully, you can see a faint turquoise light emitting from the skin. Sure enough, I have just awakened my martial soul, and this is the second time I have awakened at the bronze level. If the ontology sect finds out about it 1 year later, I will be envious. Sure enough, there is no rough way to practice martial arts that is more advanced than mine. The skill is far from it. Next, I tried the eye martial soul again, and I obviously felt that I could see the world more clearly, even if I didn't use the observation method. The observation method under one person should be similar to Tang San's purple demon eye. I only use my eyes to see. You can clearly see the number of times mosquitoes and flies flap their wings about 10 meters away. And using the method of observation is about % stronger than before awakening. The final highlight came, and I saw him open his right hand, release the martial spirit, and 6 gems emerged from his hand, which were infinity gems. After some experimentation, I can only say that it is awesome. It's a pity that people are too weak to exert the power of many gems. But there is still a surprise, using the reality gem to conjure a real golden soul coin. Now Zhang Tianlin can also say, I never look at whether he has money when I make friends, because I don't have money. With the end of the experiment on Wuhan, it was already dark, and I used the reality gem to conjure up a big meal, and finished the meal. After practicing the golden light mantra and the purifying mantra for a while, I was lying on the bed and was about to rest. Looking at the ceiling, I couldn't help but think of the cheat I received before reincarnation. 1. All cultivation methods under one person, excluding congenital abilities. 2. Choose your own 3-life martial soul. 3. The divine core of the Golden Dragon King and the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. What is different from Tang Wulin's 18-layer seal is that there are 10 seals attached to it, corresponding to the 10 levels of soul masters. And he kept thinking about how to attach a soul ring to match his own abilities. I fell asleep after thinking about it, and I couldn't help muttering to myself, as long as I have no morals, no one can double standard me. Let's go. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Admission. Chapter 3 Admission. Tianlin, Xiaosan, Grandpa will send you back to the academy later. You have to be good at the academy, you are all from the same village, you need to help each other, you know. Old Jack told the two of them. At this time, 3 months have passed since the awakening of Wuhan, and now Old Jack is leading the two of them on the streets of Nodding City. I know. Zhang Tianlin. Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon? Tang San asked. Old Jack smiled bitterly and said, the hotel is not something we poor people can afford, so you have to strive for your best, you know? Especially Qin Xiaosan, I hope that when I see you next time, you have become a soul master. Grandpa, sincerely I hope that Saint Soul Village will be proud of you in the future. As he spoke, he could slowly see a tall arch in the distance. The arch is 10 meters high and about 20 meters wide. It is made of solid rock and has 2 black iron doors underneath. In the middle of the arch, there are 4 large characters, Nodding College. As soon as Old Jack led the two of them to the gate, he was immediately stopped by the gatekeeper with a disdainful face. What are you doing? Is this a place where you country people can come? Old Jack hurriedly pointed at Tang San with a smile on his face and said, this little brother, we are from Holy Soul Village. This child is a work-study student in our village this year. Do you think we need to go through any procedures? The concierge frowned and said in a strange tone, hey, can a golden phoenix still appear in a thatched hut? Is there someone in a small village who can awaken the soul power? You are not lying, are you? Our college has not had any working students for many years. Gone. A trace of anger flashed in Old Jack's eyes, but he could only swallow his anger and take out a piece of paper from his arms, which was the martial arts certificate issued by Su Yun Tao before, and handed it to the concierge. The concierge looked at the result and sneered, "Lan Yinko, born with full soul power? I said that if the old man wants to lie to others, you should be more professional. I have been a concierge for so many years and have never seen an academy with full soul power, let alone Wuhan Lan Yinko. Roll on." As he spoke, he slapped the certificate on old Jack's chest and waved his hand impatiently. Old Jack, who couldn't help but take 2 steps back after being photographed, regained his footing and couldn't help shouting angrily, "You are deliberately making things difficult for us. Okay, you said the certificate is false, then we will go find the person who issued the certificate. Go, Mr. Deacon of Wuhan Hall, Tianlin, Xiaosan, let's go." After saying that, he took the 2 of them to the city. The concierge was originally just making things difficult on purpose, and wanted some benefits. Unexpectedly, old Jack didn't know such a thing. Seeing old Jack's behavior, he felt depressed and his mouth was dirty. "Return to the Holy Soul Village. I think it's better to call it a beggar village." "What did you say?" Old Jack suddenly turned around and glared at the concierge, his pride in his heart being tarnished. He couldn't help but hold the crutches tightly with both hands, walked a few steps towards the concierge, and shouted angrily at the concierge. After the concierge was frightened by old Jack's sudden posture, he quickly realized that he felt a little embarrassed. He said loudly, "What? You are not convinced? Did I say that you people from the beggar village were wrong? Look at the patches all over this kid's body. I think you should go find a place to beg." As he said this, he stretched out his hands to push the old man away. Jack saw a figure flash between the two. It was Tang San. He waved his left hand to open the door and his right hand, then put his right foot on the heel of the porter's left foot, and pushed his chest hard with his right hand, pushing him to the ground. He raised his left hand slightly, as if something was pointed at the concierge. "Mistress, you..." Old Jack looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. "Boy, you are looking for death." It was so embarrassing to be knocked to the ground by a child. The porter was furious and was about to get up to fight back. A figure flashed past, and a right foot stepped on his chest, making it difficult for him to get up for a while. Looking up along the feet, "It is Zhang Tianlin. Let me tell you." At this time, Zhang Tianlin had a dangerous smile on his face. "Brother, you said that you, an ordinary person, were crippled by 2 people with innate soul power. Do you think the academy will stand up for you?" he said while exerting force on his feet. The concierge felt more and more pain in his chest and was gradually unable to breathe, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. "I was wrong, young master. Your lord should bypass me in large numbers. Kowtow to Grandpa Jack and admit your mistake, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I will always take good care of you from now on." Zhang Tianlin raised his feet and said coldly. The concierge crawled up to old Jack and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "I am a young man who has eyesight but cannot see the mountains. Can you please let me go?" Old Jack was caught off guard by this sudden change of situation and didn't know what to do. "Okay, stop it." At this time, a hoarse voice sounded. The concierge was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice, then turned around and saw the person coming. He quickly stood up and nodded and bowed to the person. "Master, you are back, we and the others." The old Jack and the 3 also turned their heads to look at the person coming. They saw a middle-aged man of medium build and thin body coming to them. I saw him about 50 years old, with short black hair, ordinary appearance, hands behind his back, and a lazy and decadent temperament on his body. It was the old scumbag, the good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang. End of this chapter. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. "Old man, can you show me the certificate of Wuhandian?" Yu Xiaogang asked old Jack indifferently. Old Jack didn't say anything, and handed over Tang San's martial spirit certificate. Yu Xiaogang took it over, looked at it, and his pupils shrank. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes, and he said calmly to old Jack, "It is proved to be true, I will take them in. On behalf of the academy, I apologize to you for the behavior of the guard just now. It's okay, it's okay. Old Jack said hastily, shaking his palms. Then they told Jiang Tianlin and Tang San, you two go in with this teacher, and you must be good at school and study hard. Then he patted the shoulders of the two, turned and left. Let's go. Looking at old Jack slowly walking away, Yu Xiaogang said calmly, then turned and walked towards the college. When passing the guard, he glanced at him sideways and warned, this is the first time. The last time. After saying that, he walked forward with his left hand behind his back. And Jiang Tianlin and Tang San followed Yu Xiaogang to the academy together. Thank you, teacher. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said to Yu Xiaogang. Teacher? I'm not a teacher of the academy. Yu Xiaogang looked down at Tang San and said calmly. If you're not a teacher, then you just said you represented the academy. Tang San said in surprise. Who said that those who represent the college must be teachers of the college? Oh, then you must be the dean or leader of the academy, right? Tang San guessed. Yu Xiaogang laughed and said, you are a 6-year-old child, but you are very smart, but you still guessed wrong. Then who are you? The master said, I'm just a resident who eats and drinks. You call me master like everyone else, everyone calls me that. I even forgot what my name is. The certificate of Wuhan says it's called Tang San, right? Tang San, you have to know that the meanings of master and teacher are very different, don't call me wrong, unless you really want me to be your teacher. As he spoke, he stared at Tang San with burning eyes. Do you want to teach me how to cultivate martial spirit? Tang San asked. Then would you like to? And Tang San didn't speak, just looked at Yu Xiaogang, and then looked at him silently. The two looked at each other for a while, and Yu Xiaogang suddenly laughed, okay, he is really a smart kid. Jiang Tianlin, who had no presence next to him, curled his lips and looked around boredly. Extraordinary talent, and so smart. Maybe I have to be persistent, but you are also the third twin martial soul in 100 years. At this time, Yu Xiaogang's voice came from the side. Jiang Tianlin turned his head and looked over, and could see Tang San's surprised expression and slightly raised left hand. Yu Xiaogang, just like in the original book, pretended to be a wave in front of Tang San by mistake. I won't right here. Then Tang San took a step back, knelt down on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Yu Xiaogang. Seeing his behavior, Yu Xiaogang was stunned. What are you doing? Teacher, please accept me as your disciple. Tang San said respectfully. Yu Xiaogang helped Tang San up speechlessly and said, silly boy, all you need to do is to bow to a teacher. Kowtow is a courtesy to the king and his parents. Tang San said solemnly, once a teacher, always a father, you should be worshipped by me. Hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang said with emotion, okay, it seems I made the right choice. At this time, Jiang Tianlin on the side was obviously impatient, and said speechlessly, Uncle, can you take me to the registration place now? After hearing Jiang Tianlin's words, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's expressions changed and they looked at him. Tang San even slightly raised his left hand and vaguely pointed it at Jiang Tianlin. Why are you still here? Yu Xiaogang asked in surprise. This is interesting. When you were outside the academy, didn't you tell Grandpa Jack to bring us in for registration? Then he pointed to himself and Tang San, then spread his hands and said, is this the registration office? Yu Xiaogang's expression changed, and he clenched his left hand behind his back suddenly, thinking to himself, I'm careless, I just thought that Tang San forgot about having a child, now there are more secrets about Tang San's twin spirits. One person knows, and that's a kid. Thinking of the flash of cruelty in his eyes, he suddenly remembered something and squinted his eyes. With a stiff smile on his lips, he said to Jiang Tianlin, just outside, you told the guard that the two were born with full soul power, right? So you are also born with full soul power? Can you show me your spirit hall? Proof. My martial soul is the eyes, and it is full of soul power. Uncle. Can you take me to sign up? Zhang Tianlin introduced his martial soul, and then urged Yu Xiaogang. Apparently he was too lazy to show him the martial arts certificate. Tianlin, don't be rude to my teacher. Tang San frowned and shouted coldly. Maybe he guessed Yu Xiaogang's thoughts, so now Tang San put down his left hand. Zhang Tianlin glanced at Tang San, rolled his eyes and said, "Why am I being rude to him? It's inexplicable," he said, "to take us to sign up. I won't talk about procrastinating here, now I have to dawdle. Yes. Do something respectable." Yu Xiaogang on the side heard Zhang Tianlin's words, felt upset but could only hold back, pretending to be gentle and said, "Your name is Tianlin, right? Tianlin, you also saw and heard the relationship between me and Tang San just now. You should be able to hear that I have done some research on martial souls, so I wonder if you would like to worship me as a teacher. Your martial soul is the original martial soul, and Tang San's martial soul blue silver grass is a waste martial soul recognized by the Soul Master World. Based on my research on martial souls, I should be able to help you cultivate successfully." As he spoke, he straightened his body on purpose, and said with an unfathomable expression, "There are no waste spirits, only waste soul masters." "Yes, Tianlin. My teacher is called the Master, and he will definitely teach us to become strong." At this time, Tang San on the side also spoke to persuade. "I don't want it. You have said so much. You are not afraid that I will tell the secret that you are a twin martial soul and accept me as a disciple?" "Sorry, I don't need it." Zhang Tianlin refused, paused, and said to the two of them, "Don't worry. Okay, I'm not a talkative person, so I won't tell anyone. Now you can take me to sign up." It was obvious that Yu Xiaogang and the two didn't want to give up at this point, or they couldn't trust him, so they were still entangled there. This made Zhang Tianlin feel annoyed for a while. "Since you don't want to take me to sign up, uncle, I'll ask someone else myself," Zhang Tianlin said impatiently, and was about to turn around and leave. "Stop, Zhang Tianlin. You are too rude. You actually contradicted the teacher. Do you know what it means to respect the teacher?" At this time, Tang San grabbed Zhang Tianlin and said angrily. At this time, Zhang Tianlin didn't intend to bear it any longer. He shook Tang San's hand away, and said disdainfully, he is your teacher, not mine. He still respects the teacher. Don't think that when you are a little older, others should look at it. Respect him for the sake of old age. If you want others to respect, do something worthy of respect." As he spoke, he became more and more unhappy, and he spoke directly to Yu Xiaogang and said, "I'll give you some face, and you'll continue. You still keep pestering me, insisting that I say it clearly, right?" It must be that the noise made by the three of them slowly got louder and louder, attracting people nearby to come and watch. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianlin paused for a moment, and said with a sneer, "You can see what kind of guy you are from the conversation you had with Tang San from the very beginning. You think I'm as easy to deceive as Tang San, right? Not being a college teacher but making the concierge intimidated shows that you may have some special background, but you yourself said that you are just a resident who eats and drinks. This shows that you may have a good relationship with a high-level leader of the college. He took you in because of their friendship, but from your tone of voice, you don't like him. In order to improve yourself, you don't want to admit that you are the people in the academy can be described as ruthless, but you should live and eat here for free. It is meaningless for the person who took you in to do nothing because you were criticized and your reputation was damaged. In order to promote your own status and claim to be a master, you also said that you have forgotten your name. Are you worthy of your parents' upbringing? It is obvious that people can only call you a master to satisfy their own vanity. Scholars have no self-modesty at all, which can be described as shameless and immoral. You brag about how good you are in Wuhan cultivation, which means that you may have better theoretical knowledge of Wuhan, but you don't teach students in this academy, so you obviously look down on the talents of the students in the academy. You are obviously conceited and unwilling down to earth. Seeing Tang San and me who were born full of soul power, but thinking about taking us as disciples. The phrase that you have to be persistent about everything means that your ability is not recognized. I think the reason you call yourself a master is in terms of martial arts theory. A person who is several decades old doesn't give me the same sense of threat as Master Su Yun Tao. It means that your soul power may not be as powerful as a soul master, but you can still call yourself shamelessly. The master boasts about how powerful he is in martial arts cultivation. You consider yourself an authority on martial arts theory, but you are not recognized by the public. But while I am in the academy, I don't teach students to prove themselves in class. When I meet two of us who are naturally full of soul power, but shamelessly ask me to become my teacher. Haha, I don't want to be down to earth and prove myself. But he thought about recruiting two people with innate soul power as disciples to reach the sky in one step. I guess I have even thought about how to brag about myself in the future. After speaking, Zhang Tianlin pointed at Yu Xiaogang to the surrounding onlookers and said, "Everyone listen carefully, this guy will probably say in the future, 'Look, I have taught both the waist martial soul blue silver grass and the waist martial soul body martial soul. I have become a talent, how powerful I am. I must never mention it, the two of us are born with full soul power. Now with a soul ring, we can become soul master geniuses.'" Then he scolded Yu Xiaogang, "If you are really capable, you can teach a few students with 1 or 2 levels of innate soul power. Don't say how powerful you are. At 20 years old and level 30, can you do it? If you can do it, the people around you will. I won't look at you with a mocking look on my face." Finally, Zhang Tianlin concluded disdainfully, "I am ruthless, unfaithful, and unfilial as a person. I am incompetent and arrogant as a scholar. I don't want to be down to earth in doing things. I only think about crooked ways and want to reach the sky in one step. You still want me to worship you as my teacher? Are you worthy? I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Teach Tang a Lesson 3. Chapter 5 Lesson to Tang San. Haha, you're right. I don't like him a long time ago. He looks arrogant even if he has no skills. A passerby who was watching. That's right, he shows his face to someone all day long. Those who don't know think we owe him. Passerby B. This brat is right, he looks so dismissive all day long. When I see a genius who is born with soul power and yet keeps pestering me, I think that even if there is no one to teach him and he just studies in the academy, he will definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. If they were all like him, wouldn't it be a master to find anyone here? All you need to do is find a genius who is full of soul power to prove yourself. Passerby C. How can you question him? The title of master is well deserved. Have you ever seen anyone thicker-skinned than him? In terms of shamelessness, I would like to call him a master. Passerby. At this time, the crowd of onlookers listened to Zhang Tianlin's words and pointed at Yu Xiaogang. You, me. Listening to the pointing fingers around him, Yu Xiaogang pointed at Zhang Tianlin with trembling fingers, staggered 2 steps back and could not say a word. Zhang Tianlin, how can you make random guesses and slander my teacher? At this time, Tang San supported Yu Xiaogang and said coldly to Zhang Tianlin with murderous intent in his eyes. Is that so? I really don't know him, and what I just said is just my guess. But... Zhang Tianlin jokingly replied to Tang San, looked around and asked the crowd, "Can everyone tell me, did I make a mistake in my guess just now? If so, I will apologize to him." Haha. You're absolutely right. Obviously, the people around him didn't give Yu Xiaogang any face, and they all cheered mockingly. You heard it. Zhang Tianlin spread his hands, and then said disdainfully to Yu Xiaogang, "It's shameless for you, I insist on scolding you, why are you so cheap? Your teacher kindly accepted you as an apprentice, How could you repay your kindness with revenge? Tang San shouted angrily. This is interesting, since you said it like that. Then you kneel down and worship me as your teacher like you did just now. Zhang Tianlin imitated Yu Xiaogang with his left hand behind his back, straightened his body and slightly raised his head and glanced at Tang San. Zhang Tianlin, you dare to insult me? Tang San said coldly. I took you as my apprentice with good intentions, how can I say that I insulted you? In your words, it should be that you don't know how to avenge your kindness, and you are so rude to me. Zhang Tianlin snorted disdainfully. Puff, haha. Everyone around couldn't help laughing when they heard the conversation between the two. You. Tang San stared at Zhang Tianlin with murderous eyes, and pointed his left hand faintly at him again. Zhang Tianlin frowned slightly when he noticed this scene. He snorted coldly in his heart, it's the second time, labor and management will help you become famous today. The figure flashed in front of Tang San, grabbed Tang San's left hand using a grappling technique, twisted it hard, and pointed his hand at Yu Xiaogang. Tang San was suddenly attacked by him, and was startled. The sleeve arrow on his wrist that was ready to go fired out a hidden arrow, but it hit Yu Xiaogang's right shoulder. At this time Yu Xiaogang screamed, and covered the wound with his left hand, only to see an arrow above his shoulder and stay on it. Just looking at the people around him, he couldn't help taking a breath and taking a step back. Zhang Tianlin, on the other hand, tore open the sleeve on Tang San's wrist with his left hand, revealing the sleeve arrow on his wrist, and mocked disdainfully, I noticed it just now outside the academy. When you had an argument with that concierge, your left hand was facing that person. The concierge, he did the same thing when he was talking to this fake master here just now. He even targeted me twice just now. Tang San, because of some quarrels, he has murderous intentions. Hey, if a person like you succeeds in cultivation in the future, I still don't know how to bring disaster to the world. He said to the people around him, when you see him in the future, stay away from him, otherwise one day people will see you upset and secretly attack you, and your death will be in vain. Then Zhang Tianlin snorted and threw him aside, mockingly saying, but you are definitely destined to be masters and disciples. You all have the same evil intentions. You don't even think about cultivating martial arts, and you only want to study such shameful things. What are you doing? Suddenly there was a scolding voice. The crowd parted ways, and an old man who appeared to be in his 60s came over. He looked at Yu Xiaogang, who had an arrow in his shoulder, and Tang San, who was lying on the ground. He frowned and said to Zhang Tianlin, who was standing aside, what's going on? Zhang Tianlin snorted coldly, humph, that man named Tang San from the same village as me just wanted to sneak attack me. But I saw through it and accidentally injured the fake master. When he said this, he pointed at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and then added one sentence, everyone here has seen it, and they can testify for me. Yes, Director Su, these are all what we have seen with our own eyes. The master saw that this child was gifted with soul power and wanted to trick him into becoming a disciple. When he was found out, a quarrel broke out. Unexpectedly, this man named Tang San actually started to kill because of this sneak attack on this child. However, his skills were inferior and he was put to the ground. At this time, a young man walked out of the crowd of onlookers and said to the old man. Director Su sighed when he heard the words, you two, take the master to the medical room for treatment. Then he appointed 2 people to take Yu Xiaogang to the treatment room. Then he frowned and said to Tang San, because you are the first offender, and you didn't hurt anyone, just record your one major offense. Next time you use this kind of thing to hurt someone, you will get out of this academy. Are you 2 freshmen this year? Come with me and I will help you with the admission procedures. Director Su greeted Zhang Tianlin and Tang San and led them to the teaching building. Walking into the teaching building, followed Director Su to the Academic Affairs office, where 2 young people were working. Director Su walked to a large desk, sat down and said to Zhang Tianlin and the 2, prove your martial spirit to me. It was said that Zhang Tianlin and Zhang Tianlin took out the certificate in their arms and handed it to him. Director Su took the two people's martial soul certificates and looked at them, and said after a while, "Your village is really lucky this year to have awakened two innate full soul powers. Since they are from the same village, why bother to beat them to death like this?" People think that the world revolves around him. If anyone dares to disobey him, he will be hated first and then attack him. If he can't beat him, he will sneak attack. How dare I climb high? Zhang Tianlin said disdainfully. Yu Tang-san looked at Zhang Tianlin with his cannibalistic eyes, thinking in his mind, he has a way to kill you. Okay, are you all going to enroll in the college as work-study students? Director Su interrupted the two of them and asked. No, I paid tuition and signed up normally. Zhang Tianlin shook his head and denied. I signed up with the work-study student quota in the village. Tang San confirmed. Director Su nodded, returned Zhang Tianlin's martial arts certificate to him, pointed to the young man on the desk on the left and said to him, then you go to Teacher Lin to register. The fee is 1 gold soul coin. He told the teacher, Xiao Lin, help him register. Okay. The teacher surnamed Lin responded and waved to Zhang Tianlin. I'll handle it for you personally. Director Su said to Tang San. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, 2 degrees. Chapter 6. Okay, your dormitory is in the 6th house. This is your martial arts certificate. You should keep it. If you don't know the location of the dormitory, you can find a senior outside to ask for directions. Teacher Lin told Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin took the martial arts certificate, hesitated and asked Teacher Lin, Teacher, don't you know if our college has single rooms? Teacher Lin looked at Zhang Tianlin in surprise and said, Yes, but you need to pay 3 gold soul coins every year. Teacher, please help me apply for a room. I'm used to living alone. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin quickly handed over the 3 gold soul coins. Okay. Teacher Lin took the money and put it in a box on his desk, took out the enrollment form and started writing it again. When you have finished writing, put away the registration form. He took out a key and handed it to Zhang Tianlin. Your room is in number 207, no. House. If you don't know where it is, you can ask in the college where no is. Sorry to trouble you, teacher. Zhang Tianlin took the key, greeted Teacher Lin politely, and turned to leave. Passing by Tang San, he paused and let out a disdainful ha. Tang San clenched his fists when he heard this, but ignored Zhang Tianlin, who rolled his eyes boredly. 207,207, well, this is it. Zhang Tianlin confirmed the house number on the door, took out the key, opened the door and walked in. The dust in the sky as expected did not appear, and the room overall felt clean and tidy. A bed of about 1 meters is covered with a set of white bedding. There is also a wardrobe, a table, and a small compartment that is obviously a washroom. The entire room is about 5 square meters. I thought we were going to do some general cleaning, but I didn't expect to hear it clean. It also saved me buying bedding. 3 gold soul coins are quite worth it, right? Zhang Tianlin threw the salute on the bed, stretched out and lay down on the bed. Next, you should add a soul ring to the martial soul. Well, I deliberately showed my eye martial soul before to cultivate this martial soul first. As for soul skills, you can refer to Huo Yu Hao from DOULUO'S. Spirit detection and spirit sharing are indeed magical skills. The important thing is that the effect of soul skills is not based on the age of the soul ring, but based on the strength of the mental power. If you want to get these 2 skills with 1 soul ring like Huo Yu Hao, don't even think about it. After all, his million-year soul ring has 4 skills. That ice silkworm is now the ration of a group of ferocious beasts, and with its current strength, it will definitely not be able to snatch it away. However, it is also possible to hunt 2 ice silkworms to obtain these 2 skills. I have a lot of self-defense combat methods. The first 2 additional functional soul skills obtained by the martial soul are easy to use even if I become a god. And not like other people in the later stage, the soul skills of the front soul ring are useless except to pretend to be aggressive in front of the junior. In fact, if you think about it carefully, that mental disturbance is also a very useful skill. Why not add a 10,000-year ice silkworm to acquire this skill? Maybe he was uncomfortable lying in one position, so Zhang Tianlin changed his position. With my current overall quality, I should be able to add soul rings beyond the age limit. As for how many years of soul rings I can add, I don't know. However, the 100-year soul ring will not be considered. It is just for show off for no other reason. The first soul ring should start at least 1,000 years. First try the waters by attaching a soul ring that is over 1,000 years old. Anyway, with the Laihoku immortal thief in his pocket, he should be able to survive, because it is attaching a spiritual soul ring, even 1,000-year-old soul ring, just in case the spiritual punishment is about to be halfway through. I mastered it a few months ago, this way you won't be afraid of soul impact. It seems that I have to find some excuse to ask for leave. After all, I have to go to the extreme north to find ice silkworms. If the back and forth time is slower, I am afraid that a semester will have passed. Goo. At this time, his stomach growled. Zhang Tianlin rubbed his stomach and stood up. Putting on his shoes, he hurried out of the dormitory and ran towards the canteen he had seen when he was looking for the dormitory. From a distance, I saw an idiot figure wearing a black robe with one hand behind his back walking into the cafeteria door. When Zhang Tianlin walked to the door of the cafeteria, he heard Tang San's cold voice, "If you don't want to compete with me again, please don't judge my teacher. This is the first time, I hope. What do you want? I hope we praise that trash against our conscience." Zhang Tianlin's disdainful voice sounded from behind Tang San. Then he sneered and said, "By the way, I heard from others that your teacher is in his 50s and is only level 29, but he always likes to say that there are no useless martial arts, only useless soul masters." As he spoke, Zhang Tianlin pretended to look around and said, "Where is your teacher? I want to ask him for advice. Is he a useless martial spirit or a useless soul master?" Haha. Time's nat this time. Everyone in the cafeteria laughed wantonly. "Zhang Tianlin." Tang San's angry voice came. "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianlin asked Tang San sideways and said calmly, "I will definitely use my waste spirit blue silver grass to cultivate into a strong man to prove that the teacher is right." Tang San said coldly. "I'm still saying the same thing. You, a person with innate soul power, call yourself a waste. What can you prove after you become successful in cultivation? That waste really has the ability to find someone with 1 or 2 levels of innate soul power to teach you to become a strong man. And you are a waste of martial arts." "Soul," Zhang Tianlin said lightly. But Tang San could only grit his teeth and stare at Zhang Tianlin with hatred, roaring in his heart, "Zhang Tianlin, you have a way to kill yourself. One day I will make you unable to live or die." "Xiaosan, what's wrong?" At this time, Yu Xiaogong's voice came from behind the crowd, and 2 figures slowly squeezed in. "What's going on here? Why are you all gathered here?" A person around Yu Xiaogong's age asked aloud. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, "Dean, that classmate said that he wanted to ask the master. He said that there are no useless martial arts, only useless soul masters. Which category does he belong to?" Then the work-study student started arguing with him. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogong's face turned livid, and the middle-aged man, the dean, was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. At this time, the people around started booing, "That's right, master, are you a waste of martial spirit or a waste of human beings?" You, me. I'm not." Yu Xiaogong's face turned pale and he couldn't speak as he listened to the booing around him. Suddenly, with a pop sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth and he fainted. "Teacher! Tang San exclaimed, and the figure came to support Yu Xiaogang. Seeing Yu Xiaogang faint, Zhang Tianlin said speechlessly, "This guy, the rumors are so shameless, and his skin isn't that thick. His mind is so fragile. Zhang Tianlin, you are too vicious. Now you don't know how to respect the teacher, and offend the teacher. I don't know what kind of disaster it will become in the future." Tang San roared with red eyes. "Oh, you are good at criticizing people, but when it comes to causing harm, nothing can compare to someone like you. If you don't learn well at a young age and make such vicious weapons for sneak attacks and assassinations, you really look like the evil ones written in those storybooks. Where is the Soul Master?" Zhang Tianlin said jokingly. Then he said with a smile but not a smile, "As for respecting teachers, haha, it's still the same sentence. He is the teacher you kneel and kowtow to, not mine. Besides, he is not a teacher in the college. So I don't know this. Where does respecting teachers come from? It doesn't mean that because he is your teacher, he is everyone's teacher. No, no, no one is so narcissistic that he thinks he can represent everyone. Let's go," he said with an exaggerated expression of disbelief on his face. "You Tang San. What are you, me, and me? I don't know where the stinking problem came from. I have bad intentions, and I like to label others as if you are such a noble person." Zhang Tianlin mocked. "Okay, stop arguing." At this moment, the dean next to him spoke. "Your name is Tang San, right? Take your teacher to the infirmary first," the principal said gently to Tang San. Then he frowned and said to Zhang Tianlin, "As for you." He sighed and said, "The academy is a place for learning. Xiaogang may have behaved inappropriately before. Don't keep targeting him. By the way, private fights are not allowed in the academy. If you have any conflicts, you can go to the spirit fighting arena in the academy to apply for a spirit fight." After speaking, he said seriously to the onlookers, "What are you still doing here?" The people around dispersed after hearing the words, but Tang San left behind Yu Xiaogang's back, and said harsh words to Zhang Tianlin before leaving, "Today's shame will be reported tomorrow." Zhang Tianlin curled his lips in disdain when he heard this and didn't bother to talk to him anymore. He went straight to the dining window and ordered a lot of food to fill a table. What he didn't know was that at the place where he had just clashed with Tang San, a pretty little girl had developed a little interest in him. That's right, it's Xiao Wu, the original heroine of DOULUO'S. Wang Sheng, who is this guy? That guy. Tang San was so angry just now that he couldn't hold back from attacking him. Xiao Wu asked Wang Sheng beside him. "Sister Xiao, I don't know, but I heard that when Tang San entered school today, he got into a quarrel with someone from his own village because of that master. He couldn't defeat him and still wanted to use something to attack him. But he was found out." Wang Sheng he scratched the back of his head and replied. Oh, Xiao Wu responded thoughtfully, then her eyes flashed and she said excitedly, "Well, that means he is even more powerful than Tang San." "It should be," Wang Sheng said uncertainly. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Plum Blossom Lane 3. Chapter 7, Sister Xiao Wu, look quickly. At this time, Wang Sheng pointed at Zhang Tianlin and shouted to Xiao Wu in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Xiao Wu was startled by Wang Sheng's sudden cry and said dissatisfiedly. His eyes followed Wang Sheng's fingers. "I saw Zhang Tianlin holding a steamed bun in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, stuffing a mouthful of steamed buns and vegetables into his mouth. Looking at the plates on the table, 1/3 of the food on the table had been eaten as far as they were talking. Then, amidst the hellish expressions of the people around him, he directly picked up a pot of soup and drank it down. Hearing the sound of several swallowing sounds coming from his ears, he heard someone say, "This must be a starving ghost." Xiao Wu couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Even the soul beast doesn't have much to eat. Someone as wild as him. Gulu." At this time, Xiao Wu's stomach also growled. Wang Sheng heard it and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, look at my stomach growling with hunger. Let's go eat too. Xiao Wu blushed slightly, and nodded, okay, I want to eat carrots. A few people went to the window to order food, found a table not far from Zhang Tianlin, and ate. At this time, without anyone noticing, Zhang Tianlin used Lihoku Immortal Thief to decompose all the food he ate into nutrients to strengthen his body. Hey, the speed of Lihoku Immortal Thief's physical enhancement is now slower than the 130 point at the beginning. If you want to greatly and quickly enhance your physical fitness, you must either enter the next stage and directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth, or eat food rich in food with more energy. However, if the soul willpower is not strong enough, it may have the same flaws as in the original work under one person. To be on the safe side, I'd better wait until I'm successful in practicing the heart purifying curse. The current Lihoku Immortal Thief is enough. After all, when I start to lift the seal of the Golden Dragon King, my physical fitness will take off immediately. Lihoku Immortal Thief is optional. It's a pity that even the bloodline that I obtained by hacking has the impact of shattering the will, and it needs to be successfully practiced with the purification mantra to resist foolproofly. Why do you feel that the purifying mantra is more important than the golden light mantra? Under one person did not introduce the purifying mantra in detail. I will directly assume that it is for cultivating the soul. After all, the golden light mantra is a dual cultivation of life and life, that is, spiritual energy and physical energy. If we talk about purification, the mantra is only for cultivating spiritual power, so it overlaps with the effect of the golden light mantra. But eating so much food has almost no effect, and it's troublesome to spend too much time. Zhang Tianlin thought to himself, seeing that there was not much food left, he stopped using Lihoku Immortal Thieves. After eating the rest of the food, I finally felt full. I am not very clear about the setting of the original Lihoku Immortal Thieves. I set it here so that when it is used, it will completely digest the food in the stomach. If it is not used, it is normal to eat. After swallowing the last piece of meat, Zhang Tianlin burped with satisfaction, took out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth. Well, now that the effect of Lihoku Immortal Thief is so bad, you should eat normally in the future, otherwise you will be in trouble. Thinking about it, I leisurely left the cafeteria and walked to the dormitory. Not long after leaving the cafeteria, I heard a girl's voice coming from in front of me. Hey, wait a minute. Zhang Tianlin looked over after hearing this, and saw the little loli in front of him, with her black scorpion braids hanging down over her hips, and her pretty face rosy. She has long black hair that is as smooth as silk and is combed into neat scorpion braids. The braids hang over her buttocks. She is wearing a pink dress that tightly wraps her growing figure, and she is so slender, a tight waist. This little loli must be Xiao Wu. I thought to myself, but asked in confusion, who are you? Is something wrong? My name is Xiao Wu. If you dance, you can call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said coquettishly, with her hands on her hips. Then what? Zhang Tianlin. I heard from others that you are very powerful, so I came to fight with you. Xiao Wu said violent words with a smile, and assumed an offensive posture. Zhang Tianlin rolled his eyes and said, I'm not interested. Let's find someone else to fight with. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Wu kicked him in the head with his right leg. Zhang Tianlin blocked this kick with a simple block with his left hand. Xiao Wu changed her moves in an instant. She kicked her left leg and hit him with a flying knee. As she got closer, without retracting her left leg, she crossed Zhang Tianlin's shoulder and buckled down to stop him from retreating. She even hugged his with both hands. His head wouldn't let him hide. Zhang Tianlin felt a groan in his heart. You 10-year-old little loli didn't talk about martial arts, so you sneaked up on me. But it's not for nothing that labor and capital gave free skills to guard against wolf in their previous lives. Feeling dirty in his heart, he kept moving his hands. He slapped Xiao Wu's knee away with a backhand slap with his right hand. As a result, the door between Xiao Wu's legs opened wide and came straight towards his face. Zhang Tianlin's vision went dark, and a strange fragrance came from his nose and mouth, but there was no scream of surprise from the girl as he imagined. Instead, he felt the movements of Xiao Wu's left leg change. It cooperated with his right leg to form a scissor kick that locked his neck tightly. He held his head with both hands and twisted his head to the left with both hands. Zhang Tianlin was shocked. Damn, are you so cruel? There are also common novel plots where you are facing my mouth and nose. Where is the shyness you promised? What about screaming? You don't play according to the routine. Ah. Although I was thinking wildly for a while, in reality it was only a moment. Zhang Tianlin took a deep breath, and even inhaled a big mouthful of strange fragrance to make it go up. However, he opened his mouth quickly and let out a mouthful of hot air. Yeah, the private part was suddenly strongly stimulated, and Xiao Wu couldn't help but relax her legs. Sensing something was wrong, he tried to lock Zhang Tianlin again, but unfortunately at this time, Zhang Tianlin inserted his hands into palms from both sides of his neck and lifted them up. His palms turned into claws to clasp the left and right sides of Xiao Wu's waist, and his two elbows spread his legs to prevent him from letting go. She locked her neck again. The thumbs of both hands pressed hard against Xiao Wu's ribs. Xiao Wu grunted and gave up all her strength, temporarily losing resistance. Zhang Tianlin let go of his hands. Xiao Wu's legs fell along the sides of Zhang Tianlin's shoulders, and his whole weak body fell downwards as Zhang Tianlin let go. The sudden falling feeling made Xiao Wu panic and forcefully take a breath so that his hands could use force, and he grabbed it eagerly. Hold Zhang Tianlin's shoulders, and then put his arms around his neck to prevent himself from turning back and hitting the ground. The moment Zhang Tianlin let go of Xiao Wu, his hands came to his navel in a lifting position. Then he caught Xiao Wu's elastic butt. Alas, I don't know how to write about fighting, so I can only describe the scenes in my mind. At this time, in the eyes of others, the girl is holding the boy's neck intimately, and the boy is holding the girl's butt with both hands. Such an intimate scene gives people the feeling that the two are either brothers and sisters or lovers. Xiao Wu took a breath to regain her strength, released Zhang Tianlin's neck with both hands, pushed his chest outward with both hands, and shouted, "Let me go, you bastard!" Zhang Tianlin, on the other hand, tightened his hands to prevent Xiao Wu from leaving his arms. He laughed mischievously, "Hey, you brought it to the door yourself, and now you are calling me a gangster. In this case, it would be a big loss if I didn't take any action." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and bit Xiao Wu's mouth. Xiao Wu hurriedly shook his head to avoid it. Zhang Tianlin used his left hand to hold Xiao Wu tightly, and with his right hand, he pressed Xiao Wu's head to prevent her from avoiding it, and then touched Xiao Wu's lower lip. Suddenly Zhang Tianlin felt a sense of danger, and the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came. I was startled, and I hurriedly avoided the movement of my feet, but it was still a step too late. Pft came the sound of a sharp blade penetrating flesh. A short arrow penetrated Zhang Tianlin's shoulder and shot into Xiao Wu's shoulder. The two people's shoulders were connected by the short arrow. Seeing this short arrow, Zhang Tianlin's pupil shrank, and he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Tang San." Zhang Tianlin, in broad daylight, under the bright sky. You actually forced the women of the people. I, Tang San, will do justice for the sky today. Tang Sanyi's righteous voice sounded. "Ha, you righteous man, why do you even want to kill the victim at the hands of the bad guys?" Zhang Tianlin said coldly, then gave Tang San a disdainful look and said, "A person with a wicked mind should not go to himself. You put gold on your face, if you want to kill me, you want to kill me, don't say that you have done a great deed." At this time, Tang San's face was calm, and he waved the hidden weapon he took out from nowhere with both hands and threw it at Zhang Tianlin. Flying needles and flying knives came overwhelmingly. Seeing this, Zhang Tianlin used his uninjured left hand to skillfully push Xiao Wu away from his side. Because the arrow was inside Xiao Wu's body, the short arrow followed Xiao Wu's push away from Zhang Tianlin's shoulder, and a stream of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, the hidden weapon Tang San threw was already in front of him. At this moment, a burst of golden light covered Zhang Tianlin's whole body, and Zhang Tianlin's voice sounded at the same time, Xianzong of heaven and earth, the root of 10,000 qi. Cultivating hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my supernatural powers. Inside and outside the three realms, the Tao is the only one. The body has a golden light, covering my body. Ding 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 ding, all the hidden weapons fired by Tang San were blocked by the golden light and fell all over the ground. How is it possible? What is this golden light? Looking at everything in front of him, Tang San couldn't believe it. Then are you ready to bear my anger? Zhang Tianlin said coldly. Hearing this, Tang San trembled. Then there was a strong fighting intent in his eyes, and a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. How long can your body last? He thought to himself. His shoulder was pierced by my sleeve arrow, bleeding profusely. Although the poison is not fatal, it can also make him weaker. With the battle, the poison will spread throughout the body, and it will not be slaughtered by me. Now the advantage is with me, and today I will get rid of the shame. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. There was a sound of jingling bells and gold and iron clashing, and Zhang Tianlin was seen rushing towards Tang San with golden light on his body. However, the hidden weapons that Tang San shot using various hidden weapon techniques were all bounced away, unable to cause any harm to Zhang Tianlin. Seeing that Zhang Tianlin was about to rush to the front, Tang San looked at the amazingly defensive golden light and used Ghost Shadow to temporarily evade the edge, and at the same time kept throwing various hidden weapons in his hand in order to consume Zhang Tianlin's soul power and wait for the poison in his body to erupt. Who doesn't know how to do light work? Zhang Tianlin sneered with disdain in his heart. Now the poison in his body has been digested, and the wound on his body has stopped bleeding and won't affect the battle. It's time for him to remember my name well. Zhang Tianlin used Qing Kong at his feet and moved extremely fast, catching up with Tang San in just a few breaths. Luck used his great merciful hand to call towards his face, and Tang San used his mysterious jade hand to block it. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. His arm did not block Zhang Tianlin in the slightest, and he was hit in the face with his palm. If you slow down this blow, you can see the deformation of Tang San's face, 2 pieces of teeth flying out of his mouth. Tang San was knocked to the ground by Zhang Tianlin's slap. His body turned sideways twice. He pushed his left foot on the ground while supporting his left hand, turned his body half a circle and landed on his right foot. Yao Ma used his strength to stabilize his body and stood up, but saw a left hand enlarged in front of his eyes. The golden light covering his hand changed and solidified into a big hand grabbing his head. Lift your feet off the ground. Tang San was startled and kicked to the side with his right foot. But it can only feel like kicking a huge boulder, without shaking Zhang Tianlin in front of him at all. And Zhang Tianlin ignored Tang San's blow, and stabbed Tang San's chest with his right hand like a knife. After the blow, he immediately clenched his fist and attacked the same part with an inch of strength, and released his left hand at the same time. Tang San was hit twice by this move. Knocked into the tree behind him, fell to the ground and knelt on the ground, with his right hand on the ground and his left hand covering his chest. He only felt a sweetness in his throat, spit out a mouthful of blood, and felt that several ribs on his body were broken. Zhang Tianlin didn't wait for Tang San to slow down, rushed in front of him in 2 steps, kicked his chin with his left foot. This kick made him spurt out a mouthful of blood, making him lean up. The golden light on Zhang Tianlin's right hand changed and condensed. Shishan clasped Tang San's face with his big hands, then leaned over and ran, dragged Tang San for more than 10 meters, jumped up, turned around a few times, and smashed Tang San into the ground. This series of attacks made Tang San lie on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. A few mouthfuls of blood ooze from the mouth from time to time. Zhang Tianlin walked up to Tang San, looked down at him condescendingly, stepped on his face with his right foot and kept grinding. Aren't you going to do justice for heaven? Why are you lying here like a dead dog? Tang San struggled painfully at Zhang Tianlin's feet and gasped for breath. His eyes that barely opened a crack revealed a look of incomparable resentment and malice. Labor and management have let you go twice, but you have been looking for death. It seems that I want to give you a good memory. Zhang Tianlin said coldly, grabbing Tang San's face with one hand and dragging him in a certain direction on the ground. Walk away, and after a while you come to a one-story building. At this time, the people entering and leaving the building saw Zhang Tianlin dragging a person towards him with a cold face, and couldn't help but look over, and everyone on Zhang Tianlin's way forward couldn't help avoiding. As you come to the entrance of the building and smell the pungent smell in your nose, you can guess that this is a toilet. Zhang Tianlin dragged Tang San into the toilet without saying a word, and then threw him into a pit. You dog can't change eating shit, if you like it so much, I'll let you eat enough. He grabbed Tang San's head and pressed it into the excrement in the latrine. Eat, don't you like to eat? Here I eat. And Tang San kept his mouth shut and kept struggling, but unfortunately he couldn't resist Zhang Tianlin's enormous strength. The more Zhang Tianlin talked, the angrier he became. Sneak attacks, you like sneak attacks, right? You can't change your shit-eating behavior. The people watching on the side listened to Zhang Tianlin's words and looked at the wound on his shoulder that had stopped bleeding. They all became enlightened and couldn't help but come to a consensus in their hearts. Stay away from Tang San from now on. The more he spoke, the angrier Zhang Tianlin got, turning Tang San over face up and strangling his neck with his left hand. Tang San couldn't help but open his mouth, and kept trying to break Zhang Tianlin's hands with both hands. Zhang Tianlin's right hand was covered with a golden light and changed into a hand reaching out to the latrine, grabbing a handful of rice and stuffing it into Tang San's mouth, covering his mouth and nose tightly, and letting go of his left hand. Tang San gasped involuntarily, wanting to breathe air, and involuntarily swallowed the contents into his stomach. Zhang Tianlin repeated this set of actions. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from Zhang Tianlin's ear. You bastard, stop it! At the same time, a terrifying murderous aura hit his heart. He couldn't help but let go of Tang San's hand, but with the heart-purifying curse running on its own, he could barely withstand the murderous aura. Zhang Tianlin's heart was shocked, and he shouted angrily, "Who is talking?" He grabbed Tang San's neck more forcefully with his hands, even the golden light changed into claws and pinched into his flesh, and blood flowed out. When the people around heard it, they looked at each other. Someone said cautiously, "No one talked to you just now." People around hurriedly seconded. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin's heart tightened. Sound transmission? Titled DOULUO. Could it be Tang Hao? Then you can't let go of this guy. Let him go. A thunderous voice sounded again, followed by not only murderous aura but also terrifying soul power coercion. Covered with golden light all over Zhang Tianlin, he ran the golden light mantra with all his strength to resist Tang Hao's soul power pressure, and even recited the heart-purifying mantra silently in his heart to resist the murderous aura. With all his strength, he resisted the attack of murderous aura, and his body could barely move under the pressure of this soul force. He strangled Tang San's neck harder with both hands, and Tang San had already begun to roll his eyes. Zhang Tianlin said with a heavy mouth, "Don't hide your head and show your tail. At worst, I will die with him." Tang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, watched in surprise that Zhang Tianlin was still strangling his son under the pressure of his own soul power, and he became even more angry. "If I hadn't come here on a whim to observe my son's condition after entering school today, I wouldn't have known that my son had been so humiliated today. I thought that based on my secret observations over the years, my son would have no rival among his peers, but in the end he was so humiliated that he had no power to fight back. If he had come a little later, I don't know if he would have been beaten to death. Thinking of this, I feel happy. With such a talent, we can't keep him." Hearing Zhang Tianlin's threat, he felt even more disdainful. After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, he secretly used the time gem to apply time regression to himself, so as not to be killed by a single blow. He used the power gem to block the oppression of the soul power on his body, but did not use the spiritual gem to counteract the murderous oppression in order to hone his own will. After secretly using the infinity gem, feeling the disappearance of the oppression of the soul, the faint green halo on the right hand was invisible under the cover of the golden light curse, and felt relieved. Although I can't kill you now, it's a pity that you can't kill me either. Jiang Tianlin once again threatened coldly, since you dare not come out, then you should hold back for me. Grabbing Tang San's left hand with his right hand, he twisted fiercely, and with a click, Tang San's arm could be heard cracking. Voice, and Tang San couldn't help screaming. Seeing that Jiang Tianlin was ruthless again, Tang Hao could not imagine that he would dare to take action under his own power, and he did not bother to hide. The murderous aura covered the entire toilet and the surrounding area of meters. Everyone at the scene except Jiang Tianlin was stunned by the murderous aura. Past. You are looking for death. Tang Hao shouted loudly, using his soul power to punch Jiang Tianlin with a punch. Hearing Tang Hao's roar, Jiang Tianlin had just realized that he had already been punched in the chest. Following this punch, Jiang Tianlin was sent flying and hit the wall behind him. Looking at the traces on the wall, the impact of this punch, all the power exploded on Jiang Tianlin. Jiang Tianlin spit out a mouthful of blood with the sound of a. There were some pieces of meat mixed in the blood, which should be the broken internal organs in Jiang Tianlin's body. Although Tang Hao didn't use martial soul, the strength of title DOULUO was indeed not something Jiang Tianlin could resist. Even if he is of the power attack type, Jiang Tianlin, a soul warrior who has not yet attached a soul ring, is not fast enough to catch the movement and resist. Not to mention the power, the golden light curse was like paper in front of Tang Hao. Looking at Tang Hao, who ran straight to help Tang San up after punching him, Jiang Tianlin had a strange and vague smile on his face. Ahem. The injuries on his body caused him to cough involuntarily, and he vomited out a lot of blood and internal organs. Xiao San, what's the matter with you? At this moment, a figure hurriedly ran in from the toilet door. It was Yu Xiaogang. When Yu Xiaogang ran in, he saw Tang Hao holding Tang San in his arms and couldn't help being anxious. He roared angrily, "Who are you? Let go of Xiao San." Hearing this, Tang Hao said to Yu Xiaogang in a low voice, "Long time no see, master." Yu Xiaogang was taken aback when he heard the words, "You are." Tang Hao didn't show off. "I am Tang Hao, and I am also Xiaosan's father." "Your Majesty Tang Hao," Yu Xiaogang said excitedly, "when I saw that Xiao San's second martial spirit was the clear sky hammer, I had a guess. I didn't expect it was really you." Then he became worried. Then he asked angrily, "Who is it? Who turned the mistress into this?" "It's that kid." Tang Hao pointed to Jiang Tianlin. "It's you. I didn't expect you to be so vicious and treat Xiaosan like this." Yu Xiaogang looked along Tang Hao's fingers, saw the dying Jiang Tianlin, and roared angrily. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's roar and accusation, Jiang Tianlin sneered disdainfully, "The moment he sneaks up on me, he must be prepared to be beaten to death by me." Vicious? How can it compare to that dog? Since a dog can't change, it eat shit, then I'll let him eat enough. He coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Then looking at Tang Hao, the soul power in his body began to run according to the route of the lion's roar, and then he said loudly with the lion's roar, "Tang Hao? Under the crown of Haoshan? I didn't expect you to be a dignified and titled DOULUO in a small village, so Tang San's second martial spirit is the clear sky hammer." The words uttered with a lion's roar spread throughout Notting College, even outside the college. But suddenly hearing Jiang Tianlin's roar, Yu Xiaogang and Tang Hao's hearts tightened. "Bastard, the secret of Xiaosan's twin martial souls has been exposed." Both of them looked at Jiang Tianlin angrily, only to find that he had died. Tang Hao looked out of the toilet with murderous eyes. Seeing Tang Hao's expression, Yu Xiaogang was shocked and stopped him. "Your Majesty Haoshan, do you want to kill and silence the entire academy?" "I think so. This is unrealistic. Although you can easily do it with your strength, there is no guarantee that some fish will not slip through the net. If that happens, you and Xiao San will probably become evil soul masters that everyone shouts about, which will be even more detrimental to Xiao San's growth." End of this chapter. Chapter 9, 5 Kills and run away, steal home quickly. Chapter 9. Then what do you think we should do? Tang Hao asked in a deep voice, frowning. You can't stay here in Notting City. A friend of mine has opened a college in Soto without the qualifications to run a school. I can take Xiao-san to study there, Yu Xiaogang suggested. Tang Hao couldn't help interrupting when he heard Yu Xiaogang said there was no college with qualifications for running a school. Master, are you kidding me? Looking at Tang Hao's dissatisfied look, Yu Xiaogang explained, without the qualifications to run a school, some big forces will not notice it, and I will teach you in terms of teaching. That friend of mine is now a soul saint. Normally, it's enough to protect the mistress. Moreover, the college's enrollment requirements are relatively high, so there are very few students, which reduces the possibility of the mistress' identity being exposed. The students recruited are all geniuses, so they may not be able to help the mistress in the future. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's explanation, Tang Hao thought deeply. I heard that Yu Xiaogang had a relationship with the current Pope Bibidong before. Even if he really finds Xiaosan again, he might not let Xiaosan go for this guy's sake, except other forces in Wahundian will not give me face. Plus what this guy said just now, it is indeed safer than staying by my side. In that case, let's do as you say. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Yu Xiaogang smiled happily when he heard this. After all, if Tang San ran away with Tang Hao, who would be able to prove his theory? Then let's do it now. Yu Xiaogang! Bastard! Suddenly Tang Hao yelled in shock and anger, and saw Zhang Tianlin, who was clearly dead, suddenly appear next to Tang San, a monkey stealing peaches, only to hear a poof. Tang San screamed and huddled up unconsciously. Ha ha! Ha ha! Zhang Tianlin shook his hands and laughed. You are obviously dead, why do you suddenly appear next to Xiaosan? Tang Hao said angrily. Who knows? Zhang Tianlin replied nonchalantly, I said I would teach him a lesson he will never forget. Tang Hao frowned upon hearing this. After careful observation, he found that the injuries he had caused to him had disappeared, and Zhang Tianlin's current appearance made him feel inexplicably strange. This is also a matter of course, after all. Zhang Tianlin used the time gem to restore his state to the state when he cast time retrospect. It was Tang Hao's appearance when he first saw him, even his clothes were intact, but Tang Hao didn't pay attention to Zhang Tianlin from the bottom of his heart, so he naturally ignored it, but felt inexplicably strange. I'll pretend to be a ghost. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Tang Hao said coldly. Of course I believe that Haoshan DOULUO can kill me easily, but... Zhang Tianlin paused while talking and smiled jokingly at Tang Hao. Today's hatred, please give me your advice for the rest of my life. You didn't. Tang Hao said in a cold voice his death declaration to Zhang Tianlin. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Tianlin was engulfed by a nebula-like mist, and Zhang Tianlin was nowhere to be seen when the nebula dispersed. It was the space gem that activated it. Tang Hao quickly used his mental power to explore Zhang Tianlin's aura. At this time, Zhang Tianlin was already a few hundred meters away, and had already activated the Lihoku Immortal Thief to cover his aura. Just like when he attacked Tang San, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tang Hao wouldn't have noticed Zhang Tianlin at all. It wasn't even noticeable up close, and now it's even less noticeable a few hundred meters away. To be on the safe side, Zhang Tianlin continued to perform space transfer in one direction at high speed. In less than a moment, he had already run more than 10 kilometers. At the beginning of the fight with Tang San, Xiao Wu, who was pushed away by Zhang Tianlin, first watched in amazement as the ferocious battle between Zhang Tianlin and Tang San turned into Zhang Tianlin unilaterally killing Tang San, and finally dragged Tang San without knowing it. Where to go? A series of changes made her forget about Zhang Tianlin's frivolous treatment of her just now. When Zhang Tianlin was far away, he hurriedly covered his arrow wound and ran to the college medical room for treatment. The teacher of the healing department just stopped the bleeding and bandaged it with a soul technique, and he was showing cuteness to the teacher to thank him. Hearing the content of Zhang Tianlin's lion roar suddenly, he was terrified, and ran to the outside of the academy desperately, panicked in his heart, and fled towards the direction of the Star-Do forest. I don't know if the famous scene Resurrection, My Love will appear. And Zhang Tianlin, who has already run more than 10 kilometers with the space gem, is resting under a tree. Zhang Tianlin thought uncomfortably, damn, why is Tang Hao here at this time? Shouldn't he go to see the master when he should be on vacation? Could this be the halo of the protagonist? But I don't want to kill Tang San so quickly. Although I interrupted myself the plan, but it doesn't affect much, just don't have to think about the reason to ask for leave. Besides, I am still too conservative. With so many plugins enabled, why should I follow the plot? Zhang Tianlin stood up and shouted, there is no need for oars when rowing a boat, and there is no need for sails when going to sea. Without strong winds and huge waves, how can labor and wages fly like waves? After shouting like this, I feel that the whole person is transparent, and the purification mantra has broken through and deepened a lot, and I feel that the will of the soul has been greatly improved. Hehe, although it gave Tang San a memory worth remembering for a lifetime, his mother's spirit bone should be able to make him recover, right? And the blue-silver grass awakened into the blue-silver emperor should also be able to be reborn with severed limbs. That can't be given. Is he taking this opportunity to show me where the blue-silver emperor is? I saw Zhang Tianlin sitting cross-legged with his arms rounded, and a green gem emerged between his hands, which was the gem of time. I saw a burst of green light shining, and I saw Zhang Tianlin's figure flickering in place, which was exactly watching the timeline. With his current strength, he can only watch for about 1,000 years, but it is enough for him now. Half an hour later, Zhang Tianlin put away the time gem and stood up. When it comes to playing, I still have to talk about Tang Hao. Nima set up a trap for his wife for a 10-year soul ring. Like his son, he made a promise to his wife, if I want to hurt you, I will step on my corpse. Tisk tisk, and turn back. The mature blue-silver emperor was sold, causing Wahundian to hunt and kill his husband and wife continuously, and then tricked his wife into offering sacrifices by pretending to go through fire and water for his lover. No wonder that when he was being chased by Qian Sunji, there was no way to go from heaven to earth. It turned out to be the letter he reported himself. This can explain why Qian Sunji chased them until they had no way to escape, but later he, the apparent culprit who killed the Pope, was able to live in seclusion for 5 or 6 years without being found with a baby. I didn't even change my name, can you believe it? The reason why he is so decadent is because he thought that a 10-year-old soul ring would one day become a strong man like his grandfather and lead the Haoshan school to prosper, but he saw Qian DOULUO'S configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings. After being educated again, he broke his defenses and ran away desperately, but fell into deep despair. But compared to this, the real big melon is Chihiro Ji. I didn't expect it to happen like this for DOULUO in the Chamber of Secrets. Tisk tisk, this is an unimaginable truth. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Now that I know the location of the blue-silver emperor, go get that 10-year-old soul bone first. I saw Zhang Tianlin's whole body being swallowed by a nebula and appeared hundreds of meters away, constantly using space gems to jump into space. In less than half an hour, they arrived at a waterfall, which was exactly where Tang Hao placed the blue-silver emperor. Zhang Tianlin jumped through space and arrived at the cave where the blue-silver emperor was. The blue-silver emperor glanced at it with a wicked smile, dug out the blue-silver emperor in the soil, and put it into the space formed by the space gem. There is no doubt that the space formed by the space gem can naturally place living creatures. Afterwards, he searched the cave, found a metal box storing the blue-silver emperor's soul bone on a certain stone wall, and opened the box to take a look. Feeling the breath of life blowing towards his face, he nodded in satisfaction with a very complete left leg soul bone. Closed the box and put it away. Just about to leave, Zhang Tianlin suddenly felt that there was something wrong with leaving like this. After pondering for a while, suddenly it seemed that something came to his mind and his eyes lit up. Use the golden light spell to condense on your fingers to form a sharp claw, and leave a sentence on a relatively flat stone wall. I will raise your wife, this soul bone, My uncle will accept it as a reward, don't thank me too much. Zhang Tianlin stayed. After finishing writing, Zhang Tianlin clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Then he kept using space jumps, and in less than half an hour he arrived in a forest that looked quite primitive. After searching carefully, I finally found a giant tree formed by the entanglement of huge blue-silver grass. Looking at the blue-silver king in front of him, Zhang Tianlin said calmly, I think you are the blue-silver king. My name is Zhang Tianlin, and I brought you something. However, the blue-silver king in front of him ignored him and showed no reaction at all. But Zhang Tianlin didn't care. He stretched out his hand and the blue-silver emperor appeared in his palm. The emperor, it's the emperor. The people haven't felt the aura of the emperor for several years. At this moment, a face like an old man appeared on the branch of the blue-silver king. At this time, there was an excited sound. Human, why is the emperor in your hands? Didn't Tang Hao mean that the emperor sacrificed to him for him and his children, leaving nothing behind? Why do you still have the blue-silver emperor grown from the emperor's seedling? Tisk tisk, Tang Hao told you that? I don't know how to tell you, or you can see for yourself. Zhang Tianlin said jokingly. Let me see for myself, what do you mean? Before the blue-silver emperor finished speaking, a burst of green light shone on her body, and its consciousness was brought by Zhang Tianlin to the day when the blue-silver emperor and Tang Hao confirmed their relationship. I started to watch the development of time with Tang Hao as the main perspective. I saw Tang Hao's vow to the blue-silver emperor, and saw Tang Hao wearing a black robe to hide his figure and go to the Wuhan Hall to send a whistleblower letter exposing the blue-silver emperor's 10 yuan. The secret of Neon Soul Beast's restoration. Also saw how Tang Hao asked Wuhan Palace to drive their husband and wife to a dead end, forcing Blue-Silver Emperor to sacrifice his own spirit ring to him. I also saw Tang Hao showing his might and defeating the 3 titled DOULUO including the Pope. The aftermath of the intense battle caused the death of the child in his arms and was devoured by other souls and took away his body. Finally, I saw the grievances between Zhang Tianlin and Tang Hao's father and son. Ah, damn Tang Hao! You actually deceived my emperor like this. Lan Yunwang looked at him and roared angrily. At the same time, the blue-silver emperor in Zhang Tianlin's hands exuded a sad aura. Yes, Zhang Tianlin also showed the blue-silver emperor to watch together. Thank you, human, if it weren't for you, I would still be kept in the dark. I don't know that my emperor's child is dead. But I don't think you came to tell me this because of your kindness. I don't know what's your purpose. The Blue-Silver King said in a low and cold voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 End quote, Resurrection, my love, end quote. Chapter 10 Resurrection, my love. It's very simple. Since they are enemies, of course we will use any means to attack them. Zhang Tianlin said nonchalantly. That Tang San has the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor, but it's a pity that he hasn't awakened yet. I used the time stone to see that in the future he would add a poisonous spirit ring to his blue-silver grass, which would cut off the way for his spirit to evolve independently. I can rely on you to perform the awakening ceremony to fully awaken the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Speaking of this piece of Tianlin, he paused for a moment, and said with an evil look on his face, I know that there can only be one blue-silver emperor in your blue-silver grass lineage at a time, and it is possible for a king-level blue-silver grass like you to awaken the devouring ability. How about devouring this blue-silver emperor, so that your own blood can be sublimated into blue-silver emperor? He said and raised the blue-silver emperor in his hand. Hearing this, the Lanyan king couldn't help showing a longing expression in his eyes, and struggled a bit in his heart. Shame and anger roared, I will never devour the emperor. Damn human, don't try to tempt me. That's really a pity. I have a way to resurrect your emperor. Do you know if you are willing? Zhang Tianlin said with pretense of regret. What method? The Blue-Silver King asked eagerly. Zhang Tianlin said with a smile that was not a smile, you have also felt it just now, the sad breath emitted by this Blue-Silver Emperor, which shows that its soul is preserved in the seed it left behind, and now as this seed germinates and grows, his memories and emotions are also slowly recovering. The only thing that is short of its recovery now is its lost cultivation base. I want to sacrifice your cultivation base to it with your blue-silver grass secret technique, and it should be able to revive soon. Especially I have the soul bone formed from its soul core here. As he spoke, he took out the blue-silver emperor's left leg bone from the space and waved it. What? The emperor's spirit bone is on your body? If that's the case, your method is indeed feasible. The Lanyan king said in surprise. Then there was a moment of silence, and the tangled look could be clearly seen from its face. As the sun slowly set, the blue-silver king finally made a decision. Are you really willing to give up a 10-year-old soul bone? It doesn't matter, for me, the age of this soul bone is too low, I don't like it. To be honest, your emperor is really beautiful, I am more greedy for her body than the soul bone. Zhang Tianlin said wretchedly laughed. When the Lanyan king heard this, even the face with condensed branches couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. In this case, then you put the emperor and her soul bones together and put them on the ground. Finally, Blue-Silver King solemnly requested, can you please protect the emperor in the future? From the magical ability you just performed, I think you must be able to protect the emperor, right? Zhang Tianlin rolled his eyes and said, why should I protect her? What's in it for me? Although he said so, he put the Blue-Silver Emperor and his spirit bone on the ground according to the Blue-Silver King's request. Haha, didn't you just say that you were greedy for our emperor's body? Blue-Silver King said nonchalantly, and isn't the purpose of your coming here to prevent Tang San from awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline and evolving his martial soul into the Blue-Silver Emperor? Well, as long as I die as a sacrifice, no one can give him the awakening ceremony. If the Emperor is successfully resurrected, it will completely block his way to independently evolve into the Blue-Silver Emperor. Isn't that why you came here? After saying these words, the Blue-Silver King's body burned with a special flame, and finally its body dispersed into countless light spots, floating towards the Blue-Silver King on the ground and wrapping it up. At the same time, the other blue-silver grass in the forest also had clusters of light spots exuding the aura of life floating towards the Blue-Silver Emperor. Zhang Tianlin looked at the loyal Blue-Silver King, felt moved in his heart, and used the soul gem to collect its undissipated soul into the space within the soul gem. But the Blue-Silver Emperor on the ground exuded an increasingly sad aura. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tianlin saw the roots of the Blue-Silver Emperor slowly turning black. Without waiting for him to observe carefully, countless light spots have completely surrounded it to form a blue light ball, and it is still pulsating very regularly like life. There are still blue light spots floating in the forest. In this dark night, under the boundless starry sky, it seems that countless stars gather together to form an egg of life. The sun rose and the moon set, and finally when the morning light broke on the third day, we found the ball of light where the Blue-Silver Emperor was. Countless blue-gold blue-silver grasses surged out from the ground, slowly wrapping the ball of light. Zhang Tianlin, who was waiting on the side, saw with sharp eyes that some of the roots of these blue-silver grasses that were exposed to the ground had turned dark blue, which looked quite evil. After about an hour or so, the blue-silver grass that wrapped the light ball slowly opened like a blooming flower, revealing the naked little loli hugging her knees and curling up inside. Zhang Tianlin wiped his eyes and took a closer look. It was indeed a little Lolita with blue-gray hair. She looked about the same age as Xiaowu. Zhang Tianlin twitched the corner of his mouth speechlessly, and couldn't help but slap himself in the face. I was thinking, why is she a little loli, and judging from the color of her hair, I always feel that the style of painting is wrong. Didn't the Ayan I saw in the past timeline have blue hair? And the color of the root will not be darkened. Var. At this moment, a pair of naked feet appeared in front of Zhang Tianlin. He looked up and saw a naked little loli with blue-gray hair and a cold face standing in front of him. Maybe it's because his body hasn't developed yet, or because he has been exposed to various beauties on the internet for a long time in his previous life, so Zhang Tianlin doesn't have any gaffes that he likes to see. You brought me here to resurrect, right? A cold voice sounded. It's me. Zhang Tianlin replied helplessly. Haha, what a magical ability to be able to see everything that happened in the past. Tang Hao. Tang Hao. The voice without emotion gradually gritted its teeth and growled in hatred. The person in front of him slowly spread his hands and turned around slowly and said to Zhang Tianlin, "You like the way I look? Yes, you can do whatever you want with this body. As long as you can help me revenge in the future and kill Tang Hao and the devourer whoever has the soul of my child in his body, I will serve you forever and ever." Zhang Tianlin was helpless when he heard this. I thought to myself, I'm just talking about it, why do you all take it seriously? This is really a momentary pleasure, and a constant pleasure. If I explain it, it's not a slap in the face, I don't want to face it. Damn, I'm just greedy for what's wrong with your body. A wretched smile gradually appeared on his face and he stretched out his little finger and said, "Then it's an agreement." The blue-silver emperor twitched the corner of his mouth and stretched out his little finger to make an agreement with him, so the two made the agreement in a child's way, although it looked like they were both children. I don't know how to call you in the future. Yin. Zhang Tianlin. The blue-silver emperor Yin has died under the lies of her favorite person, and I am no longer that blue-silver emperor. I will serve you for the Lord all my life, why don't you give me a name instead? That's it. Zhang Tianlin touched his chin and said nonchalantly, "Since you are another person who has regained a new life, then you can just choose a name and live the new life of your own choice." After a pause, he said, "This is an order from your boss." When the blue-silver emperor heard this, his cold eyes flickered slightly, and he was silent for a while and said, "Then you can call me Xiaolan from now on. Everything here has been dealt with, let's go." Zhang Tianlin. Where are you going? To seek revenge on Tang Hao? Xiaolan asked. Zhang Tianlin looked at Xiaolan speechlessly, sighed and said, "I'm just a soul warrior who hasn't attached a soul ring yet, and I'm looking for revenge? Are you sure you didn't send someone's head from 1,000 miles away?" Xiaolan's face changed when he heard this. "Are you just a soul warrior? Now I regret the agreement with you. Since the previous agreement is invalidated, we will go our separate ways. I owe you a favor." Hey. Don't worry, you should think so. I am already so powerful as a soul warrior, wouldn't I be even more invincible if my cultivation level increases? You think so? Zhang Tianlin stretched out his hand and called out to explain. Then he stretched out his hand to point at Xiaolan, emitting a red light covering Xiaolan's whole body. A pair of white stockings appeared on her legs, and a light green dress with a short front and a long back covered her body. Her hair was tied into a ponytail with a tie to match his cold and pretty face, giving people a sense of humor. A heroic feeling. Finish off with a pair of green and white sneakers. Looking at Xiaolan, who was heroic and full of energy, Zhang Tianlin nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his hand. Looking at the clothes on her body that had changed from scratch, Xiaolan was stunned in surprise. "How is it?" A proud voice came to her ears, and Xiaolan came back to her senses. "Is this your martial soul ability?" Seeing Zhang Tianlin nodded, Xiaolan couldn't help but said in surprise, "There is no attached soul ring, and your cultivation level is only at the soul warrior level, so you can do such a powerful thing." Xiaolan solemnly said to Zhang Tianlin, "In this case, our agreement will continue to take effect." Zhang Tianlin was speechless. "You are really playing with the wind." He snorted softly, "Humph, why do you think you can take effect if you want to, and go back on it if you want to go back on it? Just because I have a beauty that can make you lust after, just because you are also a stinky man." Xiaolan said lightly. Zhang Tianlin looked at Xiaolan speechlessly, and Xiaolan looked at Zhang Tianlin without showing any weakness. A gust of wind blew past, and the rustling of the blue-silver grass all over the ground broke the silence at this moment. Slowly, Zhang Tianlin showed a lewd smile and smiled at Xiaolan, "You are really good at judging people. He grabbed Xiaolan's waist, held her in his arms, and nibbled on her pretty face. He kissed her cheek like a dragonfly and let go of her waist. Let's go. Where to go? The land of the extreme north. Add a soul ring to me. Update one more chapter if you don't go to work. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Tang Hao and his son broke through the defense. Chapter 11 Tang Hao and his son broke through the defense. The sky was white, the ground was white, and except for the howling wind, there was no other sound. Two people in white cloaks are moving forward slowly. If you want to get the soul ring, why don't you go to the Stardew forest instead of running here? I doubt if there are really soul beasts here. One of them couldn't help but asked with doubts in his heart. It was Xiaolan who had reformed into a human form. Hehe, there are no soul beasts in the extreme north? This is really a big joke. Undoubtedly, it was Zhang Tianlin who answered. The far north, what is the name of this place? And I wonder if there are any soul beasts here? Is there any problem? We have been walking in this snowfield for most of the day without encountering a soul beast. Xiaolan, your question is as ridiculous as asking if there are any soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest. As for the fact that you haven't encountered any soul beasts, it doesn't even count at the periphery. How could it be so easy to encounter soul beasts? Zhang Tianlin explained. Why don't you use your martial spirit to teleport directly, instead of walking slowly here? Xiaolan asked impatiently. No wonder, after all, after driving for a long time, there was always a vast expanse of white in front of us. Apart from the sound of stepping on the snow, the only sound in my ears was the whistling of the wind. It's so boring. Sometimes life needs a sense of ritual. Zhang Tianlin said angrily. And traveling in such an environment, isn't it a kind of inner training? Although relying on my martial spirit, I can almost do anything. But if I, the controller, have no strength, how much power can I exert? So, restraint is what I should do now. Instead of abusing this power, it will only make me lose the motivation to move forward and make me get lost in this power and gradually become slack. This puts the cart before the horse. Xiaolan fell silent after hearing this, with a thoughtful look on her face. After a long while, he said disgustedly, it sounds reasonable, but I still can't understand your behavior. Besides, you used your martial arts viewing timeline in the hotel room these past few nights to find the soul beast you wanted. And, if I'm not mistaken, the power used to counteract the cold on the two of us is also the power of your martial soul, right? Why use all these things, but not on the road? The ones that will be there soon have to be left. Are you sick? Obviously shocked by Xiaolan's words, Zhang Tianlin explained angrily, what is sickness? I use the power of infinite gems to find my target, because no one knows the situation here, and we can't find out where the spirit beasts gather. The reason for using gems to resist the severe cold is because our cultivation is not enough to survive in such a harsh environment, and only you can completely offset the cold. And I have been controlling the temperature to the edge so that I will not freeze to death, so as to hone my will. As for walking now, it is also a kind of practice. I know that I can go to the place I want to go and even do everything I want to do, but I still control this desire. Do you know how much determination it takes to resist this temptation? Especially after I used this power to play with a titled DOULUO, there was always a voice in my heart telling me, you can do whatever you want. No need to explain, your behavior, in the words of you humans, is, you want to be a bitch and set up an archway. Ha, boring. Xiaolan rolled her eyes and mocked. Obviously these words broke Zhang Tianlin's guard, and there were various explanations along the way. Although I have it, I must use it with caution. Although I am very powerful, I only use it occasionally. Wait, a lot of incomprehensible words. At the same time, an angry voice came from the cave where Tang Hao had placed Xiaolan. Ayin, my Ayin. Who? Who is it? Ah! With a loud bang, the roof of the cave was overturned by a huge force, and a figure flew out of it. A middle-aged man who looked about 50 years old, but his figure was very tall and burly, but his dress was not flattering. The torn robe was worn on the body, without even a patch on it, revealing the bronze skin underneath. The originally fairly regular facial features now looked like a ferocious evil spirit, a pair of eyes as red as blood as if they wanted to eat people, and the hair was messy. It looked like a bird's nest, and the beard on his face, which had not been trimmed for countless days, was condensed here and there. It was Tang Hao. At this time, Tang Hao was flying in the air holding the clear sky hammer. He kept hitting the surroundings randomly, and a burst of white light spread from his body. The plants he came into contact with were covered with white frost, and some animals that had not escaped also fainted and became stiff. "Dad, come and look, there are words here." Suddenly a childish voice sounded. "I will raise your wife, and I will accept this soul bone as a reward without ceremony. Don't thank me too much. Zhang Tianlin will keep it." A middle-aged man's voice sounded. Tang Hao, who was going mad, finally regained some sense after hearing what the two said, and came to the two. Looking at the writing on the stone wall, he didn't know whether it was a rush of anger or a relapse of an old injury. Suddenly a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, and he said word by word through gritted teeth, "Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin, Zhang Tianlin." Another hateful voice sounded. It was Tang San. At this time, Tang San's red eyes were staring at the words left by Zhang Tianlin, and he kept repeating the name. Slowly, slowly. Tang San let out a beast-like roar, "Ah, Zhang Tianlin! Zhang Tianlin, the hatred of my parents, the hatred at the root, one day I will cut you into pieces to relieve the hatred in my heart." "Hey!" A sigh came from Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang looked at the words on the wall with complicated emotions. After clearing up his mood, he asked Tang Hao, "Your Majesty Haoshan, you said that there is something here that can restore Xiaosan's body. I don't know where it is. The most urgent thing now is to treat Xiaosan." As Zhang Tianlin expected, Tang Hao and the others came to get the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone to treat Tang San. Tang San was crippled by Zhang Tianlin before when he was attacked by a monkey stealing peaches, but Zhang Tianlin's attack was so cunning that he was crushed to pieces. They found a few healing soul masters in Nodding City. The injuries on their bodies were healed, but unfortunately they were helpless with the 1 or 2 inches of flesh. At that time, Tang San was as if he had lost his soul and was like a walking zombie under this kind of blow. Seeing him like this, Tang Hao told him that there was something that might be able to help him recover, so he planned to bring him over to get the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang also suggested coming together, and after Tang San recovered, they would go directly to Soto. The city took refuge with his good brother Flanders. Finally, after several days of traveling, Tang Hao brought the two of them to this cave. As a result, Zhang Tianlin took away the soul bone first as he expected. Tang Hao was in a daze as he looked at the words on the stone wall. When he heard Yu Xiaogang's words, he couldn't help but said with an ugly face, "I was a step too late, and that damn brat took it away." "What?" Yu Xiaogang Tang San shouted in disbelief. Tang Hao pointed at the wall and said, "That's the soul bone he was talking about. It's the soul bone left by Xiaosan's mother. It's a 10-year-old soul bone. And it has a life attribute. I guess it should be able to give Xiaosan a very good recovery effect. The powerful soul bone technique has a high probability of being able to regenerate a severed limb." 10-year soul bone! Yu Xiaogang shouted in horror. "Father, teacher, what is a spirit bone?" Tang San asked suspiciously. Yu Xiaogang heard Tang San's question, glanced at Tang Hao, and saw that he had no desire to speak, so he said, "The so-called ring with more bones means more skill. The ring with less bones will run away. The ring bone among them they refer to soul rings and soul bones respectively. Soul rings are what everyone needs to break through to a great realm. Just like if you have full innate soul power, you need to absorb soul rings to break through before you can continue to practice. Soul bones are extremely precious things dropped from soul beasts. No matter what year the soul bones are, soul masters of all levels can absorb them. Each soul bone will give the soul master a skill. People can absorb 6 soul bones of the head, torso, and limbs. Moreover, soul bones can greatly enhance the physical fitness of a soul master. And the 10-year-old soul ring and soul bones are the best treasures in the soul master world, because each 10-year-old soul ring and soul bone can give the soul master 2 soul skills. The average soul ring and soul bone only have 1 soul skill. Tang San listened to Yu Xiaogong's description with longing on his face. Then he thought about what his father had just said to give him a 10-year-old soul bone to heal his broken body, but Zhang Tianlin took it away. Thinking of this, Tang San almost gritted his teeth, and blood flowed from his teeth, staining his teeth red, making him look like an evil ghost who just had a full meal. Zhang Tianlin. This is what he said today. I don't know how many times I have called this name. Seeing that the father and son's mood fluctuated violently, Yu Xiaogang hesitated to speak, and finally swallowed the comforting words with a long sigh and stopped speaking. I don't know how long it took, but Tang San slowly calmed down. He glanced at Tang Hao, frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Father, you don't need to be too sad. I have already thought about it clearly. It doesn't matter even if there is no hope of treatment for my broken body. Sooner or later, I will pay back the old and new grudges with Zhang Tianlin 100 times 1,000 times, and when the time comes, I will definitely crush them to ashes." As he spoke, hatred filled his heart and he gritted his teeth. Tang Hao came back to his senses after hearing Tang San's words, and said happily, "Yes, that's what a man from the Tang family should be like. He can't get depressed because of such a setback." Looking at Tang San's lower 3 inches, he paused and said, "However, your injury is not completely helpless, but that will not work until you have cultivated to level 50. Whether there is a level requirement for the awakening of the Emperor's bloodline, this book sets it." Hearing this, Tang San clenched Tang Hao's arms with excitement and said, "Really? Dad, you didn't lie to me, did you? Actually, your blue-silver grass is not an ordinary blue-silver grass, otherwise it would not have awakened with the clear sky hammer to allow you to achieve twin martial souls. After all, only martial souls of the same quality can achieve twin martial souls, just like how could the Emperor be on an equal footing with the common people? It's just that you haven't fully awakened yet. When you reach level, I will take you to undergo a full awakening ceremony. Your body will be reshaped after awakening, and the defects on your body will naturally be healed by then." "Great, great!" Tang San clenched his fists excitedly and lowered his head and muttered to himself. Then thinking of Tang Hao's description of the conditions for becoming twin martial souls just now, and thinking of Yu Xiaogong's guess about his own twin martial souls that day, his eyes and pupils shrank, and he secretly hated, "Is it really like Zhang Tianlin said, this is a waste with high eyesight and low hands? No, I'm not wrong, how could I be wrong? Maybe it's just because there are too few examples of twin martial souls. Even if the teacher is knowledgeable, it is impossible to know everything. That's right, that's it. Zhang Tianlin is wrong. Can step on it." Thinking of this, Tang San raised his head and looked at Yu Xiaogang. "Teacher, now I need to absorb the soul ring to break through the realm before I can continue to practice. I don't know how to choose my soul ring." Yu Xiaogang was at a loss when he heard Tang Hao's words. When he heard Tang San's question, he put his left hand behind his back, put his right hand into a fist and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. The cultivation of martial arts often needs to be done at the beginning. Just choose the direction of training. Your blue-silver grass is too fragile and it is not a good choice to develop in the direction of strong attack. It cannot bring you a speed bonus, so the agility attack system will not work either. The more suitable ones are the auxiliary system and the control system. Your clear sky hammer is the #1 power attack spirit in the world. If you choose to become an auxiliary spirit master, you may be neglected in fighting in the future. It is not a good choice for you to practice the clear sky hammer in the future, so I suggest you use it. Blue-silver grass develops into the control system to hone your overall view of the battle. It will also be of great help to you in the future. Tang Hao on the side nodded and said, in theory, you are indeed worthy of the name of a master. It can be said that you have considered all aspects, and there is nothing wrong with it. If that is the case, let me be responsible for hunting soul beasts. Hearing his idol's praise, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel agitated and his face showed excitement. Then Tang Hao took the two of them to the soul hunting forest in the original work to hunt Tang San's first soul ring. I don't know if it's God's will, but Tang San's first spirit ring is also a mandala snake, but I don't know if it's the one in the original work. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Mental Detection. Chapter 12 Mental Detection. The first soul skill, blue-silver spike formation. With a soft shout, countless blue-silver grasses split into several strands and stretched out from under Xiaolan's feet like waves at an extremely fast speed to wrap around the ice wolf in front of him. Zhang Tianlin was clothed in golden light, and his right hand became a knife. The golden light condensed on his hand and formed a blade to stab the ice wolf's waist. It inserted into the ice wolf with a pop sound, and then Zhang Tianlin waved his right hand, almost cutting it in half. As a large amount of blood flowed out, the ice wolf entangled in the blue-silver grass slowly stopped struggling and finally became motionless. Looking at the frozen ice wolf, Xiaolan took back the blue-silver grass wrapped around the ice wolf's body, frowned and asked Zhang Tianlin, I've been driving in this snow for 2 days, and I met the spirit beast yesterday. Up to now, the age of this soul beast has reached more than 800 years, and it may be the Millennium Soul Beast Zone before that. Even if we join forces, it will be very dangerous. The first soul ring will only be around 300 or 400 years at most, so there is no need for us to continue. Are you going to break in? After all, you are just a soul master and I am only a level 17 soul master. Zhang Tianlin shook his head indifferently when he heard the words, my first soul ring is a 1000-year soul ring. I never thought about absorbing a century-old soul ring. Are you crazy? Xiaolan looked at him with wide eyes in disbelief and said in horror. Zhang Tianlin looked at her and smiled lightly, don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Besides, he looked Xiaolan up and down and said playfully, if I don't behave differently to give you confidence, you're like this, people who adapt to the situation may run away at any time. I am showing my value well. When Xiaolan heard this, she remained silent. Looking at Zhang Tianlin complicatedly, he said, you are such a lunatic. If you really succeed, I will follow you to the death. Then let's wait and see. Zhang Tianlin had already walked more than 10 meters with his back to her, and called out, follow me, my goal is not far from here. Roar came from afar. Immediately afterwards, there was another trombone ah sound with a hint of unwillingness. It's there, follow up quickly. Zhang Tianlin greeted and ran towards the direction of the sound. Xiaolan followed closely, how do you know this is your goal? Haha, my time gem can not only watch the past. Zhang Tianlin replied smoothly. Xiaolan's pupils shrank when she heard this, and her figure couldn't help but freeze in place. After arriving at the place where the roar just came, Zhang Tianlin hid behind a piece of ice rock and looked quietly. A tiger about 10 meters in length faced him with its back facing him. Its blue fur was streaked with grey every day. On its limbs, like a layer of ice armor made of solid ice, it extended from its claws to its calf joints. Beyond the figure of the tiger, several ice wolves could be seen drifting away with their tails between their legs. This ice tiger is your target? My perception tells me that this tiger is a 10,000-year soul beast. At this time, Xiaolan's dignified voice came from behind Zhang Tianlin. Actually, this is a 1000-year-old ice silkworm. The ice silkworm's ability is to rely on its mental power to simulate other powerful soul beasts to scare away the enemy. Zhang Tianlin said without looking back. If you look at his eyes from the front at this time, you can see that his eyes are shining with a faint golden light. But in his eyes, there is no tiger at this moment, there is only a white ice silkworm with its back facing him, panting continuously. Obviously simulating a 10,000-year soul beast is also quite difficult. Zhang Tianlin is condensing his soul power into his right hand, and the golden light on his right hand changes into the shape of a sword blade. As more and more soul power is input, the sword blade formed by the golden light emits an increasingly terrifying and sharp aura. At the same time, he was distracted and used all his strength to cover his aura with Lyoku immortal thieves to avoid being discovered by the ice silkworms who turned their backs to him. At the same time, explained to Xylan, when I start to absorb the spirit ring, you wrap the two of us with blue silver grass and then control the blue silver grass to cover the outside with a layer of snow, lest there will be other souls when I absorb the spirit ring. Beasts, come here. After finishing speaking, he quietly watched the ice wolf leaving in front of the ice silkworm and waited. As the ice wolf could no longer be seen in his sight, Zhang Tianlin moved instantly. He could only see a golden stream of light passing by. He had already arrived behind the ice silkworm, and the golden sword blade condensed on Zhang Tianlin's right hand had already emerged from the ice. The head of the silkworm was stabbed into the back. As life passed away, the ice silkworm stood upright and collapsed on the ground. Purple light spots slowly floated out from the ice silkworm's body and condensed into a purple halo above it. There were two faint flame-like lines engraved on the halo. A lot of people in DOULUO always use light yellow, purple, and yellow to show the age of the soul ring, and I use the lines in the 10-year-old soul ring in DOULUO early to distinguish it, but mine is the same color as the soul ring. There are as many flame patterns in the ring. For example, if there are 5 patterns in a yellow soul ring, it means 500 years, and if there are 7 patterns in a purple soul ring, it means 7,000 years. After the soul ring stabilized, Zhang Tianlin used his soul power to attract it, and the soul ring was placed on his body. A soul ring of at least 2,000 years. Xylan looked at Zhang Tianlin, who was absorbing the soul ring with complicated eyes, and then wrapped the figures of the two with blue silver grass and covered them with a layer of snow according to Zhang Tianlin's instructions just now. As for Zhang Tianlin, who was absorbing the soul ring, as the soul ring was put on his body, the severe pain he imagined came as expected. He felt as if his whole body was being cut by countless sharp blades. His internal organs ached everywhere, and the tyrannical energy was constantly tearing at his body, leaving him in constant pain. Wave after wave of severe pain kept hitting Zhang Tianlin's mind. To be honest, Zhang Tianlin really felt a little bit regretful at this time. He clearly decided to absorb the soul ring that was more than 1,000 years old at the beginning, just because it was from Tang Hao's hand. He escaped and abducted his wife. Although he told himself not to float, he still couldn't help it. I used the time gem again and again to search in the timeline, but when I finally found this 2,000-year-old ice silkworm, I still couldn't help but think, it's just an extra 1,000 years. Instead of spending more time looking for the goal that I originally decided to be in the early millennium. Under the impact of wave after wave of pain, Zhang Tianlin's consciousness slowly began to blur, and then a middle-aged man with a cropped head in a black robe appeared in front of him. It was Yu Xiaogang. Then Tang San's figure also appeared in front of his eyes. The two looked at him mockingly, just smiled there, without saying a word. Hee. I also laughed at others for their high-mindedness and low-handedness, but in the end I am too ambitious. Zhang Tianlin laughed at himself. So, I can't really give them a chance to laugh at me, even if it's an illusion. Zhang Tianlin said firmly with self-mockery in his heart, and the mentality that had been floating because of what happened during this period was shaken by this heavy blow. The fall became smoother. Zhang Tianlin concentrated his mind and said silently in his heart, Tai Shang Tai Xing is constantly responding to changes. Exorcism, bound charm, protect your life, protect your body, wisdom, purity, peace of mind. The 3 souls will never lose their souls. I don't know whether it was a change in mentality or the impact of severe pain. At this time, Zhang Tianlin, who was practicing the purifying mantra to stay awake, felt that the purifying mantra was running several times faster than usual, strengthening his soul and will. Slowly, he actually suppressed the pain caused by the impact of the spirit ring. If he didn't feel that his body was about to fail, he might have continued to practice like this. Feeling that his body was about to be unable to hold on any longer, Zhang Tianlin quickly used the Lihoku Immortal Thief to absorb the energy in the soul ring, and continued to repair his body that was in tatters due to the energy impact. Xiaolan outside looked at Zhang Tianlin's face of pain when he absorbed the soul ring from the beginning, and his body was constantly bulging muscles here and there. As time went by, his body continued to explode and blood mist filled his body. He couldn't help clasping his hands, frowning. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, and gradually Zhang Tianlin's face no longer looked painful. The blood mist around his body went back into Zhang Tianlin's body contrary to common sense. The wounds on his body also healed visibly. Finally, Zhang Tianlin sat there calmly absorbing the soul ring energy. Seeing this, Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time couldn't help being shocked. Even if she saw it with her own eyes, she still couldn't believe it. There is actually someone whose first soul ring is a millennium. Followed by a burst of excitement, the child's revenge is hoped. Looking at Zhang Tianlin's peerless beauty, he suddenly blushes, thinking of the promise to him. Actually, it doesn't feel bad to be asked to sleep by him in the future. After an unknown amount of time, all the soul rings on Zhang Tianlin's body melted into his body and disappeared. Zhang Tianlin opened his eyes and stood up. Feeling the current state, he couldn't help grinning. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed this soul ring breakthrough. Xiaolan on the side congratulated. Haha. Zhang Tianlin smiled triumphantly, hugged Xiaolan and kissed her hard on the face. It almost failed, but when I thought about it, and you, a beauty, I couldn't be willing to die like this. Hold on to me. Zhang Tianlin was thinking in his heart, although the result is the same as what I saw, the strangeness in the body during the process is different from what I thought. Is this the so-called person who plays with time? Will he be played by time? Xiaolan, who was suddenly kissed, stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, rolled her eyes and said, "You are really a brat, but you are so persistent in hunting this soul ring and you don't know what the soul skill is." Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin let go of Xiaolan, his eyes lit up, and a purple soul ring emerged from his feet and slowly moved on his head, and finally stood upright, rested on the back of his head and slowly rotated. Then lit up this soul ring, the first soul skill spiritual detection. Zhang Tianlin's eyes were covered with a layer of golden light. Once his field of vision changed, he didn't need eyes to see it. All the scenery within a radius of meters was presented in his mind in a three-dimensional form. Any slight change in any place would be reflected immediately in their brains. Looking at the change in his vision, Zhang Tianlin felt secretly happy. It is indeed as I guessed. This soul skill enhances the effect of the soul skill according to the spiritual strength of the soul master. After all, Huo Yuhao's first soul skill at the beginning only had a radius of 30 meters. The range of meters, I am only 1,000-year spirit ring, but its range is several times larger than his. It doesn't work for you, does it? Seeing that there was no change in the surroundings after Zhang Tianlin used the soul skill, Xiaolan said speechlessly. Hey, the effect of my soul skill. Zhang Tianlin told Xiaolan the effect of the soul skill with a smile. This soul skill is useless, right? Although my blue-silver domain doesn't have your vision, it can detect enemies in a wide range. The soul skill you almost killed is not very powerful, and it's an auxiliary soul skills, so how do you fight against the enemy? Xiaolan said disappointedly. Zhang Tianlin said lightly, what if this soul skill increases the field of vision according to the strength of the spirit? And do you think I lack the means to fight against the enemy? Increase the effect of the skill according to the level of mental power. Xiaolan opened her eyes wide and said in surprise, then the range of this soul skill will also increase when you level up in the future? It is indeed a practical soul skill, even if you become a titled DOULUO in the future. It is a very practical skill, and your self-created soul skills can make you at least equal to opponents of the same level in the early stage. Zhang Tianlin chuckled, not only that, if I get the second soul skill I want, then the effect of the combination of the two soul skills will be even more unimaginable. Hey? What kind of effect? Xiaolan raised her eyebrows and asked. I'll let you feel it after I get the second soul ring. Zhang Tianlin. Oh, don't say it if you don't say it. Then what should we do next? Xiaolan. Get my second soul ring. Zhang Tianlin. Xiaolan. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Drop, Plug-in Online. Chapter 13 Drop, Plug-in Online. The wind was freezing, and large flakes of snow covered the endless ice field. He exhaled softly. Zhang Tianlin opened his eyes and stood up, stretched out his hands and stretched his body, and there was a sound like popping beans on his body. Immediately felt indescribably comfortable. It's the first time I've seen you hunt for the second spirit ring as soon as you absorbed the first spirit ring. Is it the spirit ability you want? Xiaolan, who stood aside, said. He. Zhang Tianlin chuckled, and summoned a soul ring through his soul power. 2 purple soul rings emerged from bottom to top, and there were 8 flame-like patterns on the outer one, which was one more than 8,000 years of spirit rings. Zhang Tianlin asked casually, how long did it take me to absorb the spirit ring this time? He kept moving, and the first and second spirit rings lit up at the same time. It's more than 3 days, and I didn't expect the 8,000-year-old soul ring, Xiaolan replied smoothly after hearing Zhang Tianlin's question. Halfway through he was so horrified that he was speechless. At this time, under the gaze of Xiaolan's eyes, the flow of time seems to have slowed down, and everything around them is exceptionally clear. Wherever their eyes are, a lot of information will appear in their minds instantly. Xiaolan looked at a falling snowflake. The tiny snowflake showed its beautiful shape in her eyes, and the distance between the snowflake and the ground under her feet clearly appeared in her mind, and even the sound of each falling snowflake. One tumbling change. All the details were clearly present in the back of his mind. Not only that, within a radius of 300 meters, there is no need for eyes to see, all the scenery is presented in her mind in a 3-dimensional form, and any slight change in any place will be reflected in their brains immediately. Xiaolan looked at Zhang Tianlin, and sure enough, Zhang Tianlin's 2 soul rings were glowing slightly at this time, and it was obvious that the soul rings had been activated to use soul skills. How about it? Can these 2 soul skills be used together? Zhang Tianlin's proud voice suddenly sounded in Xiaolan's mind. You. Xiaolan opened her mouth in surprise, but could only utter one word. As long as you concentrate a little and connect to the mental node you feel in your mind, you can convey what you want to say to me. Zhang Tianlin's voice sounded in his mind again. This time, Xiaolan, who looked at him, could confirm that Zhang Tianlin did not. He spoke and just looked at her with a smile on his face. After a moment of silence, Xiaolan connected her spirit with the mental node in her mind as Zhang Tianlin said, and conveyed, "Am I beautiful?" Then she disconnected and conveyed again, "You can't do it now." After all this, looking at Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin smiled when he heard the voice in his mind, "Of course it's beautiful." He made a heart gesture with one hand as he spoke, obviously the latter sentence was not conveyed to him. Are you sharing the effect of your first soul skill with others? How many people can you share it with at most? Or can it only be one? Xiaolan asked doubtfully. My second soul skill is spirit sharing as I wished. Within the range of the soul skill, I link my spirit to the people I want to link to within the range, and in this way, I share my vision and thoughts with everyone connected. People. Zhang Tianlin happily introduced his second soul skill. This soul skill itself is a powerful auxiliary skill, especially on the battlefield, and it is simply a magical skill when combined with your first soul skill. How about the number of people? You haven't mentioned the number of people who can be linked. Doesn't it mean that no matter how many people within the range can link? Xiaolan said in disbelief. Zhang Tianlin nodded and shook his head. The effect of the skill is indeed unlimited, but if my mental power is not strong enough, this skill will have a limit on the number of people. As for how many people I can link now, I'm sorry I haven't tried it. I have no idea. Xiaolan was silent for a while, and then said, no wonder you ran here regardless of the danger to hunt for the soul ring. These 2 soul skills are really worth it. What is your current soul power level? Hehe. Zhang Tianlin smiled faintly. It seems that we will have to stay in this extreme north for a while, because I am already at level, and my 3rd soul skill is also to hunt this ice silkworm. I hope I won't get that auxiliary soul ability. As long as it is one of the 2 control soul skills, I will be satisfied. It's hunting this kind of spirit beast again. How could they provoke you, the evil star? I'm really sad for them. Xiaolan rolled her eyes when she heard this. Maybe he has become numb from shock during this period of time, and he didn't show much emotional fluctuation when Zhang Tianlin wanted to add a 3rd soul ring. Instead, he was surprised that his 3rd spirit ring was going to hunt ice silkworms again. I can't help it. Although these ice silkworms are not powerful, their soul skills are really easy to use. Do you think that the weaker the soul beasts, the more powerful the soul skills are, such as them, such as you? Zhang Tianlin was also speechless about this situation, and murmured in his heart, for example, Xiao Wu and her mother. Okay, next we need to find a hidden and safe place. After chatting for a while, Zhang Tianlin said in a rare seriousness, aren't you going to hunt the 3rd soul ring? Xiaolan looked at Zhang Tianlin, who suddenly became serious, and asked suspiciously. My 3rd soul ring is undoubtedly a 10,000-year soul ring, so I need to make some preparations. Zhang Tianlin walked in a random direction after speaking. Xiaolan nodded silently and followed. After walking for a long time, I finally found an ice cave more than 10 meters above the ground. Zhang Tianlin used the golden light spell to condense a narrow staircase, and Xiaolan entered the cave effortlessly. Before entering, Zhang Tianlin made a huge ice rock to block the entrance of the cave. As he walked into the cave, he said to Xiaolan beside him, I don't know how long it will take this time. I will give you some dry food and teach you a special meditation method. You can do it here. Practice while waiting. Yet. Xiaolan responded when he heard the words, frowned and said, didn't you say to make some preparations? Why do you feel like you are going to do something dangerous? It's not dangerous, but I don't know how long it will take. Okay, let me teach you a meditation method. While the 2 of them were talking, they came to the bottom of the cave. Next, Zhang Tianlin chose the Chuanzhen inner elixir method of the Chuanzhen sect from his memory and taught it to Xiaolan. Because he was afraid that she would not understand it, he spent 2 days teaching it step by step in every detail, and finally looked at after she was able to practice alone without making any mistakes. She felt at ease and prepared to begin to remove the Golden Dragon King's bloodline seal and condensed energy and blood soul ring. For Zhang Tianlin, who intends to add a 3rd soul ring, and wants to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring, the so-called soul shock is for Zhang Tianlin, who is currently majoring in the spiritual system of martial soul eyes, and has already attached 2,000-year soul rings to greatly improve his spiritual cultivation. It's not enough to be afraid. However, it is precisely because of this that the increase in physical aspects is not much, or even non-existent. If it weren't for the fact that the immortal thief Lihoku could efficiently absorb and transform large-scale energy shocks to improve his soul power, I am afraid that the 2nd soul level would be different. In 8,000 years, maybe even in 5,000 years, the soul ring will die because the body cannot bear the explosion. Now that a 10,000-year soul ring is attached, it would be extremely difficult for the immortal thief Lihoku to digest and absorb the soul power impact. Therefore, the only way to ensure the safety of absorbing the spirit ring is to strengthen one's physical fitness. Now, the spiritual cultivation base has greatly increased, and the soul and will have been sublimated. Undoubtedly, undoing the Golden Dragon King's blood seal and condensing the chi and blood soul ring to strengthen his physique can be said to be the fastest and best choice. Zhang Tianlin was seen sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. Concentrate and let your mind come to your own spiritual sea. Standing in the center of the Sea of Spirits, Zhang Tianlin glanced at the Sea of Spirits, which was only the size of a lake, and nodded with satisfaction. Then his figure was sinking slowly bit by bit, and finally disappeared on the surface of the spiritual sea. The entire figure sank under the sea. There was only darkness surrounding it, and all that could be seen was a golden ball of light below. As it continued to get closer and closer, the ball of light in front of me became larger and larger, and I also remembered the sound of dragon roars in my ears. At this time, Zhang Tianlin's soul power was running peacefully outside his body. On Zhang Tianlin's back, some mysterious golden lines slowly appeared extending from the cervical vertebrae to the tail vertebrae. A faint burning sensation enveloped his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Under Zhang Tianlin's spiritual sea, getting closer and closer to the golden ball of light, it gradually became larger. When Zhang Tianlin could see its appearance clearly, it was a huge golden dragon. The golden dragon has 5 claws, and its body is covered with huge golden diamond-shaped scales, antlers, and a snake body. A burst of golden light suddenly bloomed, and Zhang Tianlin felt down to earth. Looking down, his illusory consciousness is stepping on the ground. The ground is paved with pieces of blue bricks, which seems to be a huge palace, and above the palace is the huge golden dragon suspended there. Compared with before, what he could see now was clearer. Zhang Tianlin looked at the 10 rings of light surrounding the huge golden dragon that was 100 meters long, and murmured to himself, "This is the golden dragon king, these rings should be its just sealed." Looking at the golden dragon king and the seal in front of him, Zhang Tianlin stretched out his hands and formed several hand seals. Finally, his right hand formed a sword and pointed at the golden dragon king, and he shouted softly, "Unsolved." There were 10 circles of light surrounding the golden dragon king's body. The bottom circle of light gradually cracked and spread continuously, finally covering the whole circle of light. Just hearing a bang, the aperture exploded and turned into countless golden light spots and disappeared. At this time, the golden dragon king's figure, who should have closed his eyes tightly and remained motionless, suddenly opened his eyes, then opened his mouth slightly and slowly aimed at Zhang Tianlin's illusory figure at this time. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianlin quickly sat cross-legged and used the purifying mantra to stabilize his mind. A golden beam of light was sprayed from the golden dragon king's mouth towards Zhang Tianlin. Miraculously, the beam of light hit Zhang Tianlin's upper body, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and was completely absorbed by him. Under him, golden energy slowly overflowed, slowly spreading to form a faint golden aperture. With the continuous injection of overflowing energy, the golden aperture slowly became clear and solidified. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Drop, Plug-in Online. Chapter 14 Drop, Plug-in Online. At the same time, on Zhang Tianlin's outer body, the golden lines on his spine slowly spread, and starting from his forehead, a faint net-like golden pattern slowly appeared, and continued to spread throughout his body. These rhombus-shaped golden patterns gradually became clear from the blur at the beginning, and Zhang Tianlin himself seemed to have a little ant crawled out from all the limbs, burrowed into his muscles, internal organs, and bones, wriggling slowly. Ah! The sudden itching pain that penetrated into the bone marrow made Zhang Tianlin scream and almost couldn't help but scratch it. Fortunately, he was using the purifying mantra to stabilize his mind, and soon the powerful soul will and mental power will. This unbearable feeling was instantly suppressed so that it could no longer cause trouble to Zhang Tianlin. With the passage of time, Zhang Tianlin's body was constantly reshaped and strengthened under the golden lines covering his whole body. Suddenly, Zhang Tianlin exuded a dragon power that destroyed everything. Fortunately, Xiaolan, who was in the same room with him, had not started practicing at this time. Otherwise, he would have been possessed by the sudden appearance of Long Wei and his whole body was weak. On the spiritual level, Zhang Tianlin is facing the impact of this shattered will. As expected, with the strength of his soul and will now, this will of destruction did not cause any trouble to him like a breeze blowing on his face. On the contrary, the sudden physical condition had a considerable impact on him. As time goes by, the sun rises and the moon sets. One day later, there was a sudden tearing sound, and the sleeve was broken. Zhang Tianlin's right hand turned into a golden dragon claw. Looking from the torn clothes, the faintly visible right chest was also covered with golden scales. The moment the golden dragon claw appeared, Zhang Tianlin felt as if his whole body was boiling, as if his whole body had been ignited. The golden mist overflowing from the body sitting cross-legged on the ground slowly condensed into a golden soul ring. Yellow soul ring? No, it's a golden soul ring. Frightened by the terrifying dragon, Xiaolan knelt down on the ground, looking suspiciously at the golden soul ring that suddenly appeared in his right hand that turned into a dragon's claw. She couldn't help muttering in her heart, "It seems that you have a lot of secrets, and this is dragon transformation, right?" The two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao once told me about the secret technique of dragon transformation, but this is not only the soul of the dragon martial soul. Is it a secret technique that can only be practiced by a teacher? And the only one who knows the secret technique of dragon transformation is the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect, which is the same as the top 3 sects of Haoshan School. But his surname is Zhang. Is he an illegitimate child? No, the so-called dragon transformation doesn't have this golden soul ring, and it can gather soul rings by itself without hunting soul beasts, just like our soul beasts. If he hadn't possessed a martial spirit, he really doubted whether the spirit beast had been rebuilt, and he was so kind to me inexplicably. After all, I was Tang Hao's wife before. You can't really be greedy for my body, right? No, he can transform into a dragon, which has a lot to do with dragons. It's normal to be lustful. In Zhang Tianlin's spiritual world, Zhang Tianlin, who had released the first layer of seals, was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with his hands forming the same fingerprints as before. The same sword pointed, the same bottom seal exploded, and the same beam of light hit Zhang Tianlin. The second blood soul ring also began to condense. With the first experience, this time the soul ring condenses, and the abnormalities in the body are instantly suppressed, but the impact on the spirit and will is several times stronger than the first time. Zhang Tianlin could feel that the continuous impact of shattered will was slowly eroding his own sanity. If he relaxed a little, he might become a killing machine that had no self-awareness and only knew how to destroy. The shattered will constantly hit Zhang Tianlin's consciousness like ocean waves. At this time, his originally blue spiritual sea has turned black and red from the edge to a cloudy appearance, and is slowly eroding towards the center. As for Zhang Tianlin, all he could do at this time was to run the purifying mantra with all his strength to stabilize his mind so that he would not be completely swallowed by this will of destruction. Outside, Xiaolan looked at Zhang Tianlin, whose whole body was once again covered with mysterious golden lines, and almost collapsed in her heart. Feeling the more terrifying and violent Longwei on his body than the previous one, Zhang Tianlin, whose skin had turned red under the golden lines in front of him. I kept roaring in my heart, "Let me practice when I'm bored. My mother can't even stand now, so she can only kneel like this. What the hell is practicing?" No matter how much she complained in her heart, Xiaolan could only grit her teeth and kneel there to hold on. There was a violent storm and snow outside the cave, and the sun rose and the moon set, giving the impression that the change in the sky was not particularly obvious. In fact, 7 days had passed. At this time, Zhang Tianlin's spiritual sea has been eroded to less than a tenth of what can be seen. But for some reason, the scope of the entire sea of spirits has more than doubled from the beginning. Suddenly, in the only remaining blue spiritual sea, a strong golden light shot out from under the sea surface, gradually rendering the original blue spiritual sea into golden. When all the sea water turned golden, it slowly spread outwards, eroding the originally churning black-red sea waves into a golden calm sea surface, and the black-red sea waves full of shattered wool suddenly turned into rootless buoys. Like Ping, unable to resist the erosion of the golden ocean. Gradually, the entire sea of spirits turned into a golden ocean, calm and calm. At this time outside, in Xiaolan's eyes, Zhang Tianlin's body once again overflowed with golden mist, continuously tumbling and gathering, gradually turning into a golden soul ring. Deep in the consciousness under the sea of spirit, Zhang Tianlin's consciousness was standing there quietly at this time. It can be seen that his spiritual body at this time is more solid than before. Looking up, it has become smaller and only the body is left. The Golden Dragon King with 8 seals. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and gave up on continuing to remove the seal and condense the energy and blood soul ring. I saw his mind move and slowly float up, and once again glanced at the still motionless Golden Dragon King figure. His consciousness flew up quickly, and after a while, he came to the surface of the Sea of Spirits. Looking at the greatly changed the Sea of Spirits, said with emotion, "It was a blessing in disguise." Under the impact of the shattered will, not only the will of the soul has been further improved, but the spiritual power has also become larger and more solid. The Sea of Spirit has at least doubled compared to before. I saw Zhang Tianlin's conscious body slowly fading and disappearing in the middle of the Sea of Spirits, while Zhang Tianlin's body outside opened his eyes, looked at the pretty face that was less than a punch away from him, and couldn't help but lean back slightly. "What are you doing?" Xiaolan snorted and said disdainfully, "I just want to see what you are. You didn't hunt a soul beast, but you actually condensed a soul ring by yourself. You are so glib, and this is the end." Xiaolan was stunned by his operations, and when she regained her senses and was about to struggle, Zhang Tianlin had already let her go and took 2 steps back. "Whatever you say." Feeling the lingering taste in her mouth, Xiaolan said calmly, "Oh, what else can I do?" But she felt unhappy in her heart. But Zhang Tianlin was completely overwhelmed by these words, gritted his teeth and looked at her. Finally he could only sigh, walked impatiently to the corner and squatted in circles. "You just wait for me." Xiaolan's head was covered with black lines, and she looked at him with twitching eyes, and her fists couldn't help but harden. "The joke is over here. Tell me about your 2 soul rings." "It looks like a century-old yellow soul ring, but it looks more golden when you look closely," Xiaolan said. Zhang Tianlin smiled awkwardly, stood up, and pumped his blood. 2 golden soul rings emerged and danced on his body, and at the same time his arms turned into golden dragon claws, and his entire upper body was covered by golden dragon scales. "This is the one in my blood. The color of this soul ring represents a soul ring of millions of years, but limited by my own current strength, I cannot fully display its power. However, using this power will not consume soul power, but consume the power of blood. Hundreds of millions of years of soul ring? And you are the one who condensed it by relying on your blood. Who are you? And you are not the child you look like?" Xiaolan asked in disbelief after hearing the words. Zhang Tianlin chuckled, and said lightly, "I am indeed not the child I look like on the outside. My situation is almost the same as that of Tang San, who came to this world from other worlds. The difference is that he is an illegal seizure. It is a legal reincarnation, but I just did some good deeds and had meritorious deeds to protect my body, so I awakened the memory of my previous life when I was more than 4 years old." "Then what is the power of your bloodline?" Xiaolan asked with a frown. "Actually, you already know the general origin of me now, so why bother to delve deeper? Even if you know everything clearly, what can you do? Apart from satisfying your curiosity, there is nothing else useful to you. And if you want to satisfy your curiosity, you will naturally know it after a long time. I am too lazy to explain so much now." Zhang Tianlin replied lightly, then raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "You only need to know that in this little body of mine, there is now a normal man who has awakened the memories of 30 years in his previous life. Not some little brat who doesn't understand things between men and women. Ha, he's a man who can do nothing but drool all over me, right?" Xiaolan sneered. Zhang Tianlin shouted angrily, "You wait for me, after a few years I will definitely make you look good." Excited, he, who was using the power of the Golden Dragon King's blood, subconsciously exuded a strong dragon's power. The dragon's power spread and swept across Xiaolan, making her kneel down on the ground, who is now less than 20 levels. Raising her head with difficulty, Xiaolan asked Zhang Tianlin, "What kind of dragon bloodline do you have? How can you be so strong?" Even if I am more than 10 levels lower than you now, I shouldn't be so difficult to resist. The bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, a Dragon King at the level of a mythical beast. Zhang Tianlin answered simply. Gods and beasts. Xiaolan exclaimed excitedly. Ah, it can be regarded as one of the CO lords of your soul beasts. Zhang Tianlin said. However, I want to declare that I am a pure human being. Zhang Tianlin said seriously, then waved his hand and said, okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Some things are too troublesome to talk about. I will take my time when I have time in the future. Chat. First of all, I felt that without using the power of soul and blood, my physical fitness was more than twice as strong as before the soul ring was condensed. I'm afraid that with the current physical fitness, he can easily withstand the impact of the soul power of the 2-year-old soul ring, right? Then use the power of chi and blood to obtain part of the Golden Dragon King's ability to cover his arms with golden scales, thereby increasing the strength of his arms by times, and the defense of his arms can also easily block the soul power attacks of soul masters of the same level. On the basis of the golden scales, the hands are turned into golden dragon claws, and the strength of the hands is doubled on the basis of the golden scales after changing into golden dragon claws, which consumes a lot of energy and blood. That is to say, after Zhang Tianlin uses the power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline to transform into a dragon, he has increased his physical fitness by 6 times in addition to his already doubled physical fitness. And the power of chi and blood skyrocketed. The shattering property attached to the right hand is indestructible. Any hard object may be broken if it is attacked by the Golden Dragon Claw. The left hand becomes a Golden Dragon Claw with tearing effect. Once scratched by the Golden Dragon Claw in his left hand, it would be difficult to heal the wound even with healing soul skills. When the Golden Dragon Claws of both hands collide with each other, there will be a crisp sound, and a circle of golden halo will appear, making Zhang Tianlin's eyes clear instantly, and his concentration will be improved. A movement of the scales can reclose and fit the body. With just the combat power after dragon transformation, even a high-level soul sect may not be able to withstand Zhang Tianlin's attack. The skills attached to the 2 soul rings are even more overbearing. The soul skill of the first soul ring is to strengthen the blood soul ring for a short time. The areas covered by golden scales on the body release golden light, and the power of chi and blood increases dramatically. A powerful auxiliary ability that comprehensively improves one's strength, speed, attack, and defense abilities. Among them, the improvement in strength is the greatest. Zhang Tianlin didn't bother to think about the name, so he called this soul skill Golden Dragon Body according to the original book. The second soul ring soul skill is to increase the defense power to more than 3 times in a short period of time. If the opponent's attack power is successfully absorbed, it can be converted into one's own power, and a stronger blow can be unleashed in an instant. The stronger the opponent's attack, the more power you absorb. If the defense is broken, you will suffer heavy damage directly. Also according to the original work, it was named Golden Dragon Tyrant Body. After transforming into a dragon and adding these 2 chi and blood soul skills, Zhang Tianlin, even if he is only a level great soul master, might be able to pin a soul king to the ground and rub him casually. Not to mention that he can add a 3rd soul ring right away. Let's go, hurry up and add the 3rd soul ring. After experimenting with the power of the chi and blood soul ring, Zhang Tianlin couldn't wait to hunt his 3rd soul ring to break through the realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. 3 famous names in Tang Dynasty are spread all over the world. Chapter 15. You're not going to continue to absorb the 4th soul ring, are you? Xiaolan looked at Zhang Tianlin, who opened his eyes after absorbing the soul ring, and asked with a strange expression. That's gone. After absorbing this soul ring of more than 2 years, my current soul power level is 37 after breaking through. What about the soul skills? Did you get the soul skills you wanted? Xiaolan. Well, although it's not what I want the most, it's okay. The 3rd soul skill, mental impact. The effect of the soul skill is that as long as the mental power is not more than twice mine, it will be hit hard by my soul skill. This soul skill can not only cause powerful spiritual damage to a single target, but also disperse the power to cause mental damage to multiple enemies to control the opponent. The most important thing is that this soul skill is also more powerful according to my spiritual power. Zhang Tianlin introduced own soul power effect. It's a really powerful control soul skill, but from your tone, I don't seem to be very satisfied with it. Xiao Lan sighed with emotion about Zhang Tianlin's third soul skill, but she was curious about the soul skill that Zhang Tianlin wanted. Actually, I want mental interference more. These ice silkworms interfere with our ability to perceive, making the enemy think that it is a more powerful soul beast and scare away the enemy. If this soul skill is used in battle, it can interfere with the enemy's perception and thus scare away the enemy. This gives me an infinite advantage in combat. After all, if my perception is interfered with, whether I can still hit the enemy is a big problem. And I suspect that this skill will evolve into a field skill after my mental power reaches a certain level. Zhang Tianlin added in his mind, and this soul skill is not like the mental shock that will cause backlash when used by an opponent with stronger mental power than himself. Domain skills. Xiaolan said with wide-eyed surprise, and then showed a regretful expression. It's a pity, you got the soul skills you wanted in the previous 2 soul skills, but it's a pity that you didn't get what you wanted. But you can also attach this ice silkworm spirit ring to your 4th spirit ring. I think, according to my own estimates, my 4th spirit ring is estimated to have more than 7 additional spirit rings, but there are almost no ice silkworms over 7 years old. Zhang Tianlin said helplessly. But he muttered in his heart, I do know where a million-year-old ice silkworm is. This your body really have a 7-year soul ring attached to it at level 10. Hearing Zhang Tianlin's plan, Xiaolan was surprised and didn't know what to say. Then his expression changed. Could it be that you want to add a year soul ring to the 5th soul ring? Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin glanced at her and nodded silently. Xiaolan really didn't know what to say this time. Okay, now that the purpose of hunting the soul ring has been achieved, it's time for us to leave. Zhang Tianlin said lightly. Where are you going? Xiaolan asked. Go to Zhengjinchen, where I want to practice making soul tools. Zhang Tianlin. I went to Zhengjin City when I traveled to the mainland with Tang Hao. There was no knowledge of making soul tools there. It's just a city where blacksmiths gather. You won't be deceived by others, right? Xiaolan asked suspiciously. But I can make soul guides myself. The reason I went to Zhengjin City is that I am too lazy to make soul guide parts. I asked the blacksmiths to help me make soul guide parts in Zhengjin City, where blacksmiths gather, so that I don't have to make the parts myself. Zhang Tianlin explained calmly. Okay, you have the final say. Xiaolan. Then let's go. After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, a blue nebula swallowed up the 2 figures. The next moment, the 2 figures were already 30 kilometers away. After teleporting several times in succession, they arrived at the town where the 2 settled before entering the far north. Why didn't you walk when you came back, but teleport back directly? Xiaolan said to Zhang Tianlin with a teasing look on her face. Ahem, the strength has increased a lot now, so try to show how much strength you can. Why do you have an opinion? Zhang Tianlin coughed twice and explained awkwardly. Just be happy. Xiaolan rolled her eyes. At this time, Wuhan City was a hexagonal city sandwiched between the 2 empires. Halfway up the hillside in the middle of Wuhan City, there is a palace that is completely made of column structure, with a dome, and the building's facade is covered with golden material, shining brightly under the sunlight. That is the new papal palace. The supreme ruler of Wuhan Palace lives there. At this time, inside the empty and magnificent papal palace. There were 2 figures reporting something to the people sitting on the high platform. I saw that the sitting person was not tall, and the bright golden long dress fit perfectly from head to toe. The dazzling dress shone with precious lights, and there were more than 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones on it. The 9 curved purple gold crown on the top of the head is even more glorious, and he holds a 2-meter-long scepter inlaid with countless precious stones. Fair skin and almost perfect face make her look so different. Especially the intangible nobility and holiness that exudes from the body. It is even more unbearable to give birth to the emotion of worship. It is the current Pope. Bibi Dong. Now that Tang Hao and his son, who is most likely to have twin martial souls, are nowhere to be found. Also missing is Yu Xiaogang, who borrowed from that academy. An indistinguishable male and female voice reported. The voice: the owner's skin looks as delicate as a baby's, and his coquettish appearance gives people a special feeling. The age cannot be discerned from the voice. If it weren't for the Adam's apple on his neck, no one would think that he was a man. Wearing a bright red dress that only titled DOULUO is qualified to wear. The red dress is covered with gold and silver patterns, especially the shining golden gem on the chest, which is the size of a baby's fist, which is full of luxury. The figure standing silently next to him was none other than Ghost DOULUO, who was inseparable from him. The black mist surrounding Ghost DOULUO's body made it difficult to see his appearance and clothing. Oh, Yu Xiaogang, does he have anything to do with this matter? Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the seat, crossed her legs and supported her face on the throne with one hand, asking with interest. This? Zhu DOULUO hesitated, and still reported honestly. According to our investigation, Yu Xiaogang accepted Tang Hao's son Tang San as his apprentice. The life and death struggle was also caused by that Zhang Tianlin insulting Yu Xiaogang for being unkind, immoral, and conceited. As he spoke, he repeated Zhang Tianlin's original words from Nodding College. Hearing Zhu DOULUO's words, Bibi Dong couldn't help thinking a lot. Her eyes became complicated. She sighed for a long while. Her eyes changed, became indifferent and cold. Order: go down and search for Tang San's trace with all your strength. If you find it, if you have a chance, kill him directly, and if Tang Hao is by his side to protect him, you should report it in time. Humph, I didn't expect that Tang Hao's son turned out to be twin martial souls. By the way, did you find the child named Zhang Tianlin? When Zhu DOULUO heard Bibi Dong's last question, he couldn't help showing a look of embarrassment. We searched not only in Nodding College, but also in the whole city, and we didn't find any trace of him. We suspect that something bad happened. After all, faced with a furious title DOULUO, the possibility of him surviving is basically zero. Really? That's really a pity. Bibi Dong said flatly. Chrysanthemum DOULUO smiled coquettishly. Your Majesty, you don't have to feel sorry. That Tianlin martial soul is a useless martial soul like the main body martial soul. Not to mention it's just an unimportant part like the eyes. Then he glanced at Ghost DOULUO again and said, it would be great if I could use my whole body as a martial soul like the old ghost before, so that the old ghost can get an inheritor. Chrysanthemum pass, I'm not in the mood to teach my disciples. Ghost DOULUO, shrouded in black mist, said coldly. If it's okay, you all go down. Bibi Dong, who was sitting on top, said at this time. Yes, the subordinate is resigning. ×2. Chrysanthemum DOULUO and Ghost DOULUO bowed their hands and turned to leave. In the empty Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat alone on the Pope's throne and muttered to himself, am I really wrong? Even a child who just met him doesn't agree with him, and he once said that researching theory will benefit the world, but I haven't taught a class in a college for decades. Is he really the Yu Xiaogang I know? Or is it really just a disguise in front of me like that beast said? No, I'm not wrong. There's nothing wrong with loving someone. It's that bastard who is wrong. Haha. One day I will destroy the angel family. At this time, Bibi Dong's eyes were blood red and his face was distorted. At the same time, the Kobo glazed sect. In the sect hall, a man with a jade-like face, a straight nose and a square mouth, an elegant and gentle appearance, and who looked to be in his 40s was sitting in the main seat and listening to the news reported by the person in front of him. This person is none other than Ning Fengzi, the current sect leader of the Kobo glazed sect. That's what happened. Now the whereabouts of Tang Hao and his son can no longer be found. Go down first. Ning Fengzi said calmly, holding his cane with both hands. Yes. The disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect clasped his fists in salute, and left the hall. I didn't expect that it would be like this when I heard about Tang Hao again after 6 years. An arrogant voice came from Ning Fengzi's left. This person was wearing a spotless snow-white robe, his beard and hair were all white, and his long silver hair was combed neatly behind his back. Sitting there quietly, without speaking. But just sitting there, he still gives people a feeling that everything in the world is the only one who respects me. It is Jian Daokan Xin who is known as the world's #1 attacker. That's right. 6 years ago, Tang Hao beat the last pope to death and shocked the world. Now he is probably also famous for beating a 6-year-old doll to death. Hee. An old man opposite Chen Xin laughed strangely. His face is haggard, with shriveled muscles and skin, and sunken eye sockets. His figure was not that muscular, but his whole body frame was astonishingly large, and his clothes seemed to be fully supported by bones. The voice is very hoarse, like the leaves blown by the wind. There are a few white hairs on the head, and the terrifying height is close to meters. It was Gurong, one of the protectors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Bon DOULUO. Compared with Tang Hao, I am more concerned about his son Tang San. The Haoshan sect is really so lucky. There was the invincible Tang Chen before him, and now there is the Haoshan DOULUO Tang Hao after him, and the next generation is even more outstanding. A genius with twin martial souls. Alas! Ning Fengzi said and sighed with envy. Fengzi, there is no need for this. Even twin martial souls have to grow up, not to mention that Tang San has bad conduct. No matter how talented he is, it will be of no use to us. Chen Xin on the side spoke to comfort him. Uncle Jian, you don't need to comfort me, I'm just a little emotional. But what we said just now, we should talk about it in private, and it's better not to say it outside. After all, the Wuhan Palace is now powerful, and the 3 of us can only do it together. Fight against it. Ning Fengzi waved his hand and said. After a pause, he opened his mouth again, and that Tang San is not that unbearable, he respects his teacher. Because of the teacher's humiliation, he has the desire to kill, so I can only say that this son is decisive in killing. If he can cooperate, he is not a good ally. This Chen Xin opened her mouth, and finally gave up saying anything. She could only say helplessly, I don't understand these human relationships very well. It's up to you to Fengzi, but I still feel that I should keep some reservations for such people. Be wary. Okay, Fengzi knows these things well. When have you ever seen Fengzi suffer in this regard? Bon DOULUO on the side said to Chen Xin with an indifferent expression. Ning Fengzi, who was sitting in the main seat, had a different thought in his heart than what he said. Then what kind of person Tang Hao is, based on what the Haoshan school did, it can be said that this is a domineering selfishness inherited in the same vein. The single attribute 4 clans under him gave up as soon as they said they would. What kind of person can the son raised by such a person be? But now I really need them to confront Wuhan Palace to divert attention. As long as my plan can come true, our 7 Treasures Glazed sect will not have to worry about how to pass on the inheritance of an auxiliary sect. Oh, otherwise the Haoshan sect, who is the first to come back to the world, will probably use me as the #1 sect in the world to establish its authority. Hey, why did my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school suddenly become the #1 school in the world? With so many pairs of eyes staring at it, it would be several times more difficult to act. It took me more than 10 years of hard work to make Shuya feel that the Wuhan Palace was too dangerous and had endangered the rule of the empire, and the two gradually became antagonistic. But after Bibi Dong came to power, seeing her various actions in charge of the Wuhan Palace, she even had a vague ambition to fight for world supremacy, but why should a soul master like Wu Hundian organize him? Leaving aside the soldiers, there are not many managers. She wouldn't think about relying on those bishops to manage the world, would she? Bibi Dong was simply inexplicable. Thinking of this, Ning Feng pinched his eyebrows with a headache. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Duguyan Father and Daughter. Chapter 16 Duguyan Father and Daughter. An uncapped carriage is driving on the country road, the horses running happily, and the bells on the horse's neck make rhythmic and melodious sounds. You bastard, isn't it just because I said something to you, you are too narrow-minded, you really plan to go to Zhengjin City like this? Isn't that going to pass through the Heaven Do Empire? How long will it take? A girl's dissatisfied voice came from the carriage. Hee, I've said it many times. That time, it was because I wanted to test how powerful I can be when my strength grows. And there's nothing wrong with rushing like this. Look at the large farmland from the ice and snow to the present. If you keep your head on the road, didn't you just miss so many scenery? A boy's disapproving voice sounded. There were two children sitting side by side in the carriage, a boy and a girl. They were Xiaolan Zhongtianlin, who came out from the extreme north. The two used space gems to teleport from the far north to the nearest small town. After resting there for a day, they hired a carriage and headed for Tiandu City. There is no way, Zhengjin City is in the Star Luo Empire, and almost none of these carriage drivers go that far. Even this carriage to Tiandu City was paid by Zhang Tianlin at a sky-high price of 30 gold soul coins to get this great soul master. A skilled driver is willing to risk this long journey. The reason why I go to Tiandu City is that there are caravans going to Star Luo every day there. Yes, if you want to go to Zhengjin City, unless you know the way, only these caravans traveling all over the country can take you to the Star Luo Empire smoothly. And most caravans have such a business. When Zhang Tianlin set out for the far north, he couldn't help but sigh. A novel is a novel, and the per capita navigation is automatic. It's a pity that there are not many caravans in the extreme north, and there is no caravan for 10 days and a half months. Are you wasting time unconsciously like this? You can reach your destination very quickly, so you have to walk slowly like this. Xiaolan said, dissatisfied. Zhang Tianlin sighed helplessly. Sister, do you have any important matters? You are in such a hurry. And I don't know the way to Zhengjin City. Didn't you say you were going to Zhengjin City? Xiaolan. But I'm not in a hurry. Wouldn't it be nice to experience different customs and characteristics in different cities along the way? After all, we don't have anything urgent that must be done right away. Zhang Tianlin said speechlessly. Then Zhang Tianlin said to Xiaolan in a serious manner, haven't you found out yet? Ever since I used the space jump twice to quickly reach the destination, you have become more and more impatient with such a slow journey? Obviously I am here use my power, and in the process, you will become obsessed with this power. Xiaolan was shocked when he heard this. After thinking silently for a moment, he said, that's true. Now I feel a little bit like what you said, my mind is obsessed with using this power, and I unconsciously start to become lazy, so I forget. Now this is the normal way to go. You still haven't cultivated your mental state well enough. How are you doing with the meditation method I taught you before? Zhang Tianlin. It is indeed much faster than my previous meditation method, and I feel that my physical fitness is also improving. Your meditation method is too powerful. Xiaolan said in amazement. If you feel bored on the road, you can practice. I'll just take a look at the scenery along the way. Zhang Tianlin said lightly. Okay. Xiaolan closed her eyes and went to practice, but after a while she opened her eyes and said excitedly, I don't know what happened. Suddenly, my practice speed is faster, and I feel that my perception is sharper. Because when you kept complaining about me before, although you didn't go crazy, you had a big problem with your mood, and you felt inexplicably urgent. Now that you have figured it out, you will naturally feel different. As for the perception being sharper, it is because you have just broken through a barrier and your spirit has been sublimated a little, resulting in an increase in mental power. My meditation method is to cultivate your spiritual power while cultivating your soul power. Zhang Tianlin explained with a slight smile. Is this your cultivation method? It's incredible. Xiaolan said in amazement. Seeing that Zhang Tianlin just smiled and said nothing, and turned his head to look out the window, Xiaolan didn't say anything, closed her eyes and began to practice. In this way, the two of them, one practicing and the other traveling, finally saw a big city after traveling for a month. Looking at the outline of the city in the distance, Zhang Tianlin asked the driver outside, "Master, what is in front of you? Let me take a look." The coachman replied, took out a map and looked at it. His fingers were still drawing on it, and after looking at it for a long time, he replied, "The one in front is Tianling City, and we will go to that city for a few days. It's the famous Sunset Forest, not far from Tiandu City." After a pause, he asked again, "Master, there is still an hour before the sun goes down. I don't know if we should go directly or go to the city to rest for 2 days. Let's go to the city to rest for a while. After driving for more than 10 days, we only came across a city. I'm tired of being a carriage all the way." Zhang Tianlin ordered with a smile. "Okay, drive," the coachman agreed, flicking the whip in his hand and heading towards Tianling City. After walking for a while, the coachman outside the car suddenly let out a sigh and the carriage stopped, followed by the coachman's angry voice, "Where did the girl come from and she didn't want to die?" Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin asked the coachman, "What's the matter, uncle?" He stretched out his hand to open the curtain, bent over and walked out. The driver said angrily, "A girl suddenly ran into the middle of the road. If our car hadn't been driving quickly, someone would have died." Zhang Tianlin had also stepped out of the carriage at this time. At this time, a girl of 13 or 14 years old ran from the front of the carriage to the side. Seeing Zhang Tianlin, she cried and begged Zhang Tianlin, "This little brother, can you help me? My father has fainted, can you help me take my father back to my home?" After saying that, he burst into tears, with snot and tears streaming down his face. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin took out a handkerchief in his hand, jumped out of the car, raised his hand to wipe away the tears and snot of the girl in front of him, and said softly, "Sister, where is uncle? Let's go there quickly." Hearing this, the girl said gratefully, "Thank you, thank you." She twitched as she spoke. Then he led Zhang Tianlin into the grass on the roadside. After walking a few steps, he saw a person lying there. Zhang Tianlin trotted over a few steps, came to his side, and checked. This man looked to be in his 20s, with short green hair and his eyes tightly closed. His body twitched from time to time, and his face, which was still in pain even though he was unconscious, twitched from time to time. "Daddy, Daddy!" The girl knelt on the side and supported the man while shaking him, calling. Zhang Tianlin frowned and said to the girl, "Don't shake it like this, nothing will become something." "That's right, little brother, can you help my sister carry my father to the carriage? Just help me take him to the house in the city," the girl asked crying. Zhang Tianlin stretched out his hands, picked up the man in a princess hug and walked to the carriage. "You don't need 2 people to carry him, I can do it by myself. You also come here quickly." "Oh!" the girl responded and quickly followed. At this time, Xiaolan, who was practicing, also came out and stood on the carriage, watching Zhang Tianlin carrying a man over, and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Let's put him in the car first." Zhang Tianlin said, carrying the person into the carriage and placing the person on the ground of the carriage. Xiaolan and the girl also came in together. "Who is he?" Xiaolan asked, looking at the man on the ground. "I don't know, this sister ran to the middle of the road and stopped our car, asking us to help send his father to their home in the city," Zhang Tianlin replied. Only then did Zhang Tianlin have time to look at the girl. The girl had short dark purple hair and looked very heroic. She couldn't be said to be stunning, but she had a kind of enchanting charm. A pair of green eyes are very strange, giving people a somewhat weird feeling. Why does it feel so familiar? Zhang Tianlin thought in confusion. Xiaolan comforted the girl, "Sister, it's okay. I think you'll be there soon, but why did your father faint outside the city? My father took me to the sunset forest to hunt for soul rings. When he came back, he suddenly screamed and fainted after a while. When the girl heard Xiaolan's question, she didn't know why, so she told what she knew. When Zhang Tianlin heard this, an idea flashed in his mind. He looked at the girl carefully and guessed in his mind, this girl can't be Duguyan, right? Then this is Dugu Xin, the dead son of Dugu Bo in the original work. Zhang Tianlin picked up the man's hand on the ground with his right hand, and probed his body with his soul power. After a while, he said to the girl he suspected was Duguyan, your father is poisoned, and he feels that the poison is about to enter his internal organs and he is not far away from death. You are talking nonsense. Our family's martial spirit is the jade phosphorus snake. My grandfather is the most powerful poison master in the world. My father has obtained the true inheritance of my grandfather. How could he be poisoned? The girl, shouldn't be Duguyan, heard Zhang Tianlin's words and couldn't help but he retorted confidently. Give me your hand. Zhang Tianlin said to Duguyan. Duguyan hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand in front of Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin grabbed her wrist with his right hand, probed it with his soul power, and said to her after a while, not only your father, but you are also poisoned, but you are not as serious as your father. It's impossible, you're talking nonsense. Duguyan still shook his head and said in disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, you are lucky to have met me today. Zhang Tianlin said nonchalantly. Duguyan looked at Zhang Tianlin suspiciously. By the way, go outside and show uncle the way. Zhang Tianlin said. Although Duguyan was worried after hearing this, he went out to show the driver the way. Zhang Tianlin, who was in the car, stretched out his palm and placed it on Duguxin's chest. And then used the Lihoku immortal thief to suck all the poison from him into his body. I saw the poison in the limbs and bones in Dugu Xin's body being aroused by the Lihoku immortal thief. You can see a faint green mist flowing to Zhang Tianlin's palm, being continuously absorbed by him, and finally digested into energy. About half an hour later, all the poison in Dugu Xin's body was sucked out, and then Zhang Tianlin returned the digested and converted energy to Dugu Xin to repair his body, and the rest was transformed and absorbed by his body, which it feels like his soul power level has risen by 1 level. My house is here. At this time Duguyan walked in and said, thanking Zhang Tianlin with a grateful face, thank you very much, I'll give you this little brother, if you have any troubles in the future, you can use this token to look for it. My grandfather will definitely help you solve it. After speaking, he asked the servant who was called just now to carry Dugu Xin back, and after thanking her, he hurried back to settle down with her father. Uncle, go to the city and find a hotel. Let's stay for a few days and rest up. Watching Duguyan walk into the door of the mansion marked Dugu Mansion, he ordered the coachman to get into the carriage. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The stars twinkle outside the window and the night view is charming. In the dark blue sky, the stars are like diamonds, pouring out thousands of silver grey. The moon is as bright as a piece of white jade. In Dugu Mansion in Tianling City, an excited voice suddenly came from a room in the inner courtyard. I'm fine, haha. In the room, Duguyan, who was exhausted and emotionally ups and downs today, fell asleep lying on the bedside after confirming that Dugu Xin was fine. I was awakened by Dugu Xin's excited laughter and woke up completely when I heard the familiar voice. I said to Dugu Xin, Dad, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? You scared me to death today. As he spoke, he couldn't help but tears welling up in his eyes, looking like he was about to cry. Seeing his daughter's haggard appearance, Dugu Xin suppressed the excitement in his heart, touched Duguyan's head, and comforted, I'm sorry Yan, Dad is fine now. After saying that, he got up from the bed and hugged Duguyan in arms. After a while, feeling that the daughter in his arms had calmed down, Xin let go of his hands and sat on the edge of the bed, wondering to Yan, Yan, I remember that the place where I fainted was not far away from Tianling City. Short distance, how did you get me back? I saw that you fainted, so I drove to Tianling City with you on my back. I couldn't bear it any more outside the city, so... Yan wiped the corners of his eyes and began to talk about what happened after Xin fainted, but the words as soon as I started, I felt a huge wave of soul power approaching. This coercion of soul power made her feel familiar but strangely huge, even if she had witnessed her grandfather and the enemy fighting with all her strength under the protection of her father. The fluctuation of soul power emitted by her was compared to the soul power that came from the impact at this time. Volatility is also far from enough. A word suddenly appeared in her mind, tiled DOULUO. On the other side, Xin also changed his expression and summoned the martial soul jade phosphorus snake. Then 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, appeared at his feet, and then the figure flashed outside the room, waiting in the direction of the soul power fluctuations, and frowned at Yan who came out behind him. Order, Yan, find a place to hide first. Just as Yan was about to object, a voice came from far away, Xiner followed by a green figure flying in the air from a distance. Father. Xin. Grandpa. Yan said. Hearing the familiar voice from the distant sky, the father and daughter couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then there was a burst of ecstasy. Xin withdrew his wuhan. Within a few breaths, a figure came in front of the two of them, and then grabbed Xin's shoulders with both hands, and the person asked eagerly, Xiner, are you awake? Great, great. It's great that it's okay. I thought I couldn't catch up, but at this critical moment, there was a change in my soul power, and my father had to find a place to break through. I thought this damn fate was going to play tricks on me again, but I didn't expect you to make it through. As I said that, I couldn't help crying. Xin comforted him, Father, I'm fine. After a pause, he said strangely, but how did you know about my poisonous disease? It was Lao Su who saw that you were unconscious when you came back today and flew from Tianling City to the Sunset Forest. I saw the signal flare he set off and looked for it from the retreat. When I heard that something happened to you, I ordered him to go to the little camp next to the Sunset Forest. I rested in the town, so I hurried back. I didn't want my soul power to change halfway, so I found a place to break through. I took some time to break through to level, and I thought, Kobo couldn't help but burst into tears as he spoke. Grandpa, you have broken through to the title DOULUO. At this time, Yan said happily. Hearing Yan's voice, Kobo looked up and saw that his granddaughter was also there. He couldn't help but blush when he thought of the gaffe just now. He turned around and wiped away his tears at a speed that ordinary people could not see. He straightened his body with his hands behind his back and said, Grandpa, it's true. You have broken through to level, but you have to hunt for soul rings to become a titled DOULUO. That's great, Grandpa is great. Hearing this, Yan happily jumped up behind Kobo and hugged his neck. Kobo hurriedly supported Yan with both hands and carried him behind his back. After laughing for a while, the family of 3 came to the room. Kobo said to Xin, Fortunately, you survived this disaster this time. Now that my father has made a breakthrough in a few days to hunt for the 9th soul ring and become a titled DOULUO, I can be more confident about suppressing the poison in you. He said. Looking at Xin with a face full of relief, he suddenly discovered the difference in Xin, and said in surprise, No, I was too excited before and didn't pay attention. Xiner, why have you changed your appearance now? When Xin heard Kobo's words, he turned to look at the mirror in the room. Compared with the green hair and green eyes before, Xin now had a full head of black hair, and his once dark green eyes were now black. Xin felt his body again, and was delighted to find that his soul power level had also broken through. He was now at level, and after adding the soul ring, he would be a sole emperor. After a while, as if he found something, he couldn't help but lose his joy, and his heart was even more gloomy. Seeing his son's face turn from joy to sadness, Kobo couldn't help but said, "What's wrong with Xin? Is there anything wrong?" Xin replied in a low voice, "Father, my cultivation has also suddenly improved, and now I'm already at level. This is a good thing. It seems that the poison was suppressed because of the breakthrough in cultivation." Kobo smiled happily and looked at his son's sad look and wondered, "Why do you feel like you are unhappy? Why is this?" Xin sighed and said, "When I first woke up, I felt an unprecedented sense of relief since I started practicing. At that time, I felt that there was no poison left in my body. Father, you know how I felt at that time. Overjoyed." Speaking of this, Xin frowned and said in a low voice, "I'll feel it again, and now there is a trace of poison in my body again. It's actually like this." Kobo said in surprise, and then asked eagerly, "Did you eat something recently or something that eliminated all the poison in your body? Father is in a coma, is it really because of poisoning?" Yan on the side just heard the conversation of her grandfather's father, and was surprised to think that Zhang Tianlin, who helped her send her father home today, said that her father was in a coma due to poisoning. Cried. Then he muttered to himself, "Could it be true that I have also been poisoned?" When Kobo and his son heard Yan's words, they couldn't help but look at each other and then stared at Yan. Kobo even asked eagerly, Yan, do you know anything?" Yan thought carefully after hearing the words, and said uncertainly, "It seems that father's hair has turned black when he was lifted out of the carriage." "What carriage?" Kobo and Xin looked at each other and asked loudly in unison. Yan was startled by the sudden loud sound in her ears. Yan said dissatisfiedly, "Grandpa, Father, why are you so loud all of a sudden?" After speaking, he patted his chest. Then he told everything about Zhang Tianlin's help today. As soon as Yan finished speaking, Kobo grabbed her arm and asked eagerly, "Are you telling me that when you lifted your father out of the carriage after arriving at the door of your home, he had already become what he is today? And you were blamed for giving directions to the coachman. Lu was sitting outside the car, so he didn't know what was going on inside the car." "Grandpa, you hurt me," Yan said dissatisfiedly, and withdrew his hand from Kobo's. While shaking his hand, he thought and nodded firmly, "Yes, when I took my father out of the carriage, he had already become like this. I didn't notice it in my eagerness at the time, but now I think about it in the carriage. That younger brother did say that we were lucky to meet him when we met him. What about that child?" Kobo looked at Yan eagerly and asked. "I don't know." Yan. "Don't know?" Kobo said in astonishment. "Yes, I heard from them that they were passing through Tianling City and were going to the city to rest for 2 days before turning back to the city. That's why they met us. In other words, people are still in the city? Come here. Come here." Hearing this, Kobo hurriedly called his servants. "My lord, I don't know what orders you have." At this moment, a servant ran in and asked respectfully, Go to the city to find the person who sent Xiner back today. If you find him, come back and tell me." Kobo ordered. "By the way, you go to the major hotels in the city and ask." At this time, Xin also said. "Yes." The servant replied, and hurried out to arrange manpower to look for Zhang Tianlin. "Grandpa, Father, what is going on? I almost fainted. Is it true that my father and I were poisoned as the child said? But how is this possible? Grandpa, you are the best poisoner in the world. Who could poison me and my father under your nose?" At this time, Yan's doubtful voice sounded. Kobo and his son looked at each other and sighed. Kobo picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea and drank it silently. Xin said in a low voice, "It's not just us, your grandfather is also poisoned." "What?" How is this possible? Who can poison Grandpa? Duguyan shouted in disbelief. Silence, oppressive silence. After a moment, Dugubo spoke, "It is true that no one can poison me." His words revealed a strong sense of confidence and a hint of self-mockery. Then he added, "But this poison was not given by someone else." Duguyan looked at Dugubo blankly. Sighing, Dugubo said helplessly, "I didn't want you to know about this so early, so that you could live happily every day. Now, Grandpa won't hide it from you." Then Dugubo said with a painful look on his face, "Our Dugu family's jade phosphorus snake martial spirit can be said to be the most poisonous martial spirit in the world, but it is precisely because of this that even we ourselves cannot avoid this poison. Then as our strength continues to grow, toxins are also constantly eroding the body. Only by cultivating stronger can we suppress the poison. But as we become stronger, the poison in the martial soul becomes more powerful, so we can only continue to explode in the poison. Otherwise, once we cannot suppress the erosion of the poison, our jade phosphorus snake soul master will die painfully under the terrifying snake venom. Then we were doomed to be poisoned to death by our own martial soul when we were cultivating." Duguyan asked fearfully. Dugubo nodded slowly. Duguyan suddenly felt that all his strength was drained from his body and he collapsed to the ground. "But now, the child we met today is our greatest hope," Duguxin said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Duguyan stood up as if catching a handful of life-saving straws, and repeated excitedly, "Yes, yes. Humph, I hope that kid is more sensible, otherwise I will let him know what it means not to live and not to die." Suddenly Dugubo said with a sinister face. Hearing this, Duguxin hurriedly stopped him and said, "Father, he is my savior after all. You can't do this to him." Dugubo said with a struggling face, "But, I'm fine, what should you do?" Duguxin said resolutely, "No, I don't allow you to do this. Father. It's better not to come forward in this matter. It's better for me to do it myself." Dugubo pointed at Duguxin angrily, and looked at Duguxin with a determined face for a long time and sighed, "Oh, how could this old man be a person who repays kindness and revenge, but now I only have you two relatives left. Father, didn't you teach me from a young age that revenge must be avenged, and favors must be repaid? Let me handle this matter." Duguxin persuaded earnestly. Dugubo was silent for a long time, and finally nodded, "Okay." Then his figure flashed and disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 1-8. Midday sun fell on the balcony, and Zhang Tianlin, who had just gotten up, was practicing yoga in the sun wearing a pair of shorts. And in the center of the room, Xiaolan is sitting cross-legged and practicing. She slowly opened her eyes and stood up. Seeing Zhang Tianlin who was practicing yoga, he said lightly sarcastically, "You got up very late, and you have already had lunch. You always get up so late and I don't see you practicing. I really doubt that I can rely on you to get revenge." Hearing the words, Zhang Tianlin kept moving his body, and said lightly, "How do you know that I didn't practice too late at night and accidentally slept too late?" He. Obviously Xiaolan didn't believe it. Zhang Tianlin felt helpless. No one would believe the truth. In fact, after Zhang Tianlin practiced the Golden Light Mantra for a few hours every night, he would start to practice the mantra of purifying the heart, hoping to reach the state of fullness and sleeplessness, so that he would not need to sleep, just like Tianjinzong who is under one person has not slept for decades. It's a pity that the realm of cultivation is obviously not enough, and I always fall asleep unconsciously, but I have made progress. Recently, I fell asleep unconsciously in the early morning after staying up for 2 days, so I gave Xiaolan off a night's sleep. Look lazy. Knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Xiaolan looked at Zhang Tianlin, and saw that he was practicing yoga on his own. Obviously he didn't want to care about these trivial matters, so he got up and opened the door to see if there was any trouble. "What's the matter?" Xiaolan opened the door and saw two acquaintances standing outside the door. One looked like a handsome guy in his 20s, and the other was an 11 or 12-year-old girl. They were Dugyuxin and Dugayan. "It's you, what's the matter with you?" Xiaolan looked at the two of them and asked suspiciously. Duguxin, who was standing outside the door, smiled slightly and said, "I woke up last night and heard from my daughter that the two of you extended a helping hand and sent me home. I came here specially to thank you today. Please forgive me if I bother you." "That's it. My young master just got up and was exercising." Xiaolan nodded and said, "Then wait a minute." Then she closed the door. Looking at the closed door, Duguxin, father and daughter, looked at each other speechlessly. Xiaolan walked to Zhang Tianlin and said, "The father and daughter yesterday came to see you and said they wanted to thank you in person." Zhang Tianlin kept moving and said lightly, "Please come in." "N." Xiaolan responded, turned around and went back to the door, opened the door and said to Duguxin and the two, "Please." Then she stood by the door and stretched out her hand to invite the two of them in. The two entered the door, walked a few steps, turned a corner, came to the living room, and saw Zhang Tianlin, who was practicing yoga. Seeing Zhang Tianlin wearing only a pair of shorts and slowly making strange movements on the balcony, Duguyan screamed, covered his eyes with his hands and turned around. Because Zhang Tianlin had absorbed 3 soul rings, he had grown up a lot during this rush, and he looked like an 11 or 12-year-old in DOULUO'S. If Duguyan knew that the boy in front of him was a 6-year-old boy, he probably wouldn't have such a big reaction. Startled by Duguyan's sudden scream, Zhang Tianlin could only helplessly stop what he was doing. As soon as the red light flashed on his body, he had already put on a set of overall grey sportswear. Seeing the strange clothes that suddenly appeared on Zhang Tianlin, Duguxin and Dugubo in the dark couldn't help shrinking their pupils, thinking in unison, "What kind of ability is this? Create something out of nothing." "Okay, Yanyan, please don't be rude, come over and thank your benefactor," Dugyuxin said to Dugayan, then turned to Zhang Tianlin with a solemn salute and said gratefully, "I heard from Yanyan that my little friend sent me back yesterday. Fuzhong even helped me solve the poison that has plagued me for many years, and I am here to thank you today. If my little friend has something to do in the future, I, Duguxin, will definitely do my best." After finishing speaking, he looked at Zhang Tianlin determinedly, wanting to confirm whether he gave it to him detoxification. When Duguyan heard Duguxin's words, she could only suppress the shame in her heart and stood up to salute Zhang Tianlin. "Thank you for helping my father detoxify, otherwise he would have died." Seeing Zhang Tianlin standing there fully dressed, he couldn't help but wonder how fast he was getting dressed. But to Duguxin's disappointment, Zhang Tianlin didn't show any expression, but said lightly, "Thank you, I have received it, and I will not be polite if I need to trouble you in the future. If there is nothing wrong, you can gone." Hearing the words, Duguxin struggled for a while, but finally he could only forcefully laugh. "Excuse me then, my father and daughter will go back first." After speaking, he left with Duguyan in disappointment, and Duguyan was obviously not reconciled, and was about to speak, but Duguxin pulled his hands to stop him, so he could only leave without a word. Seeing that Lonely Xin's father and daughter had already reached the gate and were about to open it, Zhang Tianlin stretched out his right hand and said with a light smile, Hey, don't rush away. I was just joking with you." Hearing this, Duguxin turned to Zhang Tianlin and asked doubtfully, "Little friend, what are you doing?" "Haha." Zhang Tianlin chuckled lightly and said with a faint smile, "I just want to see if you are the kind of person who repays kindness with hatred. It seems that you still have a good bottom line. You can still stick to matters that are related to your family's life and family inheritance. My heart is good, not bad. I don't know what you call it. This is Duguxin, she is my daughter Duguyan." Duguxin introduced himself. After a pause, he said excitedly, "Little friend, did you just mean that you were the one who got rid of the poison on my body?" After speaking, he looked at Zhang Tianlin expectantly. Zhang Tianlin nodded and said, I sucked away the poison on your body yesterday. But looking at you now, it seems that the poison has returned. I guess the reason for this is because of your martial spirit. DOULUO'S said excitedly, that's right, that's it, so if I can't solve the backlash of Wuhan toxin, then even if I get rid of the poison, I will relapse soon. I don't know, my friend, is there a solution? My Dougou family is willing to give everything in exchange. I can only remove your poison, and then repair your damaged body. I don't know the complete solution. Zhang Tianlin shook his head, paused and said, but a friend of mine from his sect heritage can solve your problems. Hearing Zhang Tianlin's first sentence showed disappointment, but he didn't feel excited when he heard the second sentence, I don't know where your friend is, can you introduce me to him? Zhang Tianlin deliberately looked sad and said, he is already dead, I did it myself. Then he turned his back to DOULUO'S, sighed, and said what he had just made up at this moment, my friend is called Tang Bo, and his sect is called Tang Sect. It is a family sect that specializes in accepting assassination missions for a living. Tang Sect. DOULUO'S muttered suspiciously, and said to Zhang Tianlin, I'm so ignorant that I haven't heard of this section. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. For nearly 1,000 years, the Tang Sect has declined. It was hidden from the world hundreds of years ago. Zhang Tianlin shook his head with a wry smile, and those who didn't know it felt so sad. Zhang Tianlin glanced at DOULUO'S and continued, as I said just now, the Tang Sect is a family sect that specializes in accepting assassination missions for a living, so it is one of the two most powerful sects in the world in terms of using poison. One of the most poisonous sects? I wonder if the other one is. DOULUO'S asked suspiciously. The most powerful poison users in the world are the Tang Sect and the Five Poison Sect. Among them, the Tang Sect is famous for its hidden weapons and poisons, and the Five Poison Sect is famous for its voodoo techniques and poisons. Zhang Tianlin introduced, paused, and continued, although I know a little about the inheritance of these two sects, and I can solve your problems. However, after my friend was killed by me, the Tang Sect was destroyed, and I promised my friend to find out their Tang Sect's unique skills. Pass it on to each heir. So if you need it, I can only give you the inheritance of Tang Sect, and you must pass on this unique skill. After saying that, he looked at DOULUO'S seriously. After hearing Zhang Tianlin's words, DOULUO'S said strangely, you killed your friend? And you want to give away his sect inheritance? That's too much. Yan. DOULUO'S took a stern look at DOULUO'S and interrupted her, then looked at the sad Zhang Tianlin with an apologetic face and said, sorry, my little girl is outspoken, please forgive me. Zhang Tianlin ignored it but stretched out his hand to turn it over. A book appeared in his hand. He looked at the book in his hand for a long time without saying a word, and finally Zhang Tianlin said, this is the inheritance of the Tang Sect, which includes the cultivation of soul power, the meditation method, various self-created soul skills, and the blueprints of Tangman's hidden weapons. He said and handed the book in his hand to DOULUO'S. In fact, the book in Zhang Tianlin's hand was prepared in advance last night when he guessed that DOULUO'S or Dougu might come to him. It is to use infinite gems to steal the blueprint of Tang San Xiantian Baila from the long river of time. All of these are embodied with reality gems, and they are deliberately made to look old. Watching DOULUO'S take the cheat book with trembling hands, Zhang Tianlin said sadly, I think this is some kind of fate. You happened to meet me when you were poisoned, and I just happened to be looking for a cheat for this cheat book. People come to pass it on, and you happen to be a poison master who uses poison. Now I have settled one of my worries. DOULUO'S stroked the secret book, and said excitedly, thank you for your help, my little friend. In the future, I will do my best in the Dougou family when I am assigned. As he said this, he was about to kneel down and salute to show his gratitude, but Zhang Tianlin, who was quick-eyed and quick-sighted, stretched out his hand to stop him. DOULUO'S found that he couldn't bow down even with all his strength, so he looked up at Zhang Tianlin in surprise. Even if he didn't use a martial soul, he was still a level soul king who hadn't absorbed a soul ring yet he was crushed in terms of strength by a child who looked only 11 or 12 years old. Uncle Doulou, if you recognize me as a friend, please don't do this. This is really going to break me. Zhang Tianlin said seriously, holding DOULUO'S with both hands. Hearing this, DOULUO'S didn't force her anymore, and grabbed Zhang Tianlin's hand with her backhand and said firmly, DOULUO'S will always be your friend. I will go through fire and water, and I will do whatever I want. Then he seemed to suddenly remember something, and said embarrassingly, you look at me, after talking for so long, I still don't know your name, little brother. Zhang Tianlin introduced himself with a calm smile, my name is Zhang Tianlin. Pointing to Xiaolan, he introduced, her name is Xiaolan. Upon hearing this, DOULUO'S said solemnly, Brother Zhang, my Doulou family will always remember your great kindness. Yanyan can't come over to thank the benefactor. Doulou hurriedly saluted, thank you, Brother Tianlin, if it weren't for you, my father would have left me, let alone solved our poison. I really don't know how to repay you. Zhang Tianlin heard this and blurted out without thinking, why don't you pledge yourself to me? Then he realized what he had said and quickly waved his hands to explain in embarrassment. But before he spoke, DOULUO'S laughed loudly, haha, this relationship is good. Brother Zhang, you and Yanyan are about the same age, so they are a match. It would be great if we could become a family. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Doulou blushed when he heard the words, stomping his feet in refusal. However, he sneaked a glance at Zhang Tianlin, looking at his handsome face, he couldn't help but feel a little deer bumping in his heart beat faster, and his face became more rosy. At this moment, Zhang Tianlin hurriedly shook his hands and said, No, Uncle Doulou, Miss Doulou, I just suddenly thought of a story in my hometown, and suddenly said this sentence without thinking. Miss Doulou is indeed beautiful, but myself I also know what kind of person I am, so I dare not delay Miss Doulou. As he spoke, he walked up to Xiaolan and hugged her, and continued, although I am only 6 years old, I am determined to find more beautiful wives in the future to expand my family. So I will not harm Miss Doulou. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Sad Xiaolan. Chapter 19 Sad Xiaolan. When Doulou heard this, his expression froze, and then he pretended to be disgusted and said, You look like a little pervert at first glance, I don't want to commit myself to you. DOULUO'S said regretfully at the side, That's such a pity. In fact, if Brother Zhang really likes Yanyan, I will support you to pursue it. After all, men can take more elders. Halfway through, DOULUO'S opened his eyes wide in surprise. Shouted, What, you are only 6 years old? Doulou also reacted and looked at Zhang Tianlin in surprise. Zhang Tianlin nodded, confirming his age. After thinking for a while, Doulou said uncertainly, I thought your name was familiar just now, so you must be the one who exposed the secret of Tang Hao's son's twin spirits. Hey, is this story spread so widely? Zhang Tianlin asked in surprise. Now everyone with some strength knows that Haoshan DOULUO, who has not been heard from for several years, has reappeared, and his son is actually a twin martial spirit like the current pope. DOULUO'S. Glancing at Zhang Tianlin, he continued, however, it is rumored that you have already died in Tang Hao's hands, and your bones are gone. Zhang Tianlin smiled calmly when he heard this, no one in the world can kill me now. Humph, who can brag? Doulou on the side said contemptuously. Zhang Tianlin didn't answer, but solemnly said to DOULUO'S, as long as you practice the inheritance of the Tang sect, you can slowly solve your own poisoning problem, even because the poison of your martial soul can make some of the self-created soul skills easier. It's a great cultivation, but Speaking of this piece of Tianlin, he paused. But what? DOULUO'S asked hastily. The highest esoteric meaning of the Tang sect in the cheat book, Dan Che, you must not practice it. Zhang Tianlin solemnly warned. Why? DOULUO'S asked strangely. Do you know why I killed my friend with my own hands? Even though I have known him for less than a month. Zhang Tianlin asked in a low voice, and before DOULUO'S could answer, he explained the reason. It was because of Pil Chu. Zhang Tianlin said sadly, Tang sect's alchemy is an extremely powerful secret technique. Even if you master it at the beginning, those who practice it are called man-made disasters. From this name, you can know how terrifying it is. Secret technique. Even if Limit DOULUO is hit by pill biting, he will definitely die, and the cultivation of this secret technique does not require high soul power, physical fitness, and spiritual power. Isn't that awesome? Then why don't you practice? DOULUO was shocked by the power of the alchemy, but he didn't understand Zhang Tianlin's warning. Hehe, why do you think the Tang sect fell? It wasn't because of the enemy, it was because of the alchemy. Zhang Tianlin said to DOULUO with a sneer, and then continued, although the cultivation of alchemy has requirements for the level of soul power, physical strength, mental strength, etc. Not high, but it is extremely difficult to get started, and practitioners must see through life and death, otherwise they will fail in cultivation. Then he looked at DOULUO and said solemnly, once the cultivation fails, the practitioner will be swallowed back by the alchemy bite and die. And the person who has been hit by the alchemy bite will feel extreme pain. No one can bear this kind of pain. So there must be someone guarding the side of the cultivation alchemy, and kill the practitioner when he fails in cultivation, so that the practitioner will not be tortured to death in extreme pain. DOULUO'S father and daughter couldn't help but feel chills when they heard this, and Zhang Tianlin's voice sounded in their ears again. The rule of the Tang sect is that the suzerain must learn the alchemy, and those who have cultivated to become alchemy in these hundreds of years there are less than 3 people, so most of the acting suzerains are in charge of the sect, and sometimes more than a dozen acting suzerains die in a year. All of them died from the backlash of practicing alchemy. Zhang Tianlin looked at DOULUO'S and his daughter and warned again, so don't try to practice alchemy in vain, because you can only succeed or fail in practicing alchemy, and there is no chance to practice. Other inherited secret techniques are enough for you to become a strong person. Then Zhang Tianlin said with a sad and tired look, oh, I'm not in a good mood today. I want to be alone, so I won't leave you here. Since this is the case, Yan, and I will not bother you. In the few days you are in Tianling City, I will ask Yan to come and take you around Tianling City. DOULUO'S said goodbye and left with DOULUO. After Xiaolan sent DOULUO'S father and daughter out of the door, she came back and saw Zhang Tianlin sitting on the sofa and said suspiciously, is that thing very precious? Just give it to them. Then there was a flash of red light, and a table of delicacies appeared on the dining table, and Zhang Tianlin began to enjoy the delicacies. Zhang Tianlin said while eating, if I'm not wrong, their martial spirit is the jade phosphorus snake. And it just so happens that there is a famous jade phosphorus snake soul master in the world today, also surnamed DOULUO, and his name is DOULUO. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianlin glanced in one direction calmly. Then he said, DOULUO is an unscrupulous person who is extreme. But he has one advantage, that is, he knows how to repay his kindness and keeps his promise. Just for this is enough for me to invest in him. After all, he is a titled DOULUO. If you practice that inheritance is also a strong one among titled DOULUO. Even if he is a man who repays kindness, but you didn't mention any conditions, will he repay you? Xiaolan couldn't understand, feeling that Zhang Tianlin was just trying to please DOULUO. Zhang Tianlin took a sip of the fruit juice, cast a glance at Xiaolan and said, if Tang Hao is a gentleman on the surface, but is actually extremely self-centered, no matter how nice others treat him, he will take it for granted. Such a person is not worth making friends with. Like Dogu, a person like Bo, who is extreme on the surface but still values affection, does not need to talk about any conditions. No conditions are the biggest condition, because if you really need him, he will be the kind of person who is desperate to repay you. Moreover, I gave him things. What will he have in his hand that is worth exchanging with me? I will give it to him, except that he is a person who knows how to reciprocate, and the biggest reason is because I like that Dogu Xin. After hearing Zhang Tianlin's explanation, Xiaolan couldn't help nodding her head and said thoughtfully, no matter how good the conditions are for a ruthless person, he may turn his back on him at any time, and a person who values love and righteousness doesn't need to negotiate any terms, will help you desperately when you need help. Do you mean that? Seeing Zhang Tianlin nodding, Xiaolan then asked, then what if you misread it? Hearing Xiaolan's question, Zhang Tianlin laughed, then let's make a mistake, and there will be no loss of meat. Xiaolan rolled her eyes and said, very willful. Everything is fate. Zhang Tianlin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, fate is so wonderful. Some eavesdropper in the dark snorted arrogantly when he heard this, but he didn't show up, and left in a flash. Sensing that the person in the dark had already left, Zhang Tianlin raised his eyebrows and smiled wickedly. You really have a set of things. If you hadn't been with you all this time, you would have thought that you lost your best friend and were sad there because of your sad look just now. Xiaolan said. Zhang Tianlin didn't bother with the words, stood up, stretched and walked to the bedroom. Leave a sentence, do a full set of acting. It seems that today I can only stay in the hotel. I'm going back to my room to practice. What are you going to do with the arrangements? Don't bother me except for eating. After finishing speaking, he opened the door and entered the bedroom. The door closed with a click. Xiaolan sat there alone. The breeze blew in along the balcony and brushed over Xiaolan's body. Her hair fluttered slightly with the wind. With the passage of time, the loneliness of being alone makes Xiaolan think of the past involuntarily. The memories that should have been happy now make her feel so illusory, especially when she knows the truth about being hunted down and thinking of being killed by her. A wave of hatred can't help rushing to the heart of the child who took the house. Xiaolan gritted her teeth and let out a low growl, Tang Hao. A yellow soul ring appeared under her feet and turned slowly. Xiaolan came back to her senses, staring blankly at the only yellow soul ring under her feet, feeling powerless for a while. Turning his head to look at Zhang Tianlin's room, thinking of his 2 purple and 1 black ultra-limited soul rings, thinking of the secret cultivation method he gave him, and thinking of the self-created soul skills he just gave Dogu Xin, a burst of hope surged in his heart. Tell yourself that you will be able to take revenge. But thinking of her dead child, she still couldn't restrain her heartache, so Xiaolan got up and ran back to the room. Bang! There was a sound of closing the door, and soon a suppressed and overwhelming cry came from the room. Zhang Tianlin, who was practicing the golden light spell in his room, heard the crying coming from the next room again because of his huge mental power. He opened his eyes and sighed, you only do this every once in 3 days. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to comfort Xiaolan. If she kept going like this, sooner or later she would die of madness. He got out of bed and came to the door of Xiaolan's room, knocked on the door with his hand, waited until there was no sound inside, opened the door and walked in. Seeing Xiaolan coming to open the door and looking at her red eyes, Zhang Tianlin leaned against the door and sighed and asked, are you okay? Xiaolan shook her head silently, and sat sideways on the side of the bed with her back facing Zhang Tianlin. After a while, her hoarse sobs came, it's okay, I just sat there alone and thought of my child who died and was taken over by someone else. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 The Tang sect inherits the Dogu family. Chapter 20 The Tang sect inherits the Dogu family. Hearing Xiaolan's sad and painful sobs, Zhang Tianlin was silent for a moment and said calmly, if I say, there is still a glimmer of hope for your child. Xiaolan, who was sobbing, felt a fit after hearing this, and instantly came to Zhang Tianlin. She grabbed his hand tightly with both hands and asked excitedly, Really? Is there really a way to resurrect my child? Zhang Tianlin nodded and said, but I guess I won't be completely sure until I become a god. Your child's soul has been mostly fused with that of Tang San. To separate them requires powerful control skills. In this case, I won't be able to be completely sure until I become a god. I couldn't kill Tang San before. After a pause, Zhang Tianlin then said indifferently, but I didn't intend to let him live until then. When I have had enough fun, I will kill him directly. Zhang Tianlin looked into Xiaolan's eyes, and said seriously, since I can tell you, I will help you, so you don't have to be so excited. I don't care when that guy kills. Holding Xiaolan's face with both hands to wipe away her tears, he said softly, although I'm not a good person, I will definitely do what I said. Then Zhang Tianlin stretched out his arms to hug Xiaolan, and said with a cheap smile, who told me to be so cheap? I'm greedy for your body. Xiaolan blushed pretty when she heard the words, rolled her eyes and patted him, not in shape. Okay, you should rest first. Staying up late is not good for your skin. Zhang Tianlin let go of Xiaolan and instructed. After seeing Xiaolan lying on the bed, he left her room and closed the door to go back to her room to continue practicing. After Zhang Tianlin closed the door, he fell into a dark room. Xiaolan opened his eyes again and stared blankly at the closed door. But now the original pain and sorrow in her eyes has subsided. Her eyes are still the same eyes, but now they are sparkling and filled with the light of hope. At this time, Doulou Mansion. Doulou Xin was in his room, flipping through the book in his hands with excitement. It was the Tang sect cheat book presented by Zhang Tianlin just now. The more he read it, the more excited he became, and even his body trembled unconsciously. As for Doulou Yan, she was sitting on the sidelines bored and playing with her hair, but her nervousness could be seen from the frequent eyes and tightly pursed lips that looked at Doulou Xin. At this time, with a bang, the closed door was suddenly knocked open, a gust of wind blew by, and a green figure appeared in the room. It was Doulou. At this moment, Doulou looked at Doulou Xin expectantly and asked, how is it? Doulou Xin also said with excitement, it is true, and there are several kinds, such as this one. He turned the book to a certain page and pointed at the content above, and Doulou also looked at the content above. Doulou Xin continued, Chipo, using soul power to practice with poison, will eventually form poisons with various effects that are blended with soul power. Normally, they will become normal soul power, and this soul skill can just be used by us. The jade phosphorus snake venom cultivation does not need to be cultivated with poisons of different strengths from weak to strong as above. However, speaking of this, Doulou Xin picked up the tea on the table and took a sip and continued, but if you want to practice this self-created soul skill, you must first practice this meditation method called the 5 Treasures Body Protection Technique. He flipped through the book and pointed at the content above. Finally, Doulou Xin summed it up. Most of the various self-created soul skills above can be practiced based on this meditation method. It seems that there is indeed no problem, Doulou said while looking at the secret book. After a while, he read the contents of the 5 Treasures Body Protection Method recorded. After thinking for a moment, he said, but just in case, let me try it first to avoid any problems. Doulou Xin wanted to open his mouth to refute when he heard the words, but when he saw the firm eyes on Doulou's face, he opened his mouth and gave up persuading. Cruel, in this regard, Doulou Xin can only change the topic and acquiesce in Doulou's insistence. Father, did you see anything from observing in the dark just now? Doulou Xin asked. Doulou told the conversation between Zhang Tianlin and Xiaolan after they left. In the end, he snorted arrogantly and said, even if that doll has eyesight, if what's in it is true, I, Doulou, will repay his kindness even if I risk my life. Seeing Doulou being so arrogant, Doulou Yan on the side smiled and said, I don't know how that little brother Zhang would feel if he knew that the person he said he wanted to reciprocate wanted to make his life worse than death yesterday. Obviously. After hearing what his grandfather and father said, Doulou who knew that his poison had a solution, returned to his usual temperament. When Kobo heard this, he couldn't help scratching his head, smiled awkwardly, and said harshly, "Hey, what kind of benefactor? I don't know if it will work. I'll wait until I try it first and it will be okay." After saying that, his figure flashed, leaving the room. The closed-door test of the Tang sect inheritance is over. In the room, Doguxin's father and daughter looked at each other and shook their heads. Doguxin told Doguyan, "Yan, take your benefactors around the city tomorrow, and bring them back to the mansion at night. At least you can't let them stay in the hotel when you are in Tianling City. You young people, get in touch with each other more. It's good too." Doguyan snorted when he heard this. "People still look down on me." Hearing this, Doguxin looked at Doguyan in surprise and said, "What does this have to do with not liking you?" Then, as if thinking of something, he said in surprise, "You don't really like him, do you?" Knowing that she was thinking wrong, Doguyan blushed completely when she heard the words, and ran away hurriedly covering her face. Doguxin, who stayed where he was, said with emotion, "Girls are not allowed to stay, but you actually have a crush on a child who is so much younger than you." Doguxin stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "But he is only 8 years older. 10 years from now, it won't be too much. Brother Zhang looks about the same age as Yan now. Forget about the children's feelings, it's up to them." The next morning, there was a loud knock on the door. Zhang Tianlin, who had been up all night practicing the heart purification mantra, opened his eyes, got up and walked out of the room to the door of the living room. When he opened the door, he saw Doguyan's palm facing him. He patted her and hurriedly reached out to grab her wrist and said calmly, "Miss Dogu, isn't it good to disturb people's dreams so early in the morning?" "Humph, you're still sleeping all the time, how lazy." Doguyan snorted and said arrogantly, walked into the suite on his own, looked around and said, "It's so strange to call Ms. You are old, you can call me Sister Yan. And you will not spend the few days in Tianling City in this hotel, will you?" "That's not true, but this has nothing to do with Dogu Xiao." Halfway through the words, looking at Doguyan's fierce eyes, Zhang Tianlin didn't bother to argue with him and directly changed his words, "Sister Yan, does this have anything to do with you coming here early in the morning and knocking on the door with all your strength? Of course I'll take you shopping. With me, a cowardly leader, I'm sure you won't be like a headless chicken who doesn't know where to have fun." Doguyan said as a matter of course. Zhang Tianlin was speechless upon hearing that. "But it's too early, isn't it?" Zhang Tianlin said speechlessly, pointed to the outside and said angrily, "Look at the genius outside. He, I don't know how to repay your kindness. After thinking about it, I think that at least I will treat you well in Tianling City. It turned out that I got up too early." Doguyan said seriously with an embarrassed smile. "Haha. What else could Zhang Tianlin say? I can only laugh along. Forget it, we're all up anyway. Have you had breakfast? Why don't you have some breakfast before going out for a walk?" Zhang Tianlin. Doguyan felt even more embarrassed, and said in a voice like a mosquito, "Not yet." After speaking, he looked down at his feet. Zhang Tianlin slumped his shoulders and said helplessly, "Why don't you sit on the sofa for a while, and I'll call Xiaolan and wash up by the way." Doguyan nodded and walked to the sofa to sit down. Zhang Tianlin walked to the door of Xiaolan's room and opened the door directly. Looking at Xiaolan who was still sleeping, he felt that it was not good to leave her alone in the hotel, so he went over and shook her awake. Then he told her that he wanted to go out with Doguyan, and asked her if he wanted to go together. After Xiaolan said she would go with him, Zhang Tianlin asked her to get up and wash up, and he went back to the room to wash up. After getting dressed, he walked out of the room and came to the dining table. With a flash of red light, the breakfast that Zhang Tianlin used to eat in his previous life was already on the table. A pot of rolling noodles, sea oyster cakes, horse ears, and taro cakes. 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. turning to Dugu Yan and shouting, "Sister Yan has eaten, by the way, call Xiao Lan." Dugu Yan ran to Xiao Lan's room and asked her to eat. Then the two of them came to the dining table together. Looking at the breakfast on the table, Xiao Lan was not surprised. Dugu Yan pointed to the 3 fried foods in surprise and said, "What are these? I've never seen them before. I made this myself. Eat it and see if it suits your taste." Zhang Tianlin said with a smile. Dugu Yan picked up a triangular taro cake and took a bite, chewed a few mouthfuls and swallowed. "It's delicious," he said and gave Zhang Tianlin his thumbs up. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Hanging Out. Chapter 21 Hanging Out. I didn't expect that, little brother, you can cook at such a young age. This noodle is so thick and delicious. Dugu Yan praised. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "Sister Yan, I already call you Sister Yan, can you stop calling me little brother?" He, then what should I call you? Little brother Dugu Yan asked with a smile. Tianlin, or younger brother Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin said hastily. He, you're a little brat, and you're still Tianlin. Sister, I'd better call you little brother Tianlin. Dugu Yan said teasingly. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin just stared at her with a pair of dead fish eyes and didn't speak. After being stared at for a while, Dugu Yan turned his body uncomfortably, waved his hand and said, Okay, I'm afraid of you, so I'll call you brother Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin then withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and continued to eat. Walking on the streets in the early morning. Zhang Tianlin and the other 3 looked at how few people were on the road, how quiet everything was, not agitated or lively. Walking on the street with brisk steps, breathing the moist morning air. Zhang Tianlin asked Dugu Yan on the side, "Where are you going to take us out so early?" Dugu Yan said in embarrassment when he heard the words, "I don't know, brother Tianlin, what do you want to go?" Zhang Tianlin said speechlessly, "This is my first visit to this city. How do I know where to go?" Dugu Yan became even more embarrassed, and whispered sheepishly, "I have never gone out so early." Zhang Tianlin, who was visible to the naked eye, was petrified in place, and a gust of cold wind blew past, and Zhang Tianlin said coldly, "Then, what did I do after washing up and eating so early?" Haha. Dugu Yan just stood there and smiled guiltily. Finally, he could only cautiously suggest, "Otherwise, let's go back to sleep for a while and come out to play later." Zhang Tianlin looked at the guilty Dugu Yan with a fake smile. "Sleep? Now you tell me to go back to sleep? Will you sleep with me?" Finally, Zhang Tianlin waved his hand tiredly, "Forget it, we're all out anyway, let's just take a stroll." After saying that, he found a random direction and left. Dugu Yan and Xiaolan quickly followed Zhang Tianlin, walking to the left and right. Zhang Tianlin looked at Dugu Yan walking next to him and asked, "How is it? Is there anything you don't understand about the secret book I gave you yesterday?" "I don't know. My grandpa happened to be at home. He said that he would practice first, so as to avoid detours. After all, the most powerful person in our family is my grandpa. But my father and grandpa said that the secret book is indeed very powerful. A martial spirit that is particularly suitable for our family. Brother Tianlin, thank you very much. Although I have said it many times, I still want to say that you can come to me no matter what happens in the future, and I will do my best." Dugu Yan said at the end, looking at Zhang Tianlin seriously. He promised. Okay, don't be so serious. The main reason is that Sister Yan, you are pleasing to the eye, especially Sister Yan, you are so beautiful. It would be a pity if you die like this in the future." Zhang Tianlin said nonchalantly. Hearing Zhang Tianlin's words, Dugu Yan felt elated for some reason, and said happily, "Really? Brother Tianlin, do you really think your sister is beautiful?" Hearing Dugu Yan's happy question, Zhang Tianlin nodded indifferently, while Xiaolan, who was watching the interaction between the two, couldn't help but slandered in his heart, this little girl seems to have fallen. As for this guy, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Yes, but what is certain is that he is indeed a lustful guy. She blushed slightly as she thought about something that came to mind. Suddenly Zhang Tianlin's face appeared in front of her eyes, looking at her with strange eyes. Xiaolan couldn't help but take a step back in fright, patted her slightly protruding chest, rolled her eyes at Zhang Tianlin and said, "Master, what are you doing suddenly? You startled me." Zhang Tianlin said doubtfully, "Xiaolan, why is your face red? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? And don't call me master, just call me Tianlin." "No, master, you have nothing to repay for your kindness, Xiaolan. From now on, I can only repay you like a cow." Xiaolan retorted Zhang Tianlin seriously, and then said perfunctorily with evasive eyes, "Are I blushing? I don't feel it." Like. Seeing Xiaolan like this, Zhang Tianlin thoughtfully leaned into her ear and whispered teasingly, "You must be thinking about something embarrassing, right?" As a result, Xiaolan's ears turned red when he looked at her. He couldn't help but said in surprise, "I'll go, is it really true?" Xiaolan reached out her hand in shame and anger and pushed Zhang Tianlin aside, and took 2 quick steps forward to stay away from him to avoid Zhang Tianlin's teasing. Zhang Tianlin, who was pushed away, heard Duguyan's voice in his ears, "You two have such a good relationship." The tone of this voice felt a little wrong. Zhang Tianlin replied awkwardly, "That is, she must be one of my women in the future. As long as she is willing, I will take her as my wife." "Ha, one of the women, do you know what a wife is?" Duguyan said angrily. Hearing the words, Zhang Tianlin watched Duguyan sizing up in silence, raised his eyebrows and said strangely, "You must be jealous, right?" Who is jealous? Don't be too narcissistic." Duguyan stammered a retort with a blushing face, and quickly chased Xiaolan away. But Zhang Tianlin's voice came from behind, "Then it's better not to, or if you want to be my wife, you have to accept my 3 wives and 4 concubines." While talking, Zhang Tianlin caught up with Duguyan Xiaolan, grabbed Xiaolan's hand and interlocked his fingers. Xiaolan resisted and wanted to take back her hand reflexively. After reacting, she felt that Zhang Tianlin's hand didn't force him to let go, so she grabbed his hand with her backhand and clasped it tightly. Looking at Zhang Tianlin's surprised look, he leaned into his ear and whispered softly, "I'm not very resistant to you, but I need time to fully accept you." Zhang Tianlin didn't say anything when he heard this, he just clasped Xiaolan's hand tightly. In the eyes of others, the two of them are like childhood sweethearts, but who knows that they are 2 adults with hearts that are slowly getting closer. Duguyan looked at the intimate behavior between the 2 of them, pursed his lips and looked complicated. Finally, he stepped forward as if nothing was wrong and said with faint disdain, "Hey, you suddenly acted like this, I got goosebumps." Just like that, the 3 of them chatted and wandered around the city aimlessly. As the sun rose, the 3 of them walked slowly in front of a tall building. According to Zhang Tianlin's visual inspection, the building covers an area of about mu. It looks like a castle. There is a huge plaque with a hammer on the front gate. Duguyan on the side introduced, "This is the auction house of Tianling City, a branch of the famous Tiandu auction house. Because it is jointly opened by the royal family and some big nobles, it can be said that this auction house has almost everything. Sell." Zhang Tianlin looked at the auction house and sneered, and said lightly, "Including people, right?" Duguyan nodded and said, "Yes, you can buy women with special professional training at any time." It was obvious that Duguyan was used to it. Xiaolan said complicatedly, "I didn't expect that there would be such a blatant place to buy and sell female slaves. Isn't it prohibited by the laws of the 2 empires?" Zhang Tianlin sneered and said, "Didn't you just hear that? This is run by the royal family and some big nobles. As long as there are interests in these people's eyes, people are just commodities. As the makers of the law, that law is just for suppressing competitors is nothing more than disrupting business. What's the matter?" Aren't they all human? Xiao Lan was obviously in disbelief. Zhang Tianlin said calmly, sometimes the difference between people is greater than the difference between people and pigs. In the eyes of these people, ordinary civilians are no different from dogs, or even worse than dogs. Okay. Brother Tianlin, you obviously don't like this place, let's go somewhere else. This is what Duguyan suggested. Zhang Tianlin nodded when he heard this, and was about to say something when he suddenly heard a panicked voice. He turned his head and looked to the right. There were rows of houses there, and you could see small alleys between the houses. What's wrong? Duguyan asked suspiciously. There seems to be some movement there. I'll go over and take a look. After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, he dodged and rushed into the alley. When I came to the entrance of the alley and jumped to the roof, there was a vicious voice, "Damn little girl, where do you think you can go? We have a hard time finding it, and I will treat you well when I go back of." Zhang Tianlin hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound. When he came to an alley and looked down, he saw a 6 or 7-year-old girl leaning against a dead end. There were 4 men, 1 woman, and 5 people in front of her. The little girl held a tang dao with trembling hands and pointed it at the 5 people in front of her. Except for the woman, the 5 people blocking her had 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, at their feet. At this time, the woman said softly to the little girl, "Xia Ro, why bother? After you go back to study hard with your sister, you don't have to worry about food or clothing. Isn't it great?" The little girl named Zyro trembled and exclaimed, "I don't want it. I want to go back to the academy to study. I don't want to study with you." Lin Yu clearly said he was going to be a waiter. "You bad guys, but it's about teaching those things." After saying that, I don't know whether he was angry or why his face turned red. At this time, a man whose martial spirit was obviously a dog said viciously, "It's not up to you. You have been sold to our auction house by Master Linear. Shut up." At this time, the woman scolded the man, and whispered to Zyro, "Our auction attendants need to learn that knowledge. You have met those sisters, too, right? I have learned this knowledge since childhood." "No, I don't want it. I want to go back," the little girl named Zyro cried and shook her head. At this moment, a man whose martial soul was a mouse, the white soul ring under his feet lit up and shouted, "The first soul skill is speed." The figure ran behind the little girl in a flash, and struck her neck with one hand. The little girl obviously didn't react. The mouse man was about to succeed when a golden figure flashed in front of him. A hand made of golden light grabbed his head and pressed it against the wall. Boom! With a sound, the wall at his head was slightly dented, and a stream of blood flowed down the wall from his head. The sudden change caused the remaining 4 people to tense their bodies and put on guard. The woman even summoned her martial soul, a blood-red whip, and 3 yellow, and purple soul rings appeared at her feet. This woman is indeed a soul master. The woman looked wary and shouted coldly, "Who are they?" "We are from Tianling Auction House. The previous chapter was blocked, let's post another chapter." End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Zhang Tianlin didn't reply, but grabbed the man who was holding his hand against the wall and dragged him to the ground. He twisted his hand hard without hesitation, and killed the rat man before he could recover from the sudden blow and resist. Seeing Zhang Tianlin take action decisively and kill one of his own men without hesitation, the remaining 4 people tightened their hearts and became even more alert. And Zhang Tianlin looked at the person who died in his hands. Even though he was used to killing people in the virtual world simulated with 6 gems, he still couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. After all, this is the first real murder, and there is a certain psychological difference from the virtual one. However, thanks to the special training, he was able to remain calm even though it was virtual, and the 4 people who were on guard did not notice anything strange. The woman who was obviously the leader was about to say something. "Zhang Tianlin, who had read countless novels and animations in his previous life, knew that he had nothing to say to these people, so he used his Sky Eye Martial Soul and Silence. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, appeared from bottom to top and finally stabilized behind his head. The remaining 4 people in the auction house and Duguyan who just arrived all looked at Zhang Tianlin's puzzling soul ring in disbelief. Configuration. While Zhang Tianlin took advantage of the shock of the 4 people in front of him, the black soul ring lit up, the third soul skill mental shock. An impact invisible to the naked eye hit the 4 people, causing all 4 of them to hold their heads in their hands and scream. The severe pain made the 4 of them unable to resist. At this time, Zhang Tianlin's body was covered with golden light, and a burst of solid golden light spread from his feet along the ground to the 4 of them at a high speed. The golden light came in front of the 4 people, and it changed like 4 long spears, piercing the 4 people's bodies, and then pierced out of the 4 people's bodies like a tree growing forks. As the golden light dissipated, the bodies of the 4 of them fell to the ground motionless like rag dolls, lifeless. 4 great soul masters and 1 soul master ended their sinful life in just a few breaths without even a decent resistance. Ah! A scream came from behind, followed by a slight sound of falling to the ground. Zhang Tianlin looked back, the little girl named Xiaoro had already fainted on the ground. At this time, Xiaolan jumped up from the roof and asked Zhang Tianlin, "What's going on?" After looking at the 5 dead people on the ground, she asked Zhang Tianlin again, "Are you okay?" Duguyan, who was in shock, came to his senses after hearing Xiaolan's movement and jumped off the roof to Zhang Tianlin's side. Watching him shake his head to Xiaolan to indicate that he is fine, and at the same time withdraw that unreasonable spirit ring. Pointing at Zhang Tianlin's disappeared soul ring with trembling fingers, he was speechless. You. What's wrong with me?" Zhang Tianlin imitated Duguyan and stammered. At the same time, he leaned over and picked up the little girl in the posture of a princess hug. "She is?" Xiaolan asked suspiciously. Zhang Tianlin shook his head and said, "I don't know very well, it seems that I was tricked into selling it to an auction house, and then escaped. Then," pointing to the corpse on the ground, "these 5 should come to find and arrest her people." At this time, Duguyan calmed down and asked questions like a barrage, "Did I read it right just now? Your soul ring is actually 2,000 years and 10,000 years old? And I remember you said you were only 6 years old. Right? You're already a soul master, how did you do it? You're even higher than me, and I've only just obtained my 3rd soul ring. Who knows, it's so good after practicing. I don't know what's going on." Zhang Tianlin dealt with Duguyan casually, and was about to walk to the hotel with the little girl in his arms. Duguyan stretched out his hand to stop him, pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Humph, if you don't say it, and don't make up a reason." After speaking, he looked at the girl in his arms and said, "You don't plan to just say it. Why don't you take her to the hotel where you are staying? Otherwise?" Zhang Tianlin asked with a frown. Duguyan rolled his eyes, "These people on the ground are blatantly arresting this trafficked girl in broad daylight. If you take her back to the hotel like this, you will definitely be in big trouble. Go to my house, because of my grandfather's relationship, our family you still have some respect in Tianling City, and no one will dare to cause trouble for such a trivial matter." Zhang Tianlin thought for a while, and indeed although Dugubo was not yet known as a titled DOULUO, his status as a high-level contra would make people not offend him for being a dispensable person. Not to mention the little girls in my hands, even the ones that have been trained, as long as Dugubo asks, they are probably willing to send them over to curry favor at their own expense. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin nodded and said, "Then I will trouble you, Sister Yan. Haha, I like you more and more, and I don't want to be hypocritical when I need help. Let's go, my father told me that I must invite you back to entertain you today, I don't know how to say it yet, let's go." Duguyan said happily. Then he took Zhang Tianlin and Xiaolan to his home. Not long after the 3 of them left, two people ran towards the location of the 5 dead people not far from the place where Zhang Tianlin killed just now. It can be seen that one of the spirits is also a dog. At this time, there are 2 spirit rings under his feet, one of which is white. His soul ring was on, obviously using a soul skill. I saw this person said, Karina's office has a strong smell of blood. It should be found. We didn't find anyone in that direction just now. Now we don't have to be scolded. The smell of blood? It seems that the little girl was miserable. Why don't we get over it later? Don't look at Karina's usual gentle and kind appearance. In fact, it can be abnormal and terrifying. How many people have been tortured and killed? This time I escaped several little girls, except for the last one. 2 of the 4 who have been taken back have been tortured to death by her, and every time I think of the screams, I feel uncomfortable. The speaker was a martial soul, a bird soul master. He shook his body after he finished speaking. Then, let's go there later. The dog soul master said hesitantly, slowing down his pace. In the end, the 2 stopped under the same roof tacitly. The dog soul master even sat down on the ground and complained, if Karina was not in charge because she was good looking, she would be satisfied with the service of Master DOULUO'S, and she is deeply favored. Just like her, she would kill these goods from time to time, causing our auction house to lose money. With so many gold soul coins, they have been punished long ago. How can they act like they are now? Whoever makes someone have a good skin and specially trains those women, he must be more powerful. After finishing speaking, he glanced around guiltily and whispered, isn't everyone spreading it in private? It's worth dying late. After speaking, he licked his tongue, his eyes full of anticipation. Just think about it now, how can there be such a good thing? The dog soul master said enviously. The bird soul master carefully observed the surrounding area, and quietly said to the dog soul master, don't tell me, there are rumors that some good-looking little white faces passed her bed, otherwise, where do you think the rumors come from? Really? Obviously the dog soul master was shocked by this explosive gossip, touched his face and said discouragedly, it's a pity that I don't have a bitch face. Even if I was given a chance, I wouldn't dare. Hey, you don't know that there is a rumor that the men who slept with her were all tortured to death? The bird soul master said in fear. The dog soul master shook his body when he heard the words, indeed, you don't know. When I was his guard some time ago, I heard her torture people in the dungeon. The screams there were terrible. It's a pity that today's the little girl who ran away. It's not right to meet such a. Speaking of this, the dog soul master suddenly yelled as if he had sensed something. What's the matter? I was taken aback. The bird soul master said dissatisfied. Something happened. There is such a strong smell of blood, but there is no sound at all. The dog spirit master said solemnly. The 2 looked at each other. The bird soul master summoned the 2nd soul ring of the martial soul, a pair of wings appeared on his body, the whole person slowly lifted into the air, looked in the direction pointed by the dog soul master. After a while, came his trembling voice, they are all lying on the ground, not knowing whether they are alive or dead. Is there anyone else around? The dog soul master asked quickly. Bird soul master heard the words, looked around carefully, shook his head and said, no one. Go over and have a look. The dog soul master hurried over with a call, and the bird soul master who was flying in the sky hurriedly followed. The 2 arrived and looked at the 5 people who were so cold on the ground with ugly expressions. Bird soul master said in horror, I'll go back and report to Master DOULUO'S. You go to find the murderer. He ran away in a hurry. The dog soul master's 1st soul ring lit up, and then he sniffed hard, and after a while he ran in the direction where Zhang Tianlin and others left. After a period of tracking, Zhang Tianlin who was holding the little girl was finally locked. But seeing the face of Duguyan beside him changed, he turned around and left. And Zhang Tianlin looked in his direction if he felt something, just in time to see his back in a hurry and couldn't help but be thankful that Duguyan was there. otherwise he would definitely be in trouble. And the dog soul master who left didn't take long to return to the auction house and went straight to an office. At this time, a roar came from the office, "Trash! They are all trash! I can't even catch a little girl, but they are all dead anyway. What use do I have for you trash?" The dog spirit master who had just arrived outside the door swallowed nervously and knocked on the door. Until DOULUO'S voice came from inside, "Come in." After taking 2 deep breaths, he pushed the door and walked in, saluted a handsome man sitting behind the desk, and then reported, "Master DOULUO, the villain has just tracked down the murderer, and he already knows who the murderer is, but speaking of this," the dog soul master looked embarrassed. "Hey!" The man named DOULUO glanced at him coldly and snorted dissatisfiedly. "Little one, I saw that one of the murderers is Douguyan, the granddaughter of Dougubo." The dog soul master hurriedly lowered his head and reported. DOULUO was stunned when he heard this, thought for a moment, frowned and sighed, "In that case, forget it. Call back all the people who were sent out." End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Chapter 2-3. This time, Zhang Tianlin, led by Douguyan, arrived at the door of her house. The guard at the door saw Douguyan and hurriedly saluted, "Miss. You asked Uncle Su to arrange 3 rooms. Just say that there are distinguished guests. By the way, call 2 people to come and settle the girl." Douguyan ordered the doorman, and then told the other doorman, "Go find a doctor. I'm going to check out Tianling Hotel by the way, so I'll say it's Zhang Tianlin." Both doormen agreed and went to do what Douguyan ordered. After ordering the doorman, Douguyan turned to Zhang Tianlin and smiled, "Brother Tianlin, don't stay in hotels in Tianling City from now on. Just stay at our Dougu family." When Zhang Tianlin heard this, he could only smile and said, "Excuse me." At this time, 2 maids ran out of Douguyan's house. Douguyan ordered, "Place the child in Brother Tianlin's hand, and wait for the doctor to come and take her to treat her." Then he pointed to the child in Zhang Tianlin's hand. "Girl." After hearing this, the 2 maids quickly came to Zhang Tianlin, picked up the little girl, and carried her into the mansion. "Haha, Brother Tianlin, your arrival has made my Dougu family shine." At this time, a happy voice came. It was Douguxin. Behind him was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. "Humph, Dad, I already recognize Tianlin as my younger brother, why do you still call him brother?" At this time, Douguyan shouted to Douguxin dissatisfied. Zhang Tianlin clasped his fists at Douguxin and smiled, "Uncle Dougu is serious, please forgive me for disturbing you in the next few days." "Brother Tianlin, if you say that, I won't be happy," Douguxin said dissatisfied. "Father!" Douguyan called out dissatisfied. "Haha, that's my brother's fault, Brother Dougu," Zhang Tianlin said to Douguxin with a haha smile. Then he winked at Douguyan and said with a smile, "From now on we can discuss our own affairs." He cupped his fists and saluted Douguxin, "Brother Dougu." Then he cupped his fist and saluted Douguyan, "Sister Yan." When Douguxin heard this, he looked confused. After a while, he shook his head and pointed at Zhang Tianlin and said helplessly, You, but this is not bad. I feel like old friends at first sight, and we should be brothers. You are younger than Yan, so it is really appropriate to call her Sister Yan. You guys." Douguyan pointed at Zhang Tianlin and Douguxin, stamped his feet, and finally ran into the house with a dissatisfied snort. "Haha." Zhang Tianlin and Douguxin looked at each other and smiled. Douguxin grabbed Zhang Tianlin's hand and walked towards the house, smiling and saying, "Brother Tianlin, let's go. If you weren't still young, I would have stayed with you until I got drunk today." He shook his head regretfully. Zhang Tianlin just smiled and didn't answer. And Xiaolan hurriedly followed. After a while, the 3 of them came to the living room. Douguyan was already sitting at a table with 2 bowls of cold dishes on it. Seeing the 3 people coming in, he waved to Xiao Lan and said, "Xiao Lan, sit here with me." Then he gritted his teeth to Zhang Tianlin and said, "Both of you brothers sit aside." Hearing this, DOULUO'S shook his head with a wry smile, "Brother Tianlin, please." Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin sat down at random, and DOULUO'S also sat next to him, and said to the maid standing beside him, "Tell the kitchen that the food is ready." Then he said to Zhang Tianlin, "Brother Tianlin, you're welcome, just like you're at home." Zhang Tianlin rubbed his stomach and laughed, "I'm really hungry after shopping all morning." As he spoke, he picked up a cold dish and ate it. After a while, one after another, the maids served delicacies one after another, including some soul beast meat. Gradually, father and daughter Douguyan and DOULUO'S couldn't help but stop their chopsticks and looked at Zhang Tianlin in surprise, who was like a starving ghost reincarnated. "Papa!" There was a sound of chopsticks hitting the ground. Zhang Tianlin, who was eating, raised his head and looked at the expressions of Douguyan and his daughter. Looking at the dishes on the table that he had almost finished, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, this is my first time eating soul beast meat. I didn't expect it to be not only delicious, but also rich in nutrients." Yes, from the moment Zhang Tianlin ate the first piece of soul beast meat, his Lihoku immortal thief began to function unconsciously, decomposing a lot of nutrients. Compared with the ordinary ingredients that he ate before, the digested nutrients were at least 100 times more. Just for a while, I felt that Lihoku immortal thief strengthened his physique as quickly as he did when he first started practicing. This extremely fast speed of becoming stronger made Zhang Tianlin eat up the whole table without knowing it. "Haha, brother Tianlin likes to eat, so feel free to eat open." Douguyan greeted Zhang Tianlin with a smile. "Reincarnation of a starving ghost," Douguyan muttered. Zhang Tianlin smiled sheepishly and asked doubtfully, "I wonder how old these soul beasts are. These meats are all brought back from the Sunset Forest. Many people will bring back the corpses of the soul beasts to sell after hunting the soul rings. Although eating this soul beast meat can't improve your cultivation, it's still better than ordinary meat. Eat. Most of the meat here comes from century-old soul beasts. As for the 1,000-year-old soul beast meat, our Dougu family can only eat it occasionally." DOULUO'S began to introduce. Hiccup. Zhang Tianlin burped. Although he could continue to eat with the Lihoku immortal thief, this was the first time he felt full after practicing the Lihoku immortal thief. The nutritional energy digested for the first time, I felt that the energy accumulated in the body was not absorbed by the body immediately to strengthen the body. It felt that it would take at least several hours to digest all the energy. It seems that I need to eat more soul beast meat to practice in the future. In this way, my physique will reach a new peak. When absorbing the blood of the Golden Dragon King, the impact of the shattered wool on the Sea of Spirit will be much smaller. After all, my stronger physique makes it easier to absorb the Golden Dragon. The faster the King's bloodline is absorbed, the shorter the time for the Sea of Spirit to be impacted. Zhang Tianlin thought secretly in his heart. At this time, the middle-aged man who had been following Douguyan came over and said, "Master, the little girl is awake." Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin put down the chopsticks in his hands. Seeing this, Douguyan said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Su, where is the child? Please take us there." Uncle Su nodded, and led a few people to the little girl's residence. "I don't know how the girl is doing now?" Zhang Tianlin asked. Uncle Su, who was leading the way, returned, "The doctor checked, and there was nothing wrong with it. It's just that he was too nervous and frightened before he fainted. Here, it's here." Uncle Su led everyone to the door of a room and said, "Uncle Su, go do your work." Douguyan said to Uncle Su. And Zhang Tianlin went straight into the room, and saw the girl named Xiaoro nervously huddled in a corner of the bed and wrapped in a quilt with only one head exposed. Looking at the expression on her face, she was obviously nervous and frightened. And beside the bed, there were two maids speaking some comforting words to her. Hearing the movement caused by Zhang Tianlin's walking, All three looked over. When the two maids saw Douguyan and Douguxin behind Zhang Tianlin, they quickly saluted and opened their mouths to say something with a look of embarrassment on their faces. A piercing scream sounded, startling both maids. The one who screamed was the little girl on the bed. At this time, she was already hiding in the quilt and shivering. Douguyan waved to the two maids to signal them to leave, walked to Zhang Tianlin's side and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with her? She was so scared all of a sudden." Zhang Tianlin scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I don't know, it seems that I was frightened when I saw it." Douguyan tapped the corner of his mouth with his right hand, thought for a moment, and laughed, "Hee, it seems that when you rescued her, you killed those 5 people in such a bloody way, and she saw it in her eyes. At that time, I was stunned. I guess I'm still scared now." Douguyan patted Zhang Tianlin on the shoulder and said, "How about it? You obviously saved someone, but in the end he is afraid of you. Brother Tianlin, how do you feel now?" "Sister, I am very curious." "Haha." Zhang Tianlin could only chuckle. "Oh? Brother Tianlin killed 5 people today? What's going on?" Douguxin asked curiously, but he had a higher opinion of Zhang Tianlin in his heart. After all, although soul masters often kill because of fighting, but at such a young age as Zhang Tianlin, he can kill enemies without mercy, and there is no difference when he just had a meal. It can be said that he is decisive in killing and determined. This little girl seems to have escaped from the auction house. At that time, she was blocked in an alley by 5 soul masters from the auction house. Brother Tianlin killed all 5 of them. I didn't even have the time to react. He killed it instantly. That's 4 great soul masters and 1 soul master. Douguyan still couldn't help being amazed when he thought about it now. Douguxin was also dumbfounded when he heard the words, turned to look at Zhang Tianlin and asked, "Brother Tianlin, are you really only 6 years old?" Zhang Tianlin smiled indifferently, "If you can feel the bones, you can see for yourself. Actually, it's not that great, it's just a sneak attack while they're not paying attention." Douguyan rolled his eyes and said, "It's not that great, let's not talk about your cultivation as a soul master when you were 6 years old. After all, you look like you are 11 or 12 years old. But you're 2 purple and 1 black. Don't say I've never heard of your soul ring. It's no wonder that those 4 people stayed where they were in amazement and were killed by you in a surprise attack." "What? Soul master? 2 purple and 1 black soul rings?" Douguxin stammered in disbelief, looking at Zhang Tianlin with wide eyes. Zhang Tianlin just shrugged and said, "Actually, it's not as powerful as you think. The first 1000-year soul ring directly raised my soul power to level 38 or more, and the second soul ring raised me to level. My martial soul is spiritual in nature and has been enhanced by 2000-year soul rings. The soul impact of the third soul ring can be easily overcome. After adding the third soul ring, I am now level. Would you like to listen to what you are saying? If you are not good, then what am I? A waste." Douguyan shouted excitedly. And Douguxin saw God's expression on his face. "In the future, the world of soul masters must be your world. I, Douguxin, and you call you brothers and sisters. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Not bad, haha." Zhang Tianlin couldn't help but laugh proudly in the end. What's the purpose of extra limited soul rings? Isn't it just for seeing other people's surprised expressions at times like this? End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Epiphany. Chapter 24 Epiphany. Okay, it's okay. We won't hurt you. Xiaolan hugged the girl named Zyro and comforted her softly, while at the same time a slight soul power radiated from her body to comfort the girl. The little girl calmed down under the soothing power of Xiaolan's life-filled blue-silver grass soul, and she nuzzled comfortably in Xiaolan's arms. Seeing that the little girl was no longer afraid and completely calmed down, Zhang Tianlin asked, "What's your name? Why are you surrounded by those people?" Hearing Zhang Tianlin's question, the little girl looked at Zhang Tianlin, and after seeing his face clearly, she trembled nervously again. And Xiaolan hurriedly hugged her tightly to comfort her, and whispered something in her ear. Zhang Tianlin smiled awkwardly, and muttered in a low voice, "Am I so scary?" Duguyan rolled his eyes and said, "What do you think?" Thinking of the 4 miserable deaths in the back, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems that it has indeed gone too far. Haha. Duguyan chuckled and was too lazy to say anything else. I don't know what Xiaolan said to the little girl. The little girl looked at Zhang Tianlin and mustered up the courage to timidly say, "Thank you, brother." Zhang Tianlin heard this and replied happily, "You're welcome." Then the little girl began to tell what happened to her. The little girl's name is Su Xiaro, a villager from Sujia village near Tianling City. Their village has the characteristics of DOULUO continent. Almost all the villagers have sword martial souls, and they are all swords used for fighting. It is a rare big village, and every year a few people will awaken their innate soul power. It is precisely because of this that almost all the young people in their village have become soldiers of the Tiandu Empire. The current village chief is a soldier who retired due to injury and is a battle spirit master of more than 40 levels. It is precisely because of the special nature of their village that no matter how many children in their village awaken their soul power, they can get work-study places. Su Xiao's father was also an imperial soldier, but he died in a small-scale conflict with the Star Luo Empire a few years ago. Her mother, who was pregnant with her at the time, heard of the death of her father, who died not long after giving birth to her 2 months later. And she was doing well in the orphanage in the village on her father's pension. This year, the Wuhan awakened, awakening the innate soul power of their Tang Dao Wuhan at the 2nd level, and enrolled in Tianling City Junior College as a work-study student. I originally planned to go to an intermediate college after finishing the work arranged by the college, and then I wanted to find a job to save some money and then go to an intermediate college. I was introduced to a noble student named Lin Yu. Work as a waiter in the auction house. It turned out that she was taught some strange knowledge every day, because she was too ashamed, and she refused to learn it. But if he didn't study, he wouldn't be given food, and he wouldn't be allowed to leave. Later, he realized that he was cheated, and was actually sold to the auction house. Later, under the leadership of a girl in the same dormitory who had a mutated cow spirit that kept cow horns on her body, she secretly dug tunnels every night and finally escaped from the auction house a few days ago. However, after being discovered by people at the auction house, they were chased and all of them scattered and ran away. Finally, Su Xiaro was rescued by Zhang Tianlin in an alley. At the end of the story, Su Xiaro came to Zhang Tianlin and knelt down and begged, "Brother, brother, please, can you save the 4 sisters?" Miss Karina said that they were all taken back. Zhang Tianlin quickly helped Su Xiaro up and said, "Get up quickly, I can only say try your best." Zhang Tianlin's personality is actually not that of a holy mother, but he is the kind who will try his best to help those within his ability. Especially after arriving in DOULUO continent, I feel that I have some strength after practicing. The mentality of wanting to be a hero when I was a child, the mentality of wanting to show off when I was in the 2nd grade, and the mentality of chasing 10 school beauties in college. Swell. So at Su Xiao's request, she agreed without thinking. In the end, Duguyan arranged for her to have a meal, and after the meal, Xiaolan asked her to comfort her to sleep. Watching Xiaolan come out from the yard, Zhang Tianlin asked, "Asleep?" Xiaolan nodded. Duguyan, who was sitting next to Zhang Tianlin, frowned and said to Zhang Tianlin, "Are you really going to save someone? Otherwise, I'll ask Dad to come forward and bring him back." Zhang Tianlin glanced at Duguyan when he heard this. Shook his head and said, "No, in fact I am particularly disgusted with the buying and selling of people. It is because of this that I particularly hate the 2 empires. Some time ago, sometimes I would also think about it in the future when I have the ability. What to do, I am very confused about the future. But what happened today makes me feel like I have found what I want to do. So I want to go by myself, using my own method, because I feel that I can rely on you to save a few people today. But they can't save countless people like Su Zyro all over the DOULUO continent. So I will take action tonight as the beginning of my firm belief. You mean you want to go to the auction house alone to save people? Are you crazy? Duguyan said in astonishment. But Dugu Xin was more concerned about the underlying meaning of Zhang Tianlin's words just now, and said with a solemn expression, "The meaning of your rebuttal just now is that you want to change the occurrence of this kind of thing? Then do you know what you are going to face?" Zhang Tianlin smiled indifferently when he heard the words, I know what kind of difficulty it is. There will always be someone who will do it, right? And I must be the one who is most likely to succeed." At the end of Duguxin's father and daughter Xiaolan seemed to be able to see the light in his firm eyes. Zhang Tianlin probably never thought that after traveling to DOULUO continent and gaining power, one day he would have such a strong and determined desire to accomplish something. Growing up in peacetime, I had no worries about food and clothing, and I never had to worry about anything. After reincarnating into DOULUO continent, I actually felt uncomfortable and even disliked many things. Before, I had always told myself to do as the Romans do and adapt to the new world. But today I encountered something that I deliberately avoided, and the 3 views that I have studied for more than 20 years in my previous life have been hit like never before. And this aroused his rebellious psychology. Fucking adapt, labor and management are driving over, what are you afraid of? The adaptation should also be the world adapting to me. People of DOULUO continent, are you ready? Ready to welcome you be my new king. Whether you like it or not, the value of your existence is to make the world into the way I like it. At this moment, in the eyes of Dugu Xin, Duguyan, and Xiaolan, Zhang Tianlin became different, although they didn't know what was different. At this time, with his firm belief, Zhang Tianlin's cultivation level of the purifying mantra skyrocketed, increasing several times in an instant. It turns out that Zhang Tianlin has always been too cautious because of the memory of his previous life, even too cautious, and lost the indomitable mentality that a cultivator should have, as if he did not dare to use the power of the infinite gem. Put a layer of shackles on yourself. Such a mentality has actually gone astray. But it was precisely because of this that he, who had broken through this level, now had an unimaginable sublimation of his soul and will, which saved him at least 20 years of penance. Brother Tianlin, why do I feel that you have changed somewhere? Dugu Xin couldn't help asking. It has become different. Zhang Tianlin sighed, then shook his head and chuckled. I have always thought too much, and almost went astray without realizing it. Fortunately, it is not too late to wake up now. Dugu Xin didn't know what to say when he heard the words, and brought the topic back to what he said just now. Are you really determined to save people by yourself? How about I accompany you? 2 people can take care of you. There are 3 people in the auction house. The sole emperor sits in charge. Zhang Tianlin shook his head and refused. I've made up my mind, I don't need to persuade you anymore. Duguxin frowned and said, it's not that brother hit you, brother, you are really talented and unprecedented, but you are only a soul master after all, not to mention the 3 soul emperors who sit in the town, the soul kings under them probably are not good. Deal with. Haha, brother Dugu. You don't have to worry, even that Tang Hao has nothing to do with me, he can only watch me castrate his son. A few soul emperors can't kill me. Zhang Tianlin said confidently, unconsciously exposed a shocking melon. Brother Tianlin, why are you so stubborn? Hey Dugu Xin looked at Zhang Tianlin with a determined face and couldn't persuade him anymore, but in his heart he wanted to find Dugu Bo to protect him secretly when he acted. He points. Zhang Tianlin held Duguxin's hand and said, brother, I accept your wishes. Don't worry, brother, I never do things that I'm not sure about. But... Zhang Tianlin scratched his head embarrassedly and said, brother, can you arrange a secret room? I want to make some preparations. Hey, whatever. Now that you've made up your mind, I don't have much to say. As for the secret room, follow me. After speaking, he brought Zhang Tianlin to a room. Looking at the bookshelves and a table in the room, it is obvious that this is a study. After DOULUO'S walked to a bookshelf and moved a certain book on it, he saw that the space in front of the desk slowly opened up to reveal a downward staircase. Follow the stairs to the end and there is a secret room. Turn the first light under the secret room half a circle to the right and you can open the door and come out. I won't go down to disturb you. After DOULUO'S introduced the secret room, left. And Zhang Tianlin walked into the secret room alone. Because of the skyrocketing cultivation of soul wool, Zhang Tianlin planned to condense the Golden Dragon King's energy and blood soul ring again. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The golden mist slowly condensed into a golden soul ring. After several days of hard work, Zhang Tianlin lifted the 2 seals again, and condensed 2 soul rings of qi and blood. It was originally upgraded to level 37 after absorbing the soul ring some time ago. After a period of practice, it was upgraded to 1 level. Condensed the 3rd blood spirit ring and raised it to level 42. Originally, he wanted to try to see if he could break through the condensed blood spirit ring, but he didn't expect it to be possible. Now Zhang Tianlin is already a level soul sect. The 2 Golden Dragon King Qi, blood, and soul rings were successfully condensed. Now Zhang Tianlin's Qi and blood power is becoming more and more powerful, and his physical strength under normal conditions has at least doubled. After transforming into a dragon, the degree of enhancement has not improved much, and is still about the same as before. However, when the basic physical fitness is improved, the same 6-fold increase after dragon transformation is not just a little increase, it is simply a leapfrog growth. As for the skills of the 2 soul rings, it is no surprise that the 3rd soul skill is the Golden Dragon Roar. The sonic physical attack soul skill comes with a mental attack, which is the so-called dual sword skill in the game. The 4th soul skill is the Golden Dragon Violence domain. In addition to transforming into a berserk, it also doubles the defense speed of one's own power based on the dragon transformation. Allied forces within the domain can receive 1/3 of Zhang Tianlin's enhancement. Now I just need a battle to test my current strength. After probably feeling his condition, Zhang Tianlin said lightly to himself and touched his hungry belly. Then leave the secret room. After leaving the secret room and coming to the study, there was no one in the study. Zhang Tianlin left directly and walked out of the study. There was a maid standing outside at the door, and she could be seen yawning out of boredom. Seeing Zhang Tianlin open the door and come out, he quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "This young master, the master of the house has given orders. If you come out, I will obey your orders. I wonder what you need now." "Well, can you take me to your patriarch?" Zhang Tianlin asked. The maid nodded when she heard the words, stretched out her hand and said, "Please follow me." After speaking, she led the way. Zhang Tianlin quickly followed and asked again, "How long have I been in seclusion now?" 5 days. The maid replied without turning her head. Zhang Tianlin was surprised when he heard the words, but he felt it made sense. After all, the condensing of the spirit rings this time was indeed relatively smooth, except that the 4th spirit ring was a little more troublesome, but it was just troublesome. It can almost be said that it was accomplished in one go. If it weren't for the lack of level, I'm afraid I could have tried to condense the 5th soul ring. With his current strength, especially the substantial improvement in physical fitness, the amount of energy output by the Infinity Stones at one time has also been greatly improved. Especially since the Soul Stone has a special ability, this ability can be said to only appear in DOULUO continent. Special abilities. Relying on the Soul Gem, Zhang Tianlin can increase the age of the Soul Ring that has not been absorbed by 3 years, and directly input energy to the Soul Ring to increase the age of the Soul Ring, but it is limited by the amount of one-time output. Another ability is to make dead soul beasts into souls. Yes, souls that only appear in Dosan can only produce souls that are up to 2 years old, because the energy he currently outputs at one time can only turn the soul of the soul beast into a 10,000-year-old soul. The created soul can exist in the space of the soul gem. If you want to increase the life of the produced soul, you can only wait until it becomes stronger. However, the ability to create souls is actually a transitional ability that is indispensable to Zhang Tianlin. Both abilities are only temporarily useful. Because Zhang Tianlin can now rely on the time gem to watch the timeline of the Dousan period. In this way, he can directly learn the method of making souls from the timeline, and rely on the power of reality gems to scan soul guides such as the spirit transferring tower related to making souls, and then use the reality gems to create parts and special materials one by one. In the current era, the spirit pagoda was copied and built, and this kind of large project could be completed quickly only by Zhang Tianlin alone. But that's something for the future. The most urgent thing now is to fulfill the promise to Su Xiaoro, and go to the auction house to make a big fuss tonight to see his current strength. Then, depending on the situation, use the new ability of the soul gem to help Kobo get a 10-year soul ring, and use this to win over him. After all, for Zhang Tianlin, who is now determined to change the world, Kobo and even his family will be extremely important combat forces in the future. This is different from the playful mentality before. Here we are, please wait a moment, I will report to the master. At this moment, the maid saluted Zhang Tianlin. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin looked up and saw that he had come to the living room. He nodded to the maid, it's troublesome. Then he found a chair and sat there waiting. The maid left, probably to find DOULUO'S. Hey, you don't want to be so bitter and bitter. That Lin Yu is a nobleman after all, and this Tianling city is almost their family's fiefdom. Relying on my grandfather's power, at most he can only vent his anger by beating him violently. Don't be unhappy. Duguyan's voice was heard at this moment. No, it's not because I can't punish Lin Yu, but because I'm more worried about the sisters who were taken back. Wu. It was Su Xiaoro who spoke, and she explained why she was unhappy. And started crying as he spoke. At this time, I remembered Xiaolan's voice, don't worry, the master always keeps his word and will definitely rescue them. Zhang Tianlin raised his eyes and saw that Xiaolan and the others had obviously just come back from outside. At this time, Xiaolan seemed to feel Zhang Tianlin's gaze, and she also raised her eyes and met Zhang Tianlin's gaze. He shouted happily, Master, you are out of prison. Hearing Xiaolan's shout, Duguyan and Su Xiaoro also looked over. Su Xiaoro instantly hid behind Duguyan, exposed her head, looked at Zhang Tianlin timidly and said hello, brother. After calling, she shrank back. Well, Zhang Tianlin was helpless when he saw her like this. He was still so afraid of me after so many days. Duguyan pulled Su Xiaoro out from behind, put his arms around her neck and pointed at Zhang Tianlin, don't be afraid, little sister Xiaoro, he's not that scary anymore. If you're afraid, those bad guys are afraid of him. But it was obvious that her words had no effect, and Su Xiaoro seemed at a loss under Zhang Tianlin's gaze. Zhang Tianlin sighed, waved to Su Xiaoro, and said with a smile, don't be afraid, Xiaoro, come here first. Brother plans to rescue your sisters tonight, but he doesn't know them, so he has to see what they look like from your memory. Su Xiaoro immediately raised her head when she heard the words, and said in surprise, really? Seeing Zhang Tianlin nodding, he quickly ran to his side and said nervously, brother, what do you want me to do? Just don't resist, I'll do the rest. After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, he put his hand on her head, and the blue air from Zhang Tianlin's hand slowly covered Su Xiaoro's head. After about a stick of incense, Zhang Tianlin withdrew his breath and said with a light smile, okay, I know what they look like. It's such a miraculous ability that you can actually check other people's memories. The sudden voice came from DOULUO'S who came over at some point. Seeing Duguyan standing beside him, it was obvious that she was telling DOULUO'S what Zhang Tianlin was doing. When did brother Dugu come? Zhang Tianlin laughed. When you read Xiaoro's memory, you didn't bother me because you were afraid of something unexpected. DOULUO'S said with a smile. Then the conversation turned to Zhang Tianlin and asked, Yan told me just now that you decided to save people tonight? Did you really decide? Haha, brother Dugu, don't worry, I might not be defeated even if it is a soul sage. Zhang Tianlin laughed, but it was obvious that DOULUO'S didn't believe what he said. After all, in his cognition, even if the difference is 2 or 3 levels in the same realm, he will lose more and win less, let alone a few big realms. DOULUO'S just thought that he was a child with no knowledge, thinking that his soul ring configuration with 2 purples and 1 black would be invincible in the world. But in his heart, he decided to wait and find his father, Kobo, to take care of him. After all, no matter how you say it, he is also your own savior. DOULUO'S thought so in his heart, but said calmly on his face, in this case, I can't persuade you anymore. Brother Tianlin, you have been in seclusion for a few days and you haven't had any water. Do you want to eat something first? Then I'll trouble you, brother. Zhang Tianlin rubbed his belly and laughed. Upon hearing this, DOULUO'S arranged to go down to prepare meals, and they had dinner together. They got together and chatted, during which they also talked about the secret book that Zhang Tianlin gave to their DOULUO family. After DOULUO'S practice confirmed, it was indeed suitable for their family. In the hands of DOULUO, even his jade phosphorus snake emperor poison itself is nothing compared to it. And it also made up for their shortcomings of more than enough control and insufficient attack. And the 5 treasure body protection method is no worse than ordinary defensive soul skills. These self-created soul powers can be said to have strengthened the fighting style in an all-round way. However, DOULUO'S has been regretting that Kobo is not here today, because Kobo came out of seclusion on the 2nd day of Zhang Tianlin's retreat and has always wanted to see him. As a result, I heard that Zhang Tianlin had gone into seclusion, so he had no choice but to go into seclusion again in the hope of transforming all the poison in his body. Otherwise, I have to meet Zhang Tianlin and thank him face to face. A meal is a feast for the guests and the host, as the sun gradually sets. Because there is still action at night, they can only go back to their rooms with unfinished business. After leaving the dining room, DOULUO'S quickly went to another secret room to look for Kobo. Zhang Tianlin wanted to go to the auction house alone to save people tonight, hoping that Kobo could go and protect Zhang Tianlin secretly. And Kobo naturally agreed with all his mouth, and said with a look of expectation, I also want to see how much his ultra-limited soul ring can enhance his strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Brutal Foreplay. Chapter 26 Brutal Foreplay. The night falls and the sky is filled with stars. Zhang Tianlin only had such a night sky in his previous life when he was a child. Nowadays, you can see it almost every day in DOULUO continent. At this time, Zhang Tianlin stood alone at the highest point of the auction house. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, were slowly rotating behind his head. 2 of the purple soul rings lit up. It was obvious that he was using the first and second soul skills. Hey? It's strange why I only found 2, and why the other 2 searched all over the auction house, no matter all the rooms above, not even all the rooms underground. At this time, Zhang Tianlin frowned and murmured to himself. It turned out that he was using the Celestial Eye Martial Soul to cooperate with Tianxi Mansion's observation method Sky Eye to search for the 4 sisters that Su Xiao mentioned, but he only found 2. Zhang Tianlin turned his head and looked at the auction booth under his feet. What was amazing was that there were no windows or anything like that under his feet, but he seemed to be able to see the auction venue under the roof where he was standing. In fact, he can indeed see. This was discovered by Zhang Tianlin accidentally. Using the observation method of Tianxi Mansion, even ordinary people can see the clairvoyance like thunder. This clairvoyance is considered to be created by this book, and it does not exist under one person now. With his own Sky Eye martial spirit, he can actually see through buildings and the like. However, what is a pity for Zhang Tianlin is that when he looks at people, the effect is just like people under X-rays. He can see skulls and other things, but in color. When Zhang Tianlin first saw this visual effect, he was still very uncomfortable, and it took him a lot of days to get used to it. He looked at an auction that had been completed at his feet, and one of the targets to be rescued tonight, a girl with white cat ears and a cat tail, was locked in a cage and pushed onto the auction stage. Zhang Tianlin put away the Sky Eye martial soul, and the 3 soul rings behind his head also disappeared, but his eyes still faintly emitted a layer of golden light. It was he who was using Sky Eye. This kind of performance just proves that Zhang Tianlin's Tianyantong is still not proficient, otherwise the divine light in his eyes must be restrained, and there will be no change in appearance. After Zhang Tianlin withdrew his martial soul, a red light flashed and he had changed into another suit. The whole body of the clothes is white with black edges. The coat is a windbreaker that reaches the calf. This windbreaker has a high collar and zips it up to completely cover the lower half of his face. There is a larger one on the windbreaker. The one-piece hat was placed on his head, leaving only a pair of eyes that emitted a faint golden light exposed. Kobo, who was hiding in the dark, raised his eyebrows, and thought to himself, "It's another trick out of nothing, and it looks like he wants to do it. It's strange, why did you put away the martial soul?" Just thinking about Zhang Tianlin's strange behavior, Kobo opened his eyes wide, and a golden light reflected from his wide eyes. He let out a low growl in shock. "Twin souls? But this soul ring is strange, it looks like a century-old soul ring, but the power contained in the soul ring is not as powerful as even a 10,000-year soul ring. This is a dragon claw." At this time, Zhang Tianlin used the power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline in order to conceal his identity, and the 4 golden soul rings that circulated the energy and blood automatically appeared. Under his clothes, his body was covered with golden scales, and his exposed hands turned into golden dragon claws. At this time, in the auction hall below Zhang Tianlin, the auctioneer was talking excitedly, and from time to time he pointed at the cat-eared girl in the cage. And Zhang Tianlin clenched his right hand and instantly hit the wall under his feet. The shattering power of his right hand that became a dragon claw instantly pulverized the wall. Boom! A loud voice knocked everyone in the auction venue down. Jumped. Especially the people below were frightened by the big hole made by Zhang Tianlin and hurried to avoid being hit by falling rocks. However, the stones that should have been there had been crushed into powder by Zhang Tianlin, so there was only a pile of stone powder that was spread by the wind blowing in from outside the big cave and onto the heads of almost everyone in the venue, causing a lot of coughing in the venue. Zhang Tianlin kicked off his feet and jumped to the auction platform. Who dares to be so presumptuous? At this moment, a figure rushed out from behind the auction table, with 6 soul rings at his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Looking at the 4 golden soul rings at Zhang Tianlin's feet in mid-air, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and one of the purple soul rings under his feet lit up. "Since you are seeking death, I will help you." The 4th soul skill, Blood Wolf Attack. I saw the red wolf martial soul behind the Soul Emperor howl. His hands were covered by a layer of red soul power and turned into a pair of sharp energy claws. I saw him wave his hands from bottom to top. Across the bloody blade flew towards Zhang Tianlin, but the energy claws of the Wolf Soul Emperor's hands did not disappear because of hitting the bloody blade, and he kicked towards Zhang Tianlin following the bloody blade. Kobo in the dark ran closer to Zhang Tianlin, his body tense and ready to take action, but he muttered in his heart, "Let you learn a lesson first, so as not to know the heights of the world." Zhang Tianlin looked at the attacking Soul Emperor without fear, but for the sake of caution, the 2 golden soul rings on his body lit up. The 1st soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. The 2nd soul skill, Golden Dragon Dominance Body. Zhang Tianlin, who had used 2 soul skills, looked at the bloody blade that came to him and stretched out his right hand to block it in front of him. After being fully strengthened by the Golden Dragon Body and then strengthened 3 times by the Golden Dragon Overlord Body, Zhang Tianlin tried his best to block the blood-colored blade, and swung the blood-colored blade aside with all his strength with his right hand. Another cross-shaped crack opened in the ceiling. At this time, the Soul Emperor who was following the sharp blade saw his attack being knocked into the air by Zhang Tianlin, the 4-ringed soul sect. He saw the white mark slowly disappearing from under his torn sleeve, and his pupils shrank in surprise. His attack was unexpectedly blocked by a soul sect Wushang. However, his good combat quality and rich combat experience made him suppress the surprise in his heart instantly, and the fifth soul ring under his feet lit up. Fifth soul skill, Blood Wolf Transformation. All his bare skin was covered in red hair. The red energy claws in his hands became more solid, like sharp blades made of steel. He stabbed Zhang Tianlin's heart forward with his right hand, and when he retracted his left hand, his slightly tense muscles clearly showed signs of backlash. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Tianlin judged that his fifth soul skill might be a whole body boosting skill. According to the strength of the previous attack, this blow should not be hard hit. Zhang Tianlin saw the right moment and put his hand on his head. With a strong movement of his hand, he turned over and stood directly above him. Kick him hard on the head with your right knee. The Soul Emperor of Wolf Martial Soul obviously did not expect that Zhang Tianlin was so flexible and could avoid his attack in this way. However, with his left hand, he pushed away Zhang Tianlin's hand that was holding his head, and immediately turned around. His right hand moved up along his rotating body, just in time to meet Zhang Tianlin's knee kick. The attacks of the two collided together and pressed hard against each other at the same time. Zhang Tianlin felt the force coming from his knees, and his knees were slowly scratched with bloody claws. It is indeed much stronger than the initial blow, and if you continue to fight like this and the opponent's defense is completely broken, then the side effects of the Golden Dragon's hegemony may make you very troublesome. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin exploded with soul power and quickly retreated. After doing a few backflips in the air and landing on the ground, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Before Zhang Tianlin could stand firm, a deep voice sounded, the fifth soul skill, Extremely Fast Wind Slash. A black figure slashed at Zhang Tianlin's neck from behind with a knife at high speed. When Zhang Tianlin heard this, all the hair on his body stood up, and he quickly turned around and crossed his hands in front of him to block the sneak attack from behind. Zhang Tianlin gritted his teeth and looked at the sneak attacker in front of him, who was dressed in black and holding a big knife in both hands. The man who attacked was obviously a sword spirit. The 2 yellow and 3 purple spirit rings under his feet showed that he was a spirit king. Zhang Tianlin rejoiced for a while. Fortunately, the one who attacked was just a soul king, and the fifth soul skill was only a 1000-year soul skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a tight wound at this time. At this time, another voice came from Zhang Tianlin's ear, the third soul skill Blood Wolf Spike. The Soul Emperor just now had come behind Zhang Tianlin, and stabbed Zhang Tianlin's heart with his right hand. Kobo, who was hiding in the dark, shrank his pupils and recovered from the shock, and was about to run to rescue Zhang Tianlin, feeling annoyed in his heart. I didn't expect to be shocked by this kid, and it was too late to make a move. After running a few steps, his figure shook, and he dodged to hide again, and couldn't help but say, "This kid." It turned out that Zhang Tianlin had no time to turn around and deal with the Wolf Soul Emperor's sneak attack because he parried the knife in front of him. However, at this critical moment, he was determined and took a step back as he let go of his hands. The Soul King in front of him didn't expect that Zhang Tianlin would dare to do this in this situation. With his strong hands, he couldn't help but lean forward and swing the sword down. Zhang Tianlin quickly grabbed the big knife with quick eyes and glanced behind him from the corner of his eye. From the perspective of clairvoyance, he stared closely at the Soul Emperor attacking behind him. The knife in his hand found a good angle, and the tip of the knife was aimed at the heart of the Soul Emperor behind him. He rushed forward, pulled hard with both hands, and the big knife pierced Zhang Tianlin's body with a pop sound, and stabbed the Soul Emperor who had come behind Zhang Tianlin. Heart. The Wolf Soul Emperor was shocked when he saw the knife that pierced Zhang Tianlin's body stabbing his heart, and jumped back 2 steps to avoid it as a reflex. Zhang Tianlin now used his hands to form claws and clasped both sides of the Sword Soul King's abdomen. The Sword Soul Master temporarily lost his resistance under the severe pain. Then Zhang Tianlin picked him up with both hands, turned around to face the Soul Emperor behind him, raised his foot and kicked the guy in his hand towards the Wolf Soul Emperor, and then rushed towards the 2 of them. The Wolf Soul Emperor looked at the guy flying towards him and Zhang Tianlin who was following him. With a roar, he caught the Sword Soul King with his left hand and then pushed him aside, pushing him aside. Immediately afterwards, the soul ring under his body lit up, the 4th soul skill, Blood Wolf attack and kill. With a vigorous wave of his left and right hands, 2 bloody sharp blades flew towards the attacking Zhang Tianlin one after the other. Zhang Tianlin didn't dodge when he saw the 2 incoming air blades, he just blocked it with his left hand in front of him and rushed straight towards the Wolf Soul Emperor. Puff! 2 sounds of sharp blades cutting flesh were heard, and 2 bloody air blades left deep wounds visible on Zhang Tianlin's hands. However, Zhang Tianlin endured the severe pain and rushed in front of the Wolf Soul Emperor, making a fist with his right hand and hitting his head with all his strength. The Wolf Soul Emperor was also aroused to be ferocious, and he did not evade. He raised the blood-colored sharp blade formed by the 4th soul skill just now, and the yellow soul ring under his feet lit up. He roared, the 1st soul skill, Blood Wolf Claw. Then, ignoring the fist that Zhang Tianlin swung over, he clawed towards Zhang Tianlin's heart. And Zhang Tianlin increased the power of qi and blood in his right hand to make the golden dragon claw in his right hand even more powerful. With a pop sound, the bloody claws pierced Zhang Tianlin's chest, yes, his chest. At the last moment, he turned his body slightly so that the sharp claws did not penetrate his heart. But Zhang Tianlin's fist actually hit his head, and the Wolf Soul Emperor's head was blown off by Zhang Tianlin's punch. Until he died, he couldn't believe that he, a Soul Emperor, died in the hands of a soul sect. The headless corpse kneeled weakly in front of Zhang Tianlin, while his hand was still on Zhang Tianlin's chest. Zhang Tianlin grabbed his wrist with his left hand and pulled his hand out with a pop. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out, making Zhang Tianlin unable to help but feel dizzy. Master IGC! The Sword Soul King called out in horror. Isis times 2 more incredible voices sounded, and at the same time, a wave of soul power that was not much worse than Aegis spread. The 2 people who had just arrived focused their eyes on Zhang Tianlin angrily. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Who are you?" "Who?" Zhang Tianlin repeated it lightly, and at the same time he was using Lihoku Immortal Thief to recover from his injuries. But it is obvious that Zhang Tianlin's realm of the Lihoku Immortal Thief is still low, and his recovery is too slow. Obviously, the 2 people who just arrived would not give him this time to recover. Just thinking of this, dozens of figures came to the auction venue and surrounded Zhang Tianlin. Looking at the soul rings under them, there are 7 more Soul King level ones. The rest are all Soul Sovereign soul sects. But Zhang Tianlin looked at the people surrounding him, and sneered, "He's here to have fun." Then he put away his expression and said indifferently, "Since the foreplay is over, it's time for the main show." End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Several green magic circles surrounded Zhang Tianlin's left hand. In an instant, Zhang Tianlin's injuries completely disappeared, and even his clothes became intact. All the people around were suffocated, and a chill rushed straight to their foreheads. Kobo in the dark almost screamed, thinking in shock, "This is definitely not a healing soul skill. Even the clothes have changed to what they were before the battle. Is this the power of time? No wonder Tang Hao didn't kill him if he uses time retrieval on himself like this. Who else can kill him? I just don't know if there are any restrictions. It's strange that his 2 spirits don't seem to have the ability to time, right?" Thinking of this, Kobo was really curious. But Zhang Tianlin was labeled as not to be provoked in his heart. "It's really shameless. I want to see how many times you can use this method." One of the 2 leading Soul Emperors said with a fierce look on his face. This person was visually estimated to be at least 8 feet tall, with various scars crisscrossing his naked upper body. He shouted angrily, and a long-handled 2-handed axe appeared in his hand, and 6 others, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, appeared at his feet. "Wait a minute, Quinn, don't do anything yet." At this time, a handsome, elegant man stretched out his hand to stop the Soul Emperor named Quinn. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Garen, and I am the owner of this auction house. I wonder if we have misunderstood." Yes, the person who stopped him was Garen, who decided to settle the matter a few days ago. It turns out that he is also the owner of this auction house. one of the strongest fighting forces at this time. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin just looked at him quietly. After a while, the professional smile on Garen's face gradually froze and slowly disappeared. At this time, Zhang Tianlin said, "I just saw something that is an eyesore, so it is normal to destroy the things that are an eyesore." Garen threatened with an ugly face when he heard the words, "You have to know that our auction house is run by the Tiandu imperial family in partnership with some big nobles. Are you sure you want to be our enemy?" At this time, Quinn said impatiently, "Garen, you are just a soul sect. Why are you talking so much? This guy is obviously looking for trouble. He thinks that if he is lucky enough to get a special soul skill, he can do whatever he wants." Turning to face Zhang Tianlin with a cruel smile, "Let me tell you that in the face of the absolute gap in soul power level, everything is vain. Don't think that you can show off here by killing Aichi by surprise. But also destroy something that is an eyesore." Then he ordered the people surrounding Zhang Tianlin, "All up, this kid is abolished." Although Quinn looked wild and rough on the surface, he now looked even more dismissive. In fact, he really paid great attention to Zhang Tianlin in his heart. After all, Zhang Tianlin had just killed a soul emperor alone and seriously injured a soul king. Although he looked disdainful to take action, he was actually implying that his subordinate Zhang Tianlin was nothing more than a soul sect no matter how powerful he was. But he wanted to test Zhang Tianlin's strength through his subordinates. If something went wrong, he would have to run away immediately. The same Garen had the same idea, but the purpose of his opening just now was to hope that it would be best not to do anything, and to scare Zhang Tianlin away with the power behind him. After all, young people like this who think they have some strength and want to be heroes have encountered many in their decades of career. When Zhang Tianlin heard Quinn's call to start the battle, he silently prepared to fight. I saw 4 golden soul rings at Zhang Tianlin's feet. Except for the 3rd soul ring, the other 3 soul rings lit up one after another. The first soul skill, Golden Dragon Body, the second soul skill, Golden Dragon Overlord Body, the 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Violent Domain. After Zhang Tianlin's 4th soul ring lit up, a burst of golden light with a hint of blood spread from Zhang Tianlin's body, covering everyone present. Not only did all of his attributes double again, but all enemies in the field were also suppressed. Properties decreased by 10%. Field. DOULUO'S eyes widened in surprise. Field. Garen and Quinn also shouted in horror. Then white lightning surged from Zhang Tianlin's body, and Zhang Tianlin rushed into the crowd of soul masters that formed a circle at an unimaginable speed. Among the soul masters present, only the 2 soul emperors and DOULUO in the dark could accurately capture Zhang Tianlin's movements. Those soul kings could barely see a white figure moving extremely fast. I saw Zhang Tianlin rushing into the crowd like a giant dragon, smashing a Tool soul master's martial soul with a punch with his right hand, and at the same time knocking people into the air. With a grab with his left hand, a certain beast soul master was ripped open and bleeding profusely. Almost everyone couldn't hold a move in front of Zhang Tianlin, who was fully fired. At this time, Zhang Tianlin's 3rd soul ring lit up, 3rd soul skill, Golden Dragon Roar. Ouch! A huge wave of light rushed towards several soul kings who had gathered together to attack. I saw 2 strong men who looked like Xiang Wuhan and what looked like Rhino Wuhan used defensive soul skills to block Zhang Tianlin's Golden Dragon Roar, while the remaining soul king hid behind them. The Golden Dragon's roar hit the 2 strong men in front, but after a pause, it broke through their soul skills and hit 3 people. Push the 3 soul kings into the wall behind them. With an explosion, the bodies of these 3 soul kings fell from the wall. It was hard to watch them breathing more and less. Hey, it didn't go through the wall. Is it that thick? Zhang Tianlin thought of the original book, where a sea god trident could break through a city gate, and suddenly felt that it was reasonable for him not to go through the wall. Shit! Seeing an arm-thin iron rod protruding from the damaged wall, Zhang Tianlin was speechless for a while. You reinforced concrete? Why is there no ceiling? Thinking of this, he looked at the hole he had just opened. Suddenly, he found that there seemed to be a cylindrical thing in the crack caused by the fork-shaped air blade of the Wolf Soul Emperor. Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin looked at his hand, and then at the big hole he made at the beginning. This crushing ability is really useful. Suddenly a famous scene came to mind. I couldn't help but murmur in my heart, I'll give it a try then. Although his mind was distracted by strange things, the soul masters in the surrounding auction field were too frightened by Zhang Tianlin's ferocious fighting power to make a move. At this time, the Soul Emperor named Garen said with an ugly face, I don't know where our auction house provoked you, a young hero from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Zhang Tianlin looked inexplicably at Garen, who thought he was from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although you wrapped yourself so tightly, your dragon-shaped hands and the thunder and lightning you used when you moved at high speed have exposed your identity. So you don't need to deny it. Garen said through gritted teeth. Garen snorted coldly and said, although your Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect is the top 3, our Tiandu auction is not easy to mess with, even though we are only a branch here. Speaking of this, Garen's face changed threatened, if today's matter is reported, I think it will be difficult even for your suzerain. Then Garen said with a smile, why don't we stop here and pretend that nothing happened? If anything happens to you, we are willing to give the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus a face. Zhang Tianlin suddenly understood as he watched Zhilong's skillful face-changing skills and listened to his series of self-talk. It turns out that because of his use of Yang Wulei and his dragon transformation, he was misunderstood as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Haha. Knowing what was going on, Zhang Tianlin laughed loudly, and then said with a cold face, a mere Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex deserves to be compared with me. A mere firefly is not as good as my case. Zhilong looked at Zhang Tianlin and said indifferently, don't think that you can deny the relationship with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family just by saying this. I just gave the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus face. Do you really think that I will be afraid of you? After he finished speaking, he roared angrily, and a red lion with flames on its temples, limbs, and feet stepping on flames appeared. Garen had 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, under his feet. It was clear that he was a soul saint. Zhang Tianlin raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Soul saint? Didn't you say you only have 3 soul emperors here? Quinn on the side was also surprised and said, Garen, when did you break through? Haha, do you think I can only rely on the idiots at home? I once represented Blazing Fire in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy conference. Garen smiled coldly, I have already made a breakthrough 2 months ago. At level, while returning to Tiandu City to report on my duties, I added a soul ring to the royal hunting ground and became a soul saint. For the sake of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, if you leave like this, I will treat today's events as if they never happened. Otherwise, Zhilong said word by word with a ferocious expression, I can only let you Luo Mian personally come over and lead the person. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin twisted his neck and stretched. There was a cracking sound all over the body, and he grinned, hey, then I want to see the gap between me and the Soul Sage. After all, the Soul Emperor just now, he can't do it. He even failed to kill a Soul King in a sneak attack. Me. He said and touched his left hand with his right hand, and several circular formations composed of green energy appeared and then slowly disappeared. After all, he had little combat experience, but he reacted quickly to avoid overturning and prepared a retreat out of habit. The white thunder light on Zhang Tianlin's body exploded, and he rushed towards Galen at top speed. I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, the 4 rings can kill a soul emperor alone, even the once famous Haoshan twin stars are not as good, in time your achievements will definitely be higher than that of Tang Hao, why bother asking for trouble for some muddy legs? It seems that as the person in charge of the auction house, Garen is not a fool. He has already seen Zhang Tianlin's real purpose, or why Zhang Tianlin came to the auction house to find trouble. Garen has seen through it. So Garen gave Quinn a subtle wink. As a partner who has worked with him for many years, Quinn knew what to do in an instant. With his left hand behind his back, he drew a gesture, and a soul master behind him narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes flashed brightly. At the same time, Garen's movements were not slow. The 2 purple soul rings under his feet lit up, the 3rd soul skill, fierce fire, the 4th soul skill, explosive flames. I saw Garen's right hand raised to the side, a basketball-sized fireball condensed in his hand, and he didn't make any movements. The fireball in his hand flew towards Zhang Tianlin at high speed, and as the fireball flew out, it became bigger and bigger until it reached Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin had swelled several times in size in front of Zhang Tianlin, and when he was about to hit Zhang Tianlin, it exploded with a bang, and the violent flames engulfed Zhang Tianlin, who was rushing head-on along with the impact. At the same time, Quinn flashed towards the cage on the auction stage, his target obviously being the cat-eared girl in the cage. On the other side, there was a soul king with a leopard martial spirit who ran towards the back of the auction table while no one was paying attention. Behind him were the auction items that had not yet been put on the stage tonight. There was a cage there that was the same as the scene, and inside was a white-haired girl with horns. Obviously Zhang Tianlin's goal had been seen through. They planned to use 2 girls to make Zhang Tianlin throw a rat weapon. Faced with a soul sect, he acted carefully and unscrupulously. As expected of a talent cultivated by aristocrats, he indeed has a profound foundation. Oh, it's true, you are so smart that you make me feel that I am very smart. At this time, Zhang Tianlin's helpless voice came from the flames. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Judging from Zhang Tianlin's voice, the 2 soul skills used by Garen, the soul sage, did not cause any harm to Zhang Tianlin. At this time, the flames covering Zhang Tianlin's body for 5 meters continued to rotate and slowly shrink into a red bead. Zhang Tianlin's figure was finally revealed, and Zhang Tianlin could be seen with one hand stretched flatly towards the leopard soul king, and then the crimson beads that Zhang Tianlin forcibly gathered with the space gem flew towards him like a discharged cannonball. With a boom, a charred figure was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion and fell not far from Galen. And Zhang Tianlin came to Quinn in a blink of an eye, raised his fist and struck him. Seeing Zhang Tianlin who suddenly appeared in front of him, Quinn was startled at first, but the movements of his hands were not slow. The purple soul ring and the only black soul ring under his feet lit up, the 3rd soul skill, whirlwind slash, the 3rd 6th soul skill, giant axe attack. The Wuhan axe in Quinn's hand became bigger, a layer of black soul power covered the axe blade, and then he spun around while holding the axe handle tightly with both hands, and spun towards Zhang Tianlin at a very fast speed. Looking at the storm of axe blades in front of him, Zhang Tianlin punched Quinn without hesitation. If you look carefully, you can see that between Zhang Tianlin's 2 exposed dragon claw scales, there is a purple light that is difficult to see with the naked eye. Yes, at this time, Zhang Tianlin is using the power stone to enhance his strength. With a loud bang, Quinn's martial spirit was shattered by Zhang Tianlin's punch, and his whole body was knocked into the wall by Zhang Tianlin. The purple energy continued to corrode his body. Kobo in the dark couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, killing a soul emperor instantly with one punch. He was obviously fighting so awkwardly just now. There was no way, after just fighting with the soul emperor named IGC, Zhang Tianlin already knew that his current combat power was roughly equivalent to the soul emperor level. But now we are facing so many soul masters, including a soul saint and a soul emperor, plus a few soul kings. Unless you can skillfully use some unique skills under one person to match your current abilities, you can try to see if you can defeat them all. It's a pity that Zhang Tianlin has only practiced for 2 years now, and what he knows is only the inheritance of Tianxi Mansion in Longhu Mountain. Although the secret skills of Tianxi Mansion are very powerful, Zhang Tianlin's cultivation level is too low. If he is now proficient in stunts like the arm through King Kong, the combat power unleashed by the Golden Dragon King's bloodline might be hard for Garen, the newly promoted Soul Saint, to withstand. It's a pity that there is no if, even if he has practiced top-level body training techniques such as Lyoku Immortal Thief, but Zhang Tianlin is indeed not proficient in body training, let alone the unloading skills like Ruan Feng. Even with Luo Tian De Jiao, Zhang Tianlin dared to say, what a new soul sage you are at the level of body training that was defeated by Wang Yat. So, it's a good time to try the Infinity Stones, which are now gradually revealing their power. Zhang Tianlin looked around, and there was no doubt that this power was indeed satisfying. Silence, suffocating silence. Looking at Zhang Tianlin standing there, the people around him didn't dare to take a breath. They really couldn't believe that a soul sect killed a fully powerful soul emperor with one punch. If anyone had told them this, it would have been a big fight to wake him up. At this time, a soul sect couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, it seemed so clear in this quiet atmosphere. Zhang Tianlin looked at him indifferently, and saw that the soul sect's legs softened and he sat on the ground. His crotch pants became visibly wet, and the smell of urine suddenly filled the air. Zhang Tianlin looked away in disgust, and turned to look at Garen. Garen looked at Zhang Tianlin with an ugly face. Your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family really want to be enemies of the royal family. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin said with a strange and indifferent expression, I thought you were very smart just now, but now you would say such stupid things. By saying this, you are telling me that if you don't silence all of you, then we're in big trouble. Hearing this, Garen's face became even more ugly, and suddenly someone from the surrounding crowd shouted, Run! Then all these people found a direction to escape. It was obvious that they were not stupid and knew how to run away. It's a pity that their enemy is Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin stretched out his right hand with his palm facing upward, and suddenly his 5 fingers came together and clenched into a fist. I saw people running around, all gathered together and appeared in front of Zhang Tianlin, as if the space was folding and twisting. Zhang Tianlin punched them with all his strength, and then these people seemed to be knocked away by an invisible hammer, like shotgun blasts hitting the wall of the auction house. Except for a few rough-skinned and fleshy ones who could still lie on the ground panting, the others were all dead. Looking at this weird scene in front of him, Garen knew that he had no chance of survival except risking his life. He immediately stopped holding back and the 7th soul ring under his feet lit up, the 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Immediately afterwards, the 3rd, 5th, and 6th soul rings lit up one after another, the 3rd soul skill, Raging Fire, the 5th soul skill, Raging Flames, the 6th soul skill, Searing Breath. I saw a red beam of light blasting towards Zhang Tianlin. The ground where the beam passed was burned by the scorching temperature, leaving a path like a road paved with lava. Zhang Tianlin didn't see any movement, but a red light flashed on his body, and he was hit by Galen's scorching breath. If you pay attention, you can find that when the scorching heat approached and hit Zhang Tianlin, the ground near Zhang Tianlin was not burned into lava by the high temperature. Seeing that his attack hit the target, Garen did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he increased the output of his soul power to enhance the power of his soul skill. But after a while, Zhang Tianlin still didn't see any movement. Jialong was also puzzled, and then he thought of something and stopped the attack. Haha, it seems that you just spent too much soul power, and now you can't even dodge my attack. Garen sneered. Why did you stop? Keep going. The temperature of your flame is really comfortable. At this time, Zhang Tianlin's dissatisfied sigh came from the gradually smaller flame. Hearing this, Garen said in horror, No, impossible, how could you be unscathed in my flame? Garen said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, your flame is too weak. Zhang Tianlin mocked directly. In fact, before the scorching breath hit Zhang Tianlin, he had already used the reality stone to change the nature of the flame, and the scorching temperature became like an air conditioner blowing on Zhang Tianlin. Garen regained his composure and roared angrily, the 4th soul skill, Fierce Attack. Then flames burst out from his whole body and burned violently. Then Garen stabbed Zhang Tianlin, and Garen's right hand became a claw and thrust into Zhang Tianlin's heart. Zhang Tianlin opened his hands and opened the door wide, allowing Garen to attack. Then a strange scene appeared. Garen just pierced through Zhang Tianlin's body without a trace of blood. Garen felt like he had just penetrated a phantom and not hit the entity at all. He quickly stopped and turned around to search for Zhang Tianlin. But he turned a blind eye to the figure that his attack had just penetrated, even though this figure was hitting him with a fist. With just a pop, Galen was knocked back more than 10 meters by Zhang Tianlin's punch. He covered his face and looked at Zhang Tianlin in disbelief. He asked unclearly, "How is it possible? Aren't you a phantom? My attack just now clearly passed through. It penetrates your body but doesn't feel like it hits the entity. Why can you cause harm to me?" Zhang Tianlin looked at him indifferently upon hearing this, and had no intention of explaining. Step by step, he came to Garen and asked coldly, "Since you have already guessed my purpose, tell me, except for these two." He pointed in the direction of the cat-eared girl. "In addition to these two girls, where are the other two girls you captured?" "Hey, cough, cough." Garen took a few breaths and couldn't help coughing. When he calmed down, he looked at Zhang Tianlin and laughed, "Haha. Phew, those two girls, it's a pity that you came too late. On the day they were captured, they were abused by the woman you killed." Lethal. Zhang Tianlin was stunned when he heard this, and Garen's eyes flashed, and the yellow soul ring under his body lit up. Second soul skill, Flame Claw. Flames appeared on his hand, and he grabbed Zhang Tianlin's neck. The moment bang hit again, the flames in Garen's hand exploded, and the intense flames and powerful explosion instantly covered Zhang Tianlin's head. "Too tender, young." Before Garen could finish his sentence, Zhang Tianlin had firmly grasped his right hand, which was still in an attacking posture. As the flames caused by Garen's attack dissipated, Zhang Tianlin's expressionless face was revealed. Seeing Zhang Tianlin unscathed, Galen finally became frightened. He trembled and tried to retract his arm, but it didn't move at all. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Zhang Tianlin's hand tightly, and Garen collapsed. He used his remaining hands and feet that could move freely to punch and kick Zhang Tianlin without any method, but everything was in vain. Zhang Tianlin didn't even blink. At this time, Zhang Tianlin's extremely cold voice sounded, "Did you say what you just said deliberately to sneak attack on me, or is it true?" "Haha." Galen gasped and looked at Zhang Tianlin's indifferent expression before finally breaking into laughter. "Haha, you monster. Be sad, sad and painful. Those two little girls screamed when they died. It's wonderful. Ha 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 ha." Silence, deathly silence. Zhang Tianlin silently let go of Garen's arm. Jialong quickly took a few steps back, holding his right hand with his left hand and looking at Zhang Tianlin fearfully and warily. At this time, the bodies of the two girls in the cage were swallowed up by a nebula, and then disappeared. No, not only the two girls at the auction site, but also the various slaves held in various places in the entire auction site were swallowed up and disappeared by a nebula one after another. Kobo, who was secretly observing, felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. A voice in his heart kept urging him to leave here, otherwise he would really die. Kobo looked at the silent Zhang Tianlin. The danger perception in his heart became stronger, and he couldn't help but gasp, "This guy." When he noticed that the girl in the cage who was going to be auctioned had disappeared, Kobo turned around and left without hesitation. When he left the auction house, he vaguely heard Zhang Tianlin roaring, "You damn human traffickers!" End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Power Backfires. Chapter 29 Power backfires. With a loud boom, everyone in Tianling City saw an unforgettable scene, a huge purple pillar of flame rising into the sky. Those who were close discovered that the huge auction house in Tianling City was swallowed up by purple flames. At this time, figures could be seen running out of the auction house wailing from all around the auction house. Unfortunately, before they could escape the flames, their entire bodies turned into fly ash and scattered on the ground. And at the gate of the auction house facing the city's main street, a figure with 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, ran out staggeringly. It was the steward of this auction house. At this time, veins of purple energy could be seen on his exposed skin. These were the special care Zhang Tianlin gave him before he left. He deliberately allowed the power of the Power Stone to slowly erode his body, causing him to enjoy unimaginable pain, and then made his body shatter into slag inch by inch starting from his feet, and made him feel the pain of this broken body. The reason Garen was able to run out despite such extreme pain was not because of his desire to survive, but because of his strong unwillingness and hatred that prompted him to endure the severe pain and run out of the auction house. Looking at the people gradually gathering around outside the auction house, Garen endured the severe pain and shouted, "Blue blue electric dragon, double double soul." Yes, Garen can confirm Zhang Tianlin's identity at this moment. The strange ability must be the ability of another martial soul. So he wanted to reveal Zhang Tianlin's information through the crowd of onlookers, although it was wrong. It took him a lot of time to yell out a few words, and his body had been shattered to the chest area. He could still feel the extreme pain, but he could no longer say a single word. In the end, he completely turned into a scumbag in the frightened eyes of a group of passers-by. On the top of a high-rise building not far from the auction house, Kobo was standing there quietly looking at the auction house that had been swallowed up by purple flames. "Hey!" Boss Kobo exhaled, and said fearfully, "If the old man is later, I'm afraid he will peel off his skin if he doesn't die. It's really terrifying. What is that monster?" Shaking his head, Kobo glanced at the still burning purple flame again, turned around and ran towards his mansion. When he was not far from home, Kobo moved his ears and could hear the messy movements at home. And he also felt that there were many strangers in the house at this time, as well as Duguyan's anxious voice. Kobo quickly sped up and flew to where Duguyan was, and saw Duguyan anxiously saying something to the housekeeper Lao Su. From the corner of his eyes, he could see that most of the people in the house were pretty girls, and the rest were young boys, all of whom were good-looking. In an instant, Kobo knew where these people came from. As soon as his figure flashed, Kobo came to Duguyan and said, "What's the matter, Yan Yan?" Hearing Kobo's voice, Duguyan hurriedly looked at the sound, and anxiously said to Kobo, "Grandpa, for some reason, there are suddenly a lot of people at home. And brother Tianlin is also, for some reason, suddenly he appeared fainted on the ground in front of me and Xiaolan, and I was telling Grandpa Su to call a doctor. Where is that guy? Please take me to see it." Kobo said to Duguyan, and then said to Butler Su, "Old Su, if there are suddenly extra people at home, you will arrange for them to be in the house later. Stay here. By the way, let's arrange for the two martial arts spirits with special mutations to live together with the girl from a few days ago." Butler Su nodded in agreement and left quickly to arrange what Kobo had ordered. After Kobo finished his instructions, he quickly urged Duguyan to lead the way to Zhang Tianlin. Duguyan dragged Kobo into a quick sprint, and soon arrived at Zhang Tianlin's room. At this time, Xiaolan condensed blue soul power into Zhang Tianlin's body. Kobo hurried forward to check Zhang Tianlin's condition. I saw Zhang Tianlin lying on the bed with a pale face at this time, looking as if he would die at any time. He quickly began to investigate his condition. After a while, Kobo stood beside the bed with a solemn expression. Duguyan quickly stepped forward and asked, "How are you, Grandpa? This kid's body has almost collapsed now. Most people would have died long ago. But a source of vitality from unknown sources in his body is constantly repairing his body. This way he barely saved his life, but it was just a matter of saving his life," Kobo said with an ugly expression. Duguyan heard that his feet were weak and was about to fall, but Kobo saved him from falling to the ground. Duguyan cried and asked Kobo, "Then Grandpa, can he still be cured?" "His condition is actually fine, but it will take a long time to recover. Unless Lao Ye is here, this will help him wake up faster." Kobo shook his head. "But it's strange," Kobo said suspiciously, "just now this guy obviously didn't have any injuries at all, why did he die soon after a while?" No wonder Kobo was confused. After all, he had just seen Zhang Tianlin beat a soul saint to the point where he was helpless at the auction house, and he was not injured at all. As a result, not only did he come back ahead of himself, he also ended up in this near-death situation. The reason why Zhang Tianlin became like this is precisely because of the purple flame that erupted in the end and now covers the entire auction field. With Zhang Tianlin's current strength and physical strength, it is actually impossible to create such a scene. Don't look like it's just a huge flame burning. In fact, within the range of this flame, even a titled DOULUO won't survive for a stick of incense and will turn into fly ash. And what the people in Tianling City don't know at this time is that they will be able to see the flame burning there for the next month. This kind of scene that only Limit DOULUO can create is Zhang Tianlin's uncontrollable use of the power gem beyond the limit in his rage. The consequence is that Zhang Tianlin is almost killed by the backlash of the power gem now. If Zhang Tianlin hadn't used the power of the time gem in advance to ensure his own safety, I'm afraid that the body will be eroded and shattered the moment the power gem bites back. Fortunately, Zhang Tianlin left a protection of the time stone. When the energy of the power stone came back to him, he activated the time stone and offset the energy of the power stone. But even so, Zhang Tianlin's body was on the verge of collapse due to the momentary energy erosion. Even more fortunately, Zhang Tianlin is stubborn enough. After cultivating Lihoku Immortal Thief, Lihoku Immortal Thief is running automatically at this time, and even under the factor of being on the verge of death, the body instinctively promotes Lihoku Immortal Thief to the next stage, and can directly absorb energy from the world to repair body. That is to say, there is no dead person near Zhang Tianlin at this time, otherwise Zhang Tianlin's physical recovery will be accelerated a lot. In this case, it may take a lot of time for Zhang Tianlin to recover. But at least the person didn't die. It's the best of luck, isn't it? Kobo looked at Xiaolan, who was transmitting soul power to Zhang Tianlin, and advised, "Little girl, save your energy. Although your life attribute soul power can speed up his recovery, it's a pity that your soul power level is too low. Moreover, the effect of soul skills will be greatly reduced if they are not to restore soul skills. It is useless if you do this. When the time comes, he wakes up and you are dead, and he will be in so much pain." As expected of Kobo, who has lived for decades, his persuasion hits the nail on the head. After listening to his words, Xiaolan really stopped to transmit soul power to Zhang Tianlin, and meditated to recover his soul power. "Father, what happened at the auction house? How could Brother Tianlin become like this?" At this time, Xin hurried in from outside the door. "Ha!" Kobo laughed dryly, turned around and stared at Zhang Tianlin lying on the bed and said complicatedly, "You will never imagine how powerful he is. Really, I have lived for decades, and when I was young, I was also a world-famous genius. But compared to him, he's like a loser. If I hadn't felt his bone age to confirm that he was really only 6 years old, I would have really thought that everything I saw tonight was just a dream. Let's not mention that he already has more than 40 levels of soul power at the age of 6. Twin martial souls." Kobo turned around and looked at everyone in the room, and said in disbelief, "Have you ever seen a soul sect kill dozens of soul masters of the same level like chopping vegetables? Damn it! Have you ever seen a soul sect just kill? Can one soul skill cripple 3 soul kings? Have you ever seen a soul sect kill a soul emperor with one punch? Have you ever seen a soul sect play with a soul saint in the palm of his hand? The most special thing what's so outrageous is that when he gets angry, I can only run away with my tail between my legs. I feel now that being born in the same era as him is the tragedy of everyone, yes everyone, not the so-called peers, but all the soul masters living now," Kobo said with emotion on his face. After a while, Xin said weakly, "But father, you still didn't say what Brother Tianlin did tonight." Kobo, who had his back to everyone, couldn't help but blushed and coughed twice. "Then I will tell you everything I saw at the auction tonight." Following Kobo's narration, Xin and the other two couldn't help but open their mouths wide with expressions of dementia on their faces. "Ahem." Kobo finished speaking and looked at the 3 people who were stunned. He coughed twice to wake them up. After the 3 of them came to their senses, Kobo continued, "But I don't know how he became like this, because when I left, this guy was clearly not injured at all." Kobo walked to the door and looked into the distance. The huge flames of light around him didn't know whether to ask himself or others, is this guy really a human? Master, young master. At this moment, Butler Su came to the yard and saluted Dugubo and Duguxin. How are those people? Dugubo asked. Everything has been arranged. There are 47 people in total. The 2 martial souls with special mutations are arranged according to your instructions to be in the same room as the girl from a few days ago. Su Guangjiawai reported. Dugubo nodded after hearing this and called to the 3 people in the room, you all should go and rest. This guy's life has been saved. It is only a matter of time before he recovers. It may take a little longer. I'll stay and take care of the master. Please do as you please. Xiaolan said calmly, and then sat beside Zhang Tianlin's bed. I'm with you. Yi Duguyan said. Duguxin on the side looked at Duguyan hesitantly, and finally sighed and said, okay, if you two are tired, just ask the maid to come and take care of you. After that, he left the room. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Reaction of the Parties. Chapter 30 Reaction of the Parties. Wuhan City, in the Pope's palace. It's still the same throne, still the same noble and cold Pope. Underneath, Ghost DOULUO Gaimei bowed and reported, after arriving at Tianling City, this subordinate saw the huge flame reported below at a glance. For a cough. Halfway through the speech, Ghost DOULUO couldn't help coughing after making 2 noises. He wiped the corners of his mouth hidden in the black mist with his hand. Then you could see some blood on the hand he was wiping his mouth with. Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the throne, crossed her legs, raised her eyebrows and asked, Ghost, are you injured? Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I am ashamed to say that. To find out, the old man entered the blaze, but he was eroded by the energy contained in the blaze for a while, and it took a few days to get rid of the energy. Although the energy excluded, it may take a few days for the wound on this body to recover. Ghost Demon said hoarsely. Oh, at least 10 days have passed since the news came from the branch hall of Tianling City until you set off and arrived in Tianling City. The flame that suddenly appeared in Tianling City is still so powerful. Bibi Dong said in surprise. Ahem, yes. Gaimei resisted the urge to vomit blood and replied. It seems that the person who caused all this is not low in strength, it may be a limit DOULUO. Bibi Dong whispered to himself, then looked at the ghost and asked, then can you investigate who caused it? The subordinate is about to report, cough cough. The ghost wiped his mouth and continued, the location shrouded by the flame is the auction house in Tianling City. On the night when the flame appeared, many people saw the auction house. Many people are fleeing outside, but unfortunately they all turned into ashes. But then the steward of the auction house ran out and yelled a few words intermittently. It was deduced that what the steward wanted to say was, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Twin Martial Spirits. What? Bibi Dong stood up suddenly after hearing this, frowned at the ghost and asked, are you sure? I don't dare to talk nonsense. This is confirmed by the people who watched that night. There were many people watching that night, and they all said the same thing. Ghost said quickly. Hee hee ha ha. Bibi Dong sneered at first, and finally burst out laughing, it's really interesting. First the Haoshan school had a seedling with twin martial souls, and now the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex has a seedling that may already be title level twin martial soul masters. When did twin martial souls flood the mainland? Bibi Dong coldly ordered, Yuegwen, tell me to go down and ask the intelligence personnel to check for me. Humph, a soul master with twin martial souls has practiced to the level of a titled DOULUO and there is no news at all. Yes. A delicate voice sounded. Ghost, you go down and recuperate first. Bibi Dong said to Ghost, and then said to the others, everyone, go down. Yes. Times all the people waiting there were gone, and Bibi Dong, who was sitting alone on the throne with one hand on his forehead and his eyes closed to relax, suddenly opened his eyes. The red light flashed in her eyes, making Bibi Dong look murderous at this time. Hehe, the last 3 sects, the owners of 2 twin martial souls. Don't let me down. Bibi Dong looked around the resplendent Pope's palace, muttering to herself with hatred on her face. Heaven Do City 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, the sect hall. What, are you telling the truth? Ning Fengzi, who had always maintained a gentle manner, stood up suddenly and shouted in disbelief, with deep reluctance and envy in his eyes. Ning Fengzi sat down on the chair in despair, muttering to himself with dull eyes, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Haoshan sect is so lucky, how lucky it is. Fengzi, what happened? I've never seen you lose your temper like this before. At this time, Sword DOULUO Chenexen stepped on the 7 kills sword and slowly flew in from the door. Just now, Lao Qian reported that a titled DOULUO with twin martial souls may have appeared in Tianling City. The most important thing is that this titled DOULUO may belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. The one sitting beside Ning Fengzi looked like the old man with the skeleton opened his mouth and said, it was one of the protector DOULUO of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Bon DOULUO Gurong. Hey? Is this confirmed? Old Qian. Chen Xin looked at the old man in black in front of Ning Fengzi. It was he who just reported the affairs of Tianling City to Ning Fengzi. The person called Lao Qian frowned when he heard Chen Xin's words. I'm not sure, the reason for such rumors is because of the few words that the owner of the Tianling City auction house said before his death. And because of this matter, Xuexing and several nobles have already sent people to the Landian Tyrannosaurus family to ask for an explanation. Oh! Chen Xin looked at the old man in black in confusion. Hehe. Ning Fengzi, who was sitting in the main seat at this time, gave a wry smile. Uncle Jian, that head yelled before he died, Lan Dian Long, twin souls. Old sword man, this obviously means that the person who destroyed the Tianling auction house is the Landian Tyrannosaurus family, and this person has twin martial souls. Bon DOULUO interjected. No wonder Feng Zhi is so out of character. Chen Xin. Alas, Ning Fengzi sighed, holding the huge gem on the cane with both hands, which turned slightly white from the exertion. Looking at the door with dull eyes, he had a lot of thoughts in his heart. Unexpected situations come one after another. I hope they won't affect my plan. It's obviously been decided, but I still can't give in. Why are the 2 of them? Home is such good luck. But my 7 treasures glazed tile sect has extravagant hopes of breaking through to the soul sage. Well, as long as I have another 30 years at most, my 7 treasures glazed tile sect will never have to worry about how long it will last. If the assistant soul master has no combat power, it's a question of passing it on. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi suddenly returned to his usual gentleness, making people feel good about him unconsciously. Where the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was stationed, a figure flew through the air and fell into the river in front of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect with a scream. At this time, a domineering voice sounded, Get out, tell Xuexing not to bother me with this invisible matter, I don't like this kind of thing. If you want to make an argument, you can show real evidence, even if you don't know what the person's name is. How dare you come here to ask for an explanation? Hearing the words, the people who had become drowned in the water slapped the water surface vigorously, causing large splashes of water. He roared angrily, You Yuanzhen, how dare you do this? Don't think that your Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon sect is one of the top 3 sects and you can despise the Heaven Do Imperial family. It's a pity that no one paid attention to him anymore, even the gatekeepers completely ignored his existence. In the meeting hall of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, a middle-aged man who looked domineering and handsome sat sideways on the main seat. What do you think about this matter? Yu Yuanzhen asked calmly. There are 3 people sitting on each side of him. Except for the person on his left hand, the remaining 5 are all elderly people. One of them, who seemed to be the oldest, said, No wind, no waves. If it is rumored that it is our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, then I am afraid that the murderer must be Long Wuhan. No, it's not just as simple as the dragon martial spirit. Another old man said. Oh? What do you think, third brother? The old man who spoke first asked. Brother, our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is not the only sect and people in the world who have dragon spirits. But they say it is ours. I guess the murderer may turn into a dragon. The third elder looked bright. Said. How is this possible? This is the inherited secret technique of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Another old man said in surprise. Lao Wu, this is not impossible. Fourth, did you discover something? The elder asked the person who just spoke. There are records in the sect that there have been dragon soul masters who can transform into dragons without the soul ring of a dragon soul beast. Moreover, the martial souls of those people are all powerful dragon souls, and our blue electric Tyrannosaurus dragon one. The same was true for the first few generations. Later, the 7th generation patriarch was extremely talented. This ancestor was able to break the mystery of dragon transformation. People born with pure blood will automatically transform into dragons as their levels increase. So that ancestor created dragon transformation. The secret technique is to use the soul ring of the dragon-type soul beast to enhance the bloodline for dragon transformation training, so that those tribesmen who are gradually unable to transform into dragons can transform into dragons. This is why we are the unscrupulous descendants of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family who can no longer transform into dragons on their own. The secret technique of dragon transformation was left behind. Unfortunately, my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex became stronger and weaker because of it. The fourth elder said. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting on the left side of Yu Yuan Zhen said, the fourth uncle, if you put it this way, this person is not necessarily from our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The fourth elder nodded and said, yes. But my suggestion is to arrange for someone to search for it first and confirm it before proceeding, because there is a high possibility that it is from our tribe. In that case, Yu Yuan Zhen, who was sitting in the main seat, said at this time, Luo Mian, please arrange to find the culprit of the Tianling City incident, and then confirm whether it is the illegitimate child of my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. I understand, brother. The only middle-aged man sitting at the bottom nodded in response. Tianling City, Dugu Mansion. Father, people from all the major forces in the city are looking for Brother Tianlin. Should we move him away? Dugu Xin asked Dugu Bo worriedly in the study. No need, at this time we should wait and see what happens, otherwise it will easily attract the attention of all parties. Dugu Bo shook his head and refused. And we have to keep a low profile recently, and let the people below not go out with us. So as not to let people know that the people who are going to be auctioned in the auction house are all in our house. Those who go out to buy arrange those who are loyal and strict. Dugu Bo. I understand, father, but father, when do you plan to add the 9th soul ring? Dugu Xin nodded in response. Let's wait, otherwise if someone notices that I broke through and got my account banned, I'm afraid all the eyes of all the forces will be focused on us. Dugu Bo said helplessly. Dugu Bo's expression suddenly changed and he said to Dugu Xin, you always call me Brother Tianlin. Didn't you notice that Yunyan seems to be interested in that boy? Even if that boy is interested in Yunyan, he would still be embarrassed by you. Let's do it. Ah? But father, Brother Tianlin said that he wants to get more wives. We Yunyan can't just follow suit, right? Dugu Xin. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and isn't it normal for the strong to take more wives? Dugu Bo, if such a powerful guy can call me grandpa in the future, I can brag about him for the rest of my life, haha. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. A Changed Heart. Chapter 31. A Changed Here. Tone. Year later, outside Zhang Tianlin's room in Dugu Mansion. I don't know when Brother Tianlin will wake up. Duguyan muttered to himself, boredly lying on the stone table, his eyes fixed on Zhang Tianlin's room, with a complicated expression, both worried and envious. He, Sister Yan wants to go in and feed Brother Tianlin instead of Sister Lan. At this time, a voice like a silver bell teased Duguyan. Hearing this, Duguyan blushed instantly, and patted the shoulder of the girl who was speaking in embarrassment. As for the girl who was photographed, she was very beautiful, with a pair of big watery eyes, a pair of curved eyebrows, a straight nose, and a small mouth. She looked clever and cute. It was Su Xiaoro who was rescued by Zhang Tianlin, who had recovered her original temperament after a year. He, Sister Yan is in a hurry. Another girl's voice sounded. Her voice sounded calm and slightly domineering. It seems that his face is only a little bigger than Su Xiaoro's, but his height is half a head taller than hers, and if the horns are counted, it will be even worse. This girl has long white hair, and a pair of horns. The whole white horn tip is also light pink. This is one of the 2 caged girls rescued by Tianlin from the auction site. You talk a lot, Lu Wan. Duguyan glared at the girl after hearing this, but the girl was not afraid and covered her mouth and smiled at Duguyan. Sister Yan, if you like it, express it, everyone can tell, there's no need to hide it. Another girl's voice sounded. It sounded soft and cute. This girl has white cat ears and tail, short pale pink hair, and is about the same height as Su Xiaoro. It was the girl who was auctioned off at that time. By Fei, you have followed their bad example. Duguyan called to her with a red face. The 3 girls looked at each other, and all yelled at Duguyan, "Oh Sister Yan, your face is so red." Oh! Suddenly Xiaolan's exclamation sounded in Zhang Tianlin's room, and then the sound disappeared. The 4 people outside the house hurried into the house, and they saw Zhang Tianlin holding Xiaolan and gnawing on her mouth. The 4 of them stood staring blankly. After a while, several people came back to their senses one after another. Wow! Bai Fei's soft voice sounded. It's so intense. Lu Wan commented coldly. Tisk, tisk. Su Xiaoro made an unclear voice and glanced at Duguyan. Duguyan looked away disappointed and a little uncomfortable, just in time to see Su Xiaoro's gaze, and immediately yelled at Zhang Tianlin and Xiaolan, "You 2 are enough, don't just wake up like this, there are others here, kiss as you like when there is no one around." Zhang Tianlin were frightened and separated quickly when they heard Duguyan's roar, while Xiaolan bit Zhang Tianlin's tongue in excitement. Wu hiss! Zhang Tianlin gasped in pain. You deserve it, you were dishonest right after you woke up. Duguyan said sourly. Xiaolan couldn't help blushing when she heard the words, and Zhang Tianlin ignored Duguyan's words, just thinking about them. Zhang Tianlin thought back to how long he had been wandering in the boundless darkness, and finally saw a light door and hurried in, then opened his eyes and saw Xiaolan who was kissing him mouth to mouth, and hugged him without hesitation. Watching her taste something she hasn't tasted in a long time. Ahem, why are you still reluctant? How about we go out first and let you continue? At this moment, Zhang Tianlin heard Duguyan's teasing words. Zhang Tianlin curled his lips and said, "If you're really so caring, you should have sneaked out just now and given us a little private space." At this time, a figure ran out of the house quickly. It turned out that Xiaolan was shy and embarrassed to see someone running out of the room to avoid the eyes of the girls. Watching Xiaolan run out of the room, Duguyan turned his head and glanced at Zhang Tianlin. The skin is so thick. Then they also left the room, and the 3 of Xiaoro looked at each other and followed them out. Zhang Tianlin watched everyone go out and carefully checked his body. I opened the quilt, turned around and got out of bed, moved my body which felt a little stiff, and kept clenching my fists to stretch my body. Although I felt that my physical fitness had become a lot stronger, it was a pity that I didn't have a reference point and I didn't know how much stronger I had become. In the end, I stopped worrying about this. In a flash of red light, a set of clothes was neatly put on. Zhang Tianlin walked out of the room and saw Xiaolan, Duguyan, and the 5 girls sitting around a table. The 3 girls who seemed a bit familiar were constantly teasing Xiaolan. Looking at this scene, Zhang Tianlin didn't care, and he remembered who these 3 girls were after thinking about it. Walking up to the 5 people, he sat down on an empty chair, and asked Xiaolan, "How long have I been in a coma since that day?" How is the follow-up situation? Hearing this, Xiaolan was about to answer, when Su Xiao on the side spoke first. Big brother, thank you for saving Sister Lu and Sister Bai. Although Sister Zhang and Sister Li were not rescued, they were killed by those bad guys. Whoa, but I know that my big brother tried his best, and he has been in a coma for so long. He couldn't help crying. The two girls on one side also sobbed softly with red eyes. Looking at the three sad people, Zhang Tianlin didn't know how to comfort them. And when I heard what Su Xiao said just now, two of them had already been killed, I felt very uncomfortable. Du Yan said to Zhang Tianlin angrily, you really don't open the pot and pick up the pot. After saying that, he quickly comforted the three sad girls. And Xiaolan, who was sitting on the side, got up and pulled Zhang Tianlin aside and said in a low voice, Master, don't blame yourself. We questioned those two children, and they were taken back to the auction house before we met Su Xiao. And two children were tortured to death by that woman in the alley that day. Zhang Tianlin gritted his teeth when he heard the words, and hated this kind of blatant businessman even more in his heart. In his previous life, he hated those human traffickers very much, because he had worked as a courier for several years in his previous life, and he met human traffickers abducting women and children at the gate of an elementary school. It was at noon one day when a van drove over and stopped at the school gate. A group of people got out of the car and grabbed a female teacher and the child she was leading. They said she was a mistress and the child in her hand was a bastard, and they took them to the van. Let's go, while walking, I want you to look good. And Zhang Tianlin also thought that he was catching the mistress, so he took out his mobile phone to shoot a video and send it to moments. Later, if it wasn't for the female teacher who was more witty, she slapped the onlookers a few times and was stopped. Then someone saw through this abduction routine, and those two people were almost taken away, but I was so excited to shoot a video and post it on Moments because of the big gossip. Although there was no danger in the end, a group of people beat up the traffickers and handed them over to the police. However, Zhang Tianlin was also in a cold sweat afterwards, and felt ashamed in his heart, and then he felt extremely disgusted and hated the traffickers. Especially after the rise of short videos, I watched a lot of what happened to the trafficked women and children. Every time I think of what happened at that time, I blame myself for my lack of vigilance at that time, and then I feel lucky. Fortunately, the traffickers did not succeed at that time, and in the end, the shame at that time turned into extreme hatred for the traffickers. And now, in DOULUO continent. This kind of thing appeared in front of me blatantly. What was more terrifying than the rule of law society in the previous life was that this kind of business was a legitimate business protected by those in power. Zhang Tianlin has never wanted to change one thing more than now, perhaps influenced by his previous life. Zhang Tianlin is more sensitive to such things. An indescribable sense of urgency permeated Zhang Tianlin's heart. Thinking that at this time, every big city has an auction house like the Tianling City Auction House. There are countless people who are waiting or have already been auctioned off. An idea of wanting to be invincible and change the world into what he wants takes root in Zhang Tianlin's heart and grows wildly. Zhang Tianlin once told Xiaolan that he was not in a hurry, that he had nothing to do and that he should slow down and enjoy the scenery along the way. At this moment, I suddenly felt that I should be more purposeful, speed up, become stronger, and do what I want to do. At this time, as Zhang Tianlin continued to fall into this sudden urgency, an invisible pressure gradually spread. Xiaolan Dougayan and the three girls who were grieving were so frightened by the sudden oppression that they did not dare to make a sound. As the pressure increased, everyone couldn't even catch their breath. And Xiaolan in front of Zhang Tianlin saw that Zhang Tianlin's eyes were slowly being eroded by red, and he could feel his eyes were becoming crazy. Xiaolan didn't know what a madness was, what was going on with Zhang Tianlin. What was certain was that what she said just now made Zhang Tianlin have such a change. But there is an intuition in my heart that Zhang Tianlin's changes must be interrupted at this time, otherwise there will be big troubles. A loud slap sounded. Then Xiaolan opened the blue-silver domain, filled with life attribute soul power, and hugged Zhang Tianlin. While comforting Zhang Tianlin with his soul power and domain, he opened his mouth to comfort Zhang Tianlin, Master, don't think too much, you have done a good job. Didn't you say that you should not be too anxious about everything, and you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry? I think with your talent, you can change everything in the near future. After Xiaolan's operation, Zhang Tianlin, who was almost possessed, came back to his senses, knowing that he had just been cornered and almost possessed. Zhang Tianlin quickly sat cross-legged and continued to run the purification mantra to calm himself down. But the four daughters of Duguyan gasped together. I was scared to death. What happened to him suddenly? Duguyan patted his developing chest and asked Xiaolan. I don't know. After I told him that the two children were killed, he suddenly became like that. Xiaolan shook her head and said, looking at Zhang Tianlin, continued, I just thought what would happen if I let him continue. Bad things. Then, is the elder brother okay? Su Xiao asked, and then blamed herself, it's all my fault. I said something that made everyone unhappy, which made the elder brother like this. Wow, after saying this, he couldn't bear it, he cried again. It's nothing to do with you, it's me who got into a dead end. At this time, a hand was placed on her head and rubbed it. It turned out that after Zhang Tianlin calmed down, he heard Su Xiao's words and crying. He got up quickly to comfort her. Really? Su Xiao asked, sobbing. Yeah. Zhang Tianlin replied with deep eyes, and said in a cold voice, because the people who made me want to destroy everything, are those who hurt you. Zhang Tianlin looked in the direction of the auction house and muttered to himself as if talking to himself or making a promise, I will definitely change these. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Dugubo rushes to repost. Chapter 32 Dugubo rushes to repost, that's the way it is. Xiaolan recounted the events since Zhang Tianlin fell into a coma. I didn't expect that I would be in a coma for a year. Zhang Tianlin sighed. Although I don't regret the reckless use of infinite gems this time, I warn myself not to use the power of infinite gems beyond the limit like this. After all, it was lucky this time that the immortal thief Lihoku automatically broke through the energy that devoured the world and restored himself, otherwise he would have turned into ashes long ago. Next time he explodes with power far beyond his own endurance, he may not be so lucky. After all, you can't gamble like this every time. You have to thank my grandpa. He wanted to avoid attracting attention and was discovered by others, but he has not gone hunting for the 9th soul ring to advance to the title DOULUO until now. Duguyan was proud at this time, said coquettishly. Although her original intention was that Zhang Tianlin would not do such dangerous things in the future. But the words came out like this. Senior Dugu, I have been friends with each other for a long time. Unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity to communicate with him face to face. This time, I really want to thank him in person for his help. Zhang Tianlin said. Duguyan snorted arrogantly and wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by a voice. Boy, if you say that, you're slapping me, Dugubo, in the face. A green figure said as he walked into the yard with his hands behind his back. I saw the person coming, dressed in a green robe, walking with his hands behind his back, with a slender figure that looked like a javelin. With long black hair all over his head, his face looks very similar to Dugu Xian's. Zhang Tianlin guessed that he was Dugubo, but what Zhang Tianlin didn't understand was that Dugubo looked as big as Dugu Xian. People who didn't know thought he was a handsome guy in his 30s. Grandpa! Duguyan yelled coquettishly at the visitor, and made Zhang Tianlin confirm his guess. And Duguyan stomped his feet and said coquettishly, it was originally, if it wasn't for his aftermath, you wouldn't have dragged on for a year without attaching a soul ring to become a title DOULUO. Yan Yan. Dugubo called Duguyan seriously, seeing Duguyan turning his head and ignoring him, Dugubo shook his head and sighed. Then Dugubo turned his head to look at Zhang Tianlin, and said with a faint smile, you gave me such a big gift to Dugu's family a year ago, and we don't know how to repay it. How can such a small thing be your thank you now? You said you didn't slap me in the face. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin quickly waved his hands and said, you can't say that. I'm just being generous. But this matter of mine may bring big trouble to your Dogu family, or even destroy it. Not to mention the delay. Your promotion will be banned for 1 year. As Zhang Tianlin bowed his hands, he was about to thank Dogu Bo for his help, but was stopped by Dogu Bo feeling the power coming from his hand. Dogu Bo couldn't help but sigh in his heart, a monster. On the face, Dogu Bo said with an unhappy face, as I said just now, compared with your great kindness, this matter to you is just a trivial matter. What's more, although I didn't add a soul ring to advance this year, but it happened that it took more than half a year to practice your secret book, and now you have solved the poison that has troubled me all my life. It is not a waste of time. I may not be able to get a glimpse of the peak state in the future. Speaking of this, Dogu Bo's eyes showed excitement and longing. Then he continued to Zhang Tianlin, so your matter is nothing to me. My son and granddaughter have practiced the secret book you gave me, and now they no longer need to be harmed by the poison that has plagued my Dogu family for many years. Speaking of this, Dogu Bo looked firmly at Zhang Tianlin, knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists with both hands, and said, my Dogu family can't repay this kind of kindness, so I can only use this body to be sent by the Lord to repay this kindness. Zhang Tianlin quickly helped Dogu up with both hands and said, Senior Dogu, why should you do this? This junior once told brother Dogu that the secret book was given to you because of fate, and I was also entrusted by others, so there is no need to do this, no need to do this. Humph, even if people in the world are not suitable for such inheritance, most of them hide it, unlike the Lord who has a broad mind and teaches it to everyone. The secret technique of alchemy in the secret book is even more powerful. If it is based on fate, even if I fight with Limit DOULUO, I can die with him. Such a powerful master of secret arts just donates all of it. If my Dogu family doesn't show it, I will become that brazen person. Dogu Bo said seriously. Senior Dogu, why are you bothering? How can this junior be so virtuous and capable? You. Although Zhang Tianlin was already smiling in his heart, there was indeed a look of confusion and evasion on his face. Then suddenly his expression changed and he shouted, wait a minute, Senior Dogu, what you just said meant that you have practiced alchemy. Dogu Bo nodded and smiled, that's true. I said at the beginning that I couldn't practice alchemy. Bite. You. Hey, if you know, I will erase the alchemy bite method and give it to you. If I don't succeed in practicing it, I will be hated to death by brother Dogu and sister Yan. Zhang Tianlin said in fear. Dogu Bo shook his hand and said, Master, don't worry, the old man has already seen through his life and death, otherwise he would not have cultivated to level, so the cultivation of the alchemy method seems to be a matter of course. But this secret technique, it is true that cultivation is very risky. So I have erased the method of cultivation, so as to prevent Xiner and Yanyan from overthinking their cultivation. Okay. Zhang Tianlin nodded thoughtfully, now that you have mastered it, it is useless to say more. Then Zhang Tianlin said to Dogu Bobo with a full face, Senior Dogu, as for the title of this master, you can't call it any more. When Dogu Bo was about to say something else, Zhang Tianlin waved his hand to stop him and said, listen to the boy first. Zhang Tianlin turned around and looked steadily in the direction of the Tianling City auction house, and said in a serious tone, when I woke up today, I have decided on the path I will take in the future. I was also born as a commoner. Seeing those nobles blatantly, I hate the slave trade. So I plan to start a war on this continent in the future. Zhang Tianlin turned his head to look at Dogu Bo and said firmly, a war that will kill all the nobles. Destroy all the existing order, and then build a new order on the ruins to make this world what I want. And this purpose will make me the common enemy of all the nobles on this continent, and even all those who control power and have privileges. So, if you join me, you will bet your life and everything. Dogu Bo looked at Zhang Tianlin intently, his eyes full of shock. After a while, Dogu Bo's eyes became firm again. Master, Lu Wan, am willing to join your command and work together with you to destroy those nobles. Luan, a horned girl beside her, interrupted Dougalbo's words, kneeling on one knee to express her submission to Zhang Tianlin. Me too. The cat-eared girl by Fi Fei also knelt on one knee. And me. Su Xiao. You guys, do you really know what this decision means? Zhang Tianlin asked the three girls in surprise. If it weren't for the master, I would have been sold by those bad guys, sold to those bad guys. So I also think that my affairs will not happen to others in the future, and no one will be tortured to death like the two sisters. Bai Fifi said. I also want to kill Lin Yu and many bastard nobles like him. Su Xiao said with killing intent. I also want to see if such a new world will be happier. Luan said. Haha, the person who made me, Dougalbo, surrender should be someone like you who intends to subvert the world. Dougalbo on the side laughed. Hearing the words, Zhang Tianlin looked at Dougalbo seriously and said, Senior Dougu, are you serious? If you want to quit halfway by then, I won't do it. Humph, although I, Dougalbo, am not a good person, I will never go back on what I said. Whatever the Lord wants to do is righteous or ambitious, since I submit to the Lord, I just need to obey. Dougalbo said proudly. In this case, I have something to say first. Zhang Tianlin glanced around and said to everyone, although I will be the boss in the future, I will definitely not be your master, because what I want to destroy are those who think that they are superior and regard ordinary people as slaves of ants. So you are not allowed to call me master, etc. I am afraid that if I am called too much, I will become that kind of person. Dougalbo raised his eyebrows and said, since that's the case, I'll call you a little monster from now on. To be honest, I'm really uncomfortable calling someone else the master. Zhang Tianlin laughed when he heard the words, this is the Dougalbo in my impression. He has been rebellious all his life. And Su Xiao's three girls looked at each other and shouted in unison, Brother Tianlin. N. Zhang Tianlin smiled slightly. Dougalyan, who was paying attention to the development of the situation, also let out a long sigh of relief, and couldn't help but relax for a while. Just now when Dougalbo surrendered to Zhang Tianlin and changed his name to his master, he felt his heart was about to fall out. I'm afraid that there will be a great disparity in status between him and Zhang Tianlin. Master, I. Xiaolan's face was full of confusion. Zhang Tianlin waved his hand and interrupted, Xiaolan, don't call me master anymore. It feels awkward every time you call me. Just call me Tianlin or Xiaozhang. Xiaolan looked at Zhang Tianlin intently, and after a while she smiled, Tianlin, younger brother. Little monster, since you have already decided on your future path, what are your plans for the future? Dougalbo asked. Of course the first step is to become stronger. Without strength, everything is empty talk. The most urgent thing is to add a soul ring to you, the highest combat power, to advance to the title DOULUO. Zhang Tianlin smiled lightly. In this case, I will go find the old dragon to help hunt that snake. Dougalbo. Old dragon? Zhang Tianlin asked suspiciously, and then asked Dougalbo, could it be Yu Yuanzhen? Yes, that guy can be said to be my only friend. Dougalbo said lightly. After hearing this, Zhang Tianlin pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid this won't work. Why? End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Martial Spirit Cultivation Theory. Chapter 33 Martial Spirit Cultivation Theory. Why? Dougalbo looked at Zhang Tianlin strangely and asked. Zhang Tianlin smiled slightly and said calmly, because I want to add a 10-year 9th soul ring to you. What? This? Dougalbo cried out in shock. Seeing Zhang Tianlin frowning, he said, let's not say that the whereabouts of the 10-year-old soul beast are hard to find. If you want to kill a 10-year-old soul beast, you may need 2 titled DOULUO to succeed. This is still a risk. It's a huge risk. Because those 10-year-old soul beasts will almost explode themselves and die with the hunters if they feel that the danger is too bad. So besides the rumored Tang Hao who has a 10-year soul ring in the world, the title DOULUO in the entire Soul Master world doesn't have a 10-year soul ring. Kobo said with envy on his face. Haha. Zhang Tianlin smiled calmly, there is no need to hunt a 10-year-old soul beast. As long as I kill a 7-year-old soul beast, I can increase the soul ring's lifespan by 3 years to 10 years. Soul ring. But because it is not a 10-year-old soul beast, there is a high chance that it will not have soul bones. Hearing this, Kobo opened his eyes wide and shouted in horror, "Are you serious?" Seeing Zhang Tianlin nod, Kobo couldn't help but sigh, "You are really a little monster." Then he said with excitement, "I can hunt down a mere 7-year-old soul beast with all my strength. Before, in the Sunset Forest, I met a jade phosphorus snake king that was in its early years old. Unfortunately, it was too old. I changed my target and planned to hunt an emerald venomous snake that was in its early years old. Since the little monster you has such means, we still go hunting. Let's kill the jade phosphorus snake king. After all, it's very likely that I will get the best soul skills just like my martial soul. Since this is the case, Senior Dugu, go hunt and kill the jade phosphorus snake emperor. But can you confirm the seat of that soul beast?" Kobo laughed when he heard the words, "Although I didn't plan to hunt it because I thought it was too old, but I also planned to make an 8th soul ring for Xiner if he could cultivate to level, so I naturally paid attention to the whereabouts of that snake. It happens to be not far from the old man's medicine garden." Zhang Tianlin nodded and said, "In this case, we will prepare for a few days before setting off." Kobo frowned when he heard this and said, "What more preparations are needed? It has been a year since I broke through to level, so there is no need to make any more preparations. Grandpa, Brother Tianlin just woke up, of course he needs to rest for a few days." Yan said dissatisfiedly at this time. Kobo patted his head and felt annoyed, yes, I was negligent." Then he smiled awkwardly at Zhang Tianlin, "When I thought about being able to attach a 10-year soul ring, I was a little impatient. I forgot that you had just woken up." Zhang Tianlin shook his hand and said, "That's not what I mean, my health is very good now. The reason why I have to wait a few days is because I have a secret technique for you, which can make you absorb the soul ring much faster." "Oh?" Kobo asked doubtfully, "What secret technique is it?" "To be precise, it's a method of cultivation." Zhang Tianlin paused and continued, "This is a cultivation secret technique that can allow soul masters above the soul saint level to become titled DOULUO even with time. I call this cultivation method the secret technique of soul core condensation. Today's soul masters who want to be promoted to titled DOULUO must have extremely high quality martial souls. The soul power cultivated with this method must be of extremely high quality, so that people can successfully break through and become a titled DOULUO. Otherwise the quality of the martial soul is slightly inferior. No matter how talented you are, you will never be able to cultivate into a titled DOULUO." Zhang Tianlin introduced the conditions for becoming a titled DOULUO today. "From what you said, it seems to be true. The titled DOULUO in today's Soul Master world all have extremely high-quality martial souls," Kobo said thoughtfully. "And if you want to successfully cultivate to limit DOULUO, then the requirements for the quality of the martial soul must be further improved. Only a martial soul with the ultimate attribute can be cultivated to the limit DOULUO level." Zhang Tianlin continued. "The ultimate attribute martial spirit?" Kobo looked at Zhang Tianlin doubtfully. "The Seraphim Wuhan in the Wuhan Temple has the ultimate sacred attribute, and if it is gifted, it will also have the ultimate flame attribute. And the former Clear Sky DOULUO Tang Chen of the Clear Sky School and the current Haoshan DOULUO Tang Hao and their Clear Sky Hammer are different from ordinary Clear Sky Hammer Soul Masters. Their Clear Sky Hammer has the ultimate power attribute," Zhang Tianlin explained. Kobo said in surprise, "So Tang Chen became an ultimate DOULUO because of his martial spirit. Then wouldn't it be possible for Tang Hao to become an ultimate DOULUO in the future? With the rough cultivation methods in the Soul Master world today, even if you don't want to admit it, But the desperate fact is that from the moment your martial soul awakens, there is no special opportunity, and the upper limit of your cultivation has already been fixed. Zhang Tianlin said calmly. Is there no other way? Kobo asked unwillingly. The Tang Sect's secret book in your hand can break this situation to a certain extent as long as you practice it step by step. After all, compared to the rough training methods in the Soul Master world today, the cultivation method of the secret book can be said to be more refined. Zhang Tianlin said calmly. Then Zhang Tianlin raised a question: why is there such a big difference in the cultivation of Soul Masters? What is the reason for the difference in cultivation speed? The people around couldn't help thinking when they heard the words. Without waiting for everyone to give an answer, Zhang Tianlin gave his own answer directly: the quality. All the difference lies in the difference in the quality of the cultivated soul power. This is most vividly expressed in the martial soul, as if the top martial soul has awakened, almost all innate soul powers are above level 6. As long as you work hard to cultivate even the lowest level 6 innate soul power, it is possible to cultivate title DOULUO. The innate soul power of ordinary high-level awakened martial souls is almost between 4 and 7 level, but even if you awakened a 7th level soul power, you can only become a contra at the highest in your life. Not to mention that the innate soul power of ordinary martial arts awakened is about half to level 4. It is impossible to cultivate to become a soul sage in a lifetime. Even those with innate soul power below 1 or 2 levels may even have extravagant hopes to be promoted to a soul master. And all of this is due to the quality of soul power. The more advanced the martial spirit is, the higher the quality of the soul power will be cultivated. That's right, it is not the innate soul power but the quality of the martial soul that determines a person's ultimate achievement. Speaking of Zhang Tianlin, he laughed and asked again. A question arises: so can all this be artificially changed? Without waiting for everyone's response, Zhang Tianlin continued, yes, this is solved by relying on accurate and effective cultivation methods. How did the cultivation method come about? Relying on a huge organization to collect and summarize a large amount of cultivation experience, and this forms the cultivation theory knowledge. At this point, Zhang Tianlin suddenly showed an inexplicable smile and continued, speaking of theoretical knowledge, I can't help but think of a person. Who? Kobo asked suspiciously. I remember a person who claimed to be a master of theory very clearly. That guy once said to others in a pretentious manner, I even forgot my name, everyone calls me master. It almost made me laugh to death. There are such shameless people in the world. Tianlin couldn't help laughing when talking about this picture. After a while, Zhang Tianlin continued, I heard that he wrote a book about the 10 core theories of martial arts. I haven't read it, so I can't comment, but I have heard of one of them. It seems to be some kind of beast martial spirit soul master. You can absorb plant soul rings, and plant weapon soul masters can absorb animal soul rings. This is really... Ha ha ha, I can't help it anymore, ha ha. This is really stupid, it's not okay at all. At this time Duguyan said disdainfully. No, 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 if you say that, you are the stupid one. Zhang Tianlin refuted Duguyan's words. Seeing that she was unconvinced and wanted to say something else, Zhang Tianlin waved his hand at her and said, this theory does not mean that the question of whether it will work or not is that it is meaningless to put forward this theory. I feel that putting forward this theory is not for research, but more like trying to show off my differences in front of others. Because if it is extended according to this theory, then it will be put forward before this theory. How could soul masters attach soul rings to weapons such as swords, guns, swords, and halberds whose martial souls were weapons? Wait for the weapon to become refined before hunting? And how did soul masters absorb soul rings of plant weapons with fire attributes? Could it be that they all is it an absorbed plant soul ring? This theory seems to give people more options for attaching soul rings, but it is actually meaningless. After glancing at everyone, Zhang Tianlin said seriously, back to the previous question, how can a low-quality martial soul be cultivated to a higher level like a high-quality one? In order to solve this problem, I can't help but extend two thinking. Speaking of this piece of Tianlin, he raised his right hand and stretched out two fingers. Then he withdrew a finger and said to everyone, the first way of thinking is, can a low-level martial spirit evolve into a high-level martial spirit? Obviously it can. Because many people's martial spirits mutate the day after tomorrow. Since it can if it evolves, can we artificially let it evolve by ourselves? Seeing everyone thinking again, Zhang Tianlin answered directly without waiting for everyone to answer, my answer is yes. Everyone looked up at Zhang Tianlin in shock. And Zhang Tianlin looked at the shocked eyes of everyone and smiled confidently, the method is the soul ring. What is the purpose of absorbing soul rings in the soul master world today? It is for powerful skills. But this is a wrong approach. Because for the sake of it can be said that you have enriched your fighting methods by using skills, but unless you are lucky, otherwise, doing so is almost like slowly cutting off your own way when adding a spirit ring. But if the attachment of the soul ring is not due to a powerful soul skill, then wouldn't it be the weaker side in the battle? And the soul ring is not attached with a powerful soul skill, then what is the purpose? And how to attach the soul ring? Evolving a martial soul, if you give up powerful soul skills in order to evolve a martial soul, then there is no point, right? Duguyan retorted suspiciously. The question you asked is already very good. Zhang Tianlin admitted. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Martial Spirit Cultivation Theory. Chapter 34 Martial Spirit Cultivation Theory. Duguyan snorted proudly. Zhang Tianlin smiled indifferently, and then said, let me give an example for this question. After a pause, Zhang Tianlin asked Dugubo a question, the most famous weapon in the world of soul masters, Wuhan, is the best in the world. The Wuhan Haoshan hammer, so old poison, you have been in the world of soul masters for so many years, do you think there is any Wuhan that can be compared with him? Dugubo replied without hesitation, yes, the 7-killing sword of Jiandao Jinexin, the soul-breaking spear of the Poji clan, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. A competitive weapon spirit. The reason why the clear sky hammer is the best weapon spirit in the world is because there was once Tang Chen, and in recent years, there was Tang Hao. Pa Zhang Tianlin snapped his fingers, and said with a smile, yes, there are so many good weapon souls, but why every generation of the Haoshan hammer 7-killing sword has someone who cultivates to the title DOULUO level and breaks the soul the spear and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda won't work? Well, the old man heard that the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda has flaws and can only be attached with 7 soul rings, so he can't break through to the soul saint level for life. Dugubo on the side said hesitantly. No, Zhang Tianlin shook his hand and said, the reason why the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda is like this is to verify the error of Yu Xiaogong's theory of soul ring absorption, and it proves that his theory is meaningless. After all, a tower made of precious stones, do you think it has a beast soul ring or a plant soul ring? And if the 7 treasures glazed tower adds soul rings according to the current method, then one day the martial soul will degenerate again. Then Zhang Tianlin changed the subject and continued, let's talk about the soul-breaking spear. This martial spirit can be said to be comparable to the clear sky hammer and the 7-killing sword in all aspects. Why hasn't there been a titled DOULUO all this time? This Dugubo was really confused by Zhang Tianlin's self-questions and answers. Because the soul ring was wrongly attached. Zhang Tianlin said lightly. But the auxiliary effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is recognized as the best in the Pan-continent. And the soul-breaking gun of the Broken Clan has a record of defeating some low-level titled DOULUO with Soul DOULUO. Dugubo obviously did not agree. Although your Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor martial spirit is a beast martial spirit, it is similar in terms of cultivation. In terms of the quality of the martial spirit, your Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor is not as good as the soul-breaking gun and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, but why do you can break through to level, but no soul master with the soul-breaking gun can reach level, and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda has degraded to the point where it can only attach 7 soul rings. Zhang Tianlin asked in return. This is naturally because I have high innate soul power and extraordinary talents. Dougubo said proudly. This is just one of the reasons. The real reason is that you, like the soul master of the Haoshan Hammer 7 killing sword, have added soul rings that match your own attributes. Zhang Tianlin chuckled lightly. Without waiting for Dougubo to say anything, he continued, the clear sky hammer is almost all soul beasts with added strength. In addition to the strength attribute, this type of soul beast also has another characteristic that is consistent with the clear sky hammer, and that is this: generally speaking, all types of soul beasts are hard enough. The whole hammer from hammer head to hammer handle is hard enough. In this way, as long as the Haoshan hammer simply and crudely adds power soul beasts, it can be said that as long as you calm down and practice, you can almost reach the title. At the DOULUO level, the 7 killing sword as a whole is the same as the clear sky hammer as a sword. As long as the soul beast has the attack attribute, it can almost be successfully cultivated to the titled DOULUO level. And these 2 martial arts will be added after the continuous exploration of the ancestors. A defensive soul skill. And what kind of soul beast does a defensive soul skill hunt? It is most likely a defensive soul beast. Do you feel something is weird? Speaking of this piece of Tianlin, he smiled strangely. Dougubo frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I do feel something is a little strange, but I just can't put it in words. Zhang Tianlin laughed when he heard the words, imagine a blacksmith forging iron to make weapons. Dougubo heard a flash of inspiration in his mind, and looked at Zhang Tianlin with wide eyes. No, isn't it? This is too outrageous. Hey, did you think of it? In fact, sometimes it's like this, the way is simple. Zhang Tianlin smiled and nodded firmly, and then continued, that's right, the addition of soul rings by these 2 martial arts practitioners is like creating a hammer can make a divine sword. You can make it with hard materials, so the Haoshan hammer can be attached with a spirit ring, as long as you choose a strength and defensive spirit beast, but the most prominent attribute of the Haoshan hammer it is power, so people choose power-type soul beasts. For swords and the like, in order to make them sharp, they need to add attack-type soul beasts, because the characteristics of attack-type soul beasts have the characteristics of strong and hard bodies. So there is no need to specially increase the toughness of the sword. If you are afraid that it will be too rigid and easy to break, you can add 1 or 2 defensive soul rings to increase the hardness or toughness. But the soul-breaking gun is different. Although a gun is powerful in attack, but making a good gun, you can't just make an invincible gun head, its main body is the gun body, so for the gun, the strong gun body is more important than the attack power. And this is why it is difficult to cultivate the soul-breaking gun to the title DOULUO level, because they created a peerless gun head, but they only equipped it with a rotten wood as the gun body. It would be strange to break through to the title DOULUO. This is especially true for the 7 treasures glazed tower. You don't need gems to make a gem tower. But if you use a bunch of miscellaneous materials to make it, who will waste it? And the reason why this old man was able to cultivate into a title is because my martial spirit is mainly poisonous, and I have all the additional poisonous attribute soul rings. With the original blessing of the soul ring, I have successfully broken through to level 90. What you said just now, I need to add a soul ring that matches the characteristics of snakes and add poisonous attributes, right? But although I have all soul rings with poisonous attributes, some soul rings do not have the characteristics of snakes. Dougubo was puzzled asked. This is the difference between a weapon soul master and a beast soul master. A weapon soul master trains his own martial soul into a magical weapon, even if it is a plant-based weapon soul. So the purpose of a weapon soul master's training is to transform his own martial soul into a magical weapon. The martial soul is trained into an artifact, and the person himself is a person who can control the artifact to fight as he wishes. The training of a beast soul master is to make oneself stronger, to control various elements, or to turn oneself into a fighting machine that is powerful without relying on external objects. You yourself, so you just need to keep increasing your own attributes. For example, if you reach your current level, soul skills become less important as you fight. The more important thing is poison control skills, which is also the focus of your training in the future. Zhang Tianlin explained. That's it. Kobo said with enlightenment. What I just said are all practiced with high-level and high-quality martial souls, but most of the martial arts are just ordinary martial souls. I also said before that relying on soul rings can make the martial souls evolve to higher quality. As long as they are correct, is it enough to add a soul ring? Zhang Tianlin asked another question. Kobo looked at Zhang Tianlin with expectant eyes, while the girls beside him who had already been impressed by Zhang Tianlin all looked at him with adoring eyes. Ahem. Zhang Tianlin coughed and continued, the correct addition of soul rings will cause the martial soul to change and add certain characteristics, and this will happen in the training of most low-level martial soul masters. However, there are very few examples of evolution through accumulation of changes. In addition to removing the error of attaching a soul ring, there is also the fact that it is stuck at a certain level due to innate talents and cannot be upgraded to a soul ring. There is no how can the enhanced martial soul of the soul ring evolve? And the reason why martial souls of different qualities cannot break through at different levels is the quality difference in soul power. The quality of soul power. Kobo repeated in doubt. Yes, the quality of soul power. Zhang Tianlin said with certainty, it's like crafting. To create a piece of iron ore, you only need to use flames of ordinary temperature. But iron ore can only be crafted into ordinary things such as iron swords and armor. If you want to create stronger metal products, then you need to add more advanced materials to make it stronger as a whole, so that the things you make will be stronger, but the flame at ordinary temperature can only melt ordinary iron or stone cannot melt higher level materials. In this way, an iron product is still an iron product, at most, it is inlaid with advanced materials, but it is still an ordinary iron product. Therefore, a stronger flame must be used to melt advanced materials to match iron or stones or fused together to make it stronger. As for martial arts, the strength of ordinary martial arts is average. Even if you add a soul ring to strengthen the original source of the martial soul, your soul strength is only a little bit of passive enhancement does not allow you to break through the bottleneck at a certain stage and then add soul rings to enhance the original martial soul to evolve. Just like the martial soul is blue-silver grass, the innate soul brought by the quality of this martial soul regardless of your innate level of strength, normally you can only cultivate to level 29, and at this level you may not be able to break through to level to attach a spirit ring in your lifetime, so there is no way to talk about the evolution of martial spirits. Zhang Tianlin glanced at the crowd and chuckled, I think you all understand that the difference between a low-level martial spirit and a high-level martial spirit is actually the difference in the quality of soul power, and as long as this quality gap is erased, theoretically speaking, the low-level martial spirit there are endless possibilities and futures. How to solve it? Kobo asked. This is the effect of the soul core condensing secret technique that I'm going to give you now. In theory, even if you have a low-level martial soul with half a level of innate soul power, you can cultivate to the limit DOULUO'S step by step. The premise is that you have so much time, but if you are lucky and opportunities continue, you will speed up the progress. Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. However, the biggest function of this secret technique is to clarify the conditions for advancing to title DOULUO. As long as you meet the conditions, you can advance to level 90. In theory, all soul masters can work hard to achieve this condition. And with this method there are multiple benefits to becoming a titled DOULUO. The first is the improvement of physical fitness, the second is the improvement of soul power recovery and battery life, and the third is the speed of cultivation. Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. So if this cultivation method is made public, then the number of titled DOULUO will not skyrocket. Kobo gasped. Zhang Tianlin shrugged. Old poison, you are already at level 90 and you should be able to condense a soul core very quickly. You use poison. I suggest you first condense a poison attribute soul core. Although this will not increase your combat power, it will enhance your strength, your battery life. Zhang Tianlin suggested to Dougalbo. I have to try to see what's so magical about your soul core. Dougalbo said excitedly. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Conjecture on Zhang Tianlin's Method of Becoming a God. Chapter 35, Conjecture on Zhang Tianlin's Method of Becoming a God. I didn't expect you to understand the mysteries of martial arts cultivation at such a young age. After decades of cultivation, I still think that I have rich experience in cultivation, but after listening to your words, I realize that it's all due to luck that I can achieve my current cultivation level. Dougalbo emotion. Senior, why should you belittle yourself? Compared to most people, your cultivation experience is already at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. Zhang Tianlin said modestly. Compared to you, what kind of experience do I have? Except for decades of fighting skills, I'm not as good as a doll like you. Dougalbo shook his head and smiled wryly. Zhang Tianlin smiled awkwardly when he heard this and said, Actually, I didn't research this. You think too highly of me. Oh? Someone else taught it? I didn't expect there to be such a powerful master in the world of soul masters. Can the little monster recommend you? Dougalbo said unexpectedly. I'm afraid that won't work. I have learned all this knowledge from the future, and the person who researched this knowledge has not yet been born. Zhang Tianlin chuckled. Dougalbo was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and said dissatisfiedly, Little monster, if you don't want to introduce me, you don't have to fool me like this. Now we are all in the same group, let me tell the truth. Zhang Tianlin said seriously. Then run the soul power, and saw Zhang Tianlin's body surrounded by circles of spirit rings emerging and his eyes light up slightly. Although he already knew the configuration of Zhang Tianlin's heaven-defying spirit ring, Dougalbo was still shocked to see this scene again. Dougalyan, Su Xiaoro, and the others, who had never seen it before, stared at the soul ring behind Zhang Tianlin's head in astonishment. Then these soul rings disappeared, Zhang Tianlin put away the Sky Eye martial soul, and then a phantom exactly like Zhang Tianlin separated from him and appeared behind Zhang Tianlin. The experienced Dougalbo could tell it was a martial soul at a glance. There was a burst of horror in his eyes, and he couldn't help blurting out, 3. But someone sounded a step faster, twin martial spirits. This was Dougalyan's voice. At this time, Dougalyan's face was full of surprise, but Dougalbo's words directly caused his head to shut down. It's not a twin martial spirit, it's a third martial spirit. Dougalbo's surprised voice made everyone present freeze in place. That's right, the 3 lives martial spirit. Zhang Tianlin confirmed. As he put away his martial spirit, 6 gems of different colors emerged and slowly rotated around his body. 4 martial souls. Dougalbo stammered. The uninformed people looked at Dougalbo in confusion. Dougalbo explained in an inexplicable tone, I was entrusted by Xiner to protect you that night. I saw that you had transformed into a dragon, so besides the 3 spirits just now, you should have a dragon spirit, right? No, I'm the 3 spirits just now. As for the dragon transformation, Zhang Tianlin put it off. I saw Zhang Tianlin take back the infinite gemstone martial soul, and circulate the power of qi and blood. Jin. 4 soul rings that everyone recognized as yellow appeared on Zhang Tianlin's body one by one. A terrifying dragon's power spread out, and everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their martial souls felt the oppression from Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin smiled calmly and said, What you see is the form in which I use the power of my blood to fight. Although I also have a soul ring, it is not a martial soul. The soul ring is also different from the soul ring in the general sense. It is composed of qi. It can be said that as long as you have enough power of qi and blood to condense the qi blood soul ring, you can use a certain method to condense the qi blood soul ring. However, this is another training system that is different from martial soul training. So far I'm still perfecting it. And I was able to condense this kind of soul ring because of some special reason, which is not universal. That's right, after Zhang Tianlin condensed the Qi blood soul ring based on the power of his own Golden Dragon King bloodline, he was also constantly researching it. Although the time was short, it was indeed a bit rough. After all, it was said that he could condense the Qi blood soul. The ring is due to the huge power of Qi and blood carried by the Golden Dragon King's divine core. And if it is an ordinary person, as long as the power of Qi and blood reaches the requirements and then knows how to condense the Qi and blood soul ring, he will definitely be able to condense the Qi and blood soul ring. Zhang Tianlin's Golden Dragon King Qi and blood soul ring is condensed by the power of Qi and blood overflowing from the Golden Dragon King's divine core, so it is a golden million-year soul ring. So for ordinary people, starting from scratch and cultivating it step by step, it should be a less terrifying soul ring. The age limit may also be a soul ring configuration of hundreds of years and thousands of years, but this is enough. After all, if it can be done, it will allow people to have two sets of soul rings like twin martial souls, and their strength will be greatly enhanced. And by extension, can the same be true for mental strength? After all, Electrolux during the Peerless Tang sect was not a soul beast. Not to mention giving Huo Yuhao a martial soul, he also condensed a special grey soul ring for Huo Yuhao. This soul ring came with most of his skills. At that time, Electrolux had only his soul and mental will left, and he could still condense such a terrifying soul ring. From this, we can see that there is a certain pattern in condensing soul rings. And then we extend our thoughts from the Golden Dragon King's divine core to soul cores that are similar to it. One is a god and the other is a human. So is there any connection between them? From this, Zhang Tianlin came up with a conjecture. If it were feasible, then there would be no need to inherit the divine position and become a god or absorb the power of faith, which is a time-consuming and laborious method to become a god. The biggest advantage is that you may no longer be bound to the divine realm by a god. Of course, this is not a baseless conjecture, but a conjecture based on the various ideas that everyone talked about on certain websites in the past life and the current practical methods. Absorbing faith and becoming a god is like becoming a god through merit. Since there is merit and virtue, is there any way to prove the way? And Zhang Tianlin's conjecture of becoming a god is, one soul core becomes the title, two soul cores become the limit, and in the original book, although Huo Yuhao has 3 soul cores, he did not become a god but inherited the god position to become a god, so continue to condense more. Does the soul core not necessarily become a god? According to the core theory of the soul core, does the difference between gods and humans lie in the quality of energy, so more advanced soul power is called divine power. Then thinking of certain settings such as cultivating immortals, Zhang Tianlin boldly made a hypothesis. The first soul core condensed by ordinary people is based on the attributes of their own martial soul, which can represent soul power. And the second soul core is basically a condensed spiritual soul core, which greatly enhances the control power. So according to the 3 treasures of spirit, energy, and spirit mentioned in various theories in previous lives, is it possible to condense another Qi, blood, and soul core to make your own? The body is stronger, even reaching the minimum standard of the so-called divine body, and the Golden Dragon King has a god core, so do all the gods in the god realm have a god core? How did the god core come from? Zhang Tianlin's method is to condense the 3 soul cores of essence, energy, and spirit in the above method, and then combine the 3 soul cores into one. Can it be sublimated into a god core? Does this make him a god? So, whether this method will work or not, you have to find someone to try it. Even if you are not sure, but the method of condensing the soul core is correct. With this as a guide, then this method of becoming a god is not afraid that no one will try it. As for the person who can try the fastest, the standard candidate in Zhang Tianlin's mind is the world's peak invincible Qiandaoliu and Bo Sixi, who are invincible in the sea. After all, they are already demigods, unlike others who still have to wait to upgrade. As long as Qiandaoliu can condense 3 soul cores and try it, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin came up with a plan. But that's for the future. The most urgent thing is to help Kobo add a soul ring. Then Zhang Tianlin exited the dragon form and put away the soul ring, then spread out his right hand and the green time gem appeared in his hand. Zhang Tianlin introduced to everyone, "This is one of my third martial arts spirits, called the Time Stone. As the name suggests, its ability is the power to control time. Relying on it, I can travel in the long river of time, so I used it to cross the time as tens of thousands of years in the future to learn the knowledge of martial soul cultivation. It's unbelievable, your martial spirit is too heaven-defying, isn't it?" Kobo said incredulously, "You are so powerful without adding a soul ring, isn't it even more powerful after adding a soul ring? And if I read correctly just now, there are 6 such gemstones just now, and this time gemstone is just one of them." Zhang Tianlin chuckled and shook his head when he heard the words, "This martial spirit cannot be attached with a soul ring. The unified name of these 6 gems is infinite gems, which means gems with infinite energy. So only when I become stronger can I release stronger energy in an instant, so that they can exert their power." Infinite energy? This Kobo really didn't know what to say, so he asked curiously, "Then what other abilities do other people have besides the time stone?" "The time gem allows me to control the time at will." Zhang Tianlin raised the green gem in his hand as he said. Then the green gem disappeared, and the blue gem emerged. "The space gem allows me to control space at will." The blue gem hides the purple gem and appears. "The power gem allows me to have unimaginably great strength and a body that is almost invulnerable." It also controls all physical abilities. The purple gem hides the yellow gem and appears. "The mind gem can give me unimaginable spiritual power and psychic ability." The yellow gem disappears and the orange gem emerges. "The soul gem allows me to control and even create souls. For example, this time I plan to rely on its power to give you a 10-year soul ring." The orange gem disappeared and the red gem appeared. "Reality gem, modify all laws of reality. Create almost all substances at will. For example." As he spoke, a red light flashed, and gold soul coins rained down from the sky. After a while, there were already piles of gold soul coins in the yard that were as deep as everyone's knees. The red gem in Zhang Tianlin's hand also disappeared, and he said to the petrified people, "This is my ability, so my martial arts cultivation knowledge was learned from the future, not taught by any martial arts theory master in modern times." It was a pity that several people around him, including Xiaolan, looked at him blankly without any reaction. After a long while, Duguyan screamed, "Ah, you, aren't you still a human? Your infinite gem spirit has made you omnipotent, right?" Zhang Tianlin touched his nose and said, "I am still very weak now, so I cannot exert their power. Otherwise, I would not have almost died due to excessive use. Even if I was lucky enough to survive this time, I would have been comatose for so long." End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Experiment. Chapter 36 Experiment. "I haven't seen such a big storm in my life, this time I was almost drowned by you." Kobo came back to his senses and expressed his emotion for the first time today. A yellow light flashed, and Kobo's eyes returned to clarity when he lost his mind, and he exclaimed, "Is this the method of gathering the soul core? The previous method is almost the same as the method of cultivating soul power in the secret book of the Tang sect. The soul power is condensed at the same time, the difference is the condensing of the soul core. With the soul power of the 90 level, the old man can condense the first soul core in at most 7 days. The old poison, you go to gather the soul core first, and then we go to hunt the soul ring together, and I will add the 4th soul ring. By the way, since the 3 of you are willing to join me, I will teach you some cultivation methods. Only when you become stronger can you help me." Zhang Tianlin turned to Su Xiao and the 3 daughters. Zhang Tianlin stretched out his hand and pointed at Lu Wan. A yellow light entered her mind, followed by clicking twice, and 2 rays of light entered Bai Fei's and Su Xiao's minds respectively. The three girls closed their eyes to digest the cultivation methods in their minds. This is a kind of psychic ability that appeared in the spiritual gem after Zhang Tianlin's strength went further. It can instantly transmit a large amount of content to other people's minds. After a cup of tea, the three girls opened their eyes, and said to Zhang Tianlin gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Tianlin. I will definitely practice hard in the future and hope to help you as soon as possible." "Hey, what did Brother Tianlin teach you? Seeing the excitement on your faces, it must be very powerful," Duguyan asked curiously. The three of them all looked at Zhang Tianlin with questioning eyes. Zhang Tianlin waved his hands and said indifferently, "We are all our own people, there is no need to be secretive." The three girls introduced each other after hearing the words. First, Lu Wan introduced, "My name is Reverse Life Triple Layer. It is a very powerful secret technique that can ignore most of the damage. There are also various self-created soul skills. Mine is swordsmanship, which includes a special refining method and soul power cultivation method. It's really powerful," Su Xiaro said excitedly. "Mine is called Ruyi Jin, and there are matching soul power training methods and self-created soul skills." Bai Fei I said excitedly. "Little monster, you really have a lot of secret arts, and you have learned them after 10,000 years. Dugubo said enviously. Probably. Zhang Tianlin obviously didn't want to tell him the real source of these inheritances. It's really an ability against the sky. It's really hard to imagine what the Pangea will be like in the future. Dugubo was full of emotion. Okay, I'll go to condense the soul core first. I'll come back to you after I succeed. After speaking, Dugubo's figure disappeared in a flash. Brother Tianlin, are you hungry just after waking up? Would you like something to eat? Duguyan saw Dugubo leaving, and hurriedly came over and asked. Zhang Tianlin rubbed his stomach and smiled embarrassedly, I'm really hungry. Seeing this, Duguyan hurried to arrange meals. The remaining four girls, Xiaolan, didn't know what to do. Zhang Tianlin broke through this embarrassing situation, and said to Su Xiaro and the others, you should go and practice the secret books I gave you first. Although I have given you detailed cultivation methods, you still need to practice. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Understood, Brother Tianlin. ×3 After the three of them agreed, they went back to their room to practice, and only Xiaolan and Zhang Tianlin were left in the yard. Seeing Zhang Tianlin's eyes on her, Xiaolan became inexplicably nervous. And Zhang Tianlin looked at Xiaolan, came to her and held her hands, said with both touch and gratitude, this year, I have troubled you to take care of an unconscious person like me. It's okay, it's actually not much. And I will rely on your help in the future, so I should do this. If something happens to you, I will really have no hope in the future. Xiaolan, he said with a blushing face. Zhang Tianlin didn't say anything, just hugged Xiaolan tightly in his arms. And Xiaolan just quietly hugged Zhang Tianlin with her backhand. This is the figure of four heads quietly peeking out at the gate of the yard watching Zhang Tianlin and the two hugging each other. Su Xiaro lowered her voice excitedly and said, Sister Yan, if you don't take action, it won't be easy to get involved. Duguyan just pursed his lips when he heard the words, but didn't say anything. As for what's on her mind, only she knows. A few days later, in the sunset forest of the Heaven Do Empire, three figures came here. These three people were Dugubo and Zhang Tianlin, and the last one was Dugu Xin. Zhang Tianlin didn't expect that Dugu Xin hadn't attached the sixth soul ring to be promoted to Soul Emperor in a year. After understanding, it turned out that after Dugubo tested that the Tang sex cheats could really solve their family's snake venom problem, Dugu Xin postponed the attachment of the soul ring. There are more soul rings. So I plan to practice the Tang sect cheats first to completely solve my worries before adding the soul ring, so it took so long to attach the soul ring. I didn't expect that, Brother Tianlin. If Yan Yan hadn't told me yesterday, I wouldn't have thought that you are so powerful. I still can't believe that you can artificially strengthen the lifespan of a soul ring to reach 10 years. You know how many people dream of a 10-year soul ring in the world of soul masters. DOULUO'S said with emotion. Okay, I'll know when the time comes. And brother DOULUO, if you practice slowly, you might be able to have a 10-year soul ring from the 7th soul ring on. Zhang Tianlin said lightly thrilling words. Unsurprisingly, DOULUO'S asked excitedly, really? You have to practice the 5 treasure body protection method and the meditation method to strengthen your physical and mental strength. Then I will absorb a 10-year-old soul for you. Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. Spirit. ×2 DOULUO and DOULUO'S said in unison in doubt. Spirit is an artificial soul ring researched and manufactured by people after 2 years because the extinction of soul beasts is not enough for humans to hunt and kill. A century-old soul can give people 2 century-old soul rings, and when they reach the level, they will condense out by themselves, and it is more powerful than hunting souls. The soul ring of the beast is not bad. And the soul of 1,000 years can have 3 soul rings, and the soul of 10,000 years can gather 4 soul rings and 5 soul rings for 10 years. The only disadvantage is that it cannot be like a normal soul ring. With the huge soul power, people can break through more levels through absorption. The advantage is that you can use a certain matrix soul tool called Ascension to Lingtai to increase the lifespan of the soul ring. Zhang Tianlin explained the source and function of the soul. After a long while, DOULUO'S shook his head and smiled wryly. I understand Yanyan and the others' feelings at that time a little bit now. As he spoke, his eyes showed yearning. I really want to see that era. The 7th soul ring can be added 10-year soul ring. The theory of cultivation is so rich, it must be a star-studded one in that era, right? You are right, and the times have progressed, and the standard soul ring configuration in that era has also become 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. And after working hard in the later period, the soul ring configuration will even become all red. Really? Now that I think about it, I wish I could see that shocking scene with my own eyes. DOULUO'S said enviously. Hey, my soul ring configuration is far above that, you have seen it before. Zhang Tianlin chuckled. Unless you can. Zhang Tianlin was about to say that unless you can let a god help you remove the previous soul ring, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Can I use soul gems to do it? Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin thought about trying. Hastily said to DOULUO at the side, Old Poison, I heard that you have a retreat here, can you take us there? By the way, I went outside the Sunset Forest to catch soul masters with poor personalities. I suddenly had an idea, want to try it. Hey? What do you think? DOULUO asked doubtfully. Can I use my soul gem to remove a person's soul ring without hurting their life? Zhang Tianlin said excitedly. Can this really be done? DOULUO'S asked in surprise. It can definitely be done, but I have to try whether I can do it with my current strength. In that case, you guys wait here. After the words fell, DOULUO'S figure shot out hastily. But in less than a stick of incense, DOULUO came back with a bewitching woman on his shoulders. Zhang Tianlin asked in surprise, why so fast? I met a group of hunters on the way. They wanted to rob their employers and kill them to kill them, so they took care of them and brought them here with a living survivor. DOULUO explained. Zhang Tianlin nodded when he heard this, and said calmly, then you lead the way, and we will find a quiet place to try. DOULUO nodded when he heard the words, and ran in the right direction with the people on his back. Zhang Tianlin and DOULUO'S quickly followed. An hour later, the 3 of them came to a place filled with green poisonous gas. DOULUO stopped and took out a pill and said to Zhang Tianlin, Little monster, if you take this antidote, you can temporarily ignore the poisonous fog here. Zhang Tianlin shook his hand and said, No need, I am invulnerable to all poisons, and strong poisons will strengthen my cultivation instead. You are such a monster, since this is the case, let's go. After speaking, he took the lead and ran into the poisonous fog. Zhang Tianlin and the two hurriedly followed. After a while, they came to a cave halfway up the mountain. With a pop, Kobo threw the woman in his hand to the ground. "Old poison, you don't care about fragrance and jade." Zhang Tianlin teased. Then the orange light on the hand condensed and shone on the woman on the ground. Kobo just looked at Zhang Tianlin expectantly and ignored him. Xin, on the other hand, urged anxiously, "Hurry up and try it." 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and purple, emerged from the woman's body. Zhang Tianlin used the soul gems to exert force, but these soul rings were only slightly shaking, but there was no sign of being stripped. Zhang Tianlin frowned and felt carefully for a moment, then stopped what he was doing. "Failed?" Xin asked disappointedly. Kobo also sighed. Zhang Tianlin looked at the woman on the ground twitching at the corner of his mouth, the golden light in his hand condensed into a stick. And knocked on the woman's head, "Beat her out and try again." End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Experiment. Chapter 37 Experiment. Knock her out and try again. After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, the stick condensed with golden light swung at the woman lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. The woman lying on the ground pretending to be dead opened her eyes suddenly, and wanted to avoid it when she rolled over. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianlin's stick accurately hit her on the neck, causing her to lie limp on the ground before standing up straight. It seems that in a waking state, if the soul master resists, he cannot remove the soul ring. I don't know if he can succeed when he is unconscious. Kobo said indifferently. He was not surprised by the woman who suddenly resisted, and obviously knew that this woman had woken up long ago pretending to be dizzy. Zhang Tianlin reached out and pointed at the woman again, and a burst of orange light enveloped her again. Then the 5 soul rings reappeared, this time shrouded in light. The 5 soul rings on his body were shaking violently, as if they were about to break away at any time. Unfortunately, it continued for a quarter of an hour and they were still shaking violently with no intention of breaking away. Zhang Tianlin couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. After thinking for a moment, he gave up on removing the 5 soul rings at the same time and concentrated on this woman's first soul ring. I saw that the next 4 soul rings on this woman's body had returned to calm, but the first soul ring was shaking even more violently, and was even distorted like a roiling wave. But even if this continued for a while, the spirit ring still had no intention of breaking away. Instead, it seemed to affect the spirit master himself, and the woman on the ground began to convulse inexplicably. Zhang Tianlin had no choice but to scan and observe the woman again to find the reason why it could not be removed. On the other hand, Kobo and Xin could only sigh in disappointment from their original expectations. After a while, Zhang Tianlin let out a long breath and smiled lightly. Seeing Zhang Tianlin's expression, Xin asked strangely, "Isn't this a failure?" "Brother Tianlin doesn't seem to care." "Because I found the reason." Zhang Tianlin replied with a smile. "Oh?" Kobo asked suspiciously, "What's the reason?" Zhang Tianlin returned speechlessly. Although this woman fainted, her subconscious was still resisting. The removal of the soul ring met with strong resistance, so she failed. "Wake her up, ask her to cooperate, and try again." After saying that, a red light flashed and a ball of cold water washed over her body, stimulating her to wake up in a short time. With a confused sound of "aha," the woman on the ground woke up. She stretched out her hand and rubbed the place where Zhang Tianlin had just hit her. She gasped in pain, and at the same time, her whole body suddenly jumped up and looked around. Seeing Zhang Tianlin and the other 2 people looking at each other eagerly, they took a few steps back nervously until they leaned against the wall with no way out. They swallowed tremblingly and asked tremblingly, "What do you want to do? Hey, little baby! Do you want to die or live?" Kobo said with a cold smile. I the woman was speechless in fear. And Kobo didn't bother to waste words. He waved his hand and a green soul power penetrated into the woman's body. Then the woman started screaming and rolling on the ground in the hope of relieving the pain. Zhang Tianlin, who was on the side, watched indifferently. After a while, he said coldly, "There is something I hope you can cooperate with. If you don't want to, it means you are useless. What will happen to you? I think you must be very sad now. It's clear." "Ah, I know, I will definitely accompany you," the woman on the ground said intermittently, enduring the severe pain. When Kobo heard this, he flicked a pill with his finger and flew into the woman's mouth. After a while, she stopped screaming and huddled into a ball looking at Kobo in fear. "I want to remove the soul ring on your body and then attach it to you again, so don't resist in your heart when you remove your soul ring later, or hee." Zhang Tianlin ordered coldly and finally let out a penetrating laugh. I know. The woman replied in fear. "Then I'll start." After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, he reached out and pointed at the woman. Orange light enveloped the woman again, 5 soul rings resurfaced, and then only 5 soul rings trembled slightly. "Hey!" Zhang Tianlin snorted coldly and looked at the woman. The woman trembled when she heard the sound, suppressing the unwillingness in her heart, and cooperated with Zhang Tianlin to let go of her mind and stop resisting. I saw that the 5 soul rings separated from the woman's body very easily this time and were controlled and guided aside by Zhang Tianlin. With the detachment of the soul ring, the fluctuation of the soul power of the woman's original soul king level has dropped a little, and it is between the soul sect and the soul king. Kind of degree. Successful. DOULUO'S shouted excitedly. Kobo on the side was also full of joy. The next step is to reattach her soul ring, Zhang Tianlin said calmly. Then he asked the stunned woman, "What is your martial spirit?" Hearing Zhang Tianlin's question, the woman was agitated and answered with fear and a hint of hope, "Jasper Scorpion." Zhang Tianlin looked at Kobo in embarrassment and asked suspiciously, "What kind of soul beast is this?" Kobo secretly smiled, "This is a kind of poisonous soul beast, but the physical strength of this kind of soul beast is as famous as its poison. It is a kind of defensive martial soul that is both poisonous. There are also such spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest." A trace of a soul beast. Zhang Tianlin nodded thoughtfully, an orange light flashed, and an invisible wave spread. Zhang Tianlin used the flexible gem to start scanning the Sunset Forest. After a while, he scanned the soul aura and composition of many soul beasts. Then orange light gathered in the palm of Zhang Tianlin's hand, and after a burst of irregular shaking, it turned into an illusory green scorpion. Slowly, the scorpion's soul power fluctuations continued to increase, until it had the strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. Then it stopped. Zhang Tianlin reached out and handed the Jasper Scorpion soul he made with the soul gem to the woman and said lightly, "Summon your martial soul, then use your soul power to communicate with this soul, and finally fuse it with your martial soul." The woman nodded obediently after hearing the words, and turned to look longingly at the soul in Zhang Tianlin's hand. Following Zhang Tianlin's instructions, he covered the soul power with both hands and held the soul in Zhang Tianlin's hand in front of him. He summoned the martial soul to communicate and fuse the soul according to Zhang Tianlin's method. A green scorpion appeared in her right hand, which was exactly the same as the soul in her left hand. In about 1 stick of incense, the martial spirit in her right hand enlarged and appeared behind her, and the soul in her left hand flew to the martial spirit's back, constantly emitting little particles of light and merging into the martial spirit. It lasted for a whole day, and finally the entire soul turned into particles of light and merged into the martial soul. When the soul was completely fused into the martial soul, the woman's martial soul was solidified a lot, and it was obvious that the martial soul had strengthened. Then a black soul ring slowly condensed from nothing, and the last 10,000-year soul ring surrounded her body. Immediately afterwards, another soul ring began to condense. In about half a day, the woman successfully used this 10,000-year soul to condense 4 10,000-year soul rings. The woman opened her eyes excitedly, looking at the 4 10,000-year spirit rings under her with an expression of disbelief. This is when Zhang Tianlin's cold voice came to her ears. How do you feel? The woman came back to her senses and replied to Zhang Tianlin in awe. I feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot compared to when I was the Soul King before, and my soul power level feels a few levels higher than before, but the specific amount is not clear. The 2 10,000-year soul rings are nearly 2-year-old soul rings. Although they are 10,000-year soul rings, they seem to be able to condense a suitable soul ring according to the quality of the body. I don't know how many years it can be at most. And it's different from what you said before, that only the addition of the soul ring does not provide more breakthroughs in soul power. Her level has obviously been improved because of the soul ring. Dugubo's exclamation sounded. Because this soul was made by me, and I only made a soul that is 2 years old. I gave it a lot of energy. It is a bit different from ordinary souls. Zhang Tianlin said calmly. Then he said to the still excited woman, next, you can fuse another soul to break through. He then created a pink scorpion soul and threw it to the woman, indicating that she would absorb it. Pink Empress. Seeing this soul, Duguo'S blurted out instantly. The woman excitedly took over the soul and began to absorb it. This was her first experience, and this time she clearly seemed familiar with it. Unfortunately, there was obviously an accident this time. Halfway through the absorption, the woman struggled for a while for some inexplicable reason and bled to death from her orifices. What's going on here? Dugubo asked suspiciously. She didn't have enough mental power, so she was bitten back. It seems that at her current level, she can only absorb 1 10,000-year soul, and 2 10,000-year souls will die from the backlash. Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. It seems that you, Brother Tianlin, predicted it before she absorbed it. Duguo'S said uncertainly. Zhang Tianlin nodded affirmatively when he heard this and said, Brother Dugu, you want to add a 6th soul ring that is about the same level as hers. Just so she can try the age of soul fusion. Now we can basically know the age of soul that can be fused. Brother, although you have only practiced Tang sect cheats for half a year, your spiritual power is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. Therefore, you should be able to fuse a 1,000-year-old soul first to add 3,000-year-old soul rings, and then fuse a 10,000-year soul to gather together 3 10,000-year soul rings to break through to the Soul Emperor, and when you reach the level of a soul saint, if your spiritual power reaches the standard, you can fuse a 10-year soul with my help to condense the remaining 3 soul rings. Zhang Tianlin said faintly explained. Okay. This arrangement is good, but let the old man try it first. Dugubo said excitedly. Father. Duguo'S wanted to stop him, but was interrupted by Dugubo with a wave of his hand. I have made up my mind. Haha, you don't have to be like this. Zhang Tianlin laughed. Then he said to Dugubobo, Old Poison, you have a medicine garden here, and there is a herb in it that can greatly enhance your mental power. After you take it, you can basically be said to be foolproof. Chu Shuolu appeared in front of Dugubo. Do you know this herb? I didn't expect it to enhance mental power. Dugubo said in surprise. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Making Souls. Chapter 38 Making Souls. This herb has a special way of taking it, otherwise it won't have any effect. Zhang Tianlin said lightly, and then told Dugubo the method of picking and taking it in the original book. After Dugubo listened, his figure flashed towards the cave. Brother Tianlin, how sure are you? Duguo'S asked hesitantly. Are you worried? Zhang Tianlin asked. Yeah. Duguo'S nodded. It doesn't have to be like this. No matter what, your father is still at level, and his physical and mental abilities have reached the standard. There will be no problems. Zhang Tianlin said calmly. Hearing what Zhang Tianlin said, Duguo'S suppressed his worries and waited quietly for Dugubo to return. About half an hour later, a green figure came into the cave. It was Dugubo. Although I have occupied this medicinal garden for decades, it still took me a lot of time to find this medicinal herb. He opened his palms and saw a plant lying quietly in his hands, looking through the autumn dew. Kobo sat cross-legged and was taking this fairy herb according to Zhang Tianlin's method. Zhang Tianlin reached out to stop him. "Wait for the old poison, I'll take a look at this herb first." As he spoke, the red light flickered, covering the Wangchuan Qiashulu and scanning continuously, and it took a long time before the scanning was completed and stopped. "Okay, you take it as I said," Zhang Tianlin said to Kobo. Kobo didn't ask any questions, and took it directly according to Zhang Tianlin's method and began to absorb it. "Brother Tianlin, where were you just now?" Xin asked strangely. "It's nothing. I just learned more about the structure of this herb. I can only say that it is a fairy herb that can greatly improve the human body," Zhang Tianlin explained calmly, feeling a little excited in his heart. After scanning and recording the structure of this fairy grass just now, it was confirmed that the fairy grass can be made with reality gems, but it is a pity that it cannot be made with Zhang Tianlin's current cultivation base. But Zhang Tianlin can feel that it will be fine in the not-too-distant future. So Zhang Tianlin came up with a plan in his mind. "I gave Tang San and his group the immortal grass of the Binghuoliangi, but it must be added to give them a little surprise. But that's for later, and there are other things to do right now." About an hour later, Kobo opened his eyes and stood up. "I couldn't help being overjoyed, haha, I didn't expect that a small herb can increase my mental power by 1/5. Now that the preparations are done, we need to hunt down a 4-year-old soul beast and a 7-year-old soul beast to make a 10-year-old soul and a year-old soul for you to fuse," Zhang Tianlin said calmly. "In that case, let's go." Saying that, Kobo led the way out of the cave. After half an hour of walking, the three of them arrived in front of a cave. A fishy smell continued to permeate the cave. It was obvious that there was a poisonous spirit beast in the cave. "This is it. There is a jade phosphorus snake emperor that is more than 7 years old. I don't know if it has gone to look for food," Kobo said indifferently as he looked at the cave. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin summoned his own heavenly eye soul ring, and 3 purple, and black soul rings appeared. Then 2 purple soul rings lit up, and Zhang Tianlin's eyes shot out golden light at the same time. In the eyes of Kobo and his son, the perspective suddenly changed greatly. Although they can still see the mountain wall in front of them, they can see through the mountain wall clearly into the cave. Not only can everything within a radius of several hundred meters be clearly seen, even the flight path of a mosquito looks so clear to them. Of slowness. "This is so amazing!" Kobo exclaimed. "I didn't expect that the soul skills of your main body martial soul are so powerful. It is really powerful in terms of combat assistance," Xin praised. "It's okay," Zhang Tianlin said calmly, and then changed the subject. "This jade phosphorus snake emperor seems to be still in the cave and hasn't gone out to look for food. The old man will lead it out. It is more beneficial for us in a wide place," Kobo said as he summoned the jade phosphorus snake emperor. "I saw the 6th soul ring under him light up, 6th soul skill, jade phosphorus black poison." Then his martial soul jade phosphorus snake emperor spit out a black poisonous mist and rushed to the cave in front of him. Yes, there was a rapid hiss sound from the cave. And getting bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer to the entrance of the cave. Finally, it was accompanied by the sound of a hard object rubbing against the stone. Zhang Tianlin's left hand was surrounded by several green circles. He looked warily towards the direction of the cave and saw a giant snake rushing left and right towards the entrance of the cave. With a loud bang, a giant green snake about 17 meters in length jumped out fiercely, and bit Kobo without hesitation with its huge mouth open. The 7th soul ring under Kobo's feet lit up, the 7th soul skill, martial soul avatar. I saw a bigger giant snake appearing at Kobo's position. The body of the snake circled, and its tail drew towards the head of the attacking snake. With a loud bang, jade phosphorus snake emperor's head tilted and hit the ground. and Dougubo hurriedly manipulated Bifost's real body to bite towards the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor on the ground, and the Biphosphorus Snake Emperor was not to be outdone, raised his head and bit at the bottom of the snake's head on Dougubo's Bifost's real body. Zhang Tianlin saw the third soul ring light up, the third soul skill, Soul Impact. At the same time, the yellow light flashing on Zhang Tianlin's body was the activation of the soul gem, and then a powerful spiritual shock hit the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor's head, causing him to freeze violently, although it took less than 2 seconds. However, it was enough for Dougubo to seize this opportunity and control Biphosphorus Avatar to bite the 7 inches of Biphosphorus Snake Emperor. Immediately afterwards, the upper body of the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor was entangled tightly, and then Dougubo's Biphosphorus Avatar opened an eye in the center of the head and shot out a ray of light, and at the same time Dougubo's voice sounded, Soul Bone Skill, Medusa's Gaze. This ray of light just hit the head of the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor, who was close at hand, and the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor began to petrify from the head, and the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor violently twisted the body of the snake, intending to struggle away. It's a pity that with the passage of time, it struggled more and more weakly as it was constantly attacked by Dougubo's soul bone skills, and finally lay there motionless, with 2/3 of the snake's body petrified by Dougubo. And Dougubo Bifos Avatar continued to strangle with all his might, until he strangled the petrified Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor into several sections, and condensed a black soul ring. Only then did Dougubo put away his martial spirit avatar, and the figure of Dougubo panting violently appeared on the spot. Obviously killing the Jade Phosphor Snake Emperor Dougubo himself was not easy. Little monster, it's up to you next, Dougubo said, panting. Zhang Tianlin didn't say much, and directly used the soul gem to input energy into the soul ring of the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor. As time went by, the output energy became larger and larger, and slowly reached the critical point that Zhang Tianlin could bear. At this time, the soul ring has changed from a black 10,000-year soul ring to a red 10-year soul ring. Immediately after Zhang Tianlin controlled the spirit ring to shrink continuously, an illusory Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor emerged in the center of the spirit ring, and this 10-year-old spirit ring was controlled by Zhang Tianlin to condense into this illusory figure. As the soul ring completely disappeared in the body of the soul made by the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor, its originally illusory figure became solidified, visible to the naked eye. Zhang Tianlin stretched out his hand and recruited the stabilized 10-year-old soul into his palm. Dougubo and Douguo'Xin also gathered around to look at the 10-year-old soul in Zhang Tianlin's palm. Dougubo couldn't help but exclaimed, judging from the fluctuations in soul power, it is much stronger than when I was just alive. Is this a 10-year-old soul? That's right, I want your 7th spirit ring to start using this spirit to gather spirit rings. By then, you old poison will be a title DOULUO with 3 10-year-old spirit rings. The previous fusion of a 1,000-year and a 10,000-year soul condenses 3,000-year soul rings and 3 10,000-year soul rings, so your soul ring configuration will be 3 purple, 3 black, and 3 red. Zhang Tianlin smiled lightly. Haha. Dougubo couldn't help laughing excitedly upon hearing this. But Douguo'Xin seemed hesitant to speak. Zhang Tianlin looked at him strangely and asked, Brother Dougu, do you have any questions? Douguo'Xin struggled for a while and said, you said before that a 10,000-year soul can condense 4 10,000-year soul rings, and a 10-year soul can condense 5 10-year soul rings. So 4 10,000-year soul rings are the same as wouldn't the configuration of 5 10-year-old soul rings be better? Dougubo heard that, his eyes lit up and said, it is true. And it should be possible to absorb 1 less soul. Zhang Tianlin smiled lightly when he heard this and said, this is really good based on the configuration of the soul rings, but if you do this, you will lose 1 soul. Is this soul important? Dougubo asked. The age level of the soul can be increased by practicing the day after tomorrow, although it requires a special soul guide. The soul that matches itself can increase its origin after upgrading. And this origin can be shared with the martial spirit. In this case, for the later period of the martial spirit, the evolution and enhancement play an important role. Under normal circumstances, people can fuse up to 5 souls. Although you have improved your mental power by absorbing the fairy grass, you can only fuse one 10-year-old soul. I can help you absorb 2 more souls, one purple and one black. That's why I suggest you condense soul rings like this, because even low-level souls can evolve to the level of 10 years after cultivation. Although you need special evolvable souls to evolve, but the souls I made with my own hands are all souls like this. Also, the reason why each soul recommends you to gather 3 soul rings is to make your soul ring skills more diverse. For example, a 10-year soul will give you 5. The soul ring has a very high probability that the latter soul ring may only have 1 skill. So, Zhang Tianlin shrugged when he said this. Zhang Tianlin finally thought of something and added, also, souls can be summoned to help fight, and their combat effectiveness is related to their age. Of course, they are a little less powerful than soul beasts of the same age with physical bodies. Haha, we don't understand this kind of new thing either, little monster, you decide. I don't think you will cheat your own people. Kobo said with a smile. The next 10,000-year soul depends on old poison. Do you want me to make it directly, or do you want to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast and make it based on it? Zhang Tianlin asked Kobo. Is there any difference? End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Making Souls. Chapter 39, Making Souls. There is a difference, but not big. Zhang Tianlin replied, paused, and explained, based on the 10,000-year soul beast, I can make high life 10,000-year souls. If I make it directly, I can only make up to 3 souls that are about 4 years old. Of course, those made by both methods can be upgraded and evolved. However, the former kind can be fused to condense a long-lasting 10,000-year soul ring, while the latter kind can be condensed into a 10,000-year soul ring. You need to upgrade in the later stage. So the biggest difference is that the combat power will be different in the early stage. The consumption of a low-term 10,000-year soul ring will definitely be lower, and the power will also be lower. Vice versa, it depends on how you do it. The decision has been made. That's it. Kobo muttered and started thinking. After struggling for a long time, he said, forget it, let's just use the low-life 10,000-year soul rings that you directly made. The 3 soul rings behind me are all 10-year soul rings, and their explosive power is enough. The soul skills in the front, the lower ring age will allow me to improve my continuous combat capability, and I will upgrade the soul ring age when my level is higher. Since that's the case, what kind of soul beast do you need for your 1,000-year and 10,000-year souls, old poison? Zhang Tianlin asked decisively. If possible, I hope to use the cunning poisonous viper as the Millennium Soul Spirit. Unfortunately, this kind of spirit beast is almost extinct. Although I know there is one that is less than 200 years old. If I had encountered it earlier, I would have let Yanyan's first spirit ring absorb it. Kobo said with regret and longing on his face. Oh, is this soul beast special? Zhang Tianlin asked strangely. The skills that most snake beast soul masters get from absorbing this kind of soul beast are almost snake shedding. The effect is to consume soul power to use this soul skill, which allows the soul master to shed all the injuries and negative effects just like shedding his skin. Eliminate. The disadvantage of this soul skill is that it consumes a lot of soul power. Someone once hunted the cunning poisonous viper for 5 years and obtained the snake sloughing soul skill. The soul power consumed each time was 5.00% of the total amount. Kobo explained. Zhang Tianlin said in surprise when he heard this, then this is really a very useful life-saving soul skill. No wonder you chose this soul beast. In addition to this life-saving soul skill, the poison of this soul beast is also very powerful. The most important thing is that it is a snake soul beast with dragon bloodline like the jade phosphorus snake. Kobo said expectantly. What about the 10,000-year soul? Zhang Tianlin asked. Medusa. Dougalbo said without hesitation. Zhang Tianlin nodded thoughtfully upon hearing the words. This is where Dougal's excited voice came from. Father, brother Tianlin, come here quickly. Look what I found. Zhang Tianlin looked at Dougal's after hearing the words, and then both froze in place. Spirit bone. ×2. Then the two of them shouted in unison. This jade phosphorus snake king also exploded a soul bone, and it is also an extremely precious trunk bone. It looks like an extremely complete trunk soul bone. Dougal's said excitedly while holding a piece of soul bone. Zhang Tianlin and Dougalbo hurriedly came to Dougal's to look at the soul bone in his hand. Zhang Tianlin even used the reality stone to scan the soul bone. Seeing Zhang Tianlin's behavior, Dougalbo and his son looked expectant in their eyes. After about half an hour, Zhang Tianlin finally stopped, looked at the expectant two people and laughed. It can be made, but it will not work until I have a higher level. Haha. Dougalbo and his son looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. I'll be happy later. Zhang Tianlin interrupted the two of them, looked at their confused eyes and said with a smile, this soul bone is extremely complete. It can be said that except that it is not old enough, it is the same as a 10-year-old soul bone. So I should be able to turn it into a 10-year-old soul bone by injecting energy into it. Hearing this, Dougal's quickly placed the soul bone in Zhang Tianlin's hand and said eagerly, then give it a try, even if you fail. You can still make it in the future. The surge of purple energy in Zhang Tianlin's hand was continuously poured into this floating torso bone. The characteristic of the power gem is to enhance all kinds of power. As energy is injected into the soul bone, the soul power fluctuation of this trunk bone becomes stronger and stronger. About a quarter of an hour later, when Zhang Tianlin was about to reach his output limit, this torso bone could clearly feel a sense of sublimation. It was obvious that it had turned into a 10-year-old soul bone. As Zhang Tianlin stopped inputting energy, Dougalbo and his son quickly gathered around. Dougalbo even rubbed his palms excitedly. I never thought that I would be able to come into contact with a 10-year-old soul bone at such a close distance in my life. Zhang Tianlin calmly put the soul bone in Dougalbo's hand. Dougalbo stared blankly at the soul bone in his hand, and asked Zhang Tianlin, who are you? It just so happens that this torso bone is integrated with the soul that you will fuse with later. If you absorb it, you can get the greatest benefit. And I can still make it when my level is higher. The most important thing is that it doesn't match me. With me to be able to do it, my soul bone not only needs to be of high age, but also needs to be extremely compatible with me. I'm sorry, but this is very simple for me. Zhang Tianlin said lightly. Dougalbo was quite moved at first, but after hearing it, he suddenly felt quite uncomfortable. An urge to give Zhang Tianlin a good beating came over him. You're so slutty. However, feeling the strong soul power fluctuations coming from the soul bone in his hand, he threw all these things behind his mind and kept giggling while holding the torso bone. Zhang Tianlin rolled his eyes, and said angrily, Okay, the old poison looks like you have never seen the world. Let's go back to the cave where you retreated first, and merge the soul to absorb the soul bone. Then all three of them ran in the direction of Dougalbo's cave in a flash. Not long after the three left, another three flew to this position. This is a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men look middle-aged in their 40s, and the woman looks like a girl in her teens. If Zhang Tianlin was still here and saw this girl, he would definitely say, fuck, a peerless beauty. It's a pity that Zhang Tianlin who left must not know what he missed. At this moment, the girl asked the 2 middle-aged men, 2 uncles, are you sure you are here? The 2 people who were asked looked at each other and nodded. One of the men with a snake pattern on his head said, you must be right, young master. The strong fluctuation just now came from here. There is still a little breath left here. From judging from the strength of the aura, it is definitely the aura of a 10-year-old soul beast and a 10-year-old soul bone, and these 2 auras come from the same source. I'm afraid someone just hunted and killed a 10-year-old soul beast here. The girl glanced around while listening to the man's words. He saw the corpse of the jade phosphorus snake emperor hunted and killed by DOULUO'S. Looking at the petrified snake corpse that was broken into several sections, the girl noticed traces of dissection on a certain section of the snake's body. Seeing that part of the body was missing, the girl was silent. When the man who was talking saw the girl like this, he followed her eyes and looked over. After a while, after seeing the situation there clearly, I couldn't help but shout, "This is impossible." A few years ago, I went with His Majesty the Pope to hunt down a 10-year-old death spider king. The spider king fell from the fluctuations emitted by the two soul bones are obviously the same intensity as the fluctuations left here now. How could they be the soul bones of the jade phosphorus snake king that is about 7 years old? Shilong is right. That time a soul beast exploded out of two soul bones under the Pope's crown, so we have a very deep memory. It's strange. It's so strange. Another man with red hair frowned and said, "Forget it, there may be some secrets in it, but unfortunately I don't have time to take care of it right now. I'd better attach the 5th spirit ring to me and go back to Heaven Do City. I've been dragged by trivial matters. I've been stuck at level for more than half a year now." "It is," the girl said lightly. Hearing the words, the two men hesitated for a moment and Shilong said, "Young master, your talent is rare in the world. Is it really worth wasting your talent just to get angry?" "Humph." The girl snorted angrily and said coldly, "I must prove that I am no worse than others. When I take control of the Tiandu Empire, I will tell her in front of that woman that I am much better than her." Obviously, this peerless beauty is the Qian Rongxiu who was stimulated by Bibi Dong's aggressive tactics and came to the Tiandu Empire to carry out the plan to steal the country. Qian Rongxiu is now 16 years old. People who don't know about it will be surprised to see that she is already a soul king at this age, but if they know that her innate soul power is the unheard of innate level, they will probably feel a pang of regret. As for Zhang Tianlin, the three of them returned to the cave in less than half an hour this time. Looking at the corpse of the coquettish woman who was used for the experiment before, DOULUO'S waved his hand, and a snake with condensed soul power bit the corpse, but it was turned into pus all over the ground by the strong toxin within a short time. Then DOULUO'S stomped his right foot, the powerful soul power made the ground tremble and buried the smelly pus all over the ground. "Old poison, you are very professional. It seems that you have done this kind of thing a lot." Zhang Tianlin teased. "Haha." DOULUO'S sneered and said indifferently, "This is how it is in the world of soul masters. Only if you are strong and ruthless, others will not provoke you for no reason. They will even want to avoid you when they see you. Recover your state first and then fuse your soul," Zhang Tianlin said to DOULUO'S calmly. Seeing DOULUO'S sitting on the side adjusting his breath, he turned to DOULUO'Xin and said, "Brother DOULUO, please watch over so that no one will disturb us." Hearing this, DOULUO'Xin nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will be careful. What's more, there is a poison array arranged by my father outside here." Zhang Tianlin nodded and sat cross-legged. Start using soul gems to make the souls DOULUO'S needs. Since he had never seen these two soul beasts, Zhang Tianlin used the time gem to follow DOULUO'S timeline to find and scan the soul auras of these two soul beasts. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Fusion of Soul. Chapter 40 Fusion of Soul. Zhang Tianlin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was visibly sluggish. As for DOULUO'S opposite Zhang Tianlin, the last black soul ring on his body also separated from DOULUO'S with violent shaking. Seeing that the soul ring was finally separated, Zhang Tianlin breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing, he suddenly felt like the world was spinning. Zhang Tianlin lay directly on the ground and kept breathing heavily. "Little monster, are you okay?" DOULUO'S quickly came to Zhang Tianlin and asked with concern. "Haha, I didn't expect that it would take so much effort to remove your spirit ring. Fortunately, you haven't broken through to title DOULUO in the true sense. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be difficult to remove even your 7th spirit ring, let alone this first one." The 8 soul rings are cough cough cough. Zhang Tianlin said with a wry smile lying on the ground. Coughed a few times, and when Zhang Tianlin recovered, he continued to say weakly, "Fortunately, this time I used both power and soul gems at the same time, and pulled out your 8th soul ring when I was about to collapse. Now the gemstone energy left on my body was running around uncontrollably, but fortunately I didn't lose consciousness this time, and it would take some time to guide this energy into the gemstone or get it out of my body to recover." Speaking of this, Zhang Tianlin reluctantly raised his right hand, the orange light shone, and 3 light clusters wrapped in orange light emerged and flew towards Kobo. They were the 3 souls created by Zhang Tianlin and stored in the inner space of the soul gem. Kobo stretched out his hand to take over the 3 souls, when Zhang Tianlin's voice sounded, "Fuse souls from low to high. Use your soul power to communicate with the souls you want to fuse, and the layer of energy that wraps the souls will be integrated into the souls, revealing the soul inside, so that the soul can be fused. And I used a special method to reduce the spiritual power requirements for the fusion of these 3 souls, so that you can fuse 1 purple and 1 black too on the basis of fusing a 10-year-old soul. A soul." After speaking, 2 kinds of gems, purple and orange, appeared above Zhang Tianlin's body. Then Zhang Tianlin concentrated his mental control and used extremely low efficiency to activate the 2 gems suspended in the sky to absorb the energy from his own body, so as not to make the situation worse by using excessive force. Wisps of purple or orange energy slowly overflowed from Zhang Tianlin's body and were absorbed by the 2 gems in the sky. Seeing that Zhang Tianlin's state was temporarily stable at this time, Kobo stepped aside, concentrated and began to fuse the soul. He took out a soul ball. Inside was a purple cobra with its entire head covered in raised scales and a strange pattern on its abdomen. Kobo summoned his martial soul and controlled the soul in the communication ball with his own soul power. The outer energy layer instantly shrank into the soul's body. When the energy layer completely disappeared, the originally motionless soul instantly came alive, swam towards Kobo's martial soul Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor, and finally entwined around Kobo's martial soul. At this time, the purple light particles emitted from this soul poured into Kobo's martial soul. It took less than a quarter of an hour to fully integrate into the Wuhan. At this time, 2 short and 1 long 3 purple bone spurs suddenly protruded from the head of Kobo Phosphorus Snake Emperor. Then a purple soul ring condensed out of nothing, and it was obvious from the 9 flame-shaped patterns on it that it was a soul ring more than 9,000 years old. After this spirit ring stably surrounded Kobo's body, another spirit ring condensed out of nothing. Another 9,000-year soul ring. In less than a stick of incense, 3 purple soul rings slowly rotated under Kobo's body. At this time, Kobo opened his eyes, looked at the 3 purple soul rings under him, and then looked at his Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor martial spirit. He immediately noticed the changes in the martial spirit, and said to himself happily, "There are actually signs of evolution." Then he took out another soul ball. Inside the ball was a thick snake head with a strange upper body. There was a yellow vertical eye in the center of the snake head's forehead. From the snake's head to the snake's back, there are bunches of cylindrical hair spread all over, like manes. If you look closely, they turn out to be snakes, and the lower body is a monster with a huge snake body. This is Medusa, a very rare snake-like soul beast in DOULUO continent. Kobo used the same method to fuse this soul, but this time it took an hour to fuse this 10,000-year Medusa soul to condense 3 soul rings with a limit of 4 years. At this time, a yellow vertical eye grew on the forehead of Kobo's Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor spirit. The 3 bone spurs became thicker and thicker, and there was a clear connection between the snake's head and body, giving people the feeling that the snake had a neck. There is a circle of green hair at the connection that is as majestic as a lion's mane. Kobo felt a surge of excitement as his body became stronger, and he was even more excited when he saw the obvious changes in the Wuhan. It took him an unknown amount of time to slowly calm down his excitement. Kobo tremblingly took out the last soul ball and looked eagerly at the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor soul inside. Taking a deep breath, Kobo sat cross-legged and began to communicate with the 10-year-old soul in his hand. As the energy layer completely disappeared into the body of the soul of the jade phosphorus snake emperor who had been sleeping woke up, and quickly entangled with Dougalbo's martial soul. A large number of green light spots emitted from soul covered Dougalbo's martial soul, forming a green light egg. The difference between Dougalbo and the previous two soul fusions is that his spiritual sea is undergoing a strong impact. Fortunately, he has absorbed Wangchuan Qiashulu to enhance his mental power. Otherwise he would not be able to do so. The 10-year soul will be smoothly integrated as it is now. Yes, even if it is a 10-year-old soul, Dougalbo is integrating very smoothly at this time, and the difficulties he imagined did not appear. The sun rose and the moon set, and 3 days passed. At this time, due to the fusion of the soul, the light egg enclosing the martial soul formed by Dougalbo slowly shrunk, revealing Dougalbo's jade phosphorus snake emperor martial soul. No, I can no longer be called the jade phosphorus snake emperor. At this time, Dougalbo's fully revealed martial soul showed a brand new attitude. The originally flat snake head became plump, and the upper and lower 4 long fangs in the mouth became 2 rows of short, sharp, and thick teeth, and the forked tongue disappeared. The entire body becomes thicker, and a dorsal fin-like part grows on its back. 2 strong dragon claws grew out of its abdomen, covered with a layer of emerald green scales. Each dragon claw had 4 thick sharp claws. Different from crawling on the ground before, Dougalbo's new martial spirit was floating and circling in the air behind him. At this time, there was a strong surge of energy, and Dougalbo was surrounded by huge energy, which gradually condensed into a red soul ring. It took a day for the soul ring to condense and stabilize, slowly rotating under Dougalbo's body. Then the same situation happened again, and Dougalbo began to condense the second 10-year soul ring. Another 2 days passed, and Dougalbo, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes violently. A strong fluctuation of soul power spread, and the soul masters who were hunting soul beasts in the entire Sunset Forest felt this powerful fluctuation of soul power. The soul beasts outside the Dougalbo poison formation were even more afraid to stay away from that range. In the cave, Dougalbo laughed excitedly, "Haha! Haha, I am now a titled DOULUO. I didn't expect that I would directly break through to level 93. Possessed by a martial spirit." Dougalbo shouted lowly, and saw Dougalbo's hands turned into dragon claws, and the shadow of dragon scale lines appeared on his entire face. Dougalbo carefully felt the state of being possessed by his martial spirit. At this time, Douguxin, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, came to the cave, looked at Zhang Tianlin who was lying on the ground, and then looked at Dougalbo, who was standing there happily. Looking at the 3 purple, 3 black, 3 red 9 soul rings under Dougalbo's feet, he was also excited. Douguxin excitedly asked Dougalbo, "Father, how do you feel now?" Dougalbo heard the words, and replied casually, "Very good, I feel that my current body is stronger than the general titled DOULUO of the assault system. I didn't expect that after my martial soul evolved, I could be able to transform into a dragon. Unfortunately, only my hands can transform into a dragon. And it doesn't have the dragon transformation skills of the blue lightning tyrant dragon's martial soul." After speaking, Dougalbo shook his head regretfully. "Father, has your martial spirit evolved?" Douguxin asked in surprise. "Yes, my current martial spirit is called Jade Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon. It is a dragon martial spirit that is no worse than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus," Dougalbo said excitedly. After a long while, Dougalbo calmed down, took out the 10-year-old Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor torso bone, and muttered, "By the way, there is still this torso bone, let's absorb it together." At this time, Douguxin on the side also came back to his senses, saw Zhang Tianlin on the ground, and quickly asked Dougalbo, "What's the matter, brother Tianlin? You can't die yet?" At this time, Zhang Tianlin's angry voice came. I saw him holding his chest and struggling to stand up, rolling his eyes at Dougalbo and saying, "I was almost paralyzed by the impact of your soul power. You should also take care of me, the injured." "Haha! Dougubo laughed dryly when he heard the words. How are you now? Dougubo asked with concern. It's okay, but it will probably take half a month to completely remove the remaining energy from the body. We can only do it slowly. Zhang Tianlin said helplessly. Zhang Tianlin saw the soul bone in Dougubo's hand and said strangely, Hey, haven't you absorbed this soul bone yet? It's about to be absorbed. It will probably take a lot of time. Then you absorb it first. I have to eat something first. I'm starving to death. Zhang Tianlin walked to the stone table aside, and with a wave of his hand, a red light flashed, and more than a dozen plates of delicious food were placed on the table. Zhang Tianlin picked up the chopsticks and ate like a starved ghost reincarnated. Dougubo smelled the aroma of the food, swallowed, and looked at the soul bone in his hand. After struggling for a moment, he put away the soul bone, came to the stone table and shouted, Save some for me. After speaking, he picked up the chopsticks and ate. Douguxin on the other side shrugged and joined the ranks of the starving ghosts. Save some for me, I've eaten all the dry food for the past few days, and the birds have faded out of my mouth. Go away ×2, end of this chapter. Chapter 41 Dougubo's New Soul Skill. Chapter 41 Dougubo's New Soul Skill. Unexpectedly, there is such a treasure land in the Sunset Forest. Your father's success in cultivating to the title DOULUO has a lot to do with it. Zhang Tianlin looked at the Binghuo Lianjian in front of him, and said to Douguxin with emotion. After Zhang Tianlin and the others finished eating, Dougubo absorbed his soul bones, and Zhang Tianlin proposed to go to Dougubo's medicine garden to see if there were any other special herbs. Douguxin brought Zhang Tianlin here. Yet, I was amazed when I saw this spring when I first came here. But the environment here is very special, and I can't stay for too long. This place is called the Eye of Binghuo Lianji. Special plants will grow 10 times faster here. Generally, such treasures will grow fairy grasses that can improve the potential of improving aptitude. Zhang Tianlin lightly introduced what he knew about Binghuo Lianji knowledge. The two of them were talking and walking, and when they happened to come across an immortal herb, Zhang Tianlin would scan and record it with reality gems, and mass-produce it in the future when his cultivation level improved. He doesn't plan to take away these immortal treasures either, he plans to give the little Jia-san a big surprise. Putting poison into the fairy herb may change due to the nature of the medicine. But Gu doesn't have this trouble, and even the medicinal power of the herb itself can make Gu survive for a longer time. At that time, if the little bastard eats these fairy grasses and eats Gu into his stomach, you said that people who dislike him will control the way of Gu in his body, wouldn't that be a fun thing? The huge ice and fire energy in the eyes of the ice and fire yin and yang made Zhang Tianlin involuntarily absorb some energy when he was in the state of Lihoka fairy thief. Unexpectedly, just passively absorbing a little, the effect is better than the soul beast meat I ate before. After walking around with Douguxin, Zhang Tianlin felt that his physical fitness had improved a lot. Now, due to absorbing soul rings and condensing chi and blood soul rings, I have upgraded too quickly. Although I don't think there is anything wrong, such as the empty soul power. But just in case, I should put the practice of Chi Taiwan on the schedule and practice hard. The biggest feature of Chi Ti origin is that it can condense Chi, which is soul power, and it can be cultivated automatically. In this way, I can concentrate on practicing the purifying mantra to improve my soul cultivation. I am afraid that except for special circumstances, the disciples of the Long Hushan inheritance will choose to major in the purifying mantra. I'm the only one who will be the one. Zhang Tianlin secretly calculated in his heart. Zhang Tianlin couldn't help coughing due to the damage caused by the infinite gems, and it took him a while to recover. Brother Tianlin, how are you all right? Why don't we go back to the cave first? Since you are injured now, I'm afraid it will make your injury worse here. Seeing Zhang Tianlin like this, Douguxin quickly tried to persuade him. He walked around the ice and fire eyes and scanned and recorded all the immortals he could encounter. So after Zhang Tianlin heard Douguxin's persuasion, he nodded and followed Douguxin to the cave where he was retreating. One day later, another huge energy wave spread. But this time Kobo quickly controlled his soul power and prevented it from spreading outside. Haha, it is indeed a 10-year-old soul ring and soul bone. No wonder it is a treasure that countless people dream of. I didn't expect it to directly raise my soul power level to level 94. Kobo's excited laughter came. Xin, who was standing by with Zhang Tianlin, was also full of joy when he heard this. Congratulations, father. It seems that although it is a year late, it is indeed worth it. 3 10-year-old soul rings condensed into one 10-year-old soul, plus a 10-year-old soul bone can actually allow you to be directly promoted to level 94. Zhang Tianlin smiled calmly at the side. In fact, while increasing the lifespan of that soul, he injected a huge amount of energy into it, which naturally allowed Kobo to advance to 4 levels in a row after the breakthrough. Even more than level 4, there is still a large part of the energy that has not been absorbed by him. In the next 1 or 2 years, Kobo's soul power level may rise to level 96 very quickly and become a super DOULUO. How is it, old poison? Your current spirit ring skills have changed? Are you satisfied with these skills? Zhang Tianlin asked curiously. After hearing this, Kobo closed his eyes and carefully felt the skills attached to the soul ring. After a while, he opened his eyes and said happily, "It is true that most of my soul ring skills have changed. The 3,000-year-old soul rings condensed by the first soul, the soul skills are, the first soul ring, Snake Slough. Use % of your own soul power to use this soul skill. The effect is to separate a newborn from the body. All the damage and negative effects on the old body are left on the old body. It is an extremely powerful self-protection soul skill. With this soul skill, I am very satisfied with this soul. Even if the remaining 2 soul rings are, I am also satisfied with the garbage soul skills. But the soul skills on the remaining 2,000-year soul rings are also good soul skills. The second soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Mist. The effect is to weaken the 5 senses of the person enveloped by this soul skill, and even if he is attacked, he will be dull and unable to feel it. The third soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Black Poison. Group Attack Diffusion Type Skill. The speed of a person infected with green phosphorus black poison is reduced by 30.00%, and the running speed of soul power will also be affected. When he was introduced to this, Kobo couldn't help but sigh. I used to rely on poison for control. Most of the soul skills said to be control are actually nondescript offensive soul skills. Nowadays, this skill can be called a soul control skill. Then father, what is the effect of the soul skill of your soul ring? Xin asked expectantly. Kobo smiled triumphantly. The fourth soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Poison. The effect of the skill is to make the person who has been poisoned by this poison instantly disappear from at least 5.00% to a maximum of unlimited soul power according to the quality of the opponent's soul power. Skilled people will be petrified if their soul power is not enough to consume. However, this soul skill can only take effect on the enemy up to 3 times a day, and if it exceeds the number of times, it will be resisted. Fifth soul skill, Time Freeze. This soul skill was originally the 8th soul skill of the old man, but now it has become the 5th soul skill. Although the effect has been weakened due to the reduction in the age of the soul ring, the consumption has also been reduced, and it has been significantly reduced. The area that was originally more than 2,000 square meters now only has a range of more than 1,000 points. Overall, this soul skill is now more practical. The 6th soul skill, DOULUO'S Snake Formation. The effect of the soul skill is that the soul power gathers a large amount of jade phosphorus snakes to attack the enemy. This soul skill has a special effect that I can control the enemy hit by this soul skill to hit me. The poison formed by the various poisons under his control. Speaking of this, Kobo's eyes sparkled and he continued excitedly, the 7th soul skill, Spirit Avatar. It can only be said that it is a spirit avatar with a 10-year soul ring. Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon's soul ability effect increased by 150%, at the same time, the consumption of soul power was halved, and the physical fitness was enhanced by 10% in all aspects. This soul ring also gave me a second soul ability, to be precise, this year the soul ring awakened me to a domain, the highly poisonous domain. Field. DOULUO'S shouted in shock with wide eyes. Kobo laughed, that's right, domain. The effect of my highly poisonous domain is, as long as the energy in the domain is lower than my soul power quality, it will be assimilated into the poison attribute, and the enemies fighting with me in the domain will be continuously killed. The poison reduces all aspects of attributes until I am completely powerless to be slaughtered. At the same time, my poison attribute is increased by 50.00% in the field, and the consumption of soul power is halved. In the case of using the spirit avatar, the effect of having the soul power can be it will be halved again on the halving effect of Wuhan avatar. Zhang Tianlin heard the corners of his mouth twitching, and murmured in his heart, with this martial soul avatar and domain, paired with the previous soul skills, now Kobo is disgusting enough. In battle, it is probably the same as brown sugar. You can't even shake it off. It's even more disgusting. The most important thing is to really fight with him for a long time. I am afraid that even a few titled DOULUO will be besieged by him, and he will probably be killed. Moreover, his ability to clear troops has more than doubled. Now his shortcoming is that he lacks the means to make a final decision. I almost forgot that he has already mastered alchemy. So now his shortcoming is that his melee combat ability is weak. By the way, in the era of the legend of the Dragon King in the DOULUO continent, the self-created soul skill along 9 forms called Zhuaxi seems to be specially designed for Longwu. The powerful tricks used by soul masters can be secretly learned and handed over to Kobo, grandson, and grandson. What they use is the poisonous Dragon 9 style. After all, Dougyuxin and his daughter may not be able to master pill bites. This set of self-created soul skills can enhance their ability to attack from the front. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin said to the excited two people. Old Poison, your soul skill combination can be said to be full of control ability, but it lacks the ability to attack frontally. Especially for brother Dougu and sister Yan, if your soul ring configuration is the same as yours, this is a huge shortcoming. Although there are unique skills of Tangman, but generally speaking, these special skills are not good at frontal attack. It just so happens that you integrate the soul to make your jade phosphorus snake martial soul. The dragon bloodline I have is even more powerful, and I just happen to have a self-created soul technique that uses the power of the dragon bloodline. I will summarize it and hand it over to you when the time comes. Kobo heard the words and said with emotion, my Dougu family decided to take refuge with you. I haven't given you help, but I have been receiving your favor. I am afraid it will never be repaid. Otherwise, I will let Yanyan maybe, so that our family will not talk about each other. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin looked at Kobo with his mouth twitching and his face full of black lines. You must have some face. Isn't my wild goose beautiful? Those long legs, that snake waist, that exotic charm. Douguxin on the side winked and seduced Zhang Tianlin. Listening to Douguxin's words, Zhang Tianlin couldn't help but swallow. Then he said with a righteous expression, who do you think I am? Am I that kind of person? I don't even know what you are talking about. Hearing what Zhang Tianlin said was wrong, Kobo and his son looked at each other with meaningful smiles. Kobo even said leisurely, men are not lustful, how can they show their true qualities of a hero? I know that you have a special relationship with that girl named Xiaolan, but in this world, the strong are respected, so men have the ability to find more. What happened to the wives? We don't mind. After speaking, Kobo asked with feigned disgust, could it be? You can't do it. Douguxin on the side even booed and echoed, Father, as for whether it will work in the future. Why not? Who said it's not possible? I'm still young and haven't developed yet. When I grow up, let Sister Yan give birth to a big fat boy for me. Then you can see if I can do it. Douguxin's obvious Zhang Tianlin was irritated by the gesture. Hearing Zhang Tianlin's exasperated words, Kobo and his son looked at each other and smiled, and said in unison, "Then it's done." End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Kobo's New Soul Skill. Chapter 42 Kobo's New Soul Skill. You set me up. Zhang Tianlin pointed at Kobo and his son with a trembling hand. "Oh, little monster. You can be content, my Yunyan is so beautiful, those who want to pursue her can go around Tianling City." Kobo said dissatisfied. The stupid Zhang Tianlin had no choice but to change the subject. What kind of soul skills are the 8th and 9th soul rings of the old poisoner? Kobo couldn't help laughing when he thought of his 8th and 9th soul skills, and he looked embarrassed. The 8th soul ring has 2 soul skills. One is the Biphosphor Divine Light, which condenses an extremely corrosive the highly poisonous attacks the enemy, and its power is extremely powerful. There is also a soul skill. Speaking of this, Kobo has a strange expression on his face. The second soul skill of the 8th soul ring, Poison Devouring, the effect is to swallow toxins or digest and recover poisonous energy into one's own soul power, including the poison I formed and produced myself. Zhang Tianlin shouted in shock, "Your own poison can also be swallowed and digested to restore your own soul power? That's not when you fight those soul masters who manipulate elemental battles. Use your domain to assimilate those attribute attacks and transform them into poison queens, then absorb and restore soul power. In this way, aren't you extremely restraining elemental soul masters?" Kobo smiled complacently, and said modestly, "Actually, my transformation efficiency is only 70.00%, and it cannot be completely transformed." Zhang Tianlin rolled his eyes when he heard this and said, "You are mainly converting other people's energy attacks into poison and absorbing it into your own soul power. It's not like you can only transform the poison released by yourself. Father, your 8th soul ability is so powerful, how powerful will your 9th soul ability be?" Xin asked with bright eyes. Kobo chuckled, "The 9th spirit ring also has 2 spirit skills, one is to dominate the world, the effect is to emit a large amount of poisonous mist from itself and cover a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Those below will be poisoned to the point of being powerless or even unconscious, and let others slaughter them, and even those with low strength will be directly poisoned to death. And after using this skill, I can spread my highly poisonous domain to the range covered by this soul skill. And the second 9th soul skill is Poison Nova. Its effect is to condense the surrounding poisons that it can control into dots, greatly enhancing the poison's toxicity, and then causing it to be poisonous in a wide range. Explosion. It is an extremely powerful large-scale attack. Control Entanglement, Group Control, Save Life, Single Target Attack, Group Attack. Old Poison, your soul skills are quite versatile. I'm afraid there is no place in DOULUO continent that you can't go to." Zhang Tianlin counted Kobo's current situation in detail. "Category of soul skills," he complimented with a smile. "Haha, where is it? No matter how powerful this old man is, it's not because of your help. If you have something to ask, this old man will never refuse, and I will go all out, or I will go to that Tang Hao to avenge you." Kobo smiled reservedly. "Road." Zhang Tianlin said speechlessly, "You are the only one who can find Tang Rishan? Besides, he is just trash. I don't have the final say on when he will die in a few years. But I still want to keep him alive and take good care of him. Keeping his son, after all, that guy Tang San is still useful." Speaking of this, Tianlin revealed a charming smile. Then Zhang Tianlin's face changed, and he said with a serious expression, "Old Poison, I do have something to ask for your help." "Oh? But it doesn't matter, I will go all out." Kobo said solemnly. "This matter is very dangerous, so I will teach you first. Well, what you use is called the Poisonous Dragon 9 style. It is safer to enhance your frontal combat ability first, because in my plan, you will be our face in the next few years. Combat deterrence needs to deal with pressure from all sides. After hearing what you said, I'm very curious about your next plan and what I need to do. Kobo asked solemnly. No matter what you want to do, you need to have your own force to achieve it. It is not advisable to fight alone. So we need to create a force and a base. And then we need to have our own training institution to continuously add new blood. When you have all these, you need to have an influence that cannot be ignored. Only in this way can you continue to attract like-minded people to join. Zhang Tianlin explained confidently. After a pause, Zhang Tianlin looked at Kobo and said, everything is difficult at the beginning. From the beginning, we need a little reputation to let people know our existence, and we need to show some strength so that people will not dare to provoke us. Then choose a place to build. This is our territory. As for the future, haha, I want to do what Wuhan Palace has not done before, and use this to take Wuhan Palace into my pocket in the future. After this. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianlin he stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist and said firmly, let this world become what I want it to be. What it will become after that is a matter for future generations. I still don't understand what I should do. Kobo said confused. Ahem. Zhang Tianlin coughed twice in embarrassment, laughed dryly and said, old poison, next, I need you to go to Wuhan Palace to perform the title ceremony to let the people of DOULUO continent know that a new title DOULUO has appeared. At that time, during the title sealing ceremony, Wuhan Palace will definitely use words to win over you, and then you can use words to ridicule Bibi Dong. In this way. Before Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, Kobo interrupted him, it seems unnecessary to go out to provoke Bibi Dong, right? It's not a wise thing for us to provoke such unnecessary trouble. Zhang Tianlin rolled his eyes and said, listen to me. Kobo rubbed his nose in embarrassment and laughed dryly. Zhang Tianlin continued, on the surface, we are provoking the spirit hall, but in fact we are provoking a huge conflict within the Hall of Spirits. In this way, we will have the opportunity to subdue some of the people in the Hall of Spirits who can win over. Looking at the puzzled eyes of Kobo and his son, Zhang Tianlin explained helplessly, after the current Pope Bibi Dong came to power, the Spirit Hall is divided into two factions, but for some reason the leader of the other faction did not directly oppose Bibi Dong's management just doesn't follow her orders, so there is only one voice in Spirit Hall on the bright side. I see, but I can't think of anything sarcastic about Bibi Dong that can provoke conflict between them. Kobo said doubtfully. Hehe, this is about an unknown scandal in Wuhan Palace. Zhang Tianlin chuckled and told the story about Bibi Dong Kyung Sunji and Yu Xiaogang. After hearing Zhang Tianlin's secret story, Kobo and his son were speechless, and Xin complained, they really know how to play. It's impossible to say who is right and who is wrong. However, Zhang Tianlin continued with a strange expression, actually, this is just a fact on the surface. Is there such a thing as the truth? Kobo said incomprehensibly. Actually, only the dead Chihiroji knew all the details of the whole incident, and because of this incident, Kyungsunji, a titled DOULUO with a god-level martial spirit, was severely injured by Tang Hao, a newly promoted title, and died. I lost my life. But now I know more. Zhang Tianlin said lightly. Don't you even know the person involved, Bibi Dong? Xin was obviously hard to understand. Two gods were involved in this, and Bibi Dong touched a certain bottom line and was treated as an abandoned son and was used as waste. In this matter, Qian Sunji was because of his son's failure to teach and his father's fault of not being strict in his teaching. Because of the laziness of the teacher. Therefore, he also bears a great responsibility, so he must use his own life to punish his fault. Although it seems to us to be a small matter, for the gods of the two extremes, this incident broke out the dissatisfaction they had been accumulating, so now the entire Wuhan temple can be said to have been abandoned by their gods. Moreover, it was also used as an abandoned child to complete an insignificant final plan of theirs. Zhang Tianlin said coldly. Scheme? It doesn't matter. The more I listen, the more I don't understand it. DOULUO'S said in confusion. It doesn't matter to gods, but it may be a disaster to people. In fact, it's the same mentality as I am now. But because they can't do it by themselves, I can do it myself. Zhang Tianlin said with a sneer. What is it? Kobo asked with a frown. It's nothing, it just drags the entire continent into a huge quagmire of war. When all the forces are involved in fighting, if the war lasts for a long time, there is a great possibility of a new order being born. After all, it doesn't sound good. How bad can it be? Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. He sneered even more in his heart. Facts have proved that as long as the rulers above have no bottom line, the people below are not the worst, only worse. So you have no chance to turn DOULUO into the back garden of your Tang family. Silence, oppressive silence. Although Zhang Tianlin did not go into detail, the huge amount of information revealed still frightened Kobo and his son. DOULUO'S swallowed hard and said, You just said you are the same? You wanted to? Yes, but I already have a clear plan. War is inevitable, and all I can do is inflict the pain of war on groups that are not necessary to exist. At this time, Zhang Tianlin looked so frightening. Then Zhang Tianlin asked Kobo and his son, Don't the strong own everything in DOULUO continent, and the weak can only live according to the strong's wishes? I don't like the current order of the current system, and then change it into what I like and use it to start a war, and isn't this the only truth that prevails in the DOULUO continent? After Kobo and his son looked at each other, Kobo said to Zhang Tianlin, It's just a war. I don't know how many people I have killed in my life. Let's go back to the topic just now. What should I say at the title ceremony to be sure? Provoking conflicts within the Hall of Spirits? And fighting within the Hall of Spirits, as long as we have 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, does it make any sense to us? Yes, and it is of great significance. Zhang Tianlin confirmed seriously. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Zhang Tianlin's Plan. Chapter 43 Zhang Tianlin's Plan. As long as they fight, they can buy us a lot of time. Otherwise, a Wuhan temple with only one voice, before we have established our forces, the war may have already arrived. And passively involved in the war, yes, it's not a good thing for us. Don't doubt that the Spirit Hall will start a war, because this is what Bibi Dong wants to do most now. It's not to rule the world, but to make the Spirit Hall a target of public criticism. Zhang Tianlin he told Kobo and his son the necessity of his plan. This woman is really crazy. DOULUO'S sighed. Aren't you crazy? After all, this kind of thing happened. After all, no matter what the truth is, it can't change the nightmare she suffered. Kobo said lightly. It's just such a pity for such a beauty. Zhang Tianlin couldn't help but sigh. When Kobo and his son heard this, they both looked at Zhang Tianlin strangely. Kobo was speechless and said, They say old cows eat young grass. You haven't even grown your hair yet, so forget it. You actually fell in love with someone who can be your mother. No. Maybe in some families. I can be your grandma. What do you call young grass attracting old cows? Zhang Tianlin, who was thick-skinned and blushed, quickly changed the subject. At this time, old poison, all you have to say is, I don't want to just jump into the fire pit. At that time, if anyone asks what this statement is, you only need to say that after Bibi Dong came to power in the Wuhan Palace, the bishops in various places were slowly replaced by those who were ambitious but morally corrupt. Although these people are very enterprising, this seems to make Wuhan Temple more powerful, but in fact it completely ruins the reputation of Wuhan Temple. Wuhan Temple, which once made people believe and respect it, has now become disgusting. Finally, you say one sentence, the glory of angels has faded. Is this enough? Kobo asked. That's right, sometimes we give you a clue, and then they will naturally ferment on their own. After all, what we say is all true. Zhang Tianlin nodded and said with certainty, and then thought about it, but he was also afraid of the otaku Jian He only wants to serve the angel god, and even if he knows these things, he will probably be too lazy to move. After all, with his mentality, he probably feels that all this is nothing compared to God. His granddaughter is so talented and has a great chance of becoming the new angel god. Then will she still have to negotiate with you for power and intrigue? Countless thoughts were spinning in Zhang Tianlin's heart. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He looked in the direction of Tiandu City with a playful smile on his face, and then said to Dugubo, "Before that, you first practice the 9 poison dragon styles to strengthen you. After all, you are our strength now. And I am going to Tiandu City." "Going to Tiandu City? What's wrong?" Dugubo asked doubtfully. "I was negligent before. Even if Wuhan Palace is provoked into an internal fight, if one party does not have a leader, then the fight will not be too intense and it will not cause much trouble to them. So we are going to Tiandu. The city will send a leader back." Zhang Tianlin explained with a smile. "Is there anyone in Tiandu City who can lead the forces within Wuhan Palace to fight for power with Bibi Dong?" Dugubo asked strangely. Zhang Tianlin looked towards the direction of Tiandu City, and said leisurely, "Yes, Xue Qinghe, who has just become the prince of Tiandu Empire now." "How is that possible?" Dugu Xin exclaimed. "How could the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire lead the people within the spirit hall to fight against Bibi Dong? Haha, what if this prince is pretending to be someone else?" Zhang Tianlin sneered. "This is impossible. Even if you can fake your appearance, it is impossible for your martial spirit to change." Dugu Xin said in disbelief, while Dugubo on the side also nodded in agreement. "Nothing is impossible. The real rulers of Wuhan Palace are the Qinjia family. Their family has a set of angel costumes. This set of angel costumes is composed of 699,999-year-old soul bones. If you can absorb all 6 soul bones, these 6 soul bones will become soul bones with a lifespan of 99 years, and they will also be fused into armor. The head soul bone among them comes with a skill, disguise. The effect is that you can completely transform into another person, including the martial spirit." Zhang Tianlin said calmly. Dugubo heard hesitantly and said, "Then the current Prince Xue Qinghe is pretended by someone from the Wuhan Palace." Dugubo frowned and thought for a moment, and he is also a member of the angel family. "That's right, this fake Xue Qinghe is Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Rongxiu." Zhang Tianlin confirmed Dugubo's guess. "Bibi Dong's daughter? According to your calculations, will she really fight Bibi Dong? I really can't understand it." Dugubo was obviously a little dizzy by Zhang Tianlin. "They are mother and daughter, how could they follow your wishes, fighting to the death?" "Yes, because in Bibi Dong's heart, this daughter is the crystallization of her nightmare, while in Qian Rongxiu's eyes, Bibi Dong is a mother who doesn't want her own children for power and power. They both hate each other, but in their hearts they care about each other very much. So it is foreseeable that they will not kill each other when they fight, and the struggle for power will turn into endless compromises as long as there is a possibility of holding hands. In the end, it will become one force with 2 different voices, then our opportunity will come." Zhang Tianlin expressed his thoughts completely, lest Dugubo and the others could not understand and make mistakes. After hearing Zhang Tianlin's thoughts, Dugubo and his son couldn't help but take a breath. Dugubo said in amazement, "Are you really only 7 years old? You are too insidious." Zhang Tianlin's face turned dark when he heard the words, and he said angrily, "What is insidious? Can you talk? I am called wisdom, and this is called strategizing and decisive victory thousands of miles away." "Ah, yes, yes. You are right. Hey." Seeing Dugubo like this, Zhang Tianlin could only continue with a dark face. "At that time, I will pretend to be private and pierce Qian Rongxiu's disguise, so that even if she doesn't want to, the people in Wuhandian will certainly not let her continue to take risks." After all, if outsiders know her true identity, even if their plan succeeds, it will fall short. This kind of meaningless thing is obviously useless to continue to take risks. Why don't you expose her disguise directly in public? Kobo asked doubtfully. In this way, we will be the ones in trouble. Zhang Tianlin said helplessly. Looking at the puzzled eyes of Kobo and his son, Zhang Tianlin could only explain, you have to understand that Qian Rongxiu pretended to be Shui Qinghe and became the prince. She killed Shui Yi's 3 sons before becoming the prince. In this way, she was exposed in public. The truth of the matter, even if it's just for the sake of face, the Heaven Dou Empire will have to go to war with the Wuhan Palace, and Qian Rongxiu in Tiandu City can be said to be very dangerous. If you accidentally die in Tiandu City, you say Wuhan, who will the Hall of Souls hate the most at that time? Moreover, we plotted against Qian Rongxiu in order to delay the war, and let her go back to compete with Bibi Dong for power. Instead, the war started earlier. After listening to Zhang Tianlin's explanation, Kobo knew that he had asked a stupid question and looked aside in embarrassment. Seeing this scene, Xin quickly changed the subject. In this case, let's go back to Tianling City first. I also happen to see how powerful the Poison Dragon 9 styles are. Kobo on the side quickly echoed, yes, 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 if this self-created soul skill specially used by Longwu Soul Masters is really so powerful, I will show off to that old man Yu Yuanzhen. Zhang Tianlin shook his head and refused, don't worry, I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. The place where Brother Dugu took me before has a lot of energy, which is of great benefit to my recovery and can speed up my recovery. In that case, let's stay here for a while longer. Kobo said. Suddenly Kobo's expression changed, someone has broken in, you guys hide here, I'll go and get rid of them. After saying that, his figure flashed out of the cave. Xin watched Kobo's figure disappear, frowned, and said strangely, there is a poison array set up by father outside, and even a titled DOULUO cannot ignore the poison. How did you get here? Zhang Tianlin said nonchalantly, who knows? No matter, let's go to where we were just now. I'll go there to retreat for a few days to recover from my injuries. Xin nodded when he heard this, and went to the Ice and Fire Eyes with Zhang Tianlin. As for Kobo, with his strength now, there is no need to worry. As for Kobo, who rushed out, not long after leaving the cave, he saw 3 figures rushing towards him. One of them was sucking this pervasive poisonous mist into his stomach, and using it to open a path for people to pass. The 3 figures obviously also discovered Kobo and flew directly to Kobo's position. When the 3 people flew closer, Kobo saw clearly the appearance of the person coming. He noticed the beautiful woman in the middle at a glance, looked at the pair of golden wings behind her, and felt the aura on her body and the faint sense of oppression from the martial spirit. Kobo squinted his eyes and muttered to himself uncertainly, this is an angel spirit? Why is it in the sunset forest? Wait. Thinking of this, Kobo remembered Zhang Tianlin's words just now, stared at the woman in the middle and thought to himself, she isn't it Qian Rongxiu that the little monster is talking about? Kobo. The 3 of them came to Kobo in a short while, and one of them, a tall and thin man about 2 meters tall, asked uncertainly. These 3 people were exactly Qian Rongxiu and the other 3 who came to Sunset Forest to hunt down soul rings. It's me. Kobo said coldly. Kobo's cold attitude made the 2 titled DOULUO, Snake Spear, and Guillotine a bit unhappy. Both of them frowned dissatisfied. The dolphin DOULUO was even more angry. Kobo, what are you doing here? Kobo sneered twice and said, this place has been permeated with biphosphorus poison for many years, what do you think the old man is doing here? Kobo's attitude made the dolphin even more dissatisfied, and he directly summoned the martial spirit. A blood-red pufferfish with venomous stings all over its body appeared behind him, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and pitch black appeared at its feet. A titled DOULUO level aura pressed towards Kobo, and the cold voice of the dolphin sounded, it's just a soul DOULUO, who do you think I am? Obviously they still don't know about Kobo breaking through the TH level of Dao. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 The Horrified Ren Shuet. Chapter 44 The Horrified Jianrongxiu. It seems that these two may be titled DOULUO, at least the red-haired one is, and being protected by a titled DOULUO, there should be a % chance that this girl is Jianrongxiu. Kobo thought to himself, and couldn't help but frowning. He thought to himself, if you expose your cultivation level in a conflict with them here, I'm afraid it will have an impact on the little monster's plan. Well, by the way, it doesn't matter if you expose your cultivation level now. After all, showing strength is also part of the overall plan. Based on what I am doing now after seeing the soul ring configuration, they will definitely pay more attention to it. When I go to perform the title sealing ceremony, it is estimated that the two forces in Wuhan Palace will be present, which will be more beneficial to the plan. As long as the other ones are not exposed for the time being, that's it. Just in an instant, Kobo weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and then without hesitation, he activated his martial soul, the Jade Phosphorus Poison Dragon, to confront the Porpoise DOULUO head-to-head. A dark green poisonous dragon with 2 dragon claws appeared behind Kobo, and the incomprehensible soul ring configuration of 3 purples, 3 blacks and 3 reds appeared straight in front of Jianrongxiu and the others. At the same time, Kobo continued the words of Porpoise DOULUO just now, and replied indifferently, "Which green onion are you?" The oppression of level 94 soul power scattered the pressure of Porpoise's soul power and attacked the 3 of them in reverse. The coercion from the 3 10-year spirit rings made Jianrongxiu and the 3 of them suffocate. 10 to 10-year spirit ring? No, impossible! Snake Lance DOULUO cried out in horror. And the porcupine dolphin, who was being taken care of by Kobo, tried his best to resist the pressure from Kobo, and his face, which was difficult to speak, also had a hellish expression. 3 10-year-old soul rings? So the energy fluctuation that was reported before was caused by the senior. Jianrongxiu, who had the lowest soul power at this time, said with difficulty under Kobo's surprised eyes. Don't be surprised, although Kobo mainly targeted the Porpoise DOULUO, the remaining Snake Lance DOULUO and Jianrongxiu were also oppressed by powerful soul power. Regardless of the fact that Kobo is only 1 or 2 levels higher than Shilong Lixiu, his evolved martial soul suppresses their martial souls, and the huge gap between the 3 10-year soul rings makes Liangxiu and Liangxiu feel that they are one contra-faced the title DOULUO, not the title DOULUO like Kobo. Didn't you see the uncomfortable expression on Shilong's face as a titled DOULUO? Unexpectedly, Jianrongxiu, a junior over level 50, could still speak. You must know that her pressure is the same as that of Snake Lance DOULUO. You are very good, Kobo said to Jianrongxiu appreciatively. Immediately after his face changed, he said coldly, "This is the old man's private domain, and outsiders are not welcome. Leave by yourself, otherwise don't blame the old man for being ruthless." He withdrew his soul power coercion. Dolphin DOULUO still wanted to say harsh words, but seeing the soul ring under Kobo's feet, he could only close his mouth and look at Jianrongxiu waiting for her decision. "Thank you, Senior Dogu, for your magnanimity. It's the juniors who have taken the liberty to disturb us, so we'll leave now." After saying this, Jianrongxiu bowed her hands, and then her eyes signaled the 2 of them to turn around and leave. The 2 snake spears also cupped their hands to signal and then left. And Kobo just stood there straight, watching the 3 of them slowly disappear from his sight. After standing for a while, Kobo turned around and flew towards the cave. On the other side, the 3 people who had left the range of the poison formation were all standing on a huge tree, looking at the direction that Kobo had just confronted from afar. "Are you familiar with Kobo?" At this moment, Jianrongxiu asked Li Shui and Shilong solemnly. "I'm not very familiar with him, but he and Huhuiguan are old rivals. I heard that they have some grudges and have been entangled with each other." Shilong thought for a while and replied. "That guy has been stuck at the pinnacle of Contra for many years, thinking that there is no hope of title in this life. Unexpectedly, he broke through, but how could his soul ring configuration become like that? Not to mention the 9th soul ring, if his soul ring before was such an estimate has long been known far and wide. Lian Shui said strangely. Scratching his head, Lixu continued, that guy was restrained by me even if he broke through to title DOULUO, so I could have easily handled him. I didn't expect him to have 3 10-year soul rings, even if he enshrines the bathing angel god and also only has a 10-year soul ring. Because of this, the level of soul power surpasses me and Shilong. Qianrongxiu's heart moved slightly when she heard this. Could it be that this old guy has obtained the inheritance of God? It seems that we need to investigate carefully. Thinking of this, Qianrongxiu said to Dolphin DOULUO, Elder Dolphin, please go back to Wuhan City and tell Grandpa about Dugubo. Ask him to check on Dugubo. I think there is something wrong with him. Big secret. Looking at Shilong's piercing and confused eyes, Qianrongxiu explained, do you still remember the jade phosphorus snake emperor a few days ago? The corpse left there is about 7 years old, but the residual breath even has the soul bones are all 10-year fluctuations. Both of them were enlightened when they heard the words, and then there was a burst of excitement. Li Shui said greedily, it seems that Dugubo has mastered a method to increase the age of the soul ring and soul bone. Otherwise, if we fight back now, with the strength of the two of us, we may not be able to win Dugubo. What's more, he just broke through. It is still unknown how much strength one can display at the title DOULUO level. Shilong was also very excited when he heard this, and looked at Qianrongxiu expectantly. Don't be impulsive. As I said just now, the elder piercing blood will inform Grandpa about Dugubo's situation. Let the enshrinement hall handle it. If there is any harvest, the benefits of the 2 elders will be indispensable. What's more, even though Dugubo is a newly promoted title DOULUO, but his 7th soul ring is a 10-year soul ring from the beginning. We don't know how powerful the martial soul avatar with a 10-year soul ring is. Let alone Dugubo's martial soul has obviously evolved. Qianrongxiu quickly persuades Shilong to pierce the blood, so as not to startle the snake. After all, with the strength of the 3 of them, they may not be able to win Dugubo. If he is allowed to hide because of this, it will be hard to find. After all, there are lessons learned from the past. Wuhandian has wanted Tang Hao for 6 full years, but there is no information at all. If Tang Hao hadn't been exposed automatically before, I'm afraid he doesn't know how long he can hide. Now he is relying on the strength of his titled DOULUO to destroy the Wuhan branch hall everywhere. If Dugubo also comes to do this, it will be even more troublesome than Tang Hao. After all, Dugubo's most famous thing when he was in Contra was that he could kill spirit masters with a lower level than himself faster than he could mow grass, not to mention that he has now been promoted to a titled DOULUO. After hearing Qianrongxiu's persuasion, the Lixu duo could only suppress the greed in their hearts. In this case, I will go back and inform the chief priest about the situation here, and he will decide. Miss, only Shilong will protect you, please be more careful. After Lixu finished speaking, he flew in the direction of Wuhan City. Elder Shilong, let's meet in Tiandu City. I'm afraid of something unexpected happening after leaving for so long. After watching Shui Shui leave, Qianrongxiu decided to go back and continue her undercover mission, and things here can only be handed over to her. Leave it to Wuhan Palace to deal with it. At the Ice and Fire, Lian Ji, Zhang Tianlin and Zhang Tianlin had just arrived with their front legs. Before Zhang Tianlin could start to recover, Dugubo followed closely with his rear legs. Hey, it was solved so quickly? I thought the person who could break into your poison array was not an ordinary person. Zhang Tianlin said to Dugubo in surprise. You guessed right, the person who came here is really not an ordinary person. You are so smart, why don't you guess who is here? Dugubo said with a strange expression. After all, he was still scheming against others before, and the rightful owner came here immediately. Dugubo really didn't know what to say. Let me guess? Could it be that I know him? Zhang Tianlin crossed his arms and guessed. He glanced at Dugubo and looked at his strange expression. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and guessed, looking at your weird expression, should you? The people who will break in are the people we were just talking about. Looking at Kobo's surprised expression, Zhang Tianlin continued to guess, and this place is very close to Tiandu City, so don't tell me that the person who just broke in is Jian Rongxiu. Kobo shook his head with a wry smile. You are a real evildoer, you guessed it right away. That's right, it is indeed Jian Rongxiu, and besides her are two titled DOULUO. Oh, how about it? What level of soul power is that guy now? Zhang Tianlin asked curiously. It's probably the level of Soul King. I don't know the specific level. Soul King. Zhang Tianlin shook his head regretfully and said, it's such a pity for her talent. Oh, is she very talented? Yes, she looks like she is not older than her age. But at this age, she is already a Soul King, so it can be said that she is very talented, right? What a pity. Even if she is born with full soul power, you may not be able to cultivate to this level at this age. Haha, what if I say her innate soul power is level? Zhang Tianlin asked with a faint smile. How is that possible? Kobo shouted in surprise. It's not impossible. She was given level innate soul power by God, plus her own full innate soul power. That's why someone like her with level innate talent appeared. Zhang Tianlin explained Jian Rongxiu calmly. The origin of the innate level talent. It's a god again. Kobo sighed with emotion, and then said to Zhang Tianlin, but you are also an unprecedented three-life martial spirit. What will this do to ordinary people like us? Cold salad. Zhang Tianlin said perfunctorily, and then solemnly said to Kobo, I want to retreat here to recover from my injuries, old poison. Why don't you use this time to apply for the title ceremony at the Wuhan Hall? After all, you have just been in front of Jian Rongxiu. I'm afraid they'll take action against you right away after exposing your special features. It's better for us to strike first, and it's not easy for them to attack before the title ceremony. At that time, we will cheat the world during the title ceremony. As he spoke, he introduced his hidden plan to Kobo in detail, and Kobo nodded repeatedly. The plan is good, but will they believe it? If they don't believe it, we will be in trouble if the plan fails. Kobo asked doubtfully. Don't worry, we will make a deal with them at that time. They will definitely believe it. Zhang Tianlin said confidently. In that case, do as you say. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 The Beginning. Chapter 45 The Beginning. Is this true? Ning Fengzi asked in surprise. The disciple who reported below said with certainty, that's right, just an hour ago. Kobo Fei was at the gate of the Spirit Temple in Tiandu City, and continued to release the title DOULUO level coercion against the Spirit Temple. And the Platinum Bishop who came out informed him that a title ceremony would be held in Wuhan City 1 month later to inform the entire Pangaea that he was promoted to title DOULUO. Bone DOULUO at the side said in surprise, I never thought that the old poison would be promoted to title DOULUO. Ning Fengzi said regretfully, what a pity, we also recruited him before, but he rejected us. Martial Spirit Hall is probably going to have a headache. After all, Yu Guan and Kobo have been entangled in their grudges for many years. If Kobo hadn't been so slippery, he would have died in Yu Guan's hands. Sword DOULUO on the other side said calmly. But at this time in Wuhan City, Kobo's application for the title ceremony has not yet been reported. Liangxiu, who came back to report Kobo's situation, had just arrived in Wuhan City, and was reporting to Wuhan Palace's great enshrinement Sky Invincible Qiandao. Oh? I didn't expect Kobo to have such a chance. At this time, Qiandao said with his back facing the bloody angel. After the words fell, Qiandao turned around. Qiandao looked like he was only in his 40s or s. He was very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. The calm and serene atmosphere gives people a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not muscular. He was dressed in a plain grey robe, and his long black hair was neatly combed behind his head. Although his clothes were so simple, just standing there gave people a feeling of worship. I saw Chiendaoliu said indifferently, "Second brother, you have to go personally to invite Dougubo to join the Wuhan Palace." An old man wearing a gold robe and silver embroidery, with white beard and hair, walked in from the side and asked Chiendaoliu doubtfully, "Is it worth it for me to go in person to make a big sacrifice to Dougubo?" The stabbing blood on the side was also confused. Yes, the great worshipper. Why should Dougubo be so polite and ask the second worshipper to invite him in person? We might as well capture him directly and ask him for his secret. Chiendaoliu snorted coldly, his gentle look gone. He said coldly, "Are you questioning me? Subordinates don't dare." The two golden crocodile Ligzhu hurriedly clasped their fists together and saluted. Alas, Dougubo is in this situation. All I can think of is the divine examination. Chiendaoliu sighed and explained to the two of them. As he spoke, he summoned his martial spirit, revealing 8 soul rings that were also different from ordinary people. Black and red. Chiendaoliu withdrew his soul ring and said indifferently, "This old man, as a great enshrined angel god, received the grace of an angel. That's why Dougubo actually has 3 10-year soul rings. And what Liangxiu said just now is suspicious of Dougubo's 9th. The soul ring is the 7-year-old jade phosphorus snake emperor, but he has 3 10-year-old soul rings. I also have to wonder whether he is the inheritor of a certain god now, that is why his first 3 soul rings are still purple. I can't figure it out. So it's better to play it safe when he doesn't explicitly oppose us." After listening to Chiendaoliu's analysis, Jin Crocodile and the other 2 people suddenly understood and admired Chiendaoliu. "I would like to pay tribute to the wise. Now that you understand, just do as I tell you," Chiendaoliu ordered. "No need." At this moment, a voice came from the door of the main hall. Hearing this, Chiendaoliu frowned and whispered to himself, "Bibi Dong." He didn't see any movement, but the closed gate of this great hall just opened slowly, revealing Bibi Dong's noble and glamorous figure. "Bibi Dong, what are you doing here?" Golden Crocodile DOULUO obviously didn't like Bibi Dong and asked with a straight face. "Second brother, you step back first." Chiendaoliu first gave orders to Golden Crocodile, and then said indifferently to Bibi Dong, "It's really strange that you came here on your own initiative." It was obvious that Bibi Dong didn't like the bright and sacred atmosphere in this hall, so she just stood outside the hall and had no intention of going in at all. I saw Bibi Dong saying with a cold face, "If I could, I didn't want to come to this place, but something happened from the Tiandu temple using the contact soul guide, so I had to come." Salas speaking of Dougubo being promoted to a titled DOULUO, he applied to Tiandu Temple for the title ceremony to be held in Wuhan City 1 month later. In this kind of thing, the priests of your enshrinement hall have always come forward to preside over the title ceremony of newly promoted DOULUO. So, make your own arrangements. Bibi Dong obviously didn't want to stay in this place for a moment, so she turned around and walked towards her Pope's palace after speaking. Looking at Bibi Dong's leaving figure, Chiendaoliu said to Jin Crocodile calmly, "In this case, second brother, you will help Dougubo hold the title sealing ceremony when the time comes, and test his attitude by the way." "Yes, great offering." Golden Crocodile nodded. "As for your stabbing blood, you can go back to Xiaoxiu and continue to protect her." Chiendaoliu turned his head and told Porcupine DOULUO. "Yes." Li Shui said respectfully. On the other side, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family was bustling with excitement. "Haha, okay. Okay. I didn't expect the old poisonous creature to become a titled DOULUO. I thought he had no hope in this life." Yu Yuanzhen's happy voice came from the meeting hall. "Brother, based on your relationship with Dougubo, otherwise you should come forward and invite Dougubo to join our sect. In this way," Yu Luomian suggested. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Yu Yuanzhen waved his hand to stop him. Yu Yuanzhen said with a faint smile, "I know best what kind of temper old poison has. He longs for freedom the most. Even if I invite him, I will not join any organization and take orders from others. The elders who sat under him looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally the great elder persuaded him, "Why don't you try it, Patriarch, just in case?" "Okay." Yu Yuanzhen waved his hand to stop him impatiently, then turned to Yu Luomian and ordered, "Second brother, go to the treasure house and pick a gift to give to the old poison. I wish him to advance to the title fight." "Luo." "Yes." Yu Luomian said helplessly. And the sun sets and the moon rises, Tiandu City, in the Imperial Palace. At this time, Shui Yat, who looked relatively strong, was pacing back and forth. "Shui Xing, is this absolutely true?" He stopped and asked a thin man who looked a bit like him. "Yes, and I'm afraid many people will know about it by now." Prince Snowstar replied seriously. "Do you think it is possible for us to recruit Dougubo for our use?" Shui Yat asked solemnly. "If you want to talk about why Shui Yat and Shui Xing are so facing enemies, then you have to talk about Su Xiero. After Zhang Tianlin destroyed the auction house in Tianling City a year ago, Su Xiero, who used to be a commodity, was later reported to the investigating aristocrats by the aristocrat named Lin Yu. And this clue was taken as a breakthrough, which led to a conflict between the nobles behind the auction and Dougubo, which of course included the Tiandu imperial family as one of the collaborators. The reason why the conflict didn't escalate was because they were afraid of Dougubo, so the two sides had formed a bridge. Although Dougubo's combat effectiveness is poor among soul masters of the same level, he is unwilling to completely offend such a force as the Heavendo imperial family. Because the Tiandu Empire relied on a ruling foundation of millions of heroes, as long as Dougubo was willing, he could break them up with just a few sneak attacks if he took some time. It was okay when Dougubo was just a Contra. After all, the Tiandu royal family still has a lot of Contra-level combat power. As long as you exercise restraint, it won't be a big problem. But now it is different because Dougubo has been promoted to titled DOULUO. Because if Dougubo, a titled DOULUO, wants to destroy an army of 1 million people, he can really kill so many soldiers with one move as long as he makes up his mind. No matter how strong the other titled DOULUO are, they will retreat when they encounter a large army. But Dougubo is different. No matter how powerful he is, the army will have to take a detour when they meet him. And now the worst thing happened. Dougubo was promoted to title DOULUO, but not long ago, the Tiandu royal family had conflicts with him. The most important point is that few people don't know what kind of personality Dougubo has. That is an old poison that is both good and evil and kills people depending on their mood. Alas, the Wuhan Palace doesn't care about a soul master like Dougubo, and lets him live freely. He receives so many gold soul coins from the empire every year, but he clings to the affairs of those untouchables. They are just a group of untouchables, actually putting the face of our empire at risk for them to constantly judge the nobles. Shui Ye said bitterly at this time. It's very interesting that at this time, as the emperor of the Tiandu Empire, he is now very wary of the Wuhan Palace. It's strange that the meddling empire leader would say such a thing. This also proves from the side the pressure Dougubo brought to them. Well said. A voice suddenly sounded at this time. Who? Shui Ye Swexing shouted at the same time and looked in the direction where the voice came from. At this moment, the two of them saw a man covered in black robes standing there upright, without saying a word. Crackling and hearing Shui Ye's loud shouts, all the guards outside the door rushed in. And the leader is a Contra with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 8 soul rings shining under his body. At this time, he is raising his martial soul sword to aim at the black-robed man. The remaining guards are 6 soul saints, and there is a burst of light shining outside, and there is a sound of armor clashing. Obviously there are many people guarding outside. At this time, the man in black slowly raised his head. Looking from Shui Ye's perspective, the face of the man in black was pitch black under the hood, and he could only see 2 groups of golden lights under the hood that looked like eyes. At this moment, the men in black robes who were surrounded were not at all nervous about being surrounded by the army, and said coldly, "Emperor Shui Ye, the representative of the nobles of the Heaven Do Empire, you are right, some people in this world are not needed. The existence or non-existence of the group has no effect on the world. No, forgive me for saying something wrong just now. It should be said that the world will be better without a group. Speaking of the man in black, he paused for a moment, and said in a more indifferent voice, but this group is not the untouchables you mentioned, but you rubbish nobles. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Taking the Blame. Chapter 46 Taking the Blame. What we eat needs to be grown by farmers, what we wear needs to be made by tailors, and what we use needs to be produced by various craftsmen. Then tell me. At this point, the man in black robe asked with a sneer, the meaning of your noble existence is what? Of course he rules those untouchables. Shui Xing blurted out without thinking. Hee, so we will live better without you trash. Because we pariahs don't need the rule and oppression of you parasites. The strong will rule the weak. This is the only truth in the world. You probably didn't come here to discuss these boring topics without your presence. At this time, Shui Ye on the side spoke. Ha, a boring topic. The man in black robe sneered, looked at Shui Ye and said indifferently, the good days of you guys are over. You are right, in this world, the strong have always dominated the weak. So as you who are weak will be the targets of a strong man like me to cleanse you in the future. What? Arrogant. The people present were furious when they heard the words. The Contra commander behind the man in black snorted coldly, the sixth soul power, a shocking blow. The broadsword in his hand was emitting black light and a cold edge as it slashed at the head of the man in black robe. Feeling this strong attack, the man in black robe still stood there with no intention of evading, and even said calmly to Shui Ye, enjoy it well, in the near future. Your only role as emperor is to serve as the leader of the garbage. Was sent to the gallows and hanged. As he spoke, a knife flashed past, and a large knife swiped across the head of the man in black robe. What shocked everyone present was that the man in black robe finished his declaration of war without any damage. Immediately, the man in black was engulfed by a cloud of black mist filled with lightning in front of everyone, and completely disappeared in front of everyone. That's right, the person who declared war on the nobles in front of Shui Ye was none other than Zhang Tianlin, who came from the Binghuo Yanji. Originally, they planned to find Qian Rongxiu, who was pretending to be Shui Qinghe in the palace, expose her true identity and let her go back to compete with Bibi Dong for power and profit. But when so many people were guarding outside this study, I came over curiously to investigate. As a result, he heard Shui Yi's words, and the harsh words stimulated Zhang Tianlin's nerves. So he showed up without hesitation to declare war on Shui Ye. Where is the person? Where is the person? Find it for me, even if you scratch the ground 3 feet, I will find it for me. I will cut him into pieces for such a madman. Seeing Zhang Tianlin disappearing like this, he was already in a bad mood. Shui Ye even ordered angrily. Perhaps it was the guidance of fate. Zhang Tianlin, who teleported and ran away, would directly appear in front of tonight's target Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu. Who is it? With an angry shout, Shui Qinghe, who was handling official business in the room, stood up suddenly and looked at Zhang Tianlin warily. The guards guarding Shui Qinghe outside the door rushed into the hall when they heard Shui Qinghe's roar, and when they saw the black-robed man suddenly appearing in Shui Qinghe's bedroom, they quickly summoned the martial soul. The leader turned out to be a Contra, and Zhang Tianlin felt emotional in his heart. He was worthy of being an imperial royal family. He really shouldn't be underestimated. Although they don't have title DOULUO level fighting power, but judging by the situation, there are quite a few soul DOULUO level fighters. But Zhang Tianlin didn't care, he just faced the direction of Sweking River and smiled lightly. And Qian Rongxiu, who was pretending to be Shui Qinghe, looked at Zhang Tianlin, who suddenly appeared, and felt inexplicably tense, always feeling that something bad would happen. At the same time, the Contra guard who came in raised his Wuhan sword and slashed at Zhang Tianlin's head. The same position and the same response. The guard looked at the sword in his hand in astonishment and then at the unscathed Zhang Tianlin, and said in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible." Zhang Tianlin ignored him, but looked at Xue Qinghe, said with a light smile, "He, hello Miss Jianrongxiu." Looking at Xue Qinghe, whose face changed greatly, Zhang Tianlin continued, "The justice and glory of angels have faded, but you are still here doing such boring things for a little dispute of temper. But you don't think about completing your mission. The unfinished business of our ancestors, as the most talented person in the angel clan in the past, it is really a pity. I don't understand what you are talking about." Xue Qinghe pretended to be indifferent. Zhang Tianlin did not answer her words and said to himself, "That woman Bibi Dong is now crazily ruining the reputation that your Wuhan Hall has accumulated over the years, in order to find you a stepfather in the future. That one. Have you ever heard of a man named Yu Xiaogang?" Zhang Tianlin said these words on his own, and before Qianrongxiu could reply, he used the space gem to teleport away. Only Xue Qinghe and the few guards who broke in were left at the scene. Several guards looked at Xue Qinghe at a loss. Finally, the leader gritted his teeth and saluted Xue Qinghe and said, "Your Highness. This kind of madman can't just let him run away like this. Please give the order, Your Highness." When the leading contra-guard lowered his head to suggest, his eyes were full of suspicion. But before he could finish his words, a spear had already pierced his heart. It was the snake spear DOULUO who was guarding Qianrongxiu. Although he can be said to be the weakest titled DOULUO, a titled DOULUO'S sneak attack is not something that a contra can easily dodge, and the price of not being able to dodge is his life. Then there was a flash of figures, and all the guards present were eliminated by snake spear DOULUO. "Uncle Shi, what are you doing?" Xue Qinghe asked in surprise. "Since you have been exposed, you can't leave anything that is not good for Wuhandian." Shi Long explained lightly. "But, such a plan to steal the country from me." Xue Qinghe was angry and was about to say something, but was interrupted mercilessly by Shi Long. "There is no plan anymore. Miss, please leave with me immediately. Going back like this in despair and being laughed at by that woman? I can't do it." Xue Qinghe said angrily. "Oh, but you have already been exposed, and there is no point in continuing." Shi Long said helplessly. Obviously Qianrongxiu did not give up. "No, as long as we find the guy just now and kill him to silence him, we can continue this." But before she finished speaking, Shi Long did something that made her unbelievable. Before Qianrongxiu could finish speaking, Shi Long came up behind her in a flash and knocked her out. And put it on his shoulder, and then quickly left Tiandu Palace, leaving only a faint sentence, "How can you be sure that the only person who knows your true identity is the man in black?" And this action let the guards of the black-robed man who searched in the palace see. What these guards in the palace saw after searching Swekine Palace was, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire was knocked out and taken away. "Asshole, put down His Highness the Crown Prince." The soul ring under the feet of a man whose martial soul was a black leopard and also a contra lighted up, the sixth soul, glimpse of shadow. Then the speed surged and he approached the man carrying Xue Qinghe at an extremely fast speed. Snake Lance DOULUO. Feeling the fast approaching breath behind him, Shi Long frowned and cursed in his heart, "Damn it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave if you get dragged back." At the same time, a signal flare exploded straight into the sky. Several figures from other directions in the palace surrounded Shi Long, and Shi Long hugged her and flew towards the sky with an ugly face. He knew clearly that even though he was a titled DOULUO, it might not be good for him to be blocked by several contras, and he might even lose his life here. Thinking of this, Shi Long was furious. "Damn it, don't let me know who you are." At this time, signal bombs were seen exploding in the air outside the palace. Many people also began to surround them in the direction of the signal flares, and judging from their auras, they were all contra-level people. Seeing Shi Long flying in the sky, a violent voice sounded, "Where is the thief going? Put His Highness down." All the soldiers stopped him. Then a purple-black light beam struck Shi Long, preventing him from leaving. Various attacks also appeared in other directions and blasted towards Shi Long. As a last resort, Shi Long had no choice but to fly downwards to avoid the dense attack. Suddenly, a hole suddenly opened below Shi Long. Looking along the hole, one could see a dense forest of trees, which was obviously a forest. Snake Lance DOULUO looked at the strange hole that suddenly appeared below him, quickly stopped his figure, and looked solemnly at the suddenly appeared hole. This hollow seemed to have its own consciousness, and it stopped when it saw Snake Spear DOULUO. He actually moved upwards on his own and swallowed Snake Spear DOULUO before he could react, and then the hole instantly shrank and disappeared. And the swallowed Snake Lance DOULUO was startled, bursting out the soul power of his whole body and blasting around. In the end, nothing happened. Looking around, Snake Lance DOULUO found that he was no longer in Tiandu City. But Shi Long did not let go of his guard. Instead, he looked around more carefully and found that there was nothing unusual. Undeterred, he carried Shui Qinghe or Qian Rongxiu to the sky. After flying to a certain height, Shi Long looked in a certain direction and was shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face. It turned out that a city in that direction emitted a faint light in the dark night and outlined its familiar outline. It was Tiandu City. It was teleported so far in an instant. Shi Long murmured, and couldn't help thinking of Zhang Tianlin's disguise just now. Frowning, he glanced at Tiandu City, turned around and flew towards Wuhan City behind him. But at this moment, in Tiandu City, Shi Long was just now watching Shi Long hijack Shui Qinghe and disappear into an inexplicably appearing void. The dozen or so contras surrounding him all stared at the place where Shi Long disappeared with ugly expressions. After a while, Shui Ye and Shui Xing came here, and Shui Ye said angrily, "Where are people?" The people around looked at each other, and all bowed their heads in silence. Only a man in armor with a resolute face reported to the snowy night, "Your Majesty, after seeing the signal flare fired in the palace, I rushed to escort him. It turned out that a thief hijacked the prince and was about to leave. I can fly in the air without using the spirit. I am afraid it is a titled DOULUO. We joined forces to keep him, but a hole suddenly appeared to take him away. I can't stop it, so I beg your Majesty to punish me." "What? Ji Long, what did you say? Qinghe was kidnapped by thieves?" Shui Ye asked the man reporting in disbelief. "Your Majesty, please punish me." Ji Long quickly knelt on his knees to plead guilty. The people around also quickly knelt down to plead guilty. "Please punish me, Your Majesty." "Punishment? You trash, you trash! What use is it for me to support you? You actually let Qinghe be taken away in the palace." Shui Ye said furiously, with an imperceptible look of fear flashing in her eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "It seems that you are somewhat able to understand the feelings of those whose children have been taken away, Your Majesty the Emperor." All the people present looked towards the direction where the sound came from. In the eyes of everyone, the space there was suddenly distorted and a figure appeared there. It was the black-robed man they were looking for tonight. "It was you who kidnapped my emperor's son?" Shui Ye asked angrily. "That's right." Zhang Tianlin calmly took the blame and said with a sneer, "Feel the pain of losing a son. How many families have been killed because of your slave business in recent years? It seems that you have the last son left. Can he take over your throne safely?" Zhang Tianlin laughed crazily when he said this. "Haha! You have to protect him, otherwise such a big empire like yours will be at a loss if no one inherits it. Haha!" End of this chapter. Chapter 47 The Soul Ring Selection of the Second Martial Spirit. Chapter 47 Selection of the Soul Ring of the Second Martial Soul. Kill him! Shui Ye roared angrily, but a trace of fear flashed in his eyes from time to time. When the people around heard Shui Ye's roar, they instantly summoned their martial spirits and attacked Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin looked around and couldn't help being surprised. "It seems that I have underestimated the Heaven Do royal family. There are at least a dozen soul saints with over 40 contras here. Not to mention the legions on the frontiers of the Heaven Do Empire, let alone the high-end generals. the original book says that the Heaven Do Empire has a permanent army of 1 million. So how strong is the military strength DOULUO Empire? No wonder the Spirit Hall dare not act rashly. After all, the advantage of the Spirit Hall is its high-end combat power. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin couldn't help showing a trace of contempt when he looked at Shui Yat. How stupid does one have to be to regard Wu Hundian as an enemy? How unthinkable is he to push away the only life-saving straw when he is almost a meal of another empire? If Zhang Tianlin had been in his seat, he would have united with Wu Hundian to destroy the DOULUO Empire long ago. After all, how do you say it is a conflict of interests between countries with the DOULUO Empire, and the only way is life and death? It is different from Wuhan Palace. After all, Wuhan Palace was just a sole master organization before the founding of the country. As long as the tactics are deep, it can be used to fight against the noble forces that are already difficult to control. If it wins, it can take back the rights in the hands of the nobles. It's not a loss if you lose, right? Can it get worse than now? What is paid is the benefit of the losing party. With the current Heaven Do Empire, it can be said that internal and external troubles are not far from destroying the country. Take a look at the principalities of the kingdom below. There are a few obedient ones. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San's victory in the original book wiped out several kingdoms and duchies that had taken refuge in the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire might be the one that was wiped out. More than a dozen soul skills flashing with various lights brought the thinking Zhang Tianlin back to reality. Zhang Tianlin couldn't help curling his lips when he looked at the cyan sword light less than a punch away from him and the other soul skills that came towards him. After a burst of space distortion, Zhang Tianlin disappeared in place, and those soul skills stirred up large amounts of dust where Zhang Tianlin was just now. At this time, a bird soul master wrapped in wind flapped the wings behind him, and the third soul ring under his feet lit up. A gust of wind blew away the dust, revealing a huge irregular pit caused by the bombardment of various soul skills. Find it for me, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, find that guy for me. Shui Yat ordered through gritted teeth. Although his soul power level is only at the soul sect level, the murderous aura emanating from his body at this moment makes everyone around, even if it is Soul DOULUO, tremble with fear. Yes. The people around didn't dare to neglect, they responded and dispersed to carry out Shui Yi's order. Shui Xing, please continue to investigate for me. You said before that whoever benefited was the most suspect. Now King He has been kidnapped from the palace. This is not something that can be explained by fighting for the throne. There is a thief. You want to cut off the bloodline inheritance of my Tiandu royal family. Don't tell me this time. Shui Beng is the biggest suspect. This man in black robe is definitely not alone when he speaks so arrogantly. Let me check if there is anything behind the scenes. The forces intend to overthrow our Tiandu empire. Shui Ye said coldly to Shui Xing on the side. Hearing this, Shui Xing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to Shui Ye, "Understood, Your Majesty." But there was a burst of joy in his heart. I didn't expect that the prince who died before was not caused by Shui King He. If Shui Beng died again, then thinking of this, he quickly lowered his head to prevent others from seeing the corners of his mouth that couldn't help but turn up. Well, Shui King He was abducted in public and his life and death were unknown. He was immediately cleared of the suspicion of killing the 2 princes. Is this a good thing or a bad thing for Qian Rongxiu? At this time, Shui Yat, who had his back to Shui Xing, suddenly said coldly, "If another accident occurs in Shui Beng, you, as an uncle, Shui Xing, can't abandon him." Shui Xing's body stiffened when he heard this, and he swallowed his saliva. His body stooped unconsciously, and he replied with a harsh voice, "Yes." On the other side, Zhang Tianlin walked out of a black hole. The location was exactly where Snake Spear DOULUO, who had left not long ago, had just teleported. Zhang Tianlin muttered to himself, the correct way to use infinity gems should be to give others the first kill in this way, and pretend to be a complete force. Instead of fighting people to the end like before, almost putting yourself in it. Looking at Tiandu City, Zhang Tianlin thought to himself, although I did something unplanned, it's not a big problem. Looking at the direction in which Snake Spear DOULUO was leaving, Zhang Tianlin smiled calmly, "Beautiful angel lady, don't waste your good years on this kind of thing. Although it's a little late, but from now on, use your own identity to run away, go and do what you like, and live in the sunshine as a woman. Although I don't know if you like this choice, but after all, you are one of my favorite paper man wives in my previous life, how can I bear it? Let you live as someone else all the time." That's right, Zhang Tianlin's plan was not just for the reason he told Dugubo. Another reason is that Jian Rongxiu can live with her own identity. After all, she was the anime character she liked in her previous life. Maybe she would be happy if she succeeded in stealing the country. But it might be a better choice to let her live in the sunshine with her true face. Considering that Jian Rongxiu is only 16 years old now, she has been undercover for nearly 9 years. Calculated according to the time of the original work, it will take 12 years to go undercover, and it is really pitiful to live in someone else's appearance for a full 20 years. What's even more pitiful is that she failed in the end. It's better to let her fail now and go back to Wuhan Hall than this. Now that she is 16 years old, she can still pursue her youthful years as a girl. Instead of using the identity of a man to intrigue. Oh my, if I really hope you practice hard, you will be much better than the original. How far do you expect you to be when we meet next time? Zhang Tianlin smiled lightly. Then the figure was swallowed up by a black mist and disappeared. In less than a stick of incense, Zhang Tianlin teleported back to the eye of Binghuo Lianji. Feeling Zhang Tianlin's aura, Dugu Xin, who was sitting cross-legged beside the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, opened his eyes to look at Zhang Tianlin, and asked nervously, "Successful?" Zhang Tianlin nodded, stretched, and said, "It was successful. Although I did some unplanned things. But the original plan to scare Jian Rongxiu away has been completed as planned. Next, I will be there. I have been in seclusion for a few days to recover from my injuries, but this trip almost made my injuries worse. In this case, I'll go back to the cave first. I can't hold on after staying here for a day. I'll send you meals once a day. What time is convenient for you?" Dugu Xin nodded upon hearing this, and then planned to get out of the range of the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. "It's noon." Zhang Tianlin scratched his head embarrassingly, "I'm sorry to trouble you, brother Dugu." When Dugu Xin heard the words, he just waved his hands and left. Watching Dugu Xin disappear into the distance, Zhang Tianlin sat cross-legged and used the Lihoku Immortal Thief, which had advanced to the second stage, to absorb the vitality between heaven and earth to restore himself. Unlike the first stage Lihoku Immortal Thief, who can only absorb nutrients through eating to practice, the second stage Lihoku Immortal Thief can directly devour and absorb the vitality between heaven and earth to practice. The only sequelae is that you will slowly lose your emotions as a person. The reason is that although the Immortal Thief of Lihoku has developed a powerful physical body, unfortunately this magical skill has no effect on the growth of the spiritual soul. Instead, the body and spirit are directly washed away by the vitality of the world, although the body can be continuously stimulated by vitality. It becomes stronger after being washed away, but on the contrary, the spirit becomes weaker and weaker until it disappears and finally turns into a mindless body. This is why Lihoku Immortal Thief has such serious sequelae, but as long as this problem can be solved, there will be no problem in the cultivation and use of Lihoku Immortal Thief, and it can be used at will. It just so happens that Zhang Tianlin's Sky Eye martial soul is of the spirit type, and his spiritual cultivation has grown really fast. Now that he has added 3 spirit type soul rings, his mental power has skyrocketed, and his spiritual cultivation speed is far beyond ordinary people. That being said, if you really want to completely ignore the sequelae of the Lihoku Immortal Thief, you probably need to cultivate your Heavenly Eye martial spirit to the level of Soul Saint, and then you can use the Lihoku Immortal Thief without any scruples. Moreover, the unsealing of the Golden Dragon King's blood also requires a strong spirit and soul to resist the will to destroy. Zhang Tianlin really didn't expect that others grew up by cultivating their soul power hard, but he had to improve his spirit, soul, and will to really take off in his cultivation. But it's not a big problem. Now I can just say DOULUO continent and we can go there. Zhang Tianlin looked at the ice and fire eyes in front of him, as if he saw the body of the ice and fire dragon king underneath through the lake. Zhang Tianlin said lightly to himself, It's almost as long as I condense the fifth golden dragon king's energy and blood soul ring. By then, with my physical fitness, I will be able to make your last source of divine power into a million-year soul ring and attach it to it. My body spirit is on. Speaking of this piece of Tianlin, he said with fiery eyes, the body of the second martial spirit will be fully attached with the original god ring of the 9 dragon kings, and the soul bones will absorb the god bones left on the dragon corpses of the 9 dragon kings. In this way, my golden dragon king, I don't know if the bloodline can lead the descending of the dragon god. If my method of becoming a god fails, at least I can have a supreme god king. But the top priority now is to recover from the injury. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlin put aside all the thoughts in his mind, calmed down and concentrated on using the Lihoku Immortal Thief to absorb the energy of the ice and fire eyes to recover from the injury. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Numenon Sect and Spirit Transferring Pagoda. Chapter 48 Numenon Sect and Spirit Transferring Pagoda. Half a month later, somewhere in the backyard of Dugu Mansion in Tianling City, Zhang Tianlin and Dugu Xin, who had recovered, and Dugu Bo, who later returned to the ice and fire eyes, had just returned home. At this time, a group of people were sitting around a table, and Dugu Yan hurriedly asked Dugu Bo and his son, Grandpa, Father, how did you break through? Dugu Bo and his son didn't say anything when they heard the words, they just looked at each other and smiled, and silently summoned the martial soul. 3 purple, 3 black, 3 red and 9 soul rings on Dugu Bo's body. Everyone gasped when they saw it. And Dugu Xin also had 6 soul rings, 3 purple and 3 black. Obviously he also suddenly became a soul emperor with the help of Zhang Tianlin, and he had obviously replaced his soul ring with a soul. And the appearance of the martial soul is exactly what Dugu Bo's martial soul looked like before it evolved into the jade phosphorus poisonous dragon. Obviously its fused soul is the same as Dugu Bo. Su Xiaro, who had been studying with Dugu Yan for a while, and Su Xiaro, the 3 little ones around, looked at Dugu Bo's father and son, who were obviously different from their own soul ring configurations during this period of time. They all opened their mouths in surprise and looked at Dugu Bo's 9 soul rings for a while. Look at Dugu Xin's 6 soul rings again. But Dugu Yan stammered and said, Grandpa, Father. You guys go to attach a soul ring. Why has the age of the soul ring become like this? In the end, he turned to Dugu Bo with a stiff head, looked at the 3 10-year spirit rings under his feet and shouted in disbelief, and Grandpa, why do you have 3 10-year spirit rings? Dugu Bo glanced at Zhang Tianlin and laughed when he heard the words, I didn't expect to have such a big harvest from hunting the soul ring this time. As for the soul ring becoming like this, it is naturally because of the tricks of the little monster. The forest trip is described in detail. After listening to Dugu Bo's narration, Dugu Yan looked at Zhang Tianlin inexplicably with admiration and liking. He said softly in his mouth, there is nothing you can't do. Have a baby, I don't know how to have a baby. Zhang Tianlin said jokingly. Dugu Yan rolled his eyes and ignored him. On the other hand, Xiaolan excitedly interjected, Senior Dugu just said that you can make souls instead of soul rings. Is this true? After speaking, she looked at Zhang Tianlin expectantly. Zhang Tianlin nodded and said, now I can make 4-year-old souls or make the killed soul beasts into souls with a lifespan of about 3 years. In the future, when I become stronger, I should be able to directly make 10-year-old souls without going. It is produced by hunting 7-year-old soul beasts. After a pause, Zhang Tianlin smiled faintly, and I plan to find a place to build a city next, and then build a spirit transferring pagoda in the city, so as to make and sell souls. This spirit transferring pagoda will be built tens of thousands of years later. Human beings have researched the integrated soul guide matrix for making souls, and making souls is one of its functions, and soul masters can also use a soul guide in the tower called Ascension to Lingtai to upgrade the age of souls. This is really great, Xiaolan said with joy when she heard the words. After all, Xiaolan is also in the form of a soul beast, so she was very excited to hear that there is a way to attach a soul ring without hunting the soul beast. After being excited for a while, he thought about it and asked, Tianlin, is it troublesome to make this spirit transferring pagoda? Fortunately, Zhang Tianlin replied calmly, as long as my strength improves, a spirit transferring pagoda can be made out of nothing very quickly. But this would be too ostentatious, so I plan to find someone to build the spirit transferring pagoda first. The building structure, and then place the various soul guidance tools inside to form a soul guidance matrix. In this way, souls can be made and upgraded in the spirit transferring tower. After all, I also need time to improve my cultivation. This should be the best one at the moment. A good way. This is also my first step to replace Wahundian in the future. Zhang Tianlin turned to Dugubo and said, next, it's up to you, old poisoner. Let's split up. You go to the Wuhan Hall to show off your strength, tell the world how powerful you are, and scare some weak ghosts and snake gods during our city construction. And I went to find the Yu clan to build the city, but I heard that in terms of architecture, they say they are second and no one dares to say they are first. Since you already have a plan, the old man naturally has no objections. Dugubo nodded. Zhang Tianlin stretched out his right hand, a red light turned into a book, handed it to Dugubo and said, you traded this soul core condensation method with the offering hall of the Wuhan Palace, saying that our Numenon sect needs the Wuhan Palace to use it every year. There are children who have awakened their own martial souls in the mainland and gave us a list of all their innate soul powers. Remember that you must emphasize to them that this secret method must not be given to Bibi Dong. By the way, if we get the Pope my lord understands. The secret art that my ontology sect has spent several generations summarizing has become the research of some useless waste. Haha, little monster. You are really bad. But who is the Numenon sect? Dugubo asked doubtfully after laughing. Two of my martial souls are body martial souls, so I plan to create a sect called the Body Sect. This sect will be an extremely powerful sect in 10,000 years, but now I create it first. Zhang Tianlin did not. He smiled sheepishly. In order to pretend to be a ghost, why don't you get to know the Numenon sect well? In this way, at least in your consciousness, you will think that this is a powerful sect, so that you can scare those people. In addition, the soul we gave you the nuclear condensation method and the final method of becoming a god, I think they will firmly believe in it. After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, the green light in his hand flickered and covered himself and Dugubo. This is an ability of the time gem that Zhang Tianlin can use after his cultivation base is upgraded to Soul Sect, to lead people to watch the long river of time. After a while, Zhang Tianlin withdrew the power of the gemstone, while Dugubo kept saying, it's amazing. It's really amazing. Now Dugubo really believed in everything Zhang Tianlin said. Just now, he followed Zhang Tianlin not only to meet a powerful sect, but also followed Zhang Tianlin to attend several days of courses in the Academy of Later Generations. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Duguyan came to Dugubo's side, grabbed his hand and shook it hard. Dugubo came back to his senses after such a flash, looked at Duguyan and said, it's nothing, it's just that I just went with the little monster for a month after tens of thousands of years. That era is really magical. He said to Zhang Tianlin and said, I now know what you want the world to be. Zhang Tianlin just smiled indifferently when he heard the words, while Duguyan at the side said to Dugubo strangely, what a month, Grandpa, just now you were covered by that green energy in the same place for less than a stick of incense. This. Dugubo looked at Zhang Tianlin in surprise after hearing the words, and said in doubt. This is the power of time. Zhang Tianlin said calmly, obviously not intending to introduce it in detail. Kobo said thoughtfully, no wonder you are so mature and insidious at a young age. It wouldn't be surprising if you were like this. Your actual age is not necessarily how old you are, but you can't just look at your physical age. Only now did Kobo completely put away the last bit of contempt left in his heart, and completely looked at Zhang Tianlin squarely, instead of obeying Zhang Tianlin just because of repaying his kindness as before. But Zhang Tianlin flipped his right hand without any waves, and a bead appeared in his hand. It is a soul, and if you feel it carefully, you can feel its extremely powerful essence. Looking at the soul that appeared in Zhang Tianlin's hands, Kobo turned his senses and said hesitantly, is this the 10-year-old soul of the soul-eating spider emperor that we hunted and killed when we came back? That's right. Zhang Tianlin nodded to confirm, and handed the soul to Kobo and said, this soul is traded with Bibi Dong, and told her that we plan to build an academy city to teach soul masters. Every year awakened commoner soul masters recommend them. It doesn't matter how much innate soul power they have. As long as they are willing to help send children who are willing to study with the human and material resources of their Wuhan temple. We are willing to pay them a 10-year-old soul master every 5 years. Soul. Pointing to the soul in Kobo's hand, he continued, and this soul is our sincerity. We can make subsequent types of souls according to their requirements. But it must be a soul beast with the age of more than 7 years, and it must be a soul beast with the age of more than years. They provide the spirit beasts themselves. This, Kobo said hesitantly, is the price we paid too high. There is nothing we can do. Who made our power not start yet? And what we just said is not good to say, and only the 2 major empires and Wuhan Palace in the world can do it. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianlin sneered twice, but I don't want to strengthen the strength of the 2 empires, and it is not certain who will listen to the Wuhan Palace in the future. What's more, we don't actually pay much, do we? That's not how it works. Kobo shook his head. After all, no matter how much we spent on making it, it can condense 3 10-year spirit rings. Just one 10-year spirit ring is worth a lot. You're right, but isn't this an advertisement? In this way, when we want to expand our influence later, it will be much easier to recruit people. After all, the 10-year soul ring will be taken out as soon as we say it, and we will recruit those soul emperors at that time. Soul masters above strength are much simpler, and people with this strength will be a deterrent to our combat power. Zhang Tianlin said calmly. Just relying on those soul emperors and soul saints. Kobo said disdainfully, and then said in surprise as if thinking of something, could it be that you can build a battle armor? It was obvious that Kobo had learned a lot about the time travel just now. Although he didn't realize it for a moment, he figured it out after thinking about it carefully. Zhang Tianlin nodded, then shook his head and said, I have this plan. After all, only in this way can I go from nothing to being able to crush all the current forces in terms of combat power. But I don't know how to make battle armor yet, but you know as long as I want to. There is nothing you can't learn if you learn. Kobo nodded when he heard the words, and did not have any doubts, because from what he knew now, there was nothing wrong with Zhang Tianlin's words. Next, the 2 discussed some details of the plan, and these things did not avoid everyone in the hall. Because the people in this hall now will definitely be veterans in the future. Then, because Zhang Tianlin was a no-namer, another wave of Taikaitism came and the organization was named Spirit Pagoda. This can be said to be the organization that replaced the Wuhan Temple in later generations, and it appeared in DOULUO continent in advance. Suddenly I discovered that there would be a short notice to sign the contract when the word was words. If not, it would be worthless. After thinking about it, I am a novice after all and can't expect too much. So if anyone is reading this, please give me some advice to improve my writing skills if possible. After all, I don't know what I didn't write well, so this book is a practice. If the animation of Peerless Tang Sect becomes popular, the next book will be about peerless fanfics. The setting is already available. I originally planned to write another DOULUO Yiren. As a result, many people said that there is a high probability that no one will watch the DOULUO'S animation after it is completed. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Beating Bibi Dong. Chapter 49 Beating Bibi Dong. Wuhan City, in the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Qian Rongxiu at the foot of the steps, with a complicated look in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, it turned into an expression of disgust and hatred, and Bibi Dong said mockingly to Qian Rongxiu, "What? The mission failed, and you have been avoiding me for so long since you came back. How dare you appear in front of me today?" When Qian Rongxiu heard this, her chest rose and fell violently. It took her a while to calm down. She looked at Bibi Dong and asked coldly, "Who is Yu Xiaogang?" "Hey!" Bibi Dong squinted his eyes calmly when he heard the words, and said coldly, "It's just a waste, why mention him?" "Nothing, it's just that someone said you want to find me a stepfather named Yu Xiaogang." Qian Rongxiu replied coldly. Qian Rongxiu continued sarcastically, "You'd better really think he is a waste, otherwise I will definitely cut him into pieces." Bibi Dong didn't show any other actions after hearing this, but her hand holding the scepter still showed how bad her mood was now. Looking at Qian Rongxiu below, Bibi Dong said coldly, "Have you finished? You came here today just to say some inexplicable words, right? As a loser, you are really thick-skinned, and you actually dare to show off your power in front of me. Now that we have said this, I will inform you directly." Qian Rongxiu also stated the purpose of her trip without hesitation. "Next, I will inherit my grandfather's position as the Grand Elder of Judgment and form the Judgment Knights. Next, I will start patrolling all the Wuhan branch halls to attack evil soul masters and those who rely on the power of the Wuhan hall to dominate." After Qian Rongxiu finished speaking, she ignored Bibi Dong's reaction and turned around to leave. Indeed, as she said, she was just informing Bibi Dong, the current pope. "You." Hearing Qian Rongxiu's words, Bibi Dong stood up angrily, looked at Qian Rongxiu angrily and said, "I am the Pope of Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Qian Rongxiu's leaving figure stopped. Without turning around, he just turned his back to Bibi Dong and said, "Those guys are so unscrupulous, it's best not because of you. Otherwise." As Qian Rongxiu continued to move forward, a cold voice came, "Every time I judge a piece of trash, as long as it is because of you, I will write down a sum, and then every sum will be recorded in that Yu Xiaogang. Get it back from the people." Qian Rongxiu, who came to the door, stopped, turned around and looked at Bibi Dong. "I hope that Yu Xiaogang won't be hacked into pieces because of you." As soon as Qian Rongxiu finished speaking, Bibi Dong burst out with terrifying murderous aura and pressed on Qian Rongxiu. It was obvious that Qian Rongxiu's words had touched her weakness and revealed all her plans. As a result, Bibi Dong was really at a loss now. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and a figure stood in front of Qian Rongxiu. It was the great enshrinement of the Wuhan Hall, Qian DOULUO'. After blocking Bibi Dong's murderous aura, he flipped over a box with his right hand and it appeared in his hand. He flicked the thing in his hand towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stretched out her hand to catch the item thrown by Qian DOULUO', and took a closer look at it. It was a box made of wood. It looked like it was made of ordinary materials. It was obvious that there was nothing precious inside. But Bibi Dong smelled the smell of blood coming from the box in her hand, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. He frowned and looked at Qian DOULUO', and asked coldly, "What do you mean? What is inside?" Qian DOULUO' glanced at Bibi Dong indifferently and said, "I've been bored recently, so I went out to stretch my muscles. The things in the box were specially brought for you. I was afraid of getting my hands dirty. Just find a box to put it in." Hearing this, Bibi Dong's bad premonition became stronger and she quickly opened the box. I saw a human arm inside, and if I carefully braided it, I could tell it was a left arm. At this time, Qian DOULUO'S cold voice came, "The old man is soft-hearted and specially left a right arm for that waste to eat." He closed the box in his hand, flipped his hand and put the box into the soul guide. Bibi Dong raised her head sharply, and saw that her originally purple pupils turned completely red. A ring of white murderous aura visible to the naked eye spreads around his body, the skin of his upper body is covered with a layer of purple-black armor, and even his face is covered by a carapace. Under the eyes. There are also 4 small eyes that have grown out. When used, the legs disappear and the abdomen turns into a huge round sphere downwards. 8 thick long legs grew from the sphere, driving her body to walk as fast as flying. There were large green hairs growing on them and disgusting mucus. When dripping to the ground, it constantly makes a popping sound and is strongly corroded. Bibi Dong was like a huge poisonous spider, with 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red emerging under her body. Powerful fluctuations of soul power spread, and most of them were controlled by Bibi Dong to press towards Douluo. Oh! I really didn't expect you to be level 97. It seems that 2 10-year spirit rings are really helpful to you, Douluo said calmly. Bibi Dong didn't speak, and silently lit up the 7th and 6th spirit rings, the 7th spirit ability Martial Soul Avatar, the 6th spirit ability Vampire Spider Thorn. Countless blood-red spikes attacked Douluo. There was no Douluo martial soul possessed either, only the golden light shining in his hand condensed into a sword. Douluo waved his sword, and a golden sword energy flew towards Bibi Dong, but Bibi Dong's attack did not cause any waves on Douluo's sword energy. Bibi Dong jumped a few steps like a spider to avoid Douluo's sword energy. The sword energy just hit the Pope's chair behind Bibi Dong. The strange thing is that the sword energy, which was obviously powerful, did not damage the Pope's chair at all. It's not because of how special the material of this chair is, but because of Douluo's unparalleled strength. It can also be seen from this that Douluo was not serious. The blow just now was just a casual blow, otherwise he would not be able to control the blow so freely. If you want to do some exercise, I'm happy to accompany you, Douluo said calmly. Bibi Dong stared at Douluo, then put away her martial spirit and left the Pope's palace. Just as she was about to leave the hall, Douluo's cold voice came from behind her. I hope you have not forgotten our agreement. This time, because of your little action, I will cut off that trash's arm. Next time I will grind him into slag with a stone in front of you, and then bury him with Lu Erlong. As for you, I will kill you and bury you opposite them, and watch them become a pair forever. After Douluo finished speaking, he took Rongxiu and left, leaving Bibi Dong standing at the door of the side hall without moving for a long time. If anyone was in front of Bibi Dong, they could see that her lips were bitten and bleeding, and her eyes showed crazy murderous intent. At Shrek Academy in Soto City, Yu Xiaogang was lying on the bed with a pale face. With a bang, the door of Yu Xiaogang's room was knocked open from the outside, and an anxious and somewhat strange voice came. Teacher, are you okay? Dean Fred said that you were chopped down a few days ago. I lost an arm. Following the words, a boy with an average appearance came to Yu Xiaogang's bed. It was Tang San. Since Zhang Tianlin lost a limb, Tang San's voice has slowly changed, but it may be because of his age that he doesn't feel much change. But since being severely abused by Zhang Tianlin, Tang San has cultivated crazily for the past year, and he didn't even have the heart to research and build the hidden weapon he regarded as faith. It is precisely because of this that thanks to the Xiantian Kung Fu, he was promoted from level 6 to level 700 within a year. And a few days ago, with the help of Zhao Wao Qi, he went to the Star Do Forest to hunt for the Soul Ring. I don't know if it was a coincidence. This time, he still hunted the Ghost Vine for his second Soul Ring. The difference is the age of the Ghost Vine. In 600 plus years instead of and years in the original. However, it was precisely because he ran to hunt for the Soul Ring that Douluo did not meet Yu Xiaogang when he approached him. But if they really encounter him, I'm afraid Douluo will be wary and won't take action against him. After all, there is Tang Hao outside. If he kills Tang San, I'm afraid Tang Hao will go around attacking the Wuhan branch hall at all costs. I'm afraid Wuhan will be in a lot of trouble by then, but of course it's just a lot of trouble. What really makes Qiandaoliu fearful is Tang Chen, whose whereabouts are unknown now. He really did an incredible job. When Tang Chen takes revenge, only Qiandaoliu and the entire Wuhan Palace can fight, and the scope of Wuhan Palace's influence is too large. So even though they knew that Tang San was with Yu Xiaogang, Qiandaoliu's enshrinement hall didn't target Tang San. As for Bibi Dong's Pope lineage, need I say more? Just because of Yu Xiaogang's face, Bibi Dong wouldn't really kill Tang San. As for sending people to attack Shrek in the original work, don't be ridiculous. They knew that Chen Xin, a level 96 Super DOULUO, was in that team, but they only sent 2 level 94 titled DOULUO. This is really treating Dugubo as a dead person. It is obvious that this operation is done for other people in Wuhan Hall to see. Li Ning Fengzi said in the original book, those who win Yu Xiaogang win the world. This sentence is not wrong. But it's not because of Yu Xiaogang's wisdom, but because of Bibi Dong's love brain. Hearing Tang San's voice, Yu Xiaogang turned to look at Tang San beside the bed. Seeing his anxious expression, Yu Xiaogang, who had lost a hand, felt relieved. Even his pale face was miraculously rosy. The originally gloomy eyes were filled with vitality in an instant, and he roared in his heart, yes, I was originally considered a waste by the world, even if I am missing an arm. As long as there is a mistress, as long as there is a mistress, I can prove myself. Merely. It's not a big deal if it's just one arm. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang quickly struggled to sit up. Because he moved too much, the bandage wrapped around his wound was slowly stained with traces of blood. Seeing this, Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to help Yu Xiaogang up, put a pillow under his body, and let him lie down. Then Tang San blushed, clenched his fists and asked Yu Xiaogang, "Teacher, do you know that person?" Yu Xiaogang nodded silently without saying a word. Tang San said angrily, "Who is it? Teacher and disciple will definitely avenge you." Silence or silence, Yu Xiao just sighed and said, "Forget it, Xiaosan, you should focus on your cultivation now. Let's talk about this matter later," and as he spoke, Yu Xiaogang looked around, as if he could see the outside of the room through the wall. Yu Xiaogang smiled faintly. "The man cut off my arm but didn't target you, which means you are safe now. At least for the time being, you won't be hunted down by the spirit hall like your father, so you can practice with peace of mind. Yes. With your talent, within 40 years you will stand at the pinnacle of human soul master strength, and then you will be able to avenge any enmity." He touched the place where his broken arm was. Hearing this, Tang San nodded heavily and said, "I understand, teacher, for Dad and for you, I will definitely work hard." End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Bad News. Chapter 50 Bad News. Brother Tianlin, aren't we going to the Yuji clan? Why did we come to Pharaoh's province? Duguyan asked Zhang Tianlin boredly in a huge carriage. At this time, besides the two of them, there were 4 other people in the carriage who were practicing with their eyes closed. They were Su Xiaoro and Xiaolan. "My hometown is here, so I'll go back and see some relatives and friends first. Anyway, my hometown is also on the border of the 2 empires, and it's the same to go to Xingluo from there," Zhang Tianlin said lightly. As he spoke, Zhang Tianlin couldn't help but miss his relatives and neighbors who took good care of him, especially the village elder Jack. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Tianlin said to Duguyan, "Sister Yan, look at how hard they work. You will be overtaken by Xiaoro and the other 3 after you are so careless." "Humph, it's just these little brats. There's still a long way to go," Duguyan said arrogantly. "Then look at me again. I am already a soul master at the age of 7 this year. My cultivation level is far beyond that of you. I don't know how far I will leave you behind in the future," Zhang Tianlin said jokingly. But this sentence really hit Duguyan's weakness. Duguyan immediately began to practice after hearing it. Well, this joke is quite serious. Zhang Tianlin scratched his head and said strangely. How did he know that since Duguyan knew that he could use the time gem for time travel, he no longer regarded him as a child. He even felt that apart from his physical age, Zhang Tianlin might be the same age as his father in other respects. After breaking through this barrier, Duguyan already wanted to be with Zhang Tianlin without any scruples. However, out of a girl's reserve, she behaved like she was just looking for trouble all day long to play with Zhang Tianlin. What Zhang Tianlin thought was a joke just now made Duguyan realize, putting aside everything else, if the difference in cultivation between the two is too big, why should she be with him in the future? I'm afraid that my relationship with Zhang Tianlin is getting further and further away, until in the end I can only look at him from a distance and have no right to stand with him. That's why I changed my attitude and started practicing hard. Zhang Tianlin looked at the looming nodding city in the distance, and couldn't help but feel excited. Saint Soul Village, I'm back. Zhang Tianlin lowered the window and stepped out of the carriage. After sitting down outside the car, Duguyan, who was driving the car, asked doubtfully, why did you get out? Aren't we about to reach our familiar hometown? I couldn't sit still, so I came out to have a look. Zhang Tianlin replied casually. Duguyan nodded and smiled and said, yes, after all, it is the most familiar place. There are the most familiar people there. Since this is the case, let's hurry up and drive. Duguyan flicked the whip in his hand, and the front of the car was like the spirit beast of the cow started to run. It can only be said that it is worthy of a high-end carriage. Even if it speeds up, it does not feel bumpy. When they arrived at the gate of Nodding City, the guards did not dare to stop the carriage, which looked more advanced than the city lord's palace. Hey, are you here yet? Duguyan, who was supposed to be practicing at this time, stretched out his head and asked. Aren't you practicing? Zhang Tianlin asked strangely. Duguyan rolled his eyes. How can you enter the state of cultivation so quickly? You are just about to enter the state, so I just came out to see what your hometown is like. After saying that, Duguyan stretched his head and looked around, and after a while he said with disappointment, it's nothing special, it's just an ordinary small town. Zhang Tianlin said angrily, what gave you the illusion that my hometown is a special city? Duguyan looked at Zhang Tianlin and smirked twice. The meaning was self-evident. Zhang Tianlin was speechless and wanted to say something else, when a hesitant voice sounded, Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin turned around after hearing this and found that the other person was a man who looked about 10 years old. Zhang Tianlin frowned and thought for a moment and said, I don't think I know you, do I? Oh, I saw this burly man scratching his head and not knowing what to say. He thought for a long time before saying, well, I have met you in the academy before, and you really don't know me. Oh, by the way, my name is Wang Sheng, was a work-study student in the same dormitory as Tang San before. Speaking of this, Wang Sheng showed a look of annoyance and self-blame. I'm sorry, you made it like that a year ago because of my wrong words. I don't want to be like this either. Zhang Tianlin smiled indifferently and said. It has nothing to do with you, it's Tang San. That guy has something wrong. With his virtue, I will become like this with him sooner or later, so you don't have to blame yourself. When Wang Sheng heard this, he blamed himself even more. Looking at Zhang Tianlin's hesitant expression, he finally gritted his teeth and said in Zhang Tianlin's strange eyes, a few days after what happened to you, your hometown Holy Soul Village was razed to the ground. Wang Sheng secretly glanced at the stunned Zhang Tianlin and continued, later I heard from people in the Wuhan Palace that the Holy Soul Village was attacked by powerful soul masters. There was not a single person left alive in the village. I always felt that they were attacked by Tang San. My father was killed all because of my mouth. At this point, Wang Sheng gave himself a few hard slaps with red eyes. Stimulated by Wang Sheng's slap in the face, Zhang Tianlin came to his senses and stopped his behavior. He comforted him, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Tang San and the others may not have done this. Even if he didn't like Tang San and Tang Hao, Zhang Tianlin couldn't believe that Tang Hao would actually kill people from Holy Soul Village. After all, no matter how much Tang San was raised by various families when he was young, don't say that Tang Hao was a titled DOULUO and didn't need them to mind their own business. The fact is that if you, Tang Hao, had really taken good care of Tang San, you wouldn't have cooked for him since he was 3 years old, and you wouldn't have relied on old Jack for financial support. So Zhang Tianlin stopped Holy Queen Wang from sitting in the carriage and using the time gem to watch who destroyed the Holy Soul Village. When the people in the carriage heard the noise outside, they stopped and stepped out of the carriage to ask Duguyan what happened. Duguyan told everyone what happened just now, and everyone looked at Zhang Tianlin with worried eyes after listening. Not long after, Zhang Tianlin opened his eyes. The people around could clearly feel the temperature drop, and they all shivered uncontrollably. At this time, Zhang Tianlin looked ferocious, gritted his teeth, and finally roared, "Tang Hao!" Zhang Tianlin really didn't expect Tang Hao to be because of his grievances with their family. He really couldn't believe that Tang Hao would do such a thing to vent his anger on the people of Saint Soul Village. How dare he, to treat his benefactor like this? At this time, Xiao Lan grabbed Zhang Tianlin's shoulders and asked, "Is it really Tang Hao?" Zhang Tianlin just nodded indifferently, and got his confirmation that Xiaolan was about to fall when her body softened. Duguyan next to her quickly hugged her, and Xiaolan murmured blankly, "I thought he was bad enough, but I didn't expect him to be such a beast. How dare he is, how can he be? Because of me. It's all me." Xiaolan's appearance was not because she still had a good feeling for Tang Hao, but because she felt that if she hadn't fallen in love with such a beast without any clue, nothing else would have happened. The kind-hearted woman took all this on herself. Zhang Tianlin came back to his senses, looked at her like this, and said coldly, "You are so eager to take the evil he did on yourself, do you want to excuse him?" Xiaolan quickly explained, "No, if it wasn't for my blindness." "Since it's not, put away that expression of yours. What does it have to do with you? Those who don't know think it's you." Zhang Tianlin ignored Xiaolan after finishing speaking, and drove the space gem several times. A jump came to the tomb of the dead in Shengun village, which was buried with the help of Wuhandian. Looking at the messy tombstones in front of him, Zhang Tianlin knelt straight on the ground. Bang bang bang! Zhang Tianlin kowtowed 3 times. Zhang Tianlin looked at the tombstone in front of him and blamed himself, and said indifferently, "Everyone in Holy Soul Village blames me for causing everyone to be killed by that beast Tang Hao." After saying that, he knelt there straight and stopped moving. Everyone in Nodding City looked worried at Zhang Tianlin, who had disappeared. Just as he was about to separate and search, he was stopped by Duguo'X. Duguo'X comforted him, "Tianlin probably wants to be alone now, so we won't disturb him. Let's find a place to stay in the city now." After saying that, Duguo'X turned to Wang Sheng and said, "I wonder if this little brother could trouble you to take us to a hotel to stay." Wang Sheng nodded quickly when he heard the words, and led a group of people to the best hotel in the city. At the same time, on Dugubo's side, he just arrived at Wuhan City. Standing at the gate of Wuhan City, Dugubo couldn't help but sigh, "Although I have been to Wuhan City many times, this time is the most significant." At this time, a guard at the city gate came to Dugubo. He solemnly saluted and said, "Hello, are you Your Majesty Dugubo?" Dugubo nodded and said, "That's right." The guard became more respectful and said, "Your Majesty Dugu, the superiors have told me that your title ceremony will be held in 2 days. We have prepared a place for you, please come with me." As he said this, he stretched out his hand to lead into the city. Dugubo showed the direction, and then led Dugubo to the hotel prepared for him. Dugubo. But at this moment, a voice made them stop. Hearing this, Dugubo turned his head to look, and it turned out that Chen Xin called him just now. And at the side is Ning Fengzi, the suzerain of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzi and the other 2 came to Dugubo in a hurry. Ning Fengzi bowed to Dugubo and said elegantly, "My Majesty Dugu, I didn't expect such a coincidence that we arrived at Wuhan City on the same day. Dugubo said coldly, I don't know what's going on with Sect Master Ning. There doesn't seem to be any special activities recently. Did you come to Wuhan City to discuss cooperation with Wuhan Palace? Ning Fengzi shook his head when he heard this and said, Fengzi came to Wuhan Hall this time actually because of Dugu Mian. Oh. Dugubo made a confused voice and looked at Ning Fengzi, waiting for his explanation. End of this chapter.